Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Monday. It is Division 1 Western Europe Spring Tour here. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and to help me kick off week number 3, our final week, it is going to be Sheepstick and Lizard on this panel.
Hi.
Sheep, you look absolutely gorgeous today.
No, you, babe.
And you, Lizard, you look handsome as ever.
What's with the compliments?
We
We won't make this panel easier for you, Matt. We're here to make your life hard, your job harder.
I'm trying to put out some
would
good
never.
vibes for Monday, you know? Normally there's the Monday blues, people kind of dread the Monday, but it's a whole new day of Western Europe. We get to look forward to some more Dota, but we also get to have a little bit of a reminiscent aspect, and we look at Friday games. That one started off with Liquid up against Entity. That series was 2-0.
Quick.
It was a quick one. Not the quickest one we've had here on Western Europe, but it was still a lot of fun to watch, Lizard.
Yeah, it was quick. It was kind of simple for Liquid. I didn't feel that they were completely threatened by Entity. I expected more from our boy Stormer, from Watson, but it just didn't work out. In the first game, they went for this not necessarily Entity-esque kind of a draft where Watson is playing a full hard carry. I know that he can do that. I know that they've won with him before with the TB. They dominated the game early on. They moved across the map very well, but they never took advantage of the map control. And Mickey, I'm sure Sheepo has some energetic thing or two to say about his performance.
Wow, Mickey was so good
Let's
this
go.
game. It was so cool. He went this Echo build into a Desolator. I thought he was incredibly heavily involved when he needed to be. Like, he was balancing farming and keeping ahead in net worth with, like, okay, this guy's out of position, let's punish him. And I think that he was just a fantastic player the entire way through. And yeah, they really brought it back. I think I was impressed with Entity. I was pretty sad that they threw that game. I mean, even you see this game, like they have these leads that they're building versus Liquid. Like, they're doing things right. They just need to really fix up like their mid-game decisions and how they're taking Roshan's.
Nat, who did we interview? Do you remember maybe from Liquid?
Nisha.
Nisha, yeah, and he was like,
Yep.
yeah, I'm just getting carried by Mickey here. It's good times, you know, I don't have to worry about anything. I'm just playing my heroes. Because Mickey popped off both of these series. This, like, sometimes you see a carry and you just know, okay, this guy will not lose. There's no way he loses this series.
Hopefully there is a lot that Entity learnt from this series for themselves. I mean, you guys have already said it time and time again, but they weren't really able to utilize the map and the lead they built up. So that 2-0 occurred, and then we had another 2-0. Ooredoo Thunders and Enigma Galaxy. This one, a lot of people thought Ooredoo Thunders was going to take it.
This was the saddest thing we'd ever seen. In the green room, we were all just going, "Oh no, what the hell?" Like, they looked like such a good team in their previous series on Ooredoo Thunders. I think everyone had maybe higher expectations for them.
Yeah.
But I think on the other hand, you have Enigma Galaxy, who have finally found their footing and what they want to do. I think their drafts look like they're coming out a lot smoother, and Amar's really fitting into this mid lane a lot more nicely. You know, so I'm feeling pretty good about this team.
Yeah, like, definitely. I showed you this little notebook that I have where I'm prepping, right? Like, I have all the hero names, all the names of the teams. I'm sure there is Nigma here somewhere with Kuro. And basically what it says, yeah. Okay, takes long to adapt to the meta. 2 years ago.
2 years ago you wrote that, and 2 years later it still sticks. I mean, yeah,
Literally nothing changes for them. Yeah.
There was definitely that tough period for them. They persevered, they stayed here, and they were able to take off this series 2-0 from Ooredoo Thunders, who were able to win against Tundra and Gaming Gladiators. So that's why I think this series, a lot of people did favor Ooredoo Thunders, but wow, Enigma Galaxy, a whole new team it felt like stood up in this series.
I feel like you have Ooredoo Thunders and Monaspa, right? The two upcoming teams in the Western Europe. At the same time, I find it really difficult to go against the big dogs when I'm predicting between these teams, right? Like Ooredoo Thunder and, I don't know, Nigma, OG, whatever. Even OG, yeah. They're having a really rough time, but I just don't have enough info when it comes to Ooredoo Thunders, when it comes to Monaspa. I've been watching them for quite some time, like even in Division 2. Monaspa was basically Brame, right? Like and they haven't changed a lot. These are teams that can overperform, or they can just get like 2-0'd very quickly by a team such as Nigma.
Yeah, well, look, you talked about OG and the tough spot they're in. Friday was not really any better for them. They did come up against Manaspa, and this was a 2-0 for Manaspa, a series that I think a lot of people would have had OG as getting a quote-unquote free win, one that they should have been winning sheep, especially because we saw DM on the Broodmother here, and I thought this was going to be it, the recipe for success.
I also thought it was, and then I tuned in and I saw him at the bottom of the net worth, and I felt pretty bad. Or really low, relatively. I think all of the cores on OG have been really struggling to like find farm or find impact. Usually, at most, I see one core having a good game on OG nowadays. Like BZM might be popping off, but then Uragi and DM have terrible games. Or then Uragi has a really good game and everyone else has a terrible game. And it just feels really bad that they aren't able to somehow secure better games for like two cores to give themselves that advantage to take these wins.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with them, but it doesn't look great. It's not like they're. It doesn't look like they're playing the game of Dota properly at all. It feels like they're tilted. Like the games that they are losing, like maybe they have, like Chipo said, a little bit of a good time early on one of their cores, but in general, you don't see a plan. Like, you don't see that they're actually executing anything that they want to execute. They're just kind of there, reacting to whatever the enemy is doing.
It just feels bad that, like, I think their most memorable game of this tour so far is one that went for an hour with a comeback on Anti-Mage, you know, because they had to come back, because the game was so sad early.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a lot to be said about Manaspa, how well they played in that Game 1 draft that we did see. They went to the safe lane Lesh, the mid Dragonite, the off lane LC. This one in Game 2 is a little bit more stock standard, but it's really cool to see that they can fit into this mold of the meta, but they can also bring in a lot of flair that clearly is bringing them success, not only in this series, but in other series too.
Yeah, Nandi was popping off, like in Game 1 and Game 2, if you're going to talk about Manaspa. Like, Morphling in that Game 2 just completely dominated. So overall, there's definitely some rising stars coming from both Oridu Thunders and Manaspa.
Yeah.
Yande's a really good Morphling. Like he
gosh,
popped off a bunch of times this tour already on that hero. Like, he is so he'll just do that and then he'll go play his OD and just like suck ass, and then he'll come back and have like an amazing performance again. Like, if Manaspa hit the consistency, that they are beastly.
Well, the thing is, there's no consistency for any team, really. Each team having at least one series loss. The Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, Tundra, 3 wins, but with that little blemish of a loss in a series. And then Entity with 2-2, Manaspa 2-3, as well as Nigma Galaxy and Oridu Thunders. So that's 3 teams right now and 1 relegation spot. But OG, 1 win and 4 losses. It's really tough for them. It's looking really rough. I want to have a look at the schedule soon to see when we're going to see OG again, because they've now played 5 out of their 7 series, and they're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. Like, it's such a big worry for OG players and OG fans.
Do you know, is it, if they lose today, do they get relegated? Or is it one more?
It's going to be, what, like 1-5 at that point? And then it's looking...
You know what? We'll have a look at the schedule,
cool.
and
Then
we'll
it will
do
look
the
really
maths,
rough.
because we are going to be seeing them to play today. It's up against Nigma Galaxy. So one of those teams that is tied for that other quote-unquote relegation spot there. OG Nigma Galaxy, that'll be close out the day. Probably the highlight for me personally. Team Liquid, Tundra, the second series, and then Gaming Gladiators and Entity.
Yeah. This last series is basically they're both in quicksand, quick mud, whatever, you know, deep mud, and they're trying to get out, and OG is trying to climb over Nigma. There's, I don't know, Uragi pushing Kuro into the mud, just
Get out of the way!
I will say, even if OG lose today, it's not certain that they will drop to relegation, because it's Manaspa and Oridu Thunders as well that could be there. So they could potentially end up on a 3-way tie for 2 relegation spots if Nigma Galaxy
It's our favorite here, right?
Yeah, the 3-way tiebreakers.
3-way tiebreakers.
Yeah.
We live for that.
Yeah, so it's not the end of the road for them if they do lose today. Obviously, you don't even want to be playing with that idea if you are OG. So hopefully they step up for themselves. We'll see talent predictions. We'll see where all of our talent for Western Europe have decided to put their faith for these series. And there isn't a clean sweep across the board this time around. Normally, there's one series that all of us heavily favor a team. And even
The second one, I guess, is heavily favored by Liquid, right?
Yeah, but there's still a few people that think Tundra are going to be able to bounce back after their previous
Which
series
is fair. I expected more people to go for Tundra. to make it kind of like 50-50.
I want to call this out, okay? I checked the spreadsheet earlier today for this OG Enigma Galaxy series, and I promise you, there were not that many Enigma Galaxy supporters at the start of today.
I asked production to change mine from OG to Enigma Galaxy, and they didn't do it, so they got me. I guess I'm.
You got debated.
I'm not here for OG, okay?
Whoa, 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 whoa!
I love. You know, like Tiger, OG, I wish the best for them as players. Like DM, I enjoyed watching him last year as well in Europe East. I really like these players, and I want them to have success. But they look like shit right now, and I don't think they can beat Nigma, who are suddenly on like this little tear of like, we are winning, we are looking amazing, we're feeling ourselves.
Yep.
You know, and I feel like that the players like with Sumail at the head, like that's the team that can go far and take this series.
That's the thing, you have to factor in how much growth and development a team has had. So it's like, as much as you really do enjoy this team, or for whatever reason, it's like we've seen so much growth from Enigma Galaxy, from Ooredoo Thunders, and it's like, are they the teams that sort of deserve to be here in Div 1 over, you know, OG, who's really struggling right now?
It's kind of hard to say. Like, both of these teams have really high skill ceiling.
Yes.
I think maybe I have seen maybe a higher skill ceiling for OG in general in the recent years. Like Nigma, they strike me like IG from the Chinese region. Like, they haven't done anything for 2 years. So how am I going to go with them, right? Like, I still think and I still believe that even though OG is underperforming and looking tilted the hell out of their mind, maybe there's a chance that they gather their forces. Guys, it's this or we get relegated.
I mean, I hope they do. Like, I genuinely really hope they do. I love that team, and I want to see them succeed. Or at least I want them to be able to come out of the season, whether they're relegated or not, feeling good about, like, the Dota they played at the end.
Yeah, that's true. Like we said, that growth. I want to see the growth of the heroes, though. What's been contested both here in our Western Europe region, but also across all regions. So here on our screens, we have the top 6 most contested heroes for Western Europe. Just below it is across all regions, the number of games they've been picked for, and then the win rate on it. Because,
Jesus.
Yeah, the thing that shocks me is for all regions, Primal, Batrider, and Ember up there. Whereas here in Western Europe, it's Disruptor, Nature's Prophet, and Tiny taking those slots.
I feel like Disruptor is going to take over all regions eventually. Like, the hero is starting to get picked up by the Chinese region, by the NA region as well. So maybe we'll see him there, but I'm surprised that teams haven't picked him up even now. Like,
yeah, I think Rubik is like the hero here that needs to get replaced because we've seen like China yesterday when we were covering it. Like FY's picking his Rubik first phase. It's going shit because the hero's just not that good compared to like other supports right now, like Ench, like Disruptor. And then game 2 they adapt. Now they prioritize the other supports. And I think other teams might start to feel Rubik not being maybe as good as originally, and then we'll see Disruptor come up. We'll see Ench come up. We'll see other supports and him fall down a little bit.
Yeah, do you think we're going to see Primal a little bit more favored in our region? Because when we looked at all regions, that was the one that I think stood out because it does still have a really good success rate.
I feel like it's just NA spamming it.
Okay.
24/7.
Listen, it's like I've seen too much Primal.
I've seen way too much Primal in NA. I don't want to see that hero that much anymore. Buy BKB, run heroes down. Wow. Perfect NA hero after all.
Just steamroll them.
I think it's good in these regions too. I mean, definitely Manaspa and Ooredoo play it, right? And then other teams too. I really like seeing it when it goes mid and just like goes around the map killing people. I think the biggest problem maybe is when they struggle to upkeep their net worth and keep up with the rest and scale to late game. But like if they can actually, you know, keep up that farm, the hero looks really good. The hero does so much damage with the Ags, especially. I like him. I think he's a cool hero and I like watching him play because he's fast. Get kills.
Primal Beast made me sleep 2 hours less.
Yeah?
A few nights ago. So I hate him.
Okay.
He defended that base on his own in a TSM versus Wildcard game. So
that was good. That was an insane game number 2. Anyway, we're not talking about NA, we're talking about Western Europe, and we're talking about our sponsor here, esportsbet.io. If you guys didn't know, they have launched their new Watch to Earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is worth about 3 USD per hour, simply by watching your favorite Dota 2 games. You can head on over to esportsbet.io, learn some more information about it, and you don't even need to bet to start earning those tokens. But Gaming Gladiators Entity, I know the draft will be underway in a little bit, and so I want to have our moment to talk about the teams. Gaming Gladiators, these guys lost to Ooredoo Thunders, and that's it. That is the only loss, the only blemish on their record so far, Lizard.
yeah, and I was kind of doubtful coming into Western Europe after NA. because I opened up the scores, didn't watch many games, I was sleeping throughout the day, and I see, okay, they lost to Ooredoo Thunders. This is the same old story of we went to a major and now we feel too strong, now we're gonna drop some games, maybe some series, maybe we won't be as good. But everything I've seen from them since has been all right. I think they're still the same old gaming gladiators. Maybe they just weren't in the form. It's understandable. You win a major, you want to have some fun afterwards. It's not necessary.
And there's also such little time between
Exactly.
the major and the
Exactly.
DPC now as well.
Not if you're mind control though. Like I remember Nigma, I remember actually Liquid when they won TI. The next morning,
He was in the pubs.
He's in my pub. Insane.
Yeah.
They have dropped like games to Ooredoo and Manaspa, which is just like the weirdest
Sus.
thing. It's I wouldn't say sus. They're implying something freaky's going on, but like it's crazy how they go from like stomping the actual Div 1 teams to like, oh,
Yeah,
these Div 2 guys, they're so weird. How do we deal with
2-0 Liquid, and then you
Yeah.
lose 1-2 to OT. I definitely know what you mean. You're just like, what's going on? What's the
you're
prep?
playing normal Dota, and then suddenly there's like a safe lane LC running at you. You're like, what? Get me out! I don't want to play this.
Yeah, it's
It
super
happens.
bizarre. But I mean, then you go in against OG and like your DK is killing a Timber mid or something, and it's like, okay, cool. I don't know. The skill gap. This team when they're playing really well are insane.
Entity here, they started off really strong. They got their series win over Enigma Galaxy. They also won against Manaspa, but lately they haven't been doing too well. They've lost 0-2 to Tundra as well as Liquid. So coming into this, they're not on a win streak. They
I
don't
recreate
have the momentum.
Storm's pose. Is this it?
Is that what his play picture was?
Damn, son, where'd you get them
What does he do?
muscles?
Lizard just wanted an excuse to show off his muscles. He doesn't want to talk about Entity.
did you see Storm's pose? Like for
Yeah.
real?
No, I didn't.
It's
I actually
amazing. I want to see more of that.
Can we
yeah.
run it again, please, production? Yeah. Just Entity player intro. again.
Just Storm. Pause on him. That's it.
Just over and over again, just on repeat. We don't even need to play the games, to be honest.
Yeah, just play the intros. That's
Yeah.
it. But Entity, yeah, like overall, still a team for me that has the most recognizable drafts, right? Like if I see a draft and I don't see a team, I can pretty much guess that it's Entity. They are experimenting a little bit more with the carries on Watson, but they're still putting him in a full comfort zone, like the TBs, the Slarks. Not all games are working for them, but they're kind of in the same spot that I expected them to be in the last season. They can overperform and win versus tier 1 teams. Yeah, there we
Oh,
go.
that's
Look at that,
good.
man. Dangerous. That's dangerous.
That was for you, Lizard. Just for you, Lizard.
Fun.
Where's the? Why is the O? Where's the O? Storm's
It's an
Summer.
animated graphic. It, like,
Okay, they couldn't. They couldn't.
It
We
wasn't
don't have the
you.
tech yet.
Jesus Christ, they do all this work for me.
and then he still
complains.
flames them.
Honestly.
You can never win with this man. I tell ya. You did a great job, production. Thank you.
Thank you, production. You're great. You're amazing.
Anyway, finished your point, Sheep?
Entity, yes. I think that they're a team where I look at their scores, I see that they're losing games, I'm like, oh, this sucks. What's wrong with Entity? But then you watch the games, and they're like crushing the early game, and they're doing really good moves. And like, you see them not playing lanes normally if they feel like they can't do that. They're dragging creeps around, then they're using the positioning of them having dragged away creeps around to connect to mid with like a tiny and get a kill on mid. Like Nisha's feeling super pressured in their series versus Liquid, and they have to mount this big comeback because Entity's so far ahead. It's just like, figure out where it's going wrong at that point. They're getting dragged around by split pushing. They're not securing Roshan in a safe way. These are the types of things where they're sort of dropping the ball.
If I was like a coach for them, who is Metrim, right? Metrim is still
Yeah.
their coach. I'll message him. I have a feeling that what they need to do is they need to go to the old scenario in which they're going all in, because 4 heroes going all in is obviously working out for them really nicely. They need to find those semi-cores for Watson that enable Stormer. Because if they manage to do that and Stormer has some Midas Invoker, I believe even going late game is good because they're all moving so well across the map as in unison. But when they're 4 protect 1, for me it doesn't look as great. Like there is some Mickey just splitting them across the map and out farming Watson.
Yeah. Before we jump into the draft, there is one more thing I want to have a look at, and that is the most picked heroes for these two teams. I want to see if there's any sort of overlap in the way that they play or what they're looking at to be drafting for themselves. And surprisingly, it doesn't really seem there is. There actually isn't.
Not a single hero.
I think
That's crazy.
The Bat Rider, though, is a hero that can be picked by both teams.
It can be, yeah.
Stormer was really, really good last year on his bat every time he picked it up.
Yep.
I'm assuming, this is most picked, right? So it doesn't really show bans. So
Yeah.
maybe if you looked through bans, there would be
Most
more of an
contested,
overlap.
yeah, then it would be different.
That's very true too. There's a little bit about that one, but the draft here, Rubik being taken out, Disruptor as well as Brood Mother. So it's a double support. First phase banned from Gaming Gladiators against Entity. I love the Disruptor one, the Rubik one, though. You already talked about Sheep, how you're like, I don't think we should really favor this hero that much. And Game, like, nope, first phase ban against Entity.
Oh, well, you know, you got to do it. I mean, the hero's still good. It's just the other supports are better. So I think if you're banning Disruptor and you're taking the support pool out, what's the next best thing? It's Rubik. So I think it's okay to get rid of that, especially if you're intending to pick heroes that, like, Rubik can be annoying against, like your Enigma or something like that. I'm wondering if Entity is like looking to ban another support, maybe an IO against Gaimin.
Yeah.
I also see, sorry, just quickly, the two support bans. It's normally what Fishman plays, right? And every time they've been taken out of the pool, he ends up on something like the Chen or the Elder Titan, and I think that's where he looks the most uncomfortable.
Yeah,
and so maybe they want to weaken the lane that way.
Actually, I would say that Undying would be above Chen and Elder Titan, so Gaimin, they snatch it up instead.
That's it. That's how you get to sort of just obliterate one person's hero pool right now of what he's enjoyed so far in Div 1.
But this is it, really. Like, you ban out 2 of his heroes and you pick up the last. This is obviously a pre-made first phase for Gaming Gladiators.
It's just if you can play Chen, then you can play Enchantress. And I think Ench is really busted right now. So I would like to see Entity pick up.
It's not the same. I promise you, I know so many players that can play one but not the other very well, or they can play Ench but not the Chen very well, because they are a little different. Like, as Chen, you have this garden and you're gardening your little crops, your little creeps. You have to take care of them, you know, like you have to run across the map with them. As Ench, you're like, yeah, come on, bro, we have a mission. Dies, you get the next one, you rotate around mid, rotate around bottom.
Well, it's just, I mean, in the sense of, like, Ench is very straightforward to play. You have impetus, you throw impetus. And, like, I feel like the only thing that might be off-putting is, oh, I don't really feel like controlling the creeps. But if you're a Chen player, you can do that. So I feel like Ench should be straightforward enough to play. But anyway, this is a good enough opening, too. You get the Stormstormer Invoker, which is pretty hype.
Invoker and Clockwork, great, amazing. At the same time, I feel like Pango is one of the best answers that you could get, and it is an answer that Liquid used versus Invoker on Entity's side. Like, Stormstormer did well, he got his Midas fast, but Pango, all he does is he rolls up and goes through the fights, right? So Rolling Thunder does not care about Invoker. Like, this hero is useless against it. It's a built-in BKB.
Yeah, Quincy's the hero. He's like, I know what I can play. Just give me Pango, send it. So that'll be a mid hero, and our matchup decided there.
Ban out some counters maybe now on the side of Gaming Gladiators, like some Bloodseeker or something like that, right? Heroes that make Pango's life difficult.
Is that the only real standout ban that you need to protect Pango? Like, is there anyone else that really threatens him as much as that? Or can you kind of just do one ban and now you get to have 2 more that just target what you think Entity want to go for?
It depends on what Entity needs, obviously. If there are some offlaners that work decently against the Pango, right? Like anything that's BKB piercing is decent. Enigma came to my mind earlier on because of Rubik and Disruptor bans. I felt like the hero is also really strong. You have Undying, then you can't really fit in a Silencer in your team. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think Bloodseeker is the worst of them, especially ones that are relevant right now, because heroes like Grimstroke just don't really exist anymore.
In China they do.
Yeah?
Like, they started picking it up, in certain circumstances.
Okay.
Like,
well, it's still mostly dead.
Yeah,
He's got one pinky out of the grave.
Check Tigav's Twitter page. Like, you'll see.
Okay. Well, until teams start reading T's Twitter page, he will probably go unpicked and unbanned here. So.
Unpicked, unbanned forever.
What can you do? Yeah, sorry, T.
There you go. Bloodseeker gets out.
Yeah. Yeah, I like, I've enjoyed seeing Beastmaster against Pango, just having Raw. I enjoy seeing anything with, like, instant initiation onto Pango as well. I think the Clock Invoker is already okay. Like, if you're playing with some Cold Snap and some Hook Shot, there's a way you can catch this Pango and burst him before he gets the roll off, because that's sort of, like, where Pango struggles the most. You see it with, like, Tinies as well. I don't think they'll pick it because of how their heroes already are, but it's like that. DP is another hero. Like, this silence can be quite annoying for him to deal with.
Cog him up, or cog your teammates away from him. It's kind of hard to use everything properly to get out of those cogs. I can see it. Like, I like the DP even with the clock. I like the Tiny that you mentioned too, because Entity is a sort of a team that doesn't truly abide by the rules of safe lane range and position
Yeah.
4 melee or some stuff like that.
Yeah.
Their 4 and 5 can always be melee. Like they loved, what did they roll the last season? Undying Treant 24/7. So Clock Tiny, maybe.
True, I would like it. It's just, it's so weird because it feels like the meta has moved more into like a lot of these ranged poking supports. So to see a team, if they were to pick up like Tiny Clock, would just amuse me.
Yeah, it's out there definitely.
Yeah.
If Death Prophet doesn't get banned here by Gaming Gladiators, Entity have first pick coming out of this phase. Do you reckon they snatch it up for themselves straight away?
I think it's solid. Like even with the Clockwork, if Clock is most likely a 5 for them, but even if a Clockwork is 4, he enables a lot of these offlane range cores like DP, like Venom, Viper, whatever. Out of all of those DPs play, a DP gets banned. Good job, Nat.
I mean, you kind of mentioned
And
it.
she-
I kind of set it up, but it's,
yeah, and then
it's
I was
okay.
like, and then I looked and I was like, yeah, man, it's Toby's most hero so far. Like, surely they get rid of it.
Yeah, what else do they have for Toby? Like, not necessarily in the instant initiation and disable, but with the clock, Darkseer is also around, but now with the Mirana, maybe not.
I like Mirana. I was umming and ahhing between that and Snapfire as a secondary core. If we're looking at how we want to deal with the Tombstone a little bit, I like Mirana. She's able to just leap in, hit it, leap out, whatever. She's
Also
gonna
doesn't
have
care
the-
about Undying in the lane. It's very simple for her to creep skip, right?
You have a combo with the hook shot cogs into arrow. Like there's just a lot of setup and a lot of ways for Entity to make plays with each other, which is what I like to see.
Yeah, we all like Mirana. Perfect. What about Gaming Gladiators, by the way? We didn't talk about them at all.
Yeah.
Like, so far, they have their position 5 and the mid, 100%, right?
Is
What's
it definitely an Undying 5? Yeah, that's all they. That's the
Yeah,
only place they've played
I
it, right?
think so.
Celery.
I mean, I've seen some teams try out offlane Undying.
Yeah.
And Gaming Gladiators, they did do Witch Doctor offlane last season.
Yeah.
So it is possible for them to do something crazy with it, but I don't think so. I think you just go with
You don't think so overall, or you don't think so in this game?
in this game. Yeah. But now with the Kotl, Chakra Magic that decay
Is
in
the
the
idea?
lane.
What is the idea with the coddle? Oh, I guess just to play with Pango. Sorry, I was like,
with
what?
Pango is
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
I'm so used to watching OG play it with an Ember Spirit. I was like, are they gonna pick Ember Spirit? I was like, no, they don't want that.
No, with Pango it's
Yeah,
great, right?
it's
And
great.
it enables some of these offlaners. We'll see what they go for. But any melee offlaner and you just push in
I mean,
the
there's a
lane.
realm that Coddle is their offlane
Yes,
as well.
it is something that I think Ace and DM have both played now in this region as offlane, which is okay. I would then like to see. Okay, I don't know. These are both flexible.
I think I saw this exact combo, right? Like Snap and Kotl on the offlane. Maybe it was last season. Maybe it wasn't this one. It's all a big mush, but yeah, I think it was Snap position 4 and Kotl actually on the offlane.
Well, that was going to be my question. Which one would you like more as your pos 4? Like, which one enables better rotations, can help your mid a bit more? The Coddle?
Wait till you see the carry and choose. I think.
I think, yeah, I don't like either one of these two into the TA. It just
Yeah.
feels weird. Like refraction into Illuminate is good, into Snap is decent.
Yeah, I'm trying to think as well. If we just think past the lane, it's sort of like who gets items that are more impactful in the game. Like Snapfire will go for your Greaves, your Vlads. I'm not sure what core of Coddle buys.
Offlane, it's the same. Like you have to get a 4 staff eventually. You're playing into a clock. No matter what, you need that. You need a vessel as well. I think it's probably safer to have the Snap.
Maybe,
on that
but I think that what bothers me if it is a core snap though is that Gaming only they have Pango for like team fight, but their control is pretty lacking. Like if Cole can buy an Ags or something, that would probably make their fights a little easier, especially if they get some big carry here at the end. That's like their win condition of I just want to sit here, stand here, and fight. Because yeah, right now I think their lineup is super awkward to play, and there's a lot
is,
relying on
yeah.
Quinn. Or yeah, it's like Entity is straightforward. We find someone on the map, we can start on them with some tornado, some hook shot, we follow up with an arrow, we burst them, our TA's we're gonna do that, take an objective afterwards, whether it's a tower, Roche, TA enables it all. Gaming is like, we have to start like a perfect fight with like some Quinn roll and then follow it up with the kisses, and it's kind of awkward because Quinn doesn't want to buy Blink Dagger.
It's super awkward on gaming. And they need to finalize this with the carry, and I see different venues. Relative to what their cores are. If your Kotl is a core, you can maybe press the tempo, you can pick something high armor into TA that works really well like a Luna and gets that BKB early on, you just end the game. If you aren't going for that, if you're going for a bit later on and Kotl isn't necessarily a core, then you can go for a Naga or any illusion-based hero into the TA, which is also decent. And third option is Comfort Zone, maybe Abaddon. Like, that's something that they played. Naga gets banned out. Okay, we'll see. It's a weird opener for gaming, but I can see that they've like, okay, we have these 4 heroes, and with the 5th one, we can decide which way our draft goes. So in that aspect, I like it.
Yeah.
But I'm not the biggest fan of Kotl anywhere at the moment.
Yeah. I could see like them just going for like later timing and picking Faceless Void because they have the damage for the Chrono and they have like save in the decay. Oh, okay, Terrorblade. Okay, Terrorblade is the hero that I think of like the most when I'm like, okay, I want to stand my ground and just hit things. But I don't like it that much, honestly.
When I said illusion-based heroes, I mentioned Naga for a reason. I like her more in this game versus the TA versus everyone else. Yeah. Like the build-up is nicer, the Orchid that you get versus Invoker is pretty nice, the Bloodthorn later on. I like her way more than the TB.
Okay, surely there has to be one positive to the TB, guys.
And he's still very strong later on.
Yeah. He is. It's just if Entity, they have a TA right now, they can, if they can pick another hero that just sort of goes fast, fights hard, you have like this Invoker with like Alacrity that's going to buff her up. You have the potential to be very, very strong early, maybe before TB properly comes online. And it's like, game men are just going to be playing this slow game of like, we defend our towers with Pango Coddle, we try and wait for our TB to get farmed up. Can Entity like invade their side of the map? Right. That's like what's going to be on them.
Okay, and it's a Toby here as well that we're looking for off lane there. So someone that's going to be high-paced and very aggressive in pushing out. We don't have much time. We'll just see the time tick down and then...
Oh,
I'm so glad I didn't guess anything. Thank you.
What?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you,
a Jakiro?
Because I would have been so damn wrong. At the same time, okay, sure.
Toby Jakiro.
Toby Jakiro, a hero that is not very picked often, even on 5 or 4, whatever. They pick it up on offlane. It is a ton of burst damage, not burst, dot damage into a TV. Ice Path is really nice. You're always going to have a way of burning those illusions down. Do I necessarily like the hero? No.
I like the way it fits into their idea. Like I talked about this, like, let's push towers, let's group up, let's do stuff together. He's going to buy some mech or whatever, and they're just going to play that way. So I like it for that. What I do not like is the volatility of a Jakiro offlane. This hero is very easy to kill and get on top of, and then you're kind of down a core. So there's a chance here that Gaiman could potentially abuse that. But if he has a really bad lane, maybe they can turn that into like some really good early skirmish. Because they're just going to be trying to like throw spells at you. Throw their kisses, throw their like swashes, throw their beams from Coddle and just play like that.
I feel like a year ago, if we had seen an offlane Coddle and an offlane Jakiro in the same game, we would have been like, what is happening right now? Like, what is going on? So there's a target that gaming could take advantage of, but is it enough? Do you think that that's going to buy the time and that they will eventually take this game sheep?
From my silly ape brain, I look at Entity's lineup and I think this looks very easy to do and I like it more. But then their gaming will probably come up with some great spell casting.
Yes, apes strong.
Ape strong.
Stormer. Stormer.
Alrighty, we know where our panel lays with this game number 1. It's Gaming Gladiators up against Entity with our casters B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 1 should be a fun one. Gaming Gladiators Entity. I feel like they always bring a really fun series. Lacoste, what do you think? In game number 1, see this Jakiro as the last final pick. Is it what you were thinking about?
Definitely not. Gotta be honest. But yeah, they surprised me. I think they surprised everyone, maybe even themselves. They definitely surprised the enemy team. They wanted to have something from the offlane that does put pressure, some kind of magical damage against this Terrorblade in the lane, and they're going to swap things around. Usually it's Fishman Clockwork, one of his better heroes, one of the best 5, I would even say. He did retire it for a while, but this time around, it's going to be Kataomi playing it, so you're going to have very strong lane in this bottom lane. Jakiro, Clockwork, got to be extremely careful how you approach it. Even a hero like Undying might die there once they hit level 2.
It'll be interesting to see Kataomi on the Clockwork. He usually plays like, when we were seeing him Tour 1, he was playing a very greedy Treant where he was grabbing a lot of farm from an open lane. Is it something we're going to see more of with him on the Clockwork, or is it just not nearly as farm dependent and not as greedy.
I'm sure he's going to get the farm no matter what hero he plays. He is that greedy position 4, and I do like it. And also, Stormstormer, this time around, I was maybe expecting that he's going to go for the Exert build, considering that he is playing with the Clockwork. And I've seen him like do both builds against the same matchup, where he did go for Meteor Hammer, which is a bit slow. He's also adjusting his item build, because before, last time when he played it, he went for Ring of Health on his Invoker instead of going like this cheap earlier damage, like Null Talisman, maybe get some extra branches, get the Magic Stick as well to have some sustain, because it looks awkward. You have Ring of Health Invoker from the mid lane. It's like, you already have Regen, like you don't need that much. So maybe opting to go for Crown instead of Ring of Health might be the thing. Watson now getting harassed a lot.
Yeah, Celery and Ace just chasing and looking to get this kill. Celery taking a look, and Decay's on cooldown for another 4 seconds. Maybe they can grab this one, but he gets under the tower and into some safety. Not really working with a lot of regen, though. He uses that stick and gets hit with another Decay. He's got 2 tangos. This doesn't exactly feel great for him.
Yeah, but I'm looking at his top lane. Chakra Magic level 1, so Celery has less cooldown on Decay, which is going to dominate the lane. Ace starting with a lot of stats, which means that he wants to be able to last it. Keeper of the Light, you know, not a hero that has most HP and not the most damage.
God, just having Decay so often. For a moment, Watson had 380 health. That is not a lot to work with when you're in this lane, especially once they hit level 2 and they start throwing Illuminates your way.
It's not going to be an easy lane for Entity by any means. You will have Undying hitting level 2. Ace again. Replenishing his Decay.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. Like, it's not like Undying's not already annoying enough to play into.
Stormstormer losing that courier early on, and you can see Kataomi going after Tofu. This is the aggression that we've expected from him. He plays greedy, he plays aggressive, and feels like he's always up in your face if you're not too careful. So Tofu just coming over, and he's playing pretty close to that tower. He's very far forward.
He is, but Watson, he is not getting close to the creep wave. Sitting at 3 and 2. He gets close, will get blasted by Illuminate. Fishman, as Mirana, like, we've seen him do some great things, starting with the same item build every single time. He wants stats, even when he plays Disruptor. But it's not an easy lane by any means now. It's just going to be very difficult. Celery also keeping a point just in case there is a kill threat. Maybe if he needs a Soul Rip, or if there's going to be a Tombstone. Fishman will dodge it.
Yeah, finally Fishman not playing that Disruptor that we see him on so often. That is just like, oh, let's get Fishman Disruptor. That is never a good plan. He is so good with that hero. Finally make him do something else, and we'll see what he's able to accomplish on this Mirana. We get a quick pause from Duratio as they're getting some packet loss.
It seems like everybody is lagging. New update is coming.
Soon, TM. Yeah, a couple of people getting some packet loss. Open up the packet, pour some out, end up losing it.
Yeah.
Checking router. Okay. Well, quick check from Duratio, and I guess it's all okay. What are you looking at in this game so far? Like, what, other than the fact that it feels like Watson's not being able to step up in the lane for the first few minutes, what is really standing out over the map for you?
Mid lane pretty even, as expected. This is Quinn on Pangolier. I gotta say, Quinn Pangolier has been amazing throughout the DPC, and this time around, you will have Keeper of the Light to play with. Chakra Magic, this is one of my favorite combos in Dota. Once you get the Fusel Blade, replenish your Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, lower it down to like 2 seconds and 6 seconds, so it's going to be pretty annoying. They will need to take out one of these 2 heroes first, because it's very difficult to play into it. You'll see the constant spam from this, Illuminate, Decays. Like, they don't really have that big frontliner on side of Gaming Gladiators.
Mm-hmm. So, if you don't have that big frontliner, like, who are you kind of relying on other than the Pango?
I assume it's going to be Celery running in.
All right, I mean, that works, right? You place a Tombstone in a good enough spot, you get a Decay here or there, you can kind of survive. Run in, open up some space for the rest of your team. Certainly been doing that up in this top lane where he's just constantly getting mana and hitting those Decays. That is not fun for Watson. Although with our Refraction, it gets a little bit bearable, right?
Yeah, it's a good tool to deal with Illuminate. And now they're starting to put a bit more pressure here. Watson still low in terms of CS, sitting at only 9. But Neither is Terrorblade getting the farm down there, as expected. Playing into Jakiro plus Clockwork, a lot of magical damage coming out. Once they hit level 3, and you can see Dyrachyo, he's already adjusting. He bought Boots of Speed. Stormstormer on the mid lane is buying that Ring of Health.
So, yeah, it does go to the Ring of Health, and he's obviously looking towards that Meteor Hammer. It'll be interesting to see how he plays with this Meteor Hammer when he was playing Stormstormer and when he was playing Invoker in Tour 1. He was always sitting bottom.
You were not wrong when you said he was playing Stormstormer.
Yeah,
because that's his probably best hero besides the Batrider. That's how he was become to, like, he came into Dota pretty much spamming Invoker.
Yeah, he's just been really doing a lot of work with this Invoker going over bottom, and like that, it was his heat map, right? Like he would just sit there, farm, and it felt like he wasn't really paying when he was bottom and getting all this farm. And I think it's going to be a little bit different with this Meteor Hammer, right? Like it's not the same style of play exactly, but we could just see him farm with this Meteor Hammer in that lane and open it up for Kataomi, who, like you said, wants to play a little bit greedy and get that farm as well in an open spot.
Sometimes Meteor Hammer does push you to play a bit of a different game, a game that you don't want to, where you feel like, oh, I have the item, I need to make use of it, I need to use it on the tower, but instead you can just farm. Celery now could be in trouble, but there is no arrow. Position 5 Maranas most of the time, unless they have some kind of a setup, some kind of a stun from the safe lane, which is pretty uncommon nowadays. You do tend to go for second point in the Starstorm.
He took a lot of damage when he stepped up right there, but... Couple Illuminates coming over. Ooh, Celery. He's going to be first blood for Fishman. That Starstorm doing so much damage after the second drop on him.
Starstorm and the side blades actually hit him, so... No points in Soul Rip. Maybe a point in Soul Rip would save him there instead of Tombstone. Didn't even drop it.
Yeah, I feel like if he drops it, he probably just gets cleaned up immediately, right?
With Marana's leap charges, should be okay. Temper Assassin, also base attack time, is more than enough to kill level 1 Tombstone.
And we've been seeing this more in the Marana. You said 2 levels in the Starstorm. Like, that's just no arrow for the first 3 levels. When we've seen Maranas in the past look to, like, kill creeps and throw those arrows more often, but that was in the past. Now it seems like every Marana, it's 2 levels in Starstorm, right?
Yeah, it's just a damage harassment tool. And look, Celery's HP dropping down very low. Does have Decay, and will finish him off.
So gets that kill onto Fishman. So even it up at 1, and a little bit of revenge there for the Undying. Also throws out a tip. So he supports friendly tipping. It's never BM. It's always PMA tips.
I would assume so between these two teams. Quinn, getting initiated on. Let's see if he gonna dodge it. Doesn't do it.
Now he has no mana. Well, he's got a full bottle, but at the same time, just getting your entire mana pool drained like that is never a great feeling.
Use that Illusion Rune, not the best one overall. Could have maybe saved him later if they decide to make a rotation on him to remove the Cold Snap, something that Pango really hates to play into. But we'll have enough gold to buy Energy Booster, which will increase his mana pool. And of course, later down the line, playing with Keeper of the Light.
Now, like you were talking about with the Swashbuckle and the Shield Crash. Shield Crash landing on like 2 or 3 heroes. It feels super broken. Cookie, Rachio. He's going to get away, and now he'll Metamorph and go for Kataomi as he's in the trees, but with run right-click, they'll get the kill onto the Clockwork. So aggression coming out from Entity, and they pay for it dearly with the life of the clock, and well, Toby can just throw dual breaths onto the lane and continue.
They might get
farm.
Toby as well. 12 magic wand charges. If he lands a cookie, does have mana to do so with the
Cookie
mangoes.
lands. So right clicks in, Toby on the run, dual breath gets thrown, but he still falls. That's a big boost for this Terrorblade.
That's a double kill. Usually I'm not a big fan of Terrorblade. I feel like this hero is very limited to what he can do. Sure, there's some really good matchups that he plays into. Then again, you are relying on meta so much. Celery.
He's going to get
very
run down
dead
here. One more right click. It'll come from Fishman as 3 heroes reacted to that Undying over mid.
Returns that tip. Celery tips Stormstormer, like there's so that he doesn't tip the same guy. I would say that benefit you get from Chakra plus Terrorblade is also going to be huge. This is pretty much his ulti, the way I look at Terrorblade. Thunder is just another ability, so if you can replenish his cooldown on Metamorphosis, lower it, it's going to be a pretty big deal. You can fight Roshan earlier, contest it when they don't expect it.
Yeah, and you saw the odds that popped up on your screen by esportsbet.io. They're favoring Gaming Gladiators quite a bit. Swashbuckle and Kataomi, oh, arrow flies in, and they should be able to get the kill and will. So Quinn takes out that Clockwork, and that's Kataomi dying again. I believe a zombie ate that arrow. Just get down, Mr. President. Made sure that he can kill off the Clockwork. So looking to just get a tombstone, get some gold there.
First meteor, let's go.
A second meteor.
Second meteor, what about the third meteor?
Third meteor. Bring me third meteor. I think Meteor Hammer should get stronger, get meteor with each use.
That's a good idea, B-Cup.
Thank you. I know you definitely are serious about that.
Oh, you had some good ideas.
I'm not going to look at you. I'm just going to make sure that I believe that you're telling the truth.
And another meteor.
What are the symbols there that come down to the Meteor Hammer? Do you know any of the relevance on the lore?
What do you think?
No.
Yeah, the answer is going to be straight up no.
Thought you were a big lore fan.
I focused on Dota. The gameplay didn't really check too much lore, to be fair.
Okay.
Another meteor will be available. In terms of stopping the Meteor Hammer from going off, they don't really have much. They have nothing, so the value is going to be through the roof. Cookie. I don't think you want to put yourself in a spot where you cookie someone. Sure, you don't want, also don't want to use Rolling Thunder. Tornado misses.
But soon Stormer will have another meteor. Just quickly taking a tower. Well, not quickly. I guess that's not the definition of quick. It's just
10 minutes into the game with no supports rotating pretty much. I think it's pretty fair to say that this is an early tower taken by Invoker. This is also, bear in mind, Quasvex Invoker doesn't have too much damage.
Unless you start dropping some meteors, and he's going Meteor Hammer Midas, so the M build. Like it. We'll see what Stormer can do with that. He's sitting third in the net worth. Although Quinn leading the pack, leading the charge. Wonder what we're going to see from him is, you know, he did get that kill a moment ago over mid, but he's going into the defusal. So we'll see when Quinn finally wants to rotate off and potentially see where he goes. Looking kind of favorable here for Gaming Gladiators 10 minutes into the game. Especially with where the net worth stands and where Duraccio is after that double kill bottom. It put him pretty high in the net worth, but things are close. Everybody's pretty close here except for the Kotl. Doesn't quite have the same amount of farm as the other cores in this game.
It looked really good first couple of levels, and Stormer will get the kill here. No deny. Quinn did try to go for it, which will push him forward. Get him closer to that hand of Midas. Level 9 on Invoker, level 9 on Pangolier. Let's see if they decide to make a rotation. They're trying to make some stacks going. Celery only managed to get a stack on the Ancients. Duraccio looking for another Sunder.
Yeah, trying to catch Toby, and we'll get the Sunder to then hit with a dual breath. Needs to be careful. There's a second hero coming down here. It's Stormer. He'll go to the Metamorphosis, and Toby's going to go back towards the tower, but the Tornado and the Meteor Hammer. They still got the kill onto Toby. He doesn't have Sunder anymore, so Duraccio's going to try and run to the trees and get out of vision and get out of harm's way, but eventually he'll die to this Invoker.
That was actually close. Strength, Power Treads, Occult Bracelet. Quinn gets a solo kill here.
Yeah,
even without committing. No Rolling Thunder used.
Ace is going to get chased, and they got the Starstorm. They'll get another kill. Watson gets credit for that. Now he's going to go for the Tombstone. They end up trading. Fishman, Winter's Kisses right on top of the TA, but gets the refraction off, goes into the melt, throws it out at Tofu. He's been dusted. That means they're able to see him and get the kill onto the TA. So Celery's got credit for that. And trades back and forth, I would say, kind of even.
Keeper of the Light dying, did not have his mech available, I believe, before he died, so now does have it going into Guardian Greaves next. Let's see in terms of tower damage how much they're going to be able to put pressure. This is... They don't really have much. This is Keeper of the Light. They're also bringing Pango. One leap charge available. Should die here.
Yeah, Fishman not looking good. Tumbler's Toy, one of my favorites, and Quinn now on a killing spree. Quinn did not look too happy about losing that tower over mid. He looked a little frustrated that they just kept meteor hammering the tower.
Yeah, it's not, what can you do about it?
Yeah,
you don't want to commit Rolling Thunder, as we said, so you lose a tower. They bring the numbers to the top lane, but they're looking for more. They know exactly where Watson is farming.
pretty quickly into the minus too. So Stormer, he's gonna start to boost up that wealth. And you can see Duracio's kind of slowed down a little bit compared to where Watson is and where Quinn's at. Stormer coming over with 3 heroes nearby. Cookie hookshot, that lands on a Quinn. They'll go to the Tornado, that lands out of the Undying. Luminate goes across Kataomi, and that brings him quite low, but he's able to walk away from the fight. They go to the Blinding Light and push these heroes out. Arrow flying in, and that
Won't
will
get
hit
him.
Tofu. But do they want to move forward? They're still dealing with this Tombstone. Rolling Thunder from Quinn, with the rest of the team retreating from the fight. But when you're putting Fishman into the steps, that is a big issue for him, and they'll get that kill.
It's such a good timing on Diffusal. This is Mana Boots Diffusal, Orb of Corrosion, Magic Wand, 13 minutes into the game, and you're playing with Keeper of the Light. I already praised this combo. It's so annoying to deal with. 160 mana with 1 Swashbuckler from Diffusal. You're going to get hit 2 times. Your whole mana pool is gone. And these are all, some of these heroes also don't have like the biggest mana pool, especially Clockwork. He's trying to get it top of Tofu. Cookie, not going to land it yet.
Tornado EMP with the Cogs push back. That'll be a kill there for Kataomi. But another Swashbuckle from Quinn. He's starting to really play aggressively. This is quick to the finish line of this Diffusal, and all of a sudden, we're seeing Pango all over the map.
Oh, yeah, that camp. Meteor. We'll finish both of them off. Celery didn't steal a single one. I'm looking at Watson, who is farming some big stacks inside the triangle, trying to get himself closer to that death, so this is going to be the big timing for them. Because Invoker, this is Hand of Midas, as you said, going for a bit of a greedier build, something that Stormstormer does. It pays off later down into the game. BKB, Boots of Travel, Blink Dagger, something that he buys pretty much every single time he plays it.
Okay, Guardian Greaves are going to be built by Toby. I was just taking a look because Mirana finished off the Arcane Boots, but Fishman's in the 5 position. We've seen some like 4 position Miranas go to those Guardian Greaves and allow their offlaners to go for something a little bit different in the build, but it will just be the Jakiro getting the Guardian Greaves. And now they've also got one on the other side here for the Kato. So sustainability for both teams soon enough. Tornado EMP, Meteor Hammer down, Duraccio hit with a hook shot. He's locked up with the Guardian Greaves from
Not
Ace
gonna be enough.
to Sunder. So they'll get the kill to Kataomi. They try to combine and get this Terror Blade. They get nothing for it, though. Good reaction time from Gaming Gladiators.
That mech coming in clutch, healing him up, gets that Sunder, now back to farming, full HP. Quinn also going for a bit of a greedy build on Pango, not even opting to get a shard. Good Cookie and the kisses.
Yeah, with the Rolling Thunder, this is problematic for Watson. He's already been dusted. Swashbuckle kisses. He's getting low, he's burning, and he's dying to Tofu. Quinn with a shield crash. He's got some mana back thanks to Ace. Toby on the run from Celery as well as Tofu. Trying to take
Cookie
out
on
the Jakiro
zombie
over the
again.
side. They've got the Cookie on the zombie. They'll get the kill into the Jakiro. They look over at the Murano, who's leaping away, but has no more leaps. So just has to walk it all the way back towards the base as the arrow gets thrown forward, but doesn't land. And they'll also take the tier 1 tower mid.
Gaming Gladiators, they hit their timing slightly earlier than Entity, because Templar Assassin does not want to really join a fight. This was not supposed to... Oh, Tumbler's Toy is still going to connect.
Cookies have been on point. Tofu, quite the baker.
Chakra Magic, maxed out, level 4, -6 seconds every single time you cast it on someone. So Pangolier, like, you only have one job. I talked about meta being a cool thing. Maybe at the mid-late game you want to focus more on Terrorblade.
Ooh, hook shot, hits 2. Now they've got the Ice Path, Macropyre down with the dual breath. They're going to get the kill there on the Ace. Kataomi, I know they didn't get the kill prior when he went with the hook shot to try and take out the Terrorblade, but he's still really landing these combos with the rest of his team, and it can be volatile for him.
Especially now that Toby decided to join. We see the power of Jakiro, Macropyre, also the follow-up Ice Path.
Refusal to slow. So Stormer running.
Good Cogs.
Stone committed, but the Cogs being the Rolling Thunder can't really turn back around and land on the Invoker.
I don't think Quinn's too mad about it. This is Arcane Rune Rolling Thunder. Gonna be back online in 35 seconds. Also halfway there. Getting very close to his Aghanim Scepter, so that means even more mana burn.
It's gonna be such a disgusting combo.
It's horrible. I don't feel good for Entity. I would definitely love to play on Gaming Gladiators team at the moment. Playing into this Pango with Chakra Magic. And Duraccio has been pretty silent.
Tornado
Keep
arrow.
farming.
The EMP. Hook shot again with the Meteor Hammer. They're going to get another kill on the Ace. They're really shutting down this Kato.
Ace definitely needs to have some kind of a defensive tool going into Force Staff. That's going to be a big one. Push himself out of the cogs, and also potentially like Ice Pad combo, Meteor as well. Quinn, another ulti is available plus DP, but there is no tower. Ooh, that arrow, very close.
Close Tofu Cookie landing. Tornado comes in with the Meteor Hammer, dropping down on a Tofu to get the kill there on the Snapfire. Something to note too, Fishman picking up, or the Undying picking up the gem, not Fishman, sorry, Celery.
Yeah, it's like
He always plays Undying and Disruptor. Get confused.
Clockwork Bane. These are his best heroes. So yeah, early gem pickup.
3-5. Yeah, it seems like these two teams, they're one of the two, or not the few, but they're very willing to buy these early gems, right?
Yeah, we talked to Pichu from Team Asher about when they decide to pick up gems, and he's like, we kill first Roshan, then we take the gem. We try to control the map where enemy can farm, try to choke them out, or if things are going really bad, then they're gonna also buy the gem. Another Meteor landed on the mid lane, still far away from a BKB. Watson also trying to farm up his BKB, 0 charges on Deso. They don't feel too comfortable taking a fight yet. Once Doracho finishes off Scotty, this is going to be a big item against make it 3 cores, 3 range cores, and also the slow got increased in the previous patch, 50% move speed slow.
Rolling Thunder, but no way to really close the gap. And eventually, though, find Kataomi, and he's stuck in his own cogs. Arrow coming in, that'll be off the mark. Hook shot, Tornado, EMP with the Tombstone down. Lin getting some mana back, thanks to Connell.
So much heal, so much sustain. You see Quinn going in, down to half HP. They're even gonna give him healing salve. They have everything for him. Guardian Greaves not even popped. Heals from Illuminate. Doracho finishes of Scotty immediately into Roche Pit. They feel that Entity cannot take this fight. Or even if they do, they're gonna lose it. I love the confidence from Gaming Gladiators.
And you can see that Quinn has made a change on that build. I think after that Rolling Thunder, he really wants to close the gap with the Rolling Thunder ability, and he's going to the Blink Dagger before the Ags.
Great
Ice Path on a 2. Sunstrike coming in, but that's going to be off the mark. But Kataomi is going in with a Battery Assault. Down goes Quinn, burning from that Macro Pyre. They'll get the kill to Celery as well. They were going for Roche.
He's got a
but this
buyback.
isn't really going too well for him. Watson's in with a double damage, and he's disarmed on this Terrorblade. They go and snatch the Aegis, so Doracho's got himself a second life. Watson's in some trouble. Cookie comes into the illusion. They've got the damage kill off this TA, and Toby trying to run, trying to hide. Quinn's coming, rolled up in a ball, ready to crush you. Quinn lands onto the Jakiro. They'll take out Toby. They get the Aegis into their hands.
Heavy commitment from both teams. Fishman buying back on side of Entity, and 2 buybacks from Gaming Gladiators. Quinn, kind of could potentially kill his own game. You talked about the importance of a Blink Dagger to be able to close the gap. Nice sidestep.
And then the Rocket Flare.
Considering that he's playing into this overwhelming damage, Shard, great value on Pango. And he also, of course, found Brigand's Blade in a game like this, because why not? It's the best item you can find on Pango. Damage. Can we see the damage overall done by the heroes in the game? I want to see how much he managed to do so far. 15,000. Okay, the second closest on his team is Snapfire with 8.7.
It's all the cookies. And the kisses. Really just the sweetest skill kit out there. Cookies and kisses? What a combination. 2.85 here and 1.41 on the odds from esportsbet.io. They'll change. And still favoring Gaming Gladiators, even though they're down 2K.
TB holding on to Aegis. Doracho died only once this game compared to Watson's 3 deaths. The last death inside the Roche Pit was also very costly. He does have a BKB, so will definitely feel much better coming into a fight. No Rolling Thunder. You don't care about the kisses anymore.
So what's he going for? Blink Dagger next. Standard build for the TA so far. Dragonlance, Deso, BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Blink on its way soon. Looks like they might set up on Dyrachyo. They've got the Moonlight Shadow, but now they're
Quinn
rolling
has
Thunder. They're going
Gem.
the other way. And they'll go for Toby. They're going to try and TP over. Tornado lands, but they won't be able to save the Toby Jakiro. Fishman on the run. Cookie, after a swashbuckle, not going to connect.
Dire's top tower.
This should be a tower. There's also meta available. I don't think they want to go for the high ground yet. There is still tier 2 tower to take on a mid lane. They can take the outpost, but Dyrachyo, he's pushing forward. Never mind, it's just going to be the illusion.
Yeah, so he'll go bottom. They've got a tier 1, tier 2 down there for Entity, so money in the bank if Gaming Gladiators want to continue on their way.
An interesting build from Quinn. He also thinks that they need a little bit more lockdown because they are limited on stuns. You talked about cookies, so he takes 3-second rolling thunder duration. If you're rushing Ags, most of the time you see the shield crash CD in ball. I like how description on some of these talents.
In ball.
In ball, that's
Yeah.
it. It's not even called ball, it's called rolling thunder.
They could just change it to ball. That'd be a great skill name. Better than second chakra. So, Octarine next for Ace. Gem picked up for Entity. So, Gem's, for both teams at a pretty early timing for each, even though Gaming Gladiators, they've had theirs for 16 minutes or so. Go to the Rolling Thunder, and Blink now available right on top of the TA. Nobody really here to follow this one up. All 5 heroes from Entity are pretty close. You're going to be careful on this if you're going to go in. Stop the Meteor Hammer. Tombstone committed with the BKB popped by Stormstormer. Right-clicks in from Dyrachyo, but there's the Ice Path Macro Fire combo. And nobody following it up.
Heavy commitment
Going over to the
from
side,
Entity.
and look at that swashbuckle damage coming in from Quinn to get the kill there. Toby still on the run. Scotty slowing him down. 4 staff, but right into the hands of Tofu, who lands another cookie, but the Sunstrike coming in, and Tofu on the run from Watson.
Double 4 staff.
Oh, not going to be enough damage,
30
just
HP.
35 health, and that is real close to going down. Sunder used from Dyrachyo to keep Tofu into the fight. They're going to go for the tier 2 over mid and commit to this, while 2 heroes are already gone on the side of Entity.
Gaming Gladiators, what a team of bros. They take care of each other, no one dying. Sunder used to save his position for double 4 staff, get him out of the trouble. It also comes down to his item build. Having casual cloak keeps him alive there from the magical damage that they got. Another tier 2 tower taken from Gaming Gladiators. They're starting to choke them out. Holding this Aegis for the last 5 minutes. Managed to get so much done.
Yeah, even though they didn't get the kill on the Roche, but that snatch of the Aegis meant they were able to play with a lot of confidence. So, 1K net worth lead for them. So it's still close in terms of net worth,
Are scanning.
but it does feel like Gaming Gladiators have control in these fights. It's 19-10, and all the trades usually in this one have been favoring Gaming Gladiators for the most part.
Pretty much. Dyrachyo does have his BKB available with Pupil's Gift, with Dragonlance and Scotty, sitting at 3,000 HP. I don't think they can bring him down from 100 to 0.
There's that Ags for Quinn. Maybe slower than he would have liked, but he is going into the Shard, something you were asking for him to pick up.
Definitely needs it. Just for more control, and also if he gets caught by Clockwork, break the combo from if Ice Path comes in 0.1 second too late. See the player comparison. Kind of a slow game from both offlaners. Also 2 very untraditional, I would say, offlaners. Ace did play it already, but we have not seen Jakiro in a long time. At least I haven't.
I was hoping, you get the Trebuchet build
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
for Jakiro, but it is still just like Guardian Greaves, 4 staff. Looking to follow up with some Ice Paths.
Radiant's top
Dagger
tower
for
is under attack.
Dyrachyo coming in next. Rolling Thunder pops up Fishman. Oh, gosh.
Pango's such a fun hero to play.
That was so fast. Just Rolling Thunder touched him, and then he was dead.
You get another semi-swashbuckle, damage from shield crash, and we'll hold on to Blast Strike. I like that he is also swapping the neutral items on Pangolier, because it does give him... Sometimes playing into Templar Assassin could be a little tricky. You roll in and you're like, yeah, nobody can stop me, especially if they don't have BKB piercing abilities. There is hook shot, but then Templar Assassin just eats you alive, so needs that extra armor.
He's got the shard on Courier. Meanwhile, you saw the percentages show up on your screen. 9 of 10 for victories on the Pangolier. Pretty high win rate.
For a good reason. This hero has not been touched in the previous patch. Shield Crash damage rescaled by 15 on level 1. That's it. It's really not enough what the hero brings to the table.
What a balance. 15 damage. You can almost count that on one hand. So, still playing forward, Gaming Gladiators. Not terribly scared of Entity, but they could continue to put the pressure on for a little bit, and I would assume go back to Roche if they really felt the need to do so. It is coming up soon, and
Minute and 40 seconds.
Be a minute 40 on it. So slow siege, and then the second you want to back off towards the triangle and wait for Roche, it's very much an option for them.
They kill these creep waves so quickly. Dyrachyo will get stunned by an arrow, but nothing's going to come out of it. Building damage, 5,000 on Terrorblade, and Snapfire, 73. And 3 heroes on Entity. This is a surprising one. 0 from Templar Assassin. This also tells you about the state of the game. That Templar Assassin was not able to put any kind of pressure. They're gonna smoke, because Roshan could potentially respawn. Quinn.
Shot Quinn. Caught. Ice Path to follow it up.
Sunder?
The Cogs. Can he save him? Sunder's there for Dyrachyo. But now he has to be careful in the fight. Quinn's still taking a lot of damage. Soul Rip, roll up, still dead. Gem on the deck. Watson gets the kill. Fishman ends up dying. Dyrachyo going into the Metamorphosis with a sliver of health. The Madman. Watson dies to Celery, so even without Quinn, they kill off the TA.
They do. I mean, this was big. Like, they invested everything to try to kill Quinn. They do so in the end. And this is what we mentioned. Like, Templar Assassin just straight up right-clicking you, Clockwork with the hook shot, Enchanted Curse. So much damage coming out from these heroes. Like, so many sources of damage as well. And then Terrorblade comes in with the Clutch Sunder. Almost dies. Like, he almost killed himself there.
Man, went to the meta, like, as it felt like he was potentially going to die.
And immediately adjusts his item build, going for Satanic, so knows that if he needs to use Sunder one more time like that, with Satanic, it's going to keep him alive underneath the tower.
And Ice Path.
Another force.
Meteor and 4 staffs. There's the Cogs around on Tofu. Stormer forced to blink away.
Oh, I'll make sure you get it.
That is not fun to go up against. Level 4 on the Solar Bind. Slow per 100 units, 8.5%. You start to really become a turtle with your speed.
They also have no Dispel mechanics on their side. Nothing can remove it. I mean, you can. Clockwork does have Boots of Bearing available that he actually locked, so can't be slowed for a second and a half, which is something. Unless you want to use a BKB and try to get rid of it, which doesn't sound like a great option. Not a good trade.
Fishman. Ooh, just missing that arrow, and I think they think that there is a ward on the high ground. It's actually low ground.
Tofu also building a pipe. Casual hood into pipe.
Hook shot lands, ace. Ice Path, Meteor, Deafening Blast, and that's a dead Keeper of the Light and a free Tombstone. Come on down.
Kataomi this time around not getting fooled, uses Cogs immediately, pushes him away, so there's no Force Staff coming out from Keeper of the Light, nor his teammates.
Put the Boots of Bearing together, too.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they will still take this fight.
Quinn jumping in with the Rolling Thunder and the Blink Dagger. They really need to protect Roche, but now Stormer without a BKB, not going to feel really too comfortable in a fight at the moment. So Dyrachyo just hiding in the pit while they struggle to kill these illusions.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He'll be spotted. Ice Path. Arrow.
Oh,
hits Quinn
nice
with the roll
dodge.
up.
He tanks it. Tanks that arrow. Does have magic immunity, still eats the arrow. We've seen this like before when Juggernaut was a real hero, that he does these things for his own teammate if necessary. Smoke from Gaming Gladiators.
Draccio stepping forward again. They see him. Hook shot. Oh, Cogs around 2. Tofu and Celery in some trouble, but the Cookie out of the Cogs and the Force Staff to do the same. Over to the side, though. Ice Path walked into it for a second. It was under the Macro Pyre. Mortimer's Kisses jumping around and hitting onto a couple of these heroes, but the Refraction keeping Watson healthy. And they're in onto Roche. Tornado flies through. That's only going to land onto Quinn outside the pit.
They need to poke. Chikiro does have Liquid Frost as well available with that shard upgrade. Just going to be an Ice Path on 3.
And an arrow again. Eaten this time by an illusion. Rolling Thunder up onto the high ground. Now he finds himself Stormstormer, who does have his BKB available again. He'll pop it immediately and start to run. Jetpack up into the air, away from this fight, but coming all the way around is Watson. You got to watch him coming through the river. Does he try to make a jump with Roche getting low? They've got the Sunstrike. They'll go to the Ice Path, but the BKB is going to be popped by Draccio. And now Fishman just walking in the hook shot, but still it's a little bit early. And they will get the Aegis and the kill on a Roche. They do not get Kataomi as he's able to use that Jetpack and the Ogre Seal Totem to go all the way onto the high ground and out of the fight. But the BKB's been popped by Watson. He'll TP after blinking further away from the side of Gaming Gladiators. And they will continue to chase as they've now got an Aegis in their hands.
Gaming Gladiators are so good at protecting each other. Like, I can't believe no one even dies there. So much heal, so much sustain. Guardian Greaves, heals from Illuminate. Draccio, again, gonna use Sunder. And does get that Demon Zeal. Ooh. He has everything. About to crack level 20. And now Keeper of the Light could potentially start playing with him slightly bit more. Use that Chakra Magic to lower the cooldown on his meta.
So we'll see how much Ace is going to focus the Chakra Magic on him. 40-second cooldown. Going into the Hurricane Pike next. So, like you said, with the Satanic, that means he's a little bit more free to use those Sunders to save his team the way he's been doing so in these fights. But with less risk of dying.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to bring this Terrorblade down. He didn't die for 30 minutes, I believe. There was one death in the laning stage, and that was about it. He finds Watson. They can also like throw cheap damage onto them. Reflection, it's 16-second cooldown, slows by quite a lot. It's 30%. Then you add Solar Bind on top of it, some Snapfire Kisses, force these cores to use their BKBs.
A lot here that can force out BKBs.
Force Staff has been causing a lot of troubles for Entity. They don't have that like one hero. They're also very limited in terms of like stuns. They need to heavily commit with Hookshot, Ice Path. Invoker needs to land the Meteor. But this time around, it's going to be Sight. So maybe if they can like do a wraparound, try to kill some of these supports first. But they're also super tanky. This is Pipe Snapfire we're talking about, 2,000 HP. Undying with also Glimmer Cape on himself. And now they're going to go for the high ground.
And every time you think you caught them in Cogs or something of the sort, like you said, the Force Staff's just double Force Staff away. They've got Guardian Greaves on Ace, the Sustain is there, and they've got Cookie. Like, they have so many ways to disengage. Quinn getting his Aeon Disc popped. Ice Path is down. Draccio will walk right into it. Arrow to follow it up. That lands out of the Terrorblade. Mortimer's Kisses is coming through while the Moonlight Shadow is used, but now the Guardian Greaves once again, so Draccio is going to be at about half health.
100 move speed on Watson.
Early moving Tornado. It's the Terrorblade. Ice Path trying to hit these heroes and find a setup, and they'll throw down the Macro Pyre as they glyph to try and keep this tower alive. But Gaming Gladiators, they're not moving back just yet. Well, shots in from Tofu. He'll finish off the tower, and now they'll retreat.
They should be pretty happy about the trade. Invested almost nothing other than meta. Rolling Thunder will be back online in 25 seconds. Entity, they think they do have like another 60 seconds for a potential fight. They're also fighting into Aegis, so let's see. Terrorblade. Oh, Kataomi is doing a full wraparound.
I don't even know if he's wrapping around.
Dire's top
Just kind of walking out there and doesn't find anything.
Radiant are scanning.
Send the illusions back. Gaming Gladiators are back here in the top lane. So they don't exactly leave just yet. Draccio, he's going to have that Metamorphosis in 40 seconds, continuing to get the Chakra Magic from Ace. So they have lowered that cooldown, and now he's got the Hurricane Pike, and nobody's really stopping him. Entity are kind of observers to this push.
What a combo. He also has Octarine Core for himself, so he can lower the cooldown on Chakra Magic to use it on Terrorblade. And Metamorphosis is up again. I think he used Chakra Magic like 7 or 8 times already.
yeah, just constantly putting out an Dyrachyo, and now they're going to go to the Tombstone. These heroes can really only just watch, but Stormstormer's going to go in from the behind, and now he goes and hits the Hex. The hookshot lands for Kataomi. The Tornado is going to split the seams. Not exactly the best positioning as Watson's now trying to run with the BKB pop by Dyrachyo. Just man fighting it up with the Rolling Thunder. That lands onto the Templar Assassin. The BKB's not going to be enough. They've got the right-click damage to get the kill, and he's dead for 85 seconds. No buyback, and that's a big issue here for Entity.
I thought Watson's gonna blink out. It did have Blink Dagger available, but then Quinn connected with his Rolling Thunder, and this just might be the game. There is no buyback of Templar Assassin. Without TA, Stormstormer is the one who's dealing the damage. Let's see the combo now on TV. Another Force Staff, another cookie. They just can't lock them down.
Yeah, they just don't have enough to keep up with this. They go to the Hex again. The
Another
Sunstrike
Force
misses,
Staff.
but another Force Staff. Yeah, it is just... It's Star Wars in this game with so much force. So Ice Path down. Dyrachyo just standing his ground, and he's going to have meta in 80 seconds, but that'll be shortened by Ace. Jumping from Stormstormer again with a Tornado. The Tombstone committed. Ice Path again. He's getting locked down, but they just don't have the continual lockdown when they want to actually put the damage in. They just Force Staff him away.
Dyrachyo's full everybody's full HP on side of Gaming Gladiators. Tower will die in the end.
Demon Zeal, and then get that health back thanks to the Soul Rip. Losing that Aegis, so maybe now is the time. They've got 20 seconds till Watson's back up with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to blink in. They'll look over at the Jakiro. Toby in trouble. Toby dead. He's got buyback too, but probably won't use it until Watson's back alive. Hookshot just doesn't do anything.
You need to use the buyback. You're going to lose the game, pretty much. I'm not sure if Gaming Gladiators want to just go in and try to end it, or if they want to go for the Mega Creeps, because they still... Oh, the Kisses. It's a great zoning tool. Another set of barracks. As I said, there is still another Tier 2
There's the
tower
Hex.
available.
They go for the damage, but the Force Staffs, the Sunder. Dyrachyo is going to be fine, and so will Tofu, and they're going to make sure he definitely gets out with that cookie.
Dyrachyo, man, what a player. He used Sunder way too many times on his allies to keep them alive. And with that Satanic, back to full HP.
Has he used it on an enemy yet?
Up in the laning stage, yeah, a couple of times.
Like, it just... He's like, got that heart, that will that's supporting him. Just to save his allies.
This is a good guy, Terrorblade, not the one from anime.
Yeah. They gotta make a different anime now and make sure that they can get him to switch roles with whoever it was. Who's the good guy?
Davion.
None of them. They're never. And they were all pretty mediocre. So, Dota Plus, 91-9. Gladiators coming back in with 5-man smoke. Who will they find? Quinn rolling, but no acoustics for the Thunder. Until he finds Stormstormer. Now he rolls up on him. They get the lockdown. They have the Guardian Greaves coming out from Toby, but the damage immediately taking him out. So now he'll pop the BKB. He'll go after Toby, and this is going to be an issue. No gem anymore. That was on the deck. They will get a kill there on a Toby, too.
Toby, again, dead for 50 seconds, does have buyback available one more time. They're gonna even throw Solar Crest on top of TB. He dodged that arrow. And in and out, every single time. Force Staff, the best item in the game. Even after the nerfs, extra 50 mana, you still have unlimited mana with Keeper of the Light on your team.
Ooh, Blinding Light, pulling Watson back, hook shot, but the swashbuckle, whoa, almost killing Watson straight up. Demon Zeal and Dyrachyo just continuing to go. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses. They've got the stun.
My God.
Uh-oh, Stormstormer is going to be deader. They'll go for Toby. They'll look for Fishman. The Ice Path is down, but the Soul Rip is in on Dyrachyo. He's still got full health. They kill off Fishman. They've got a third in Toby. These heroes are running back to the base. There's nothing they can do. And there's the Blinding Light into the Hex. They get the kill on Watson, who's going to buy back, but they've also got Kataomi. They have a buyback available on the Mirana of Fishman, but Watson's dead inside his own base, and they will get another kill on a Fishman. It is a full team wipe plus extras as Gaming Gladiators dismantle Entity.
Yeah, that was... I'm not going to say like completely clean game from Gaming Gladiators, but they were in charge. Like, they were also not too afraid to use earlier buyback, secure that first Roche. Dyrachyo having the time of his life, using Sunder on his allies, but not griefing, you know, saving them from the trouble. We saw the power of Pangolier plus Keeper of the Light later in the game. Keeper of the Light plus Terrorblade almost permanent meta, pretty much. And those 4-staff plays, Sunder, Glimmer Capes, Cookies, they just like are on point. I don't think they ever overlapped any of these abilities/items to get someone out of the troubles. Constant heals, Soul Rips, Guardian Greaves, Illuminate heals to keep everybody alive. Plus, again, those Sunders from Doraccio. Some really, really good stuff from Gaming Gladiators. And I think it shows. Like, this team gelled really nicely together in the previous season. It's like a relatively new team. They win Major. They also dominating in the second DPC tour. No surprises.
Yeah, it looked really good from Gaming Gladiators. The chemistry is on point, and we'll have to break down this game. We've got the panel. We'll send it back to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you both so much. Game number 1 here. All I have to say is Gaming Gladiators, the name, Sustain is the game, because these guys just were not dying when it got to that point there. Everyone was living even on the slightest bit of health.
Jesus Christ, they went wherever they wanted on this map. They were like, okay, Watson's farming the jungle, let's just walk at him. And I'm like, you can't do this. An Entity are like, they can't do this. So they run their Invoker and their Clockwork in, they have their hook shot, they land it. It doesn't matter. They're getting healed by the Coddle Blast, they're getting healed by the Greaves. It does, like, this Soul Rip.
Thunder as well, right? Eventually comes in handy.
You couldn't kill anyone.
Yep. Like, I don't know, for me it looked like Entity had a decent plan about what they're supposed to do in this game, but they weren't really executing it. The name of the game should be fast tempo. It wasn't from them. They were never invading the enemy side of the map. They were never really threatening TB until it was too late. You really want to get Roshan and Aegis on TA always in any game, right? Especially when you're playing into a core that scales better into that late game against you. It was inevitable. Like, Fog was as well in the green room and seeing the same thing. Like, eventually this game kind of rolls out of control for Entity.
Yeah, how did we get to that point, right? Like, we know that they said that Entity weren't invading the jungle of Gaming Gladiators, but still, what were Gaming Gladiators doing right, Sheep, that allowed them to just slowly but surely take away this map from Entity to ensure that they never could even come into their side of the jungle?
I think there were a bunch of things that Entity needed to go right. So first of all, I think this Jakiro needed to win bot lane, but it didn't. It got pretty destroyed by Terrorblade, who had a completely free game. The production every 2 minutes was just showing a little camera of TB farming the entire game while everyone was skirmishing mid. It's like hilarious. He's just getting everything he wanted, and Jakiro didn't put him down or do anything like that. Then they want to get the Aegis on TA, right? But TA gets her Deso, and that sort of aligns with the timing where Gaiman just walk into Roche and take it. And Entity, while they did a pretty good contest of the Roche, they don't manage to get the Aegis. And I think they needed that Aegis to get like purchase on the map and make this plays.
I think honestly your point on Jakiro is the most relevant one throughout the game. Like, this is a hero, there's a reason why he isn't picked often on the offlane, and that's literally it. Like, if you don't dominate your lane, if you aren't like really in front and really pressuring, you just fall off so hard. Like, you feel useless throughout the match. You literally feel like, I don't know, some glorified position 4 or 5 even at max. You run around with Greaves, you cast your Ice Path, but you don't bring anything extra to the game that any other hero could. And he did get the Etherlands like a little bit later on. I think that's also like a big deal for him. You want to buy... The problem with Jakiro is you want to buy utility items for your teammates, but if you do...
Ben's like, please never put me on TB again. I hated farming. I want to play Dota.
Wasn't this when his Rampage got stolen or something?
Oh, is it?
yeah.
I was walking over here. I didn't see it.
Anyways, Jakiro, he needs some items for himself.
Yep.
Yeah, the hero is just way too like sad.
Yeah. And when we look at this scoreboard as well, I do want to point out the KDA's Toby. Like, you can see that impact of the Jakiro, just how squishy he was, how tough he really was to come online there. And even Ace, even though the lineup of Gaming Gladiators was so heavy on the sustain, even he had the highest number of deaths there. So quirky off lanes being played, and it kind of does reflect in the gameplay that came out and what these two players were able to accomplish. But MVP side of Gaming Gladiators, who would you guys say? I feel like it has to be a support. Surely it's a toss-up between Tofu and Celery.
I'll actually...
I give it Celery then if it's between the two.
That's just what I think.
With the Soul
It's a
Rip,
discussion, an open discussion.
with the Soul Rip, with the domination early on, with the draft itself, right? Like, he did quite a lot on the Undying. At the same time though, like, who do you give an MVP to their team because everyone did well. Like there were multiple good plays from Quinn, like jumping in, blocking the arrows, like with the Pango just constantly being on the map, making stuff happen. It wasn't an easy Pango game, but he did it. But give it to the Undying. He's the Kaiser.
I want to give MVP to healing. It's like what can it didn't matter. Anyone that went in, anyone that got gone on, there was so many sources of healing that made these guys unkillable. So it's hard to say, yeah, this guy was the MVP because like Celery would get gone on and then like Ace and Duracha would save him. Or it's just like whatever, you know. The whole team was so solid.
No, I fully agree with you. It is tough, but I think for a +5. Undying 5-3 22 13k hero healing, that's pretty good. Who else do you think did more healing on the side of Gaming Gladiators?
Ace.
Ace.
Okay, can
Yeah.
we get Ace's stats? Can we give him the MVP just so we can see what his hero healing is? Production are going to get that one for us because I'm curious. I want to know what sort of numbers he was putting out for the healing.
I mean,
Big.
yeah, I kind of
Jeez!
expected like
32.5.
It was constant with the blast, with the greaves, and then he goes this Octarine core build as well to just like do it even more consistently.
Yep. And you have Chakra Magic to just do it even more often, and yeah, it was definitely Ace. Like he's the one that brought out the most healing for his team.
When we talked about like whether Snapfire or Coddle would be better as a core, I didn't really think about just how like overwhelming he could be with how much sustain he brings, especially going towards like Octarine and stuff later down the line. So yeah, I liked that a lot.
I thought that his game might be a little bit rough. There's a Clockwork jumping in, there's Invoker with the Sunstrike, there's just so many things, Arrow to follow up, but his positioning was good. Enabled by Quinn, he was creating a ton of chaos, just always pushing everyone backwards so that they can't really approach these squishy backliners.
Great positioning, great sustain. It was a great game one from Gaming Gladiators, and we'll see if Entity can bounce back for game number 2 after this break.
Go Fonte.
Hex here.
Let's go kill him.
Alright, give me rampage.
Oh no, my bad! Oh, I didn't mean
No! Oh! Ooh, okay, I destroyed my items.
That's fair.
game number 2 for Gaming Gladiators up against Entity will be happening soon. That little listen in as we jump to the break. Oh my, Quinn has to be benched. That's it. Kick him off the team after that one, Duracio.
+1, actually. I don't want to see Quinn on this.
Stealing rampages.
Yeah.
Everyone
How could you
knows
do that to your carry?
the ultimate sin, really.
Deport him back to NA.
Yep.
Where he belongs.
Yep, that's it. Get him out of there. But look, Entity, they seemingly have left their aggression at home. I don't really know where this team is. It felt like they didn't really know what to do with the map. They just looked a little bit lost. Certain spells were connecting. There wasn't any follow-up. Like, I'm worried that it was a simple to execute sort of lineup. Yes, we know Gaming Gladiators are on a different level, but how do you draft and how do you come into game number 2 now, Lizard?
I feel like, first and foremost, you have to address this Pangolier pick. They've lost twice now with the Invoker. If you're picking Invo, I think maybe that's a pretty bad. Like, you get rid of the Pango, then the game is a little bit easier because you don't have a mid laner against you that does not care about Invo at all. The second thing is, I don't know where the aggression went. I don't know
I
what
saw
happened to
it.
Entity.
I saw it. Like you.
For how long of the game, though?
But like the problem is that the timings became awkward because of what Gaming were doing well, right? Because they had Invoker running around with Clockwork and Mirana. You saw them kill Coddle like 2 times in a row. You know, they're moving, they're going, trying to be aggressive, they're going into the enemy side of the map. But like the first problem is I think they do need to change Jakiro out for something else. I think his lane needed to go
for sure,
better.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it needs an offlaner that has a better game and can get more involved, and then that needs to coincide with like 90 minutes, which is when Gaming picked up a gem, and then they were able to use that to like get rid of TA's traps, take control of top side of map, and then go for that Roche. And them getting that Roche was so big because imagine if Duracio didn't steal the Aegis, you know, and then they get it on the side of Entity. Now they're playing their like, you know, ball lineup with this TA with an Aegis, and that feels much better. And it's like, maybe they needed to not go Midas on Invoker or something, and then get like another item that would be more impactful to be able to fight earlier. You know, maybe they swap out that off lane.
Yeah.
Fix those things, I think they look much better.
I definitely think
Just
the
become
Roche.
good.
But like the Roche I definitely agree with, because once Duracio was able to get that first Roche, they did so much with that Aegis, and you could just see that like Entity weren't willing to commit anything during that time period. And so what, they took top tier 2 as well as mid tier 2, so like they were just sweeping across this
I
map.
called it. Like, the moment the Aegis got stolen by TB, I said, I wasn't ironic or sarcastic or whatever. Like, you
Yeah, he
take
was.
you take that Aegis on the TB. I said GG. I don't see it. The TA, she needs that Aegis. Entity's team, they need that Aegis to be able to pressure the map, to be able to close down the TB. Because if he's able to farm or stay on par with TA, like, the game is really rough.
Yeah, they're also going to need a little bit of a change up here. Draft-wise, though, there isn't. They're going to be having second pick again, so the exact same pick order, and I'm probably going to assume the same bans, unless right now Entity decide that the Panga really is that much of an issue.
Not good enough. I think the Clockwork worked really well for them if they do want to run that back. I think Kataomi played absolutely out of his friggin' mind on that hero. Every single initiation that they went for, he was landing the hook shot. Like, I don't think I saw him miss a single one. And if he did, it was an anomaly, you know, because his hook rate was mega high.
He was playing so well.
Yep.
It wasn't only the hooks, like the blocks with the cogs and everything, like saving Invo multiple times, having what was it? He hops over and just blocks out the roll from Pangolier to save Stormstormer. I do like the adjustment though. Like, this is, I believe, very necessary for them because of the way that they've banned. Like, if the Pangolier was banned by them, I could see the Invoker and Clockwork Opener again. But this is a little bit easier. And also flexible. Like, the snap can be 4, can be 5, can be offlane, right? So, for Entity, perhaps this is an easier opener to go with.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's a double support, so, you know, with the fact that they're having the second pick, they're going to be having more impact with their closing phase picks, potentially. But Undying Drove, we've seen this lane time and time again, Sheep.
It's just very, very solid. It very rarely loses its lane. When it does, it's usually to like some weird shit. We've seen like the DP disruptor lane beat it, but that was, I would say there was probably mistakes made on the side of the Drow for that to happen. Overall, shouldn't be losing his lane and just gonna have a good game.
It's a strong lane, and you also see the Prophet banned out, the Broodmother banned out, so Drow should have a decent time in the game no matter what. Like, you just have to, the same way you covered Pango, now you have to cover the Drow with the next bans.
Yeah.
Or just pick a draft that works really nicely around her. If you're Entity, have they, like, you're looking at Watson, you're looking at Slark, right? into the draw, it could be decent. You get on top of her very often within the game, so maybe that's an option. Another one is something like a Spectre that doesn't care about draw later on. We'll see.
There's also the aspect of like, whilst I don't think you can just run back the same draft again and just say we're going to make it work this time, especially with entities sort of changing up their opening, I think they should be aware of this sustain idea, because it felt like last game they didn't pick anything that addressed it. Like there's no vessel, there's no regen, like halting spells, you know, in your like Banes, Pudges, whatever have you. It felt like they had absolutely no way to deal with that, or like the other way, we need burst damage so we can actually kill the heroes we go on. It felt like they struggled with that. So if they're running an Undying and Gaimin come into this next phase and they have more heroes that can keep buffing up that heal, I just want to see Entity make sure they have enough burst damage, or just damage in general, to actually take the fights and kill heroes.
Yeah. Fully agree, because like we said, there were so many people that whilst they were sustained, they were walking away with just that little bit of health. So they were somewhat slowly chipping through it, but not able to fully get any kills in that game.
It's rough, right? Because they got hit by that combo in the third and fourth pick, so it was difficult for Entity to adjust to it. They already had a plan set up for themselves. Maybe Invoker could have done it, but right now Stormer and half of my pubs, they're in love with the Meteor Hammer, so they're going for it no matter what. Maybe he could have been the one that buys the vessel. It is good on him. Entity right now, they're just protecting themselves from all these combos with the Drow as well. Heroes that are strong around her, heroes that benefit from the aura, some setup, some control, ranged obviously. So.
Yeah, I think things you could potentially look out for in this second phase as well would be like an IO plus Lesh together. Obviously, they don't have second pick, so it's not like they're going to be able to just hide a gotcha. I think that's like solid hero that they are very comfortable with. Pairs well with the Drow. Makes their heroes just very beefy with all these heals.
Sustain again.
Another sustain, yeah.
Sure. Like I wouldn't mind it, and you'd have this like Clash just running in. One problem is like their offlane would have to be full control and full initiation, because you wouldn't have that, right? Like,
but this is what I like so much about last game. After watching it play out, like I look at the draft, I'm like, this sucks. They have no easy way to initiate. Look at these guys; they have a clockwork and whatever the hell, you know. But Gaimin played off the fact of they will just walk into any area they want, and you literally just cannot kill them. It's like you try and kill them, but you have heal, 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 and it's like, okay, we've used all our spells now, all of our oomph, and I think maybe they could do that again with like IO Undying. Okay. But maybe it gets countered. Maybe Entity just whack out the mid AA. I don't know. They gotta find something to deal with it.
If that's the option, right? Like if you do go for that kind of a lineup, like for some super sustain in the next two picks, then Entity has to like figure out something different completely. And you mentioned the Pudge, like that's what they drafted before as well for Watson. It's another option with the Aghanims. Look at
yeah, they're like,
boys.
if you can't beat them, join them. We'll take it from them. We're not gonna waste a banner. The Penguin's gonna be ours.
Okay. Well, now you probably need some form of like actual stun to start your fights off, like tiny +1 type shit. Sorry for swearing.
You're just invested. It's all right.
Yeah.
Understandable.
It's Monday, you know. No one really.
Monday, everyone is like, God damn it. Like, gotta go to work. Why are you complaining? Like Monday for us is no different than any other day.
I'm not complaining. I'm complaining on behalf of
like
everyone
half
else.
Half of the time I don't even know what the date is. Anyway, Storm Spirit gets picked up. Decent with the Drow. Gets you some backline catch as well. Puck is banned out by Entity. Pangolier already in the pool. Decent matchup in the mid lane, if that is the mid lane. Overall, I've been calling for Storm since I got back to Western Europe.
You saw it once, and we saw it not do so well.
Great. Yeah, yeah. It really didn't do well.
Yeah, so we have already seen it once in Western Europe.
But I do feel that the hero is strong. If they wanted to, they could go for that Kotl again here. Like you get it with the Storm, with the Undying, or an IO that you
Yeah, both Kotl IO work well with Storm, but I think it makes holes in their draft. You do at least have a stun on Storm, so like unlike the Lesh, this is a hero that can go in. I just want to see something that goes in with him. I don't want him to be alone, like going in alone, using his mana, and then not being able to like stay there, having to zip out. Now you're like no mana, you can't really go in anymore. Entity push forward. You just want to make sure your initiations are clean and good.
Oh well, Morana, so they're doing a little bit of a swapsies on the supports.
Yep.
As you take Snap, they take Morana for themselves over in Gaimin. Is it that follow-up that you want, though, or are you still looking for it? You think that's going to have to come in their carry sheep?
It would be nice to have another body that goes in, but this is still like an idea that works because it's like she's not going in with her body, she's going in with the arrow. Like she's going to be able to follow up on the Storm's initiation.
I think if you're gaming right now, you see the Lycan, you're thinking what, Tidehunter on the offlane, you're thinking, what else is there? Anything basically that stands up front and defends the Drow and the towers, because Entity, they want to run it too. You need to think of those heroes.
So you don't want him to go back for the squishiness that could be Cuddle. You want someone that can just stand there and every attempt of Entity going at them gets blocked.
Maybe they can make it work again. But
I mean, it's gaming. At this point, they're making a lot of wacky offlanes work.
the problem is you can see the ban. They ban out the monkey. Literally, I think they're already considering what melee offlaner can protect us from all the onslaught that Entity is bringing.
Yeah.
They need that.
Alrighty. So then Tide's definitely a ban entity. Should be looking at anything else ban-wise, though? Sheep from either team?
5 seconds remaining.
What is Entity play this like an offlane, right?
Yeah.
So they need a carry. What carry?
For Entity, a carry for gaming an offlane. I think Entity can go with Slark. They can go with Spectre still. Decent, both of them. Don't really care about the Drow. Can get on top of her. Difficult a bit into... Yeah, they ban out the Tide, so...
You called it.
Yeah, what else is there? I mean, not only is Tide good into Lycan, it's so good with the Drow, like, just a perfect fit.
Could be this. Could this be the rise of the Primal? Does Ace play Primal offlane?
10 seconds
Maybe,
gaming?
maybe Primal, maybe Mars, like, as you said.
True.
I think both of them are good.
I think there's a chance that they... Oh, actually, no. God. I was thinking
Too
about
tough.
putting Lycan into safe lane and having Snap play as an offlaner, but...
Oh, and then picking up another support for entity.
Yeah, I just kind of want to see a little bit more instant catch for Storm Spirit. I don't want them to have this game where they're struggling because Storm's just like playing around their side lanes and like picking them off and making their game hard and they can never punish it. And most stuns come from the support.
Yeah, so we're looking for a carry that has an instant stun. It's definitely a tough one.
Faceless fight! Faceless fight! I mean, it's not a good one, it's not an easy one, but...
It's definitely
I'd
possible.
still simply go Slark or
Yeah.
the Spectre. I think both of them should be decent here.
If we were getting really friggin' weird with it, I would not mind a DK carry that goes like Midas
That's what I was
to
thinking.
Ags. Yeah. I would actually be super okay with that.
All right.
But I don't know if Entity of that team, especially like Watson, is not really strike me as that guy.
What are we not seeing here? Like, this guy's always on my mind,
Well,
right? Like,
Underlord.
whenever you see something like a Lycan against you, Underlord historically has been decent, good. At the same time, every time I see him, he kind of loses.
Really?
I don't know.
I feel like there's just so much
Whenever
potential
I
with his
remember,
ultimate. I think there's been a really a big rise in the plays we've seen from Underlord teams.
Okay, they go with Vanessa.
All right. Definitely two, not that wacky picks, right? But a different style than what we thought they were going to be going with. The Underlord's still that body, but now SF for carry. It doesn't have that stun, but maybe it has that burst damage that you were originally looking for, Sheep.
Only if he goes Blink though, but I don't think he will. He'll probably go like Dragon Lance and just right click. So probably just aiming to walk him into fights and do damage.
Much better lane into the Underlord. as
Yeah,
well,
he
right?
should go in that lane.
Like, that lane should be kind of easy for Watson, but you never know. It's an SF, he's a glass cannon. If they get on top of you, they can destroy you. But Entity with the SF, I think they got a bit more of an oomph, right? Like, they're...
There's more
mid-game.
impact.
There's more impact in the mid game. They should be playing all together, like Stormer, Toby, and Shadow Fiend. I feel like this is Entity's bread and butter. 3 semi-cores.
Okay, is it going to fall into this slowly, inch by inch, gaming can take the map off of them, or are you liking how these two line up scale now, Sheep?
I think I just like how Gaiman can ball up in a fight and take it. Because you just put this tombstone down, and then Storm's going to punish Kataomi Snapfire when he tries to go up and kill it. And then you're an SF trying to play with zombies on your ankles, and I think that's quite hard for him. So how they take the fights is going to be like extremely important for both teams.
All right, it's all about the team fighting then. We're liking how they're looking for their draft, and I'm excited to see how this game number 2 does play out as Gaming Gladiators up against Entity with B Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2 should be fun. You're saying before we came live that you think it's going to be Entity's game to lose here, but you're looking at these heroes, you still think that?
After 30 seconds, I'm still going to go with them. I think they have a better draft overall. It's a free Storm Spirit game. They have literally no stuns other than Clockwork, Cookie. These abilities Storm Spirit's really not afraid of if he has enough mana. Also, last pick Shadowfin into Underlord. I don't know how you lane. I actually don't know how you're going to be able to lane. Some lane shenanigans, pull it, of course. But it's a still really bad matchup for Undying. I feel like this... Not Undying, Underlord. This hero feels like... It looks good on paper, but most of the time the hero is just so sluggish. You throw any extra stun on top of him, any extra slow, the hero just straight up dies. I believe last DPC tour, we had a talk with Insania in an interview like, why did you guys pick Undying? Underlord. I keep messing up with these two heroes. My brain just not working today. And he said, we're never going to pick this hero again, pretty much. Considering that he has a lot of bad matchups. But on the other side, Gaming Gladiators, they do have Drow Ranger plus Undying. This time it really is Undying, which does lane well into Lycan. Lycan doesn't really put pressure on any of these heroes, so I feel like both laners are going to struggle in the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Underlord. Is there any way that they would potentially swap the lanes out? Would they ever do any musical lanes? Is it worth it to do that?
He has 290 movement speed on Underlord. How? How do you move?
Start now.
Start running as we are talking.
Start running right now.
Now, something about the hero, because like his animations, everything about the hero is just feels very sluggish, and I dislike it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater.
Maybe.
Old and grumpy.
Gosh, ain't that the truth?
On the other side, Shadowfin plus Clockwork, strong combo. This time around, back to some like Dota stories. You get Cogs, you get Necromastery early on. It's all about the kills nowadays. Have something to set things up. And as we see on our screen, esportsbet.io odds, 150 for Gaming Gladiators, 261 for Entity. Considering how previous game went, I'd say these are pretty on point.
Yeah. God, you just put that memory back into my head. The, Shadow Fiend, Clockwork, where they'd sit in the base, had to get the timing right.
Try to get as many as possible. If you mess up one, you always had to do it clockwise so that you know which one you need to hit.
Just had to min-max pretty heavily. So Tofu goes to the arrow. Level 1, by the way. It's a little bit different from what we saw the last Mirana do, which Fishman was playing, where he went 2-0-1.
Let's go into arrow. He wants to mess up with the creep equilibrium, wanted to push the wave in so that Fishman can't really get close. And Fishman's still trying to find the angle. He's like not going to be very successful about it. He gets close. He's going to starting to get hit. Also, Firestorm is available. Ace fake pumps it.
I want to say, like, if you've got the Mirana, like, with 2 levels in the Starstorm, you've got Firestorm. I mean, that's some bad weather, but it's still a lot of damage, and I feel like it can really pressure these Entity heroes top.
Speaking of the Storm, Stormer against Storm on a mid lane as well. Is there any Storm on the bottom lane?
So many Storms. Oh, gosh, no Disruptor in this game. That means no Static Storm or anything like that. But we have, got a lot of Storms here. Yeah, nobody bottom has it. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping for Storms through the lanes. So Stormer kind of getting pressured pretty heavily. 12, now 13-2 for Quinn.
It's a really good matchup for Storm Spirit. You get close, Static Remnant, I almost said Static Storm. He pulls you in, 1-1-1 build. Just very difficult. You also need to be careful how, like, aggressive you want to play. Like, one bad swashbuckle could put you down to at least half HP. Ooh, this is a big kill. Katomi gets the kill. Double raid band on Drow Ranger, taking some early damage. Drow Ranger, not the hero with the most damage early on. Sometimes difficult to CS underneath the tower.
Yeah, and he set up to get those early double Wraith bands. Like, that's a big hit when you lose your courier like that with the plan that he's got going on.
SF, ooh, arrow.
Yeah, that's a problem for Watson. He takes some damage, but not dead just yet.
We also had an interview with Tofu the other day when he was like, they asked him about the arrows that he missed with on the Dragon Knight stand this time around. Slightly more difficult, Pit of Malice, 1.2 seconds route. But the next one, I believe in him.
So what is that? That's like 0 for 1 when it's aimed at a hero.
Minus AA. I miss those times when you can check your arrow accuracy. We do have probably stats for it. Nowadays, we have technology. We have AI to keep track of everything.
We can rebuild it. Oh, hey! Oh, 25%. There it is. All right.
He used it to kill the creeps,
Yeah.
so they don't count. But he did use 4 arrows, man. Production's so good.
Yeah, I love them. Making it real easy for us. Showing us the arrow accuracy. I'll ask at a weird, obscure time once again, and we'll see where it's going to be at like, I don't know, I'm going to do like 23 minutes. I'll be like, oh, what's the arrow accuracy at right now?
Set the alarm. You're
Yeah,
not going
all
to
right,
remember
hold on.
it.
Let me just put that into my phone. So, Katsuyomi, he's taking some right clicks here for the drow. We've seen players like TA2000 kind of love this drow, get like super great positioning in fights near like the triangle or near these steps where all of a sudden four step onto the high ground and you just destroy in fights. Ooh, Pit of Malice, Watson, area assault, cogs, but the leap and the right click damage. Don't know where that raise was, but they kill off Watson and Tofu gets first blood.
Lane did push in towards them, so they do have a kill threat, and I love that Underlord put a point in Pit of Malice, because it's just another tool to keep them in place, keep them inside the damage. Also, Watson did not have his Boots of Speed. Maybe with the Boots of Speed, there was a courier waiting for it. Tofu will try to kill it, does not want to commit.
I don't want to go under the tower. Although I always expect with a Storm in the game, some support's going to look to play hyper-aggressive.
Quinn.
You're also looking to refill that bottle.
Man, he's dominating this matchup. 37 and 8, make it 38 against 21 on Pangolier. He's got to be level 6 while Pango just hit level 5. He still has a couple of creeps to play off, but yeah, big difference coming out from this mid lane. And also, this is a new build, I would say, on Storm Spirit, something that we haven't seen. Falcon Blade build on him. People were mostly just skipping it, going for the Witchblade or just casual Kaya. But we've even seen Storm Spirit going for like all of these like 3 small items, Falcon Blade, Kaya, and the Witchblade, then go for a BKB. I think this might be a thing here, because he doesn't have much to worry about.
Pit of Malice, and Fishman's going to die first. Tofu be so fortunate to survive, and Watson
One
getting
more hit.
run down by Ace. Ooh, raise, right clicks coming in.
He will finish him off with the Firestorm.
Yeah, he'll get a double kill. They took out Watson again.
This is big. This is huge. Maybe I had, not maybe, but definitely I had a bad read on this matchup, Underlord. I mean, they're also playing really well. Ace, it's always been one of his hero. Like, you ask me, like, 2 players that come to your mind. One is Amar, of course, because he dominated the previous DPC with this hero. This time around, it's going to be Ace going for mech, so more tankiness. They're probably also going to need some extra force staff coming out from them, as we've seen. Very effective in the previous game, I would say. Same efficiency in this one. Doraccio trying to fall back a little bit. Level 5, Lycan, Toby, level 4 at the moment. But they also brought Stormstormer. They want to have a big kill.
Yeah, and they're going to get a lot of quick damage and destroy Doraccio. Then the Rolling Thunder comes in afterwards. They got the Tombstone, so Toby's going to get another 125 gold, and they'll also get the gold on the kill on Celery. Tofu top lane.
Good rotation. Things were not working out for him. And they will also use Glyph here, so some damage will be dealt to Tier 1 tower on a mid lane, while Quinn is farming enemy jungle, also ready to backstab.
So, yeah, he's picked up that Falcon Blade. What's your favorite Storm build from history? Do you like that? We saw that Soul Ring build, the Null Talisman builds.
Old Bloodstone build with the charges.
Toby, multi-shot. Ace is down here, and Firestorm on top of the Lycan with the Decay, but they don't quite have the control or the damage.
Get in, you fools. 2 seconds.
Oh!
Tofu stuck.
Tofu got left behind.
Need an extra half a second. Does have TP available. He feels that he needs to be there, but I think he should try to gank the mid lane and then go to the top lane. Try to secure this 8-minute rune as well. Stormstormer, they could kill him from 100 to 0. No raindrop on him. Quinn 3 points in Remnant.
Yeah, they can Vortex, and then they didn't quite have the pathway for the arrow, but look at Stormstormer still just getting taken out by Quinn and Tofu. Combination was there, and I mean, that's another big kill to get here for Quinn because he picks up an Arcane Rune and fills up the bottle after that. So all of a sudden,
And he DP's
Quinn, he's
top.
going to go top. They want to go after
That's a
Watson.
big one.
Ace. He's here. They've got a Pit of Malice, and he was looking to get the Requiem off and only get it off in death.
This is also a TP with Arcane Rune, and he also wants more. Maybe find something, maybe look for the stacks. Right now, he's
see
underneath the ward, but yeah, lane's going really well. You see 3 cores from Gaming Gladiators on top, and also free farming in the lanes, completely uncontested. Stormstormer, one more time, he TP'd back to bottom, wants to get a kill on Drow Ranger, but this time around, Duraccio knows something's cooking.
Dire's top tower is
I
under
can
attack.
smell it being meal prepped over bottom. And he walks out of that lane. Also possessed mass drop, so it's a big drop there for Gaming Gladiators. Is that coming in on the courier? Yes, it is. That's coming in with his Blade of Alacrity and another sentry so he can
Is under
potentially take out some vision and stay safe inside the jungle.
Radiant's
And Entity,
bottom tower is
they're
under
falling
attack.
apart in the lanes. Lycan, not a hero that wants to make these early moves. Fishman
this
looks
is
very dead
A
here.
lot of trouble for him, and he'll get killed off by Tofu. Quinn there with the help, I guess. They didn't even throw the arrow. They don't really need it. They just knew they had the damage. So it just continues to be Gaming Gladiators getting pickoffs around the map.
I wanted to say that, oh, look, 2 cores from Entity.
Ooh, Cookie missing.
Trying to farm the same spot, not very efficient. 3k gold lead already for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, there
and here comes Ace.
again. Toby gonna go into that ult, but the Pit of Malice, and now he is gonna be pulled in thanks to the Vortex. That ult does nothing. Nada.
Back to the top lane immediately.
Dire
Underlord's gonna be huge problem for Lycan. Like even Pango, you don't deal well with root mechanics, and this is a huge AoE Pit of Malice. He's also such a great start. 4.7k,
is under
10
attack.
minutes into the game. Like this is what you're aiming for at 10 minutes. This is, I don't think you can ask for more. Snapfire level 4. Same goes for Clockwork. They kind of need both these supports to be level 6 to be able to get that damage going. And also, Stormstormer, he's been shut down. Just the mana boots 10 minutes into the game. Very far away from that Diffusal Blade compared to the previous game where Quinn popped off.
Yeah, he gets Lance Pursuit. That'll help him out a little bit in terms of having a good neutral. And he's farming the jungle. Watson's farming the jungle. Like, these heroes just aren't comfortable in lane. And when they were both over mid, like, it kind of gives that impression that Watson doesn't really know where he wants to be on the map.
Doesn't feel safe.
Yeah.
Trying to adjust his item build, going for Mask of Madness. I don't mind it. It's like you're playing into Drow Ranger, so you lower your armor even more, which is going to be a bad thing. But then again, you need some kind of a farming tool. You need to farm as fast as possible. They're smoking. Snapfire plus Pango, because Clockwork is only level 4. He needs to find some levels for him. We're level 5 right now. So Pango leaders rolling Thunder into
Scan
Kisses. They know something is up. Again, Duraccio going back. Celery might be the one dying here.
Is under attack.
But they also want to take a fight. Quinn smoked as well.
Yeah, Ball Lightning and Swashbuckle, but they've got the
Mid-cookie.
Vortex, Rolling Thunder, and they've got some control on the Quinn. But Naomi's going to try and get away, but eventually the Ball Lightning will catch up to him. Some body blocks from some wolves won't be enough, and it ends up being the smoke going wrong for Entity.
Gaming Gladiators hitting that scan, as you said, and then sandwiching them with 2 heroes from each side. Quinn, level 10, going into that Witchblade next. Ooh. And he
Another
gets it.
Arcane
No way.
Rune.
It's double damage when you need it. And Arcane Rune on Tinies, on your Embers, Storm Spirits. I love that he's going for all these small items. Like, I don't think he needs a BKB at all, considering what he's playing into. Like, maybe later down the line as your 4th, 5th item. But you can get away with this great, considering the good start that you had. Now going into Witchblade, Kaya, constant rune spawn, rune control as well. So play around that. They have so many good options. Like, they have Moonlight Shadow. They do have Fiend's Gate as well, so they can move around the map quickly. I also want to see the first usage of the Murderer's Kisses. First smoke was not as successful. Now the Fishman is level 6, so maybe it's time to smoke it up and try to find another kill.
Top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
they really need to get something back off the map. It's been really troublesome for them up to this point. Dyrachyo now just kind of free farming away as he's going into the Hurricane Pike. We'll eventually see that shard, that hypothermia, and just damage coming in from the Drow. They're going to go for Quinn. They've got the hook shot. They've got the kisses. They have the rolling
Good
thunder.
cogs.
And they'll get the kill. They'll take him out. And they'll get the killing spree out of his hands. And that is the combo that they needed.
3 ultis used, but I don't mind it. You want to get those kills. You want to delay the game. Ace has way too much farm. In this type of a game, Ace might not even die once. Like, considering the heroes that he's playing into, Guardian Greed's about to be finished. Hood as well. Level 11 on him. Tumbler's Toy.
Man, free Helm of the Dom creep. 100 gold there for Drow. Really don't want to be giving that away. 3-man pit. But nothing really doing except taking the tower. Guardian Greaves almost finished, like you said, about this Underlord. And yeah, I'm not too sure he's going to die. We'll see. I don't want to Caster's Curse him yet.
I already said it.
Yeah, but if we both say it,
Storm
that's when the
Stormer?
curse...
They're coming.
They go to the Fiend's Gate. They get the kill on a Storm Stormer. Quinn's got credit for that. A little bit of revenge for him, and back to mid. So Celery, he'll be back with Quinn. They'll leave Ace up there and just continue to push the lane and have the Firestorm. He'll farm for free and just continue to tank up.
Quinn goes through Portal because it's close to the rune. He gets Invid's rune as well, and now continues to hunt. And this is the build that I talked about, because he's not playing into, like, yeah, sure, they did lock it down in the previous one, but I want to see full greed for Storm. Falcon Blade, Witchblade, and then going into Kaya. All these small swords or staffs. Is Kaya a sword or a staff?
Let me take a quick look at it. I'll give you my decision after they kill off Storm Stormer, or try to. Hook shot. Storm Stormer still walking in. A lot of damage on a Tofu, so Storm Stormer doesn't die. Ball lightning away and gets out with the Rolling Thunder. Good hook shot by Fishman to keep him alive.
A bit of an unfortunate. Level 1 Electric Vortex. Maybe he thinks it's level 2, so does not connect with Sacred Arrow immediately. It's a good thing. Like, if you die, you misplay, that's fine. But if your mid laner dies because you messed up, then you need to say sorry. Or some kind of other voice line.
So, I've made my decision. I think Kaya's a sword.
Okay, so 3 swords for Storm Spirit.
Yeah, because if you look at Kaya, that's the hilt. And then if you look at, like, Kaya Sanj or Kaya Yasha, it's 2 swords crossing.
It's being built from Staff of Wizardry, so maybe it is a staff after all.
Well, the staff is the center of the sword, and then you build the blade out around.
Oh, okay.
Actually, Kaya also turns into an E-blade, so it always gets forged into a stronger blade. The item description saying it's a staff makes me...
We could have just checked.
Dude, that's clearly a blade, though. I don't know what's going on here.
The staff. Okay, we got it. Then into the Roche Pit they go. Commit with the Tombstone, with Flash Golem. Gotta take it. No contest from Entity. This time around, it's gonna be Storm picking it up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still a 5k lead here for Gaming Gladiators. When you've got an Aegis on Storm, he's one of the best Aegis carriers. You could really look to fight, stay aggressive. Got that confidence of a full mana HP Storm on a second life, knowing that you've got that available. Fiend's Gate again, and they're going to go right in front of where Toby wants to run to, and Tofu with the Star Storm gets another kill, and it's 10-5.
Ace is so good at using Fiend's Gate every single time. Gets something done. This time he realizes they need a little bit of extra lockdown for Lycan. Oh my god, Dyrachyo even making some stacks for himself here in
beautiful.
triangle. Brigand's Blade found by Gaming Gladiators. Dyrachyo will definitely want to pick that one up.
It always drops.
It's just 100%. Like, I think it's a must drop in a game.
You sure it's a staff? So, Gaming Gladiators, just across the river. They don't really even need Dyrachyo at the moment. They're letting him farm. He's got his Hurricane Pike, Brigand's Blade, Hypothermia from the Shard in just a moment. Like, he's going to be ready to go soon. But it's scary because the 4 heroes that aren't this Drow seem well off enough to get these kills. And they're going to find Fishman. And he's going to hook shot back towards Kateomi. So They found him, but they don't kill him.
Tofu lost the confidence in his arrows. This time around, he leaps, uses arrow the shortest possible range. It does happen. Like, even to professional e-gamers, Stormstormer now in trouble.
Yeah, spotted and Rolling Thunder. Trying to roll. It's creep while he's doing it, and then he'll TP out. There he goes. While that's happening, they finally get a second chance on Fishman. And he ends up dead again. This time, Tofu getting the kill.
We did see Entity having a lot of slow entries to the game. Like, this is the way they play, because a lot of the times they do have two supports that are very slowish. This time around, they don't, but they had a really bad laning stage. Both supports level 4, and as we've seen on the screen, a lot of stacks going on for Gaming Gladiators. Like, Dyrachyo made a couple for themselves as well. He's been in this triangle for a long time. Hypothermia, as we mentioned, is online. Level 13 going into BKB next.
Some of the Overlord creep, this is going to be easy to dispatch here from Dyrachyo. It ends up being Quinn getting the last hit, so that's easy 250 gold for him, too. You really don't want to give away a lot in terms of those Helm of the Overlord creeps.
Entity still does not feel confident taking the fight. Shadowfiend, no BKB.
Hook shot, Drow caught. And binding in, Mortimer's Kiss.
No mana
They've
for
got
Pike.
the dust, and he pikes out of the high ground, but he's still going to die. Stormstormer gets the kill. Watson with the Requiem. And they'll go after Quinn. They've got the Aegis out of his hands. They've also killed off Tofu. Ace is here under the Moonlight Shadow, but they have a Sentry ready to go, and he's going to ball lightning over towards Toby, and still trying to chase this Lycan. Shield crash right on top of Quinn. Quinn doesn't have a lot of mana to work with anymore. They go to the Pit of Malice, and he gets up on the high ground. So now the Soul Rip giving him some health, but he needs to get down and away from this fight.
No mana again.
No mana, thanks to the defusal. They get the kill to Quinn. They'll look over at Ace, and he'll try to TP out, but that's not going to happen. Another kill here for Entity, and they win a massive fight.
What a fight from Entity. Dyrachyo, like, gets his mana burn. They do get a first jump on him. No mana for Pike whatsoever. So he dies, and then the rest of the team, like, even fighting into Aegis, Entity does not lose a single hero. This is pretty impressive. They've been 5-6k called down, 7k. Yeah, Dyrachyo in a really bad spot. Someone else forced him here.
Onto the high ground. I mean, he dies instantly. And I talked about them having confidence to have 2 lives on this Storm with full health, full mana like this, but they don't get anything done. I don't know if... It almost feels like you're getting baited by chasing the dog.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Fast enough to run away, and then the team kind of follows up.
These swashbuckles causing them a lot of troubles. No mana for a TP, nothing, and then Ace tries to TP here, gets immediately shut down by Clockwork. Now Tofu could be in trouble. Fishman.
It is crazy to think that a fight like that, though, still only brought them 3k back, right? Like, they're still down 4,000, but it's a big fight for them to get. It's definitely momentum going their way.
It is. This time around, Watson will have BKB for the next fight. Pangolier might have a Blink Dagger. They also invested into gems, so Fishman investing his gold. Dota Plus win probability 80-20.
So close. And these odds from esportsbet.io showing a lot of favoring towards Gaming Gladiators. See if it changes post-fight like Dota Plus. And there is the double sword, double blade Kai Assange.
We'll give him more status resistance.
This is the hill.
A bit more tankiness. Does have Vambrace as well. Yeah, we're getting closer to the level 23 minute mark that you mentioned.
The arrows.
Both teams smoked. Haste rune top, Quinn.
Oh.
Let's see if Fishman decides to go.
Not going to go for it just yet. Stormer off to the side. They are still smoked. Like you said, they have that gem, so Moonlight Shadow not going to be as effective in the fight anymore. They were also throwing sentries down, so things were pretty irrelevant with the Moonlight Shadow anyway in that last engagement.
Toby did pick up
Lightning and the Fiend's Gate.
this.
Hitman immediately into the Rolling Thunder.
Toby decided to pick up Aghanim Shard, so extra wolf.
Position.
That's a big one.
Requiem right on top of Quinn. And they blow him to smithereens. They go to the kisses. They'll look for Dyrachyo. He's trying to get back. They've got Pit of Malice. Now the multi-shot. It's a bad spot for Entity to be in, so they need a retreat. They go after Watson. They force the BKB. Fishman on the low ground, but he'll use that Tumbler's Toy to tumble his way to the high ground.
Power of Gaming Gladiators lineup. You see them grouping up. And here's your AA, also known as Arrow Accuracy. 28. Not too bad. Like, you do shoot those arrows to kill the creeps, especially big ones in the jungle.
That's what I feel like is a little bit unfair about that stat, kind of like the Pudge one. You hook to get creeps or you arrow to get creeps, but that doesn't show in the statistics. Those numbers, those lie.
Stats are incorrect this time around. I like it when you play Pudge, you also save your allies from time to time, but it does not count. It should count as 2. 2 hits. Stormstormer.
Roll up, Rolling Thunder, off cooldown. And they go to the arrow, they get the kill. So Tofu gonna kill off Stormstormer. They're gonna try and get another 250 gold. And
Quinn gets it.
Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn was thinking about going full greed, as I was saying. I saw Hex being queued up in his quick buy. But this time around, he's gonna change it. He does not want to get his mana burned. He died 2 times in a row, so wants to be able to protect himself. And this could also imply that maybe Drow Ranger will pick up next Aegis.
So I was looking at Quinn. He switched off Hex and goes to BKB. Do you like that change in items? As
Yeah, I just said so.
yeah, but I'm saying like if you're looking to initiate, if you're looking to go in, don't you want that extra control even with the Magic Immunity?
Not necessarily. I think BKB here just gives you a bit more protection. And now they're gonna go. No leap charges available.
Look for the Mirana. They've got the hook shot and Tofu. He's gonna die here. Toby running him down and getting some help. Rolling Thunder. Like, I'm looking at the control. They've got Vortex Arrow. Arrow's only at 28%. Pit of Malice seems to be okay. Ooh, 66% with your hook shots. Only 6 shot?
He got that level 6 really late into the game. 13, 14 minutes. And now inside the Roche Pit, they do have Sustain. Lycan with the Aura plus Shadow Fiend with Mask of Madness. That's a lot of minus armor. Also Orb of Corrosion as well from Pango. So Entity, 8k gold down. They are taking these big fights.
I don't think this game feels like a 6k net worth lead for Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators need to split up the map, try to go for these pickoffs, and another hook shot.
They're going to land it again. Quinn, disarmed. Lightning over to the side. Celery, he's near. Maybe looking to drop a tombstone if they come too close. So Gem's still here on the Undying. He just on that Shadow Fiend, and we'll see how they play with him.
He also picked up the shard, so having that bit of extra control, 0.5 seconds, could come in very handy against Storm Spirit pre-BKB.
They're still sticking near top. I'm a little surprised. Without the rest of the team nearby, I guess they have Fiend's Gate for Underlord to get involved.
He is alone on a different side, so maybe if they find another hook shot, Entity are looking. They're trying to find something. They also place Observer Ward, Anti-Tinker Ward, so-called, in their jungle to be able to see them hiding after they push the wave.
Dire's bottom tower
They're
is
coming
under
over.
attack.
Quinn
Radiant's top
Stoic.
tower is under attack.
still cutting the creep wave.
There's this
Lightning
extra wolf.
And
Radiant's top tower
that would have been a wild hook shot.
Good try. Gotta go for it. Psychic Headband plus Elven Tunic drop. Elven Tunic, really good item against both Shadow Fiend and Lycan, of course. And I did mention Shard on Lycan, so
Yeah, this
can't
is what
finish
you
off my
said
thought.
was going to happen. They knew he was alone. He's still very tanky, though. But I don't know if he's going to be tanky enough against everybody being here, and Watson will get the kill.
Lanes are going to be in a good spot because of this shard from Lycan. It's always going to be pushing out. Dobie trying to farm some farm right now. Sitting at the bottom of the network in terms of cores. Pangolier also down there, but we'll eventually find the farm. get that AC.
Ooh. I saw Quinn for a moment. He's got that BKB now. And thinking about the Requiem.
No hook shot. If there's a hook shot available, Requiem into hook shot into pushback from Cogs, they could stun lock him.
Radiant's middle tower.
Right.
Kalma lang kalma. Relax
See what they do is now they've got this BKB. Now he'll queue up the Hex again, right?
There's your answer.
No.
It's just going to be Shiva's back to Hex, never mind. Like, he's thinking, he's trolling, he's actually listening to us. Quinn?
Again,
Sips?
Watson just trying to find the Requiem, trying to find the control like you want with that hook shot. Going Silver Edge next. He's got the Shadow Blade at the moment. They're looking for potentially some more damage there. Is Solar Crest, not an item you see too often.
He did go for it in the
So-
previous game to just buff it, but the item got a slight buff, and that's all it takes. I don't think that...
Ooh.
Oh, that's the
Again.
Requiem.
Yeah, there's the Requiem you want. The hook shot follows it up. Quinn, all the way over the Cogs, almost surviving. Duracio's under the best spot. Pops the BKB, Tombstone to the high ground, stacking up those hypothermia shots. Multi-shot, can he pop? He'll die. Watson on the Pit of Malice again. Duracio gets onto the low ground, away from the side of Entity, but they're still coming forward. They've got the Sentry down. They look over at Watson. They've silenced him up with the Gust.
They found Duracio.
on a Drow. They look to get this hero,
Or did
but the
they?
Force Staffs are going to be too much. Ooh, just barely is that swashbuckle hit from Stormstormer, but the damage wasn't quite there.
Triple Force Staff, one for himself, two from the supports, Soul Rip, Solar Crest, everything on top of him just to keep him alive. I thought he was donezo there. Arrow? I mean, it also did help that Watson got killed, so
Yeah.
no extra right clicks. One extra right click from Shadowfin could do the trick. Another aggressive Force Staff from Ace.
Still in the Pit of Malice, and off to the side, they'll start to run on Gaming Gladiators. You know, remember you saying Force Staff is a very strong item? I was listening at that point.
You were? Okay. I mean, it's the great item. They have, what, how many? 4 at the moment. 4 Force Staff. Game literally ends. Like, even on the other side, eventually Shadowfiend will pick up one. He might actually have it. And no, it's just going to be Silver Edge for now. Clockwork, of course, and Snapfire as well. Just the value from this item is too good. The kiting potential.
We were talking about old Dota when you hope to just have a Force Staff as a support. Back in the day of one courier, we were reminiscing about the times where all you'd get.
I don't think anyone misses that. Smoke from Gaming Gladiator. Duracio, DD available. Can they see Watson? Gem on Undying.
Yeah, Requiem from the side. That'll hit the supports. They'll go in and get the kill to the Snapfire. Tofu still surviving, goes into the Guardian Greaves, and he's still trying to run. Duraccio standing his ground with the BKB pop by Watson, but he's taking a lot of damage from this Drow. The Force Staff back. Fishman moving in, trying to get towards him with the Battery Assault and the Cogs. But even with that, the BKB keeping Duraccio safe, and they'll get the kill into the Clockwork. They end up losing the Undying, and that's it.
They lost Undying, and I believe they also lost the Gem as well. So that's going to be a big thing. You're playing into Lycan, so sometimes you can't smoke because you don't see these wolves, and also Shadowfiend with the Silver Edge. Like, yeah, I talked about this importance.
Dire's middle tower.
Shard Lycan, look at the damage that's being done on this tier 3 tower.
Somebody's going to have to go and help that tower out.
Wolf has 65 damage, plus catapults, down to half HP.
Couple couriers sitting here at the secret shop. Pango's got a courier there with a staff of wizardry. Gem, now picked up by the Clockwork. They did get the gem. They have Fishman's Gem on Marana. And
Yeah, so they killed them, took their gem, and
yeah, now they bought another. So they've got Fishman with another gem.
let's see if they deward their jungle. Celery is not holding it anymore. Celery, level 15, Undying. Holding Philosopher's Stone. Trying to get A on disc next. Wants to be able to get multiple, like, guaranteed Tombstone. Have that Soul Rip. Maybe a couple of times in a fight. Tombstone needs to stay away from Snapfire. They're also building into Raid Pact. And Tofu just finished it. So, big upgrade. Physical damage reduction from Shadowfin and Lycan. Add Atrophy Aura on top of that. He needs to be closer, but that's going to be a big upgrade.
Feels like that item has become very situational. Obviously not an every game item anymore.
It also doesn't reduce every type of damage anymore.
Change is vast. The positioning that Entity has had in the trees at times has been so good. Watson, one of the big examples of that.
He played last 15, even 20 minutes so well. I don't think he died a single time. Most of these deaths were at the early stage of the game. They set up vision on high ground. They see Lycan's units, so they should know something here is cooking. Stormstormer hiding under that one tree. He's like, this is it. This is the spot.
A hide-and-seek pro.
Is under attack.
Yeah, he did actually win hide-and-seek championship,
Dire's
Americas, in 2007, when he was only 6 years old. I'm just kidding. He's from Germany, by the way. But never mind. Quinn looking for opening.
It's an international event.
Yeah. International in USA.
Arrow almost hits Watson. Stormer thinking about that Rolling Thunder. Ooh, Hex for Underlord is on the queue. And back to the Hex for Storm,
Tower is under attack.
adding to the potential control that they have in this game.
If they can, like with the Hex, they do have enough, I would say, to bring down Shadowframe from 100 to 0. Firestorm, right clicks from Drow Ranger. And another smoke from Entity. They think they know where they are, but right now they're on a completely different side of the map. They've been there for the last minute or so.
Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, scan connects.
Radiant having a much better read at where enemy is at the moment. They do have another smoke. However, Stormstormer, Bottle, Arcane Rune inside. Plus the Blast Rig. This is going to come in super handy. Building into Basher next, so a bit more control as well. This should reveal the positioning. Both teams getting D wards on the high ground.
Can't find anything. Moonlight Shadow.
Heaven's Halberd finished also on Underlord. Big upgrade against Lycan. And also Shadowfin. Here comes
Thunder.
Stormstormer.
Coming from the side, ball ending onto the low ground. Mortimer's Kisses, they'll disengage on the ults. Ace actually standing his ground with the tombstone up there. They go to the hook shot. Quinn is trying to survive as Toby's in his face with Fishman. Toby popped the BKB, so did Quinn. Fishman's going to be the first one to fall on the side of Entity. They'll ball lightning now over to the Snapfire Katayome with the cookie to get some distance, but eventually goes down with the Eraklio.
No mana.
Both carry and mid of Quinn and Narachio. They'll get the kill on a Toby. They've taken out the Lycan with the BKB from Watson, but he is not surviving. The right clicks are coming through, and Ace is on him, and he'll go down. Fishman dying again, and a buyback committed from Quinn. Stormstormer in the top lane, but he's the only one alive.
We saw Quinn buying back even in the previous game to secure first Roshan. He was not the one who picked up Aegis, and I like that because he knows that if he buys back, they're going to be able to win a fight. There's still tier 2 tower that he can TP to. Stormstormer trying to get some D-wards going. Roshan is going to respawn. This is relatively early Roshan, which does have Refresher, but they're not done. Gaming Gladiators, they want to hit the high ground. Also, like one of the downsides that you have with Shadowfin is he respawns, does not have all the souls available, so his Requiem not as good. And now pushing the high ground. They do have enough damage. Raid pack damage, increase, Atrophy Aura. Right now, okay, this is with Howl, but Underlord still hits for 350.
Need to be a little bit careful because bottom's pushing in again.
2 catapult wave.
Oh, Fiend's gate? No, Rolling Thunder stopping too. They have 10 seconds. I don't think they're going to make it back to the gate. At least Cellular you won't. And he'll die to Toby.
Someone needs to take care of this bottom lane as well. This is 35-minute mark, which means 2 catapults spawn, but yeah, they kill Roshan so quickly. Who's got a TP? Seems like no one at the moment.
There's Quinn. Will we get there? There we go. Top catapult taken away, and tower is safe for now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Flicker found for Gaming Gladiators. Timeless Relic for the other side of Entity. Swift Blink next for Doraccio. And he's top of the net worth by so much.
Yeah, there's a big difference. He died only 2 times this game. Like that one death could have been very costly, but they did manage to get him out of the trouble with the triple 4 staff usage. Does have Refresher. He's holding on to Cheese, so can't refresh his BKB, Hurricane Pike, and also Full butterfly now completed. Plus Elven Tunic. This is 46% evasion, so every second hit will round up the number against Shadowfiend, against Lycan, is not gonna hit.
So, feeling pretty safe, right?
Pretty much.
Boots of bearing for Mirana. And Quinn about to have that gold for the Hex. We'll see if they want to play aggressive. They've got 3.5 minutes still left on this Aegis. Ooh. Double damage sitting top, by the way. Firestorm, some right clicks. The tier 1 tower bottom goes down very fast. Dyrachyo finding this Lycan, but again, having that ult to just run away.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're holding a gem on Stormstormer, too.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Does have a slot for it anyway. Bottle in the backpack. So much damage reduction from Underlord. He has Pipe of Insight, holding on to Cloak, which brings him down to 42 magical, 66 physical. And also does have Heaven's Halberd, so status resistance, level 20, plus 15% atrophy aura, 8 rate pact on top of it.
Radiant's top tower is
I'm really worried, really worried. 20k gold lead for Gaming Gladiators at the moment, pushing the high ground. I think they have one fight. This is it. You lose fight, you lose the game.
Yeah, that lands out of the Clockwork. They'll take Fishman out immediately. He'll go to the Requiem. That lands on to 2. They got Quinn juggled for a second. The Pit of Malice is down with the Vortex pulling in the Lycan. The right clicks of the multi-shot coming through, and Stormstormer is going to be dead to Dyrachyo. They'll continue forward and take out Watson. A Requiem and Death and a buyback coming through from him as well. But not exactly going to be up to snuff as he is, well, going to be lacking a couple of souls here on the respawn. Dyrachyo forward, Cookie, Refresher, BKB, Watson hexed, and Watson dead again.
Too many
immediately just GG.
Too many tanky bodies in front of Drow Rangers, so she can do whatever the hell she wants in these fights. Entity, they wanted to keep like a bit more aggression going from their side. Once they picked up that Aegis, it was the second Roshan that they got killed, and other than that, it was all Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
Like, from the start to finish, Quinn completely dominated the matchup. We've seen this throughout the DPC tour. Throughout the previous major, they just know, like, all 3 lanes pretty much went poorly for Entity. And it was difficult to recover. There was one fight near their outpost that they managed to take. I was really surprised that they managed to win that one. It was kind of a wonky from Gaming Gladiators, but other than that, everything was pretty clean.
Yeah, I feel like Entity, they showed a couple of tools that looked like they can use to win the game, and it felt like their initiation was nice at times. Like you said, that fight by the outpost, that was the
highlight.
Yeah, but Gaming Gladiators, it's like they don't panic. They don't struggle to continue to keep their lead, and they just went from A to B to C, like, really without messing up too much. Even that fight at the outpost, they recovered and turned it around to something that worked out for them. They were 7K, 4K, and then all of a sudden it was just off to the races. 12,000 net worth lead again. And Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they're showing why they're one of the best teams in this region, if not the best team in the region. They get the 2-0 over Entity. And to break it down, we've got the panel. We'll throw it back to you guys. Take it away.
We thought Entity might have had a better shot here in game number 2. Unfortunately, Gaming Gladiators stepped it up a whole nother level, and they got it here. 2-0'd against Entity. And did you guys know the history of these two teams matching up?
I do not know.
I do not.
The last 3 times they have faced up, it's all been in Gamen's favor. So pretty much ever since like the later half of last year, it's always gone towards Gamen's favor.
Have they been 2-0s?
No, it was 2-1, 2-1, and 2-0.
Damn.
So gaming just becoming better and
Better and better. Cleaner wins for them. And this game number 2, no different at all.
What can you do? I mean, you're playing into this lineup. You're struggling, it feels like, for any of your heroes to kill. Actually, I will say, I think they did some good times with this SF and the Shadowblade especially. Like, the way that they were able to find Quinn multiple times was very good. I think there was, like, some fault there on Gamen's side.
Like here, when he actually goes in way too deep, chases
Yes.
the dog, loses all of his mana, and then gets killed off. Yeah, like every entity's fight, I feel like that went well for them was more of a Gaming Gladiators mistake.
Yeah.
And also entity. I know there's a centerpiece to talk about, but like I'll just pick up the Lycan. Like Lycan on the offlane as well didn't really do a lot. Like he was doing well in the laning stage, was trying to pressure the tier 2, but every time he pops his ulti, I felt like it was more to run away from the Underlord, who was pretty damn big.
Wait, I will say this. The Lycan I thought was going to have impact with split push, and that's what I kind of liked about the Underlord, is it like mitigated so much of that potential. Like, Game and Gladiators were able to move around this map together as a team so much. Like, I've never seen so many players stick to each other's hips as I did in this game.
It was really good. They itemized as well, like getting the Wraith Pag. Underlord is just a really hard matchup for Lycan because he has damage reduction in his aura and like just in
The
general.
cage as well.
Yeah, exactly. The pit. It makes it so hard. Like you're trying to stick on these supports and you're playing into like a Lee pit. He couldn't do his job.
Well, for Game and Gladiators, guys, was there anything else? Actually, let's have a talk about Entity. I want to talk about a little bit more about that downfall. You said in your eyes, Lizard, that it was the Lycan that you thought didn't do too much.
No,
Stormstormer on Pengo, I actually really like. That's like a positive that I want to sort of look at because he did well, I would say, in that earlier part of the game. Much better than this Invoker, despite the fact that they keep going back for it for him.
Yeah, it was solid. At the same time, I felt like Win was doing better on the mid lane from
Of course.
Storm Spirit. Stormer on the Pango had some decent rotations, decent plays. I really think the game was broken at a certain lane that we all noticed. But
We're skirting around it.
Yeah, Pangolier did his job more or less. Diffusal was extremely annoying. It was. Would I say that it had more impact than the Invoker? I wouldn't. I think that perhaps
Okay.
the Invoker game was actually even a tiny little bit better for him.
Right.
But it did demonstrate to us that he has another hero in his puddle.
Yeah, and it is nice to see that. And Sheep, I think we just have to talk about it. This Shadow Fiend, it was the overall last pick, and it did not do what anyone thought it would, especially starting all the way back at laning phase.
Yeah, his mid game was pretty decent after he picked up that Shadow Blade, but early game, yeah, he griefed his lane. I'm gonna put it out there. So he came to lane, had a bunch of branches, went stats, no mangoes. And typically you playing into a melee hero, what are you meant to do? You're meant to raise them and you're meant to make them unable to lane. They woke up for a creep raised. I think in the first 3 minutes, he raised maybe like twice, and I'm not even sure if one of those hit him. What Entity failed to do there was just bring mangoes to the lane and just run him out. Like instead what you have Underlord and Mirana doing is they're arrowing the first creep, range creep in the wave, then pulling the lane back. That way their wave doubles, and then Clockwork is unable to use Battery Assault to harass them. Your SF's not raising them, so they're just going completely uncontested for 3 minutes. And then what what Gaiman did is they had a little ward on the cliff that shows the small cap, and then as soon as they watch Clock leave his SF, they just run at him, and they just harass him down. I think it was a massive mistake for this SF not to buy mangoes and just spam raises. I think he brought a Bassi at like 3 minutes, and it's like, why are you bringing this? You're not even using your spells.
Bassi was a weird one,
Yeah.
but mangoes usually are the way. You buy a bunch of branches and mangoes you spam all the time. He ran down in the lane, but he also stuck around in the lane a little bit too long. Quinn rotated a couple of times. Most of his deaths were actually still in the lane. And overall, yeah, you expect, like when the draft was happening, we were talking about it. We expected this SF to be dominating in the laning stage at least.
Yeah, it's just started off with one small mistake and sort of escalated there. Sorry, I feel like you wanted more, Sheep.
I was just going to say, like, Ace had an amazing game off the back of it. Like, yes, SF should have dominated and his game should have been super amazing, but also Ace shouldn't have had a game. You know, and instead he's like pulling off these portals that are absolutely insane all
That's
game.
why the Lycan is suffering on the other side,
Exactly.
right?
The highest amount of impact came out of this Underlord. It was an actual treat to watch how quickly they moved around the map, you know, going back and forth. Like, they're able to just spread their heroes everywhere and always be doing something.
I think a very undervalued hero, one that we haven't seen for a really long time. I'm going to be interested to see what other teams can take from this performance, if we're going to see it a little bit more often. You like the performance? MVP material though, Sheep.
Ace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. All in on the Underlord. Alrighty,
It was great. It was fantastic.
I fully agree with you. Lizard, are you going to try and disagree with us?
No.
Okay, perfect. It is going to be Ace MVP. There he goes, 5-16, 84% kill participation. Like that right there, that's all you really need to focus on, is just how much he was over this map, how much he was really doing for the team, and the items as well. Standard, but very impactful.
Yeah, like the hero also isn't really in the meta. The hero isn't picked up a lot, and he still made it made it work really damn well. Like the portals across the map, completely negating the Lycan's impact early on. Later on, the team fights that he was setting up, everything really on point.
Yep. 2-0 for Gaming Gladiators, and we do have Celery joining us for the winners interview here. We get to have a chat to him. Celery, congratulations! You guys are on a fantastic roll at the moment. How does that feel for you and the team?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it feels good. It feels very good. Yeah. Yeah, not sure what else to say.
Yeah, that's fair. Bit of a redundant question, I guess, off the back of a win. But I actually wanted to ask, how did the team react? Like, we heard the listen-in on the Rampage being stolen from Duracho, but were you guys still talking about it in the break and coming into game 2?
I'm not sure. I always instantly go be right back, make a 2 in between. But I hope they chilled out a bit. But I mean, I know how it is when I take Anton's kills, so Quinn is probably still getting told about it.
He'll never hear the end of it now.
Yeah, congrats on the win once again. What about the Underlords, by the way? Is it just because of the Lycan, or is it something that you guys had prepared, maybe screamed with before?
No, I mean, Ace said that he wanted it, so then we picked it.
That's it? Okay, cool.
Yeah,
He wanted to play
that's how it goes.
Yeah, he calls for it. You said...
But we think it was good in the game, of course. It's pretty good against Lycan. It's just good against the heroes they have. We want someone to buy Greaves and Pipe. He buys Greaves and Pipe.
Okay,
so,
and
nothing crazy.
And another small hero question, like, how do you feel about Storm Spirits right now? You guys obviously won with it. Do you think that the hero is on a rise?
Quinn Storm is not on a rise yet, but I think the hero's pretty good right now. Maybe he needs to play some more pubs on his stream. Focus a bit more on his own gameplay. No, I mean, and, I think the hero's very good. I've seen it a lot more recently, also from a lot of Eastern European teams. I think they're playing it a lot, and it just seems very solid. I'm not entirely sure why. Don't think it... I mean, I guess the base attack time buff maybe helps a lot. Maybe that's a big thing. Wait, it's Storm, right, that got this?
Yep.
Or not? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's enough for this hero to be that much better. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it seems very good.
Thank you.
Well, I want to pick your brain more on more hero stuff. Since you're a support player, it feels like supports have become way higher priority. Like you guys yourselves, you banned Disruptor and Rubik in this series. Can you give me your thoughts on like Disruptor? Because he's sort of, new to this tour in terms of how popular he's become.
Yeah, I mean, this hero is just a lot better than before because people figured out how good this Glimpse spell is early in lane. And I think that's the main thing, because before this hero was really, really weak in lane usually. That was a big downside, but now that doesn't seem like it's the case anymore. Like all his spells are really good in lane. Even Kinetic Field is being used really well. I remember there was one lane from Tundra where they had Disruptor Enigma, and they're glimpsing people into Kinetic Field, and Eidolons are killing the guy. This hero just has a lot of potential in lane. But for this series in particular, we just banned it because you can check the history. Entity won 4 games of Disruptor, and they lost every series where they had no Disruptor. So that seemed like a solid strat, so we went for it.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I'd say a hero that's been a little popular in like China is Enchantress as a support, but I feel like it's not as popular in Europe West. Do you have an opinion on that? Because you guys don't really play it either.
I really want to play it, but I'm just Mr. Undying right now.
Oh.
At the major, we had a joke that I was Mr. TP, Mr. Train Protector. Like, I remember at one point in the group stage, after like 15 or 14 games or something, I played 4 heroes. What was it? Undying, Treant, then maybe 1 or 2 Wisp games and an Eng game. That was it. That's rough times, and now I'm playing Undying every game again.
Oh,
what are you going to do?
Do you have any other running gags in your team, or like jokes or in-jokes?
It's hard to think of it, actually, because you're so used to it. We have a lot of random jokes. I miss some of them because we're not at a bootcamp right now, so you don't hear it as often.
Oh,
Yeah, I cannot think of something amazing right now. Maybe later.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Are there any other heroes that you're hoping you'll be able to pick up when the Undying finally gets banned or finally gets put to the side outside of Enchantress? Any other heroes for you?
Yeah, Chen. I love Chen.
Okay.
But this hero right now, oof. It's it's a rough time. Last night in bed, I couldn't sleep, and I also started thinking about Chen. I thought maybe there's a way. Then I told Ace about it. He said, no. Stop thinking about it.
Undying only. Undying is all you should be thinking about. Well,
Yep.
look, Celery, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations again on the tour here.
Yep, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Poor Celery. Man gets
Undying.
given here. You go, here's Treant Protector, here's Undying. Each patch you get one hero, and that's it. If it gets banned, unlucky. You're not playing in the game.
I mean, Undying's pretty damn good, so I mean, until it gets banned, you might as well. As this team has a lot of heroes they're way too good at that you have to ban, and unfortunately, Undying's one of the most likely to get through.
Yeah.
He should just be happy that it's not the Lich patch where you were eating creeps behind the tier 2 tower for 15 minutes.
That's the best. That was so fun. I was so sad. You know, me and my friend, we used to run Enigma Lich lanes, and we would just eat every single creep. And these guys, like the enemy carry just shows up, he sees 2 creeps walking towards him, he's like, what the hell happened here?
It's time. I want to see like a whole lineup of just heroes that eat creeps.
Yeah, that shit was so
You're
funny.
a psychopath.
It was
How's that
fun.
fun?
How did you just
How is
realize?
it not fun? You just look into the carry's eyes and
point.
like, enjoy this.
All right, well, guys, it was our first series here, Gaming Gladiators up against Entity at 2-0. Not too unsurprising. We are going to jump to a break. When we come back, I believe we're going to do some fill-up, but we'll also have a second series. It's going to be Liquid up against Tundra.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
if you couldn't tell, we're back with another game show. That's right, we're filling in the void here between Series 1 and Series 2 with some game shows. I've got contestant number 1, Sheepstick here. We've got contestant number 2, Benjamin Copperman. And contestant number 3, Lizard. Now, strike a pose for the camera. Classic. All right. Nice! Give it up for our contestants. We've got something new today, though. It's a similar concept of what we've all seen before, okay? We've seen the whole zoomed-in image of the hero, and then you try and guess the hero. We've got a wholesome little twist on that game. We're going to zoom in on a pet, and we are going to guess which talent owns said pet that we have zoomed in on. So it could be a cat, it could be a dog. I don't know if there's any other crazier pets out there that our talent own, but either way, we're going to go through. I don't have a pet kangaroo production. What the hell? What are they trying to stereotype me? Look at them.
You do have a spider though, right?
Yeah, obviously. That one lives under the bed.
And all of those unwanted snakes.
And yeah, in the backyard. Alrighty, we're ready. I believe it's, let me double check. 14. We have 14 talent and pets to guess here. So we'll pull
one pet per minute.
Wait. I got to do, yeah, that's true. We're going to speed through it. Another rule. If you see your own pet on the board, you cannot instantly jump in and claim it, okay? You have to wait until the other contestants have guessed.
I'm
Okay, so I need
so
to...
sorry to my pet owner.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to
By the way,
lie.
talent only from here, or?
Yes, through just DPC, our PGL, so NA, Western Europe, China, all the talent across that that have submitted pets are going to be placed up of here. So we'll pull up the first one. Hint, it's neither of you guys, so we're starting off to a good start there. Who owns this gorgeous little kitty cat right here?
Giannis.
Nomad.
Can I go? No.
Oh, do we have to beep?
No, we don't.
Oh,
it is Nomad.
Damn, you know his
That's
cat?
my boy Nomad with his cat. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's such an adorable little selfie. I already love this game. This is the best fill up.
I don't know cats at all.
Black and white.
I'm just
That's-
guessing.
That's the
Throw
time of
names.
that. All right, we'll see. Pet
Very
number
official
2.
picture from the
It
two
is.
of them, right?
It's Natty's pussy!
It is. It's
Yay!
a puppy dog. This was right after he had nose surgery, so he's got a little bit of a dirty nose on him there.
Oh, he's so cute.
Absolutely adorable, squishy face there. All right, pet number 3. Can anyone guess this one?
Oh, I've seen this dog before.
Ooh.
Whose
Have
dog
I
is this?
seen this dog? Scriff.
No, wrong. That's Griff.
Why did it?
Wait,
They got you.
I'm trying to do this without looking at my phone. I want to see if I can remember every talent's pet. It's not Scriff. Sheep, lizard.
Most talents have cats. Like, whose dog could it be?
We just saw one cat and one dog,
Says
and he's
guy
saying
who
both.
has dogs.
I don't know where you're
Most of
pulling.
you guys.
All right, quickly. Guess, guys. We don't have too much time.
I don't know.
Throw out a talent.
I'll go
T-Panda?
with Kezu.
Not T-Panda,
Damn it.
not Kezu. It is T-Gub's brother's dog.
T-Gub's
so
Guys, brothers, that's,
he doesn't actually have a pet, but it is
Okay.
very adorable. They pets it every now and then, T-Gub and his girlfriend. So
He's a cute dog.
Yeah, a very adorable dog. So it's practically like family for them as well.
Aww.
Yeah. All right, pet number 4 is what I believe we're up to.
I'm gonna guess fogged again.
It is not Fog.
Damn it! I know he has a cat.
Kezu.
It is Ken. No, it's not.
What?
No, it isn't. No, wait, never. I have to look. Oh no, it's not. I know it is. It's not. It's not.
Okay.
I had to check that one.
Let's go pick up. Pick up. Pick up.
Talent?
Yep.
Pick up.
Who's here?
Just
Well, bro, your coworkers, your colleagues, your friends, confidants,
Is it
amigos, homies.
Mike's dog? Cat?
It's a cat.
Dude, my brain is so fried today. Oh my god.
It's T-Panda's
Oh,
parents'
nice.
cat. So practically
Hey,
his
what's
as
up
well.
with all these parents and brothers and stuff?
I think it counts. If it's
counts
your,
if it's a family animal.
I agree. T-Panda lives in an apartment. He travels a lot. He can't have a cat of his own. So he loves his parents' one just as much as if it was his own. Alrighty. Pet number 5.
Puppy.
Yeah, but we don't have a talent named Puppy.
I don't know whose puppy that is.
It's really cute.
Diz.
Yeah.
Cinderin?
Not Sind.
What else do we have around?
Go on, guys.
Lizard, you should totally guess.
Lizard.
Kezu.
No.
Lizard is probably B-Cops.
Big up.
It's Cooper! Look at him! It's Cooper!
Your dog?
Yeah. That was the day my mom woke me up and she's like, we got a dog. And then just
Here's a
dropped it
dog.
right on my chest.
Absolutely adorable. How old
Very
is your
cute.
dog now, Big-Up?
He's 3.
Aww.
And he's retired.
Oh, absolutely adorable. All right, what number are we up to? 7, I believe.
I thought
6.
you just wanted the next
What the hell's that?
Oh, I know whose this one is now.
I'm guessing fogged again.
It's not fun.
God damn it.
I'm guessing Kezu again.
It is Kezu.
Eventually,
that.
eventually my strat will work.
He's having a nap with
We
his
have the
kitty
same
cat. We can't guess Kezu anymore because obviously his picture.
Yeah, find a new strat, man.
All right, 7. Let's look at contestant number 7.
It's fogged.
It's fucked.
It is.
He stole my strat.
He sniped it. You knew. I love that photo too. How goofy it is.
It's because it updates faster over there than there. I didn't tell if it was a cat or not.
I wasn't looking right there.
Oh, you weren't? Whatever.
We're
man.
looking at the same thing. The reaction speed was off the chains. All right, 8. Number 8.
Oh, that's Scruff.
That is Scriff. Yeah. I love this picture too. He's
That's a
just like
great photo.
casually just lifting up this giant dog.
That dog is such a fluff. Like, look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm
Adorable.
up here.
Wait,
Adorable.
Wait.
It's straight out from some Disney cartoon.
Truly.
Does
What
a
a
little
prince.
All right, number 9. We're seeing a new pet popping up.
Wet pass.
Nope, not
Gabe.
Wet.
What? Really?
It is Gabe. It's a lyrical.
No way. Oh,
I know your pets.
I guess Wet pass is a puppy in it. Dude, that's so cute.
Yeah.
It's very wholesome. Very wholesome. Number 10.
Okay.
We're speeding through these.
That's Lizard.
That is Lizards.
yeah.
I knew it. Lizards is
Pay attention to everybody's pets.
Yeah, you're so fast.
the easiest to guess. Pico's crazy good.
I'm
He knows your
retiring.
pets.
I'm
Can't wait
retired.
to
Don't
know heroes?
I'm so
I know your
fucked.
pets.
I've insulted every talent by getting all their pets right. Except for you now.
Except for me. Thank you. And that's all that really matters. All right, 11.
Oh, who's possibly could have a cat left?
Looks like Nomad's cat again, but it's not.
Well, it can't be.
I'm just gonna guess talent that haven't had things yet. Sind.
It's not Sind.
Damn it.
Sind doesn't have a cat.
I don't know what Sind has. I don't know what
Has a
anyone
dog.
has.
He has a dog.
He has a
Right.
dog? Aw.
There's an Instagram for his dog too. When we get to it,
really?
I'll give it a shout out. We'll get
Well,
there.
now I know that there's a Cinderin dog in this game somewhere. So I know
I mean,
what my next strat is.
everyone's pets here that's submitted. All right, guys, quickly. Times are ticking. Tick tock on the clock.
Is it?
I don't think you're ever gonna guess this.
Really?
Fear?
What?
It's not Fear.
Mike.
Nope, it's not Mike. It is Weapons. He's adorable little.
Didn't
kitty
submit the
cat.
puppy? I'm so mauled.
He has 2 gorgeous cats.
Yeah, but he has a puppy.
Not yet. They pick it up next week.
Oh, I see. They haven't got it yet. Okay.
And he's had these cats for a while. Very
Sure.
gorgeous little
Very
cats.
cute cat.
Love it. What number are we at? 12.
Damn, that's
That's a
a
cat.
beautiful cat. Look at
Aw,
him.
look at that
Very,
little
very
wild cat.
sir-like.
My brain is
A lord.
short-circuited and I don't even know who this is. I could look at the answers, but I don't want to.
I have no idea.
Do you have a pet, Alex? Did you submit to this?
I'm not telling you anything, because then you'll know by like process.
She
of
did
deduction.
submit.
I'm going with sheep.
It's not sheep.
Damn it.
I know that
Beat
for
Lizard
sure.
into that answer.
Not sheep.
Who's left?
OD Pixel? Wait, no, because they travel.
It is Owen.
Yay! Never mind. Easiest game of my life.
Yep. Number 13. Lucky number 13.
Oh, look at the dog.
It's so cute.
The smile.
Oh, it's cute.
Is that Alex's dog?
Yeah. That is.
I can tell by your reaction to the dog.
Dude,
I feel like I
that's
kinda gave
such
it
a
away.
cute smile.
his name
it was
is
so
Diego, and I
hard to
love
pick.
him.
Yeah, it was so hard to pick a photo of Alex and Diego. She sent me like 4, and they were all so unbelievably adorable.
He's my baby.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, he sits outside of my door whenever I'm sleeping, so I wake up in the morning, I open my door, and he's always just lying there in front of my door waiting. I love him. I
Cutie
miss
pie.
him so
I miss my
much.
dog.
That's
Miss my
lucky number
dog.
13. Let's go to 14 now.
What?
What the hell?
Yeah, that is a
Cinderin.
It is Cinderin dog.
that is a model dog.
Oh my God. With a model
Look at that
man.
dog.
Yeah, he sent me their Instagram. Let me give them a shout because you can see these gorgeous little model photos from the 2 of them. It's look, I'm gonna spell it wrong. It's LOEG the dog. I'm not gonna pronounce it. They're Danish, so I'm not even attempting that one. You guys can go have a look.
Lego.
Lego, definitely not. But You guys can go check it out. There's all the pets from the talent there. A nice little wholesome bit of content. And I think B Cup, you well and truly won that one.
I don't know. Alex got a lot.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think
You were pretty good.
You were like on 5 for a while. You got probably 4 in a row or something. Lizard definitely came last.
Yeah, he sucks at this.
You got maybe 2, bro.
What
Yeah.
the
Don't let them
hell?
talk to you like that.
It's pathetic.
But my Synderen strat worked.
Your citrus?
Eventually you got there.
Kazu strat.
Yeah,
Your Kazu
Kazu-
strat. Your Kazu one. And then you got
B Cup
sniped. You
stop.
fucked one.
It's
Oh,
okay.
well.
Yeah. Well, that was a nice little change up, some wholesome content, guys. We are going to be going to a break when we come back. Second series, Liquid up against Tundra. We'll see you soon.
I love you, Cooper.
Welcome back. I hope you guys are enjoying your Monday because we have some exciting Dota install. It's Liquid up against Tundra here for our second series, and joining me are two new panelists, Kezu and T Governor.
Yep, it's us.
Yep.
Hi. Yep.
Hey, hey.
Sup.
So let's jump on into it.
Bam.
Let's talk about Liquid first, shall we?
Sure.
Straight away?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're not going to have
Very
any
fluid.
pleasantries here. We're just going to go straight on in. I caught that one.
Thank you.
Liquid being fluid. Then you can start us off, T, chatting about Liquid.
Ooh, okay, we're chatting about Liquid. So after their first ever showing in the DPC, where they did some weird Radiance and Media Hammer stuff,
Just say they got baited into the new patch.
they did.
A little bit.
They have refound
A lot of it.
their form, and they are a fun, aggressive, excitable team to watch that has their own, stamp in the meta to some degree. So, yeah, I'm very happy for the Liquid fans that they aren't watching Week 1 Liquid, that's for sure.
I mean,
Day
I
one
think
Liquid.
the
Day 1, yeah.
I guess
true,
day one,
yeah.
they had some time to, kind of, what's it called, like refine what they did and be like, okay, this is actually garbage, so we're not going to do it again. And I think since then, they kind of got their groove back. They're a very aggressive team, which I think should give them a pretty good edge against Tundra. I think they're one of the better team-to-team matchups. So overall, yeah, just a big Liquid fan. If they continue with their good lanes, early aggression, all good.
I will say Tundra have been bringing a lot of aggression though to their games. It feels like games are being faster for them. I would say they're definitely taking over the map quicker than normal. It isn't this slower based Tundra that we're used to. At the moment, it didn't work against Ooredoo Thunders, so I'm a little bit worried about what that loss brings to them if they go a little bit too far back in the drawing board, or if they're still going to keep up the momentum and just refine what went wrong in that series.
I think for that series, Ooredoo were one of the few teams that drafts in a style where they keep their kind of counters closed, and then they go for like the big Veno pick or that big pick which kind of shuts down a lane. Teams like Liquid or Tundra, they draft a little bit more open, where it's like they're going for the DP, the Beastmasters in the first phase, or like the Dooms and stuff, where you know exactly what it's going to do, you know exactly how to play into it. So it's not as if there's going to be some like X-Factor Venomonster pick that just shuts you out the game. So I think in this series alone, we aren't going to be seeing those incredible Veno-style picks from from Liquid or Tundra, and it's going to be two stable drafts, and it's less about who had the edge and who executes better in the game, who breaks from laning phase first, who can scale a little bit quicker.
I think that's something that OT did very well against Tundra, because when you look at Tundra, I feel like they rely a lot on their early lanes going well, 3-3 going like 5-0 on his Doom, and then like they slowly break open the map with people going here, 1k gold lead, 2k, 3k, 4k, and then they slowly play the map, whereas OT, solid lanes, good last picks, and they kind of broke the game open.
Yep.
Right.
I feel like Liquid have the option, or at least the chance to do the same, simply because they have this early aggression and good lanes.
Yep.
But Tundra, I feel like they had an off day, and they're
Okay.
going to show up a lot more today.
Which team do you think is also better playing from behind Kezu? Like, let's say the lanes, because both of these teams are known for really
Liquid,
strong
for
lanes,
sure.
right? Okay.
Liquid.
There was no hesitation, instant on the Liquid.
I feel like Tundra, when they're behind, they just show me always the same thing. They're going to run down the side lanes, hope to split you up, eventually hit a timing.
Yep.
Whereas I think Liquid, they're a bit more... They don't need to be ahead all the time. Like, even when they're behind, they know when someone can speed up the game, which fights to take. And I think one of their strengths in the mid game as well is to break and take fights that they want to. They're going to do a quick smoke. They're going to give their wards to Boxy on Rubik. He's going to place it from high range, and suddenly, bam, initiation. Take the fight.
So Mickey magic as well. Also, like Monkey King or something. Just turn it around in that needed moment.
Yeah.
Now, I know you've been a little bit of a busy man over the weekend, T, doing a lot of research.
No, I have, yeah.
Making sure we're always at the forefront of
true.
what's going on in the Dota scene, in the Dota world, what the meta is, what's working.
Yep, we do actually have a really important graphic, which hopefully will be
Very
coming up
important.
soon. And it's currently just a mustache meta. As you can see here, of course, both teams, notable heroes, notable players as well. Skidder and Insania both sporting the mustache. No idea going into today if they all still have that. Potentially shaving it off might be the reason why they actually lose the series. So hopefully they keep those little caterpillars on their face for this best of 3.
Can I just say Insania looks like Mario? Like, can someone please Photoshop a Mario cap on him?
It's kind of hype, but out of all of this, I think the two important stats are simply, of course, Tundra once again have the smallest hero pool of any team in the DPC so far. And actually, in regards to who's ending games quickest, both Tundra and Liquid are in the top 2, as you see here, with the quickest barracks taken or racks taken. So Liquid, of course, have taken 3 racks pre-30 minutes. Tundra have taken 2 racks, and all the other teams are either on 1 or none. They take way longer. So when we talk about speed of play, the mustaches are really enabling them to actually convert on that early game pressure and that momentum. And as you see here, Kezu, there's some notable heroes. If anything jumps out to you,
I think like to go with the how fast they take some barracks a lot. There's some overlap in terms of like zoo heroes from the offlane or like speed enabling heroes, Nature's Prophet on both of their +1s. I mean Zai also plays it. I don't think he's done so this season, but overall, yeah, I feel like you just have two. They're a bit different, because I will just say Liquid play faster, whereas Tundra, they're going to need a bit more time. They're a bit more methodical with how they do it, but even them, they've sped up their game. But I don't think it's on the same level as Liquid right now.
Yeah, I think the big disparity for me on the two teams is maybe the mid to position 5s. On one side, you've got these Pangoliers and DKs, and on the other side, you've got like the Tusk and Pucks, so potentially we won't be seeing Puck because of the DK counters. And 5 position, Insania versus Snaking. Snaking's playing what, some Gyrocopter?
Dude, the Gyro is so good though. I am a big fiend for the Gyro.
It depends, but I think it has good potential.
It has good potential, but volatility as well, because we also saw them pick Gyrocopter and get absolutely slapped by some Veno lane, right? So
didn't you say it was just an off day for them?
I said that.
Oh, okay.
Am I wrong?
I mean, I have played a lot of Gyro 5 as well after seeing Snaking. It is a lot of fun to see.
My idol.
But the flip side is like, when you have one guy playing Treant, Disruptor, these type of supports, their lane secures, and also the volatility of them going bad is way lower. On the flip side, if you are picking Gyro and Morana, if the lane doesn't go great, your fallback plan is your team doing well. So that's maybe one thing to look at as well in the Tundra versus Liquid matchup.
I want to interrupt this discussion just very quickly because esportsbet.io, they are our sponsor here in the Western Europe DPC. They have a new watch to earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly 3 USD per hour simply by watching your favorite Dota 2 games. So you can head on over to esportsbet.io, create an account, get some more information, and to earn these tokens, you don't even have to start betting. So, or you can join the Discord as well. The link is below. Turning our eyes back to Liquid and Tundra. We talked about their tempo. We've talked about the mustache meta. We've now talked about their supports. I've got nothing else to talk about.
That's fair enough.
That's a lie.
Okay, I have something. I feel like for Liquid, like most of the domination from Tundra, at least in my opinion, it comes from their offlane aggression early on, winning that and then building off of that.
Sure.
And I do think that Liquid have a good shot with a lot of the heroes they have played, like, Mickey on the Monkey King, for instance. Slowing down 3-3, I feel like is a crucial aspect of the game. You can do it either in the lane or maybe with some rotations later. And secondly, I think vision. What you want against Tundra are heroes that enable you or
continue the fight,
enable you to help you take the fight, but also make it harder for Tundra to then just eventually try to do their Tundra style with their map play. Because I think that's what they excel at, so you need to try and counter that.
So Brood ban, and then even though they don't first phase on first pick too often with Doom, are we saying Brood Doom bans are like key here? Are we saying that Doom, you potentially can give it away, but then you make sure, like we see in China and other regions, you're constantly taking the fight? Because I feel like this Doom is a lot of respect towards it. Of course, it's 33, best Doom player in the world right now. But maybe, as we've seen other regions and games, it is counterable, and maybe teams shouldn't be as scared. So it's like Brood plus something should be the bans against Tundra.
I feel like it's just what do you really want to let out in general, because like the Nature's Prophet now as well, like we're seeing Skitter pick it up. I'm pretty sure almost every time that's been available this tour, he's picked it up for himself on the side of Tundra. So you say like there needs to be that Brood and then the respect to Doom, but it's just like Nature's Prophet. If you're not getting first pick, do you let it through if they're getting it?
I think you need to decide. Like you go Brood, I feel like it's the one you take out for sure. And then the other one, you theory craft. Okay, if they open this and we do this opening, what can they take on 8 to make us feel really bad? And you do this over and over until you feel like, okay, they first pick Nature's Prophet, we go, I don't know, Pangolier +1. And then if they feel like, okay, whatever they do on 8, we feel kind of good about it, then maybe that's like, okay, we can go with this opening.
Yeah, I just hope that we do get to see some variations slightly. I think Nature's Prophet, even though it's been very good, we are seeing teams learn about the hero, at least after a little bit of time. We've seen this DK mid just going some Skadi, not caring. We've seen some Marcy's come back in. Again, these teams aren't really picking it, but a potential pocket pick, I'd lean more towards Liquid. So again, I feel like this should be the series where the staples for the meta in the region should start to be exploited. And I'm looking at Liquid more to do that, because again, Tundra's hero pool, about this big. Liquid's hero pool, it's about this big. So
I mean, especially on Mickey, right? I feel like sometimes that's the big letdown in teams when it comes to drafting. It's like, what is our carry really comfortable on? And Mickey has this abundance of heroes and ones that we haven't even seen played for a while. Like you already pointed out, the Monkey King, right? how many times have we seen a carry Monkey King since this year started? Since we've been on this patch and the last patch. So
Not often. And I love that they can do that. He also plays like what? They've played Tiny Carry before.
DP carry back in the last tour.
Like, they will play like whatever they need to in order to win the game. And I think usually it's more on the faster side.
Sure.
And just to go back about the vision aspect, I feel like Monkey King could have a pretty big impact in the series. Tundra also like it. They play it on Saxa. I feel like other heroes, I've seen Insania play some ET in pubs. Maybe they feel like this hero is good against 3-3 in the lane, helps them with teamfight and map play. And one other hero I would have loved to see more against Tundra is Io. But I don't see anyone play this hero.
Against? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a high-paced
They can play it too, but it
why?
didn't look
I was
too
going to
good
say,
last
why?
time.
Why do you want to see it picked up against Tundra?
I think that when you play against Tundra and you have good lanes and the ability to play the map and like against Tundra, I just feel like you want to have map play.
Yeah, they're greedy, right?
Yeah.
To like break it down, like Tundra's very greedy. Often you'll see Snaking farming a camp, but if you have some like Io Lesh, Io Storm style hero, as soon as you see one, you go. Like that's going to force Tundra to go, wait, why are we hitting this? Why are we not going for the fight? Like you look at the net worths on the heroes, like often they're always just as a clump kind of moving up and up and up. So I like Kezu's mentioning, I love seeing teams where it's like from lane, this is now ours. You force that overlap in farm, and for Tundra, it's like the reason why they lost to OT was they were so quickly forced into that overlap of farm where they also have a draft that doesn't scale as well. So
like Io, if executed properly, is very fast. You dominate an area, and even while you're dominating this, you can be somewhere else at the same time. And Tundra, when they fall behind, they just want to be all over the place. Bam, shut down.
Speaking of being all over the place, then like the global potential. You guys watched Underlord. I'm doing it a Lacoste.
A little
yeah.
bit.
Yeah,
He did. Yeah, he struggled pretty damn hard.
The Underlord game just before that we saw coming out from Gaming Gladiators. Do you like that? Would you like to see a resurgence in him in the off lane?
It's just a hero that is not. You can't go into.
You just seem not convinced immediately.
No, like the thing is, you can't go into a series and be like, "This is the Underlord series."
all right, give me the guess on its win rate in pro level pubs. Just give me a guess.
I don't know, probably like 46%.
All right.
How many games are we talking?
Oh, are you asking for extra stats?
86 games in the last 8 days.
39.
I mean, yeah, and that actually wins. It's 43%. Like the
Pretty
win
bad.
rate is atrocious. It like the hero itself. It's not like the old school days where it's like, see Illusion hero, pick Underlord, laugh. You know, it's like you need a specialty player on it, and it sounds so dumb saying that for Underlord.
That is true. But the hero has changed.
The hero has changed, and I think at least Ace kind of popularized, even like Amar to some degree in previous you know iterations of Team 2 was on. It was that kind of scaling core. I think there are legs for it to exist in competitive play, but it is very rare that it will come in cleanly in a draft, because not often do you have like your offlane pick last with a good 4 that will give Underlord fun.
Yeah, you need like multiple layers. First of all, you need to get it late in the draft, and your offlaner needs to be like, yo,
I want to play him. Give me Underlord.
And hitting that one, it's rare nowadays, to say the least.
Do you think Zai is calling for Underlord? He's like, boy,
No
I
way.
woke up this
Well, he's
morning.
definitely not calling for Primal after the first game this tour.
Probably not, yeah.
That's actually
You're
kind of
hitting him
rough.
hard, yeah.
Hey, he talked about it in the interview. I feel like if he's
Okay, I didn't
open
hear
with it, I'm willing to make fun of it. you
Yeah,
know?
I'm checking. Let's see if he's lying to us now. Let's say, has he
checking
played
his
some pubs?
He has not played many pubs. I checked it earlier. It's like 12.
True, he's played... Okay, so he's played Necrophos, he's played Bloodseeker, he's played Tinker, he's played Magnus, Lycan Kunka, Monkey King Jaro, Enigma Ench line. So he's not played any of that Underlord hero.
You
Thank
never
God.
know. He probably still knows how to play it, but we're saved for any more fill with this draft here. Liquid, Tundra. Tundra have second pick, so this is what we're talking about. What do you ban? Tundra themselves, Brood, Nature's Prophet, Doom, and Beast are going to be that priority for Liquid to take out.
I mean, if you're looking already, it's a lot of laning heroes, a lot of vision heroes, and a lot of map heroes, which just kind of makes sense in this series.
So for me, for Liquid, it's like Tiny's available, pretty good. I don't know if they're going to snap pick the Death Prophet. I don't know if that would be a good thing to do against Tundra. I honestly wouldn't be opposed to just a Tiny opening myself. And they just go for Death Prophet. Okay. I mean, sure, it's the 2 available.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, you know, Nature's isn't in the pool, so maybe they're like, okay, they don't have that counter pick at least, but yeah, they had some options, you know, maybe some. They also have like Undying before, Death Prophet.
Of course.
Or just the players.
Yeah.
The lower third isn't there, but the draft is.
Oh, it isn't
still
there?
going on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they don't know
nice.
what's happening right now. There we go. Marana, Earthshaker, guys. The Marana, absolutely no surprise at all.
Yeah, so...
Actually, even the Earthshaker at this point for Saxa isn't a surprise this tour.
I mean, it was their back-to-back combo they did against Entity. Yeah. And these were the games from Tundra that looked incredible. And that's because they weren't picking heroes that were crushing lanes. It was they had a really stable start to the game.
Yeah.
They waited for their one timing, and then they became aggressive. So they weren't falling into the trap of, we have to go find kills. And of course, Shaker Mirana in their own right, Shaker enabling pretty much any offlaner to be near your tower. And Mirana, of course, often you get freed up if you pick the correct carry to make moves on mid. So it's a very much a support duo that kind of disconnects themselves from lane quite early on to then make things happen on the map, and more emphasis on 9 having a good game.
Yeah, and I feel like they're one of the teams that can actually pull it off. You know, they're really good with understanding how to enable who. When 9 gets his blink, he can make space for his Earthshaker, for Saxo to then pick it back up. It fits well with how they want to play the map overall, with the map stuff and so on. But Liquid, go for Rubik. I would say it's one of the better Rubik picks for me, at least lately.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I feel like most of the time Rubik is just picking like a whatever
Take it,
scenario.
yep.
But here, you can steal some arrow, you can steal some other spells, most notably Fisher, chilling.
No,
Pretty good.
have no opposition really for the Rubik. Again, like I feel this hero went from being really good to kind of a lost hero, and now it's like there's purpose, right?
Yeah.
Like as I mentioned, still any spell from these two, you're going to feel pretty good. And also 5 to 4, they can decide where it goes. Ideally, I'd like to see it probably in the 5 role, and then you pick up a good 4 to actually give you a death profit laning, kind of entry and aggression.
It's weird because this duo, we've mostly just seen Boxy playing the Rubik, and Sania is the one that's sort of been having a wider hero pool, like where he picked up a Bane the other day as well.
It's like they're screaming for like Disruptor and stuff on Liquid, and that's why it's like now that Disruptor's back in meta, or not, but yeah, even better in the meta, sorry, you get to the second phase and it's like, do we want to, and then they go for it. So even though I mentioned Rubik to 5 here, I could easily see a world where it's like the Disruptor's not banned, it's very good against Mirana, it's very good against Shaker. Of course it will scale against any core, so I can see it happening.
I mean, Insania loves his Rubik. I think they're just going to go more off of like, okay, what pick do we need? You know, do we need some other hero to maybe help the DP? Or, because in the next pick, Tundra needs to show a core. So maybe it's like, okay, they pick their offlane. Then it's like, okay, do we need Rubik 5 here? Or do we need to pick an Undying to like, you know, dissuade the matchup? Or if they pick a carry, maybe you need a new 4 to like help the DP get through the lane. So for Liquid, it's going to be a bit more reactionary, I think.
Yeah, there is going to be a lane combo, some amount shown from Tundra here, whatever they pick up. When it comes to offlaners, what's nice and stable still in the pool that doesn't really get easily counted, like something that you can blind pick quite confidently for 3-3.
Well, it depends if they want to pick offlaner here. Normally when they do Shaker Mirana, it's been straight into a mid pick.
Yeah.
Issue there is the DP flexing to mid can be a little bit annoying, but is Pango... Okay, Pango just got banned, actually. I was going to say, Pango would be like the most obvious Tundra opening for the second phase, because like, we pick Pango C2, then you can close your draft with the Enigma or some random offlaner that you see can't get punished, and then you have a very Tundra-esque, you run at us, we kill you, once we're online, we just slaughter you style lineup. What's the replacement hero actually for 9? Because hero-wise, you can't blind open Quap in second phase.
Yeah.
You could maybe go for like Zeus that we've seen.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
That was so good.
I was like, quickly get it.
Yeah, you got the 1 second left in there as well.
Nice. All right, off to you, Kazu.
Ban with the Zeus, you know, some good protection. I can see it. I mean, I feel like this DP actually made it a bit annoying for them to go with this pick now, because a lot of their offline heroes are a bit annoying. If you pick a melee mid, they can suddenly just put the DP there. So I think the Zeus is actually very good for them. And Tundra are very good at picking these heroes that is going to give you like this 1+1 kill combo. You have the Moonlight later. Now suddenly if Shaker gets a blink at some point in the game, you know, maybe he can get a kill with the Zeus or the Nimbus as well. So yeah, I really like this opening pick from Tundra.
Yeah. For Liquid as well, they need to be careful now that when they engage early on, not only do you have to try and hit the objective, but there's going to be some Moonlight Shadow at level 15. There'll be the evasion talent. There's fissures to disengage. Now Zeus will be behind. So finding Zeus, cleanly killing him off when both the supports kind of directly enable the Zeus on top of Zeus' natural mobility. It can be annoying if Liquid don't draft to find that catch. And I still think Disruptor +1 for Liquid would feel pretty okay, especially if you put some mid lane with some jump and a carry that naturally has jump as well. Now you don't really have too many fears of Zeus, because I think teams often can fall into the trap of this Zeus pick here, you pick 2 heroes, and say, oh, wait a second, we still need to find him.
I really like this Kunkka pick. Like, I think having Kunkka, first of all, he's going to be very tanky, so he's not the easiest hero to really get beat down or combo down by these heroes. Second of all, you have X-Mark against Zeus. Like, he's a... I mean, Zeus used to be the hero where you catch him and he dies, but now he has, like, his, you know, Mario jump, he gets out. But with the X-Mark, clean lockdown, level 6, you have the follow-up damage. Overall, pretty good, and I think to go with...
Oh, come on, that's what I was looking for. No, send it that way. We need to.
I was like, what was the reaction
No,
for?
this is.
I had to look
There
as
we
well.
go.
Insane.
They lost. Liquid actually lost.
All right, quickly check Skidder.
Wait, have we seen Skidder? Yeah,
We
can
need to
pull up
check Skidder real quick.
Skidder,
This is
Skidder, pull him up, please, production.
very important.
We're waiting on the
I'm
edge of my
not-
seat.
I'm not
Look
talking
into
It's
about
it.
gone as well.
Yeah, it's disappeared. He shaved it.
Also, his webcam's gone as well because it's only his forehead. But both of them have removed the mustache meta.
Well,
Unconventional
it now goes all the
times.
way back to who got rid of it first.
True.
That's going to be it.
Yeah, the resurgence of Jakiro today.
Yeah,
This would be a support one.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think this one's gonna be played by Zai in the off lane.
I mean, I think at least earlier as well with the Jakiro pick. Overall, it's going to be picked here because, okay, it's going to have an okay lane. It usually is fine there. It gives you a wave shove, but most importantly, I think they just wanted follow-up damage into X-Mark. Like you have X-Mark, Torrent, Bode, throw your Fable, throw your Jakiro spells, get this follow-up, and make sure that whoever you go on there, that they just cleanly get wiped
I just
out.
like that there's more of a setup for his Ice Path too.
Yeah.
You don't have to
You
just
want
like
that, yeah.
willy-nilly throw it out and hope you're sort of catching someone like you said with the X and the Torrent, also with the telekinesis and stuff from Rubik. It's nice.
It's a nice soft cover as well from 33 Hero Pool. There's the the Enigmas, the Visages still available. Boom, Jakiro plus potentially this Carry Kunk that we've seen Mickey do before. That's preventing 33's Hero Ball being picked up, but we get to see most likely the carry Abaddon. Yeah.
I'm not too impressed by the pick, at least on this specific stage. I feel like Abaddon is very good when you combo. Okay, so perhaps the idea is he's gonna save the Zeus, or they feel like they're very one combo dimensional, which for now is somewhat true. X mark into the spells, you break that. Okay, maybe they feel like that's good enough. But DP, I feel like currently is not very answered in this game. There's, I mean, one Zeus, trying to throw spells at you, but if there's a bolt buff on you and you just keep running in, I feel like Abba doesn't really enjoy that too much. The silence is also somewhat annoying. So I feel like this last pick from 3-3 needs to kind of bring it together. At least for me, that's how I feel.
No, I like the Enigma ban from Liquid. I think that's kind of what Tundra are leaning on. Like this Abba pick, it's Abaddon, of course, when you get Manta Radiance Blink, if you overcome the early game pressure Liquid can apply with Exos, then you're this like do everything, everyone tanks up to kill you, suddenly you get the Black Hole Turner. So I love the ban from Liquid. I think Liquid still is missing that void where I would be concerned that when Abaddon does get his items, what are you really doing in a fight? You're boating, you're exoing, but like I'm not seeing you killing heroes, especially when Zeus is on the back lines, protected by Mirana Shaker, and then
throwing out all this damage.
Exactly. So I think there is a little bit of an issue in regards to Liquid's last pick. They need to be very smart with it. Slark's a nice ban. Potentially some Morphling as well could be a good ban from Tundra. Something that can just reposition nicely. You find Zeus, boom, you kill him off. Now Abaddon's just by himself. What are you going to do? He blinks in, you just waveform away. So I think Morph potentially could be a really good option.
I could see the Morph. I mean, I was looking, Slark is obviously like the first option when you play into some, very tanky Abaddon in the game, but Tundra, they're going to take that out. Lifestealer is something that I think about when I do see these heroes, but he's not great with Liquid's draft. He doesn't really have anyone that's going to help him to like get in the fight. Mickey, otherwise, I feel like Monkey King doesn't seem too great. You also need to pick blind. No, I feel like Luna is sus too. Not easy.
Yeah, what are you hoping for out of this carry? Like you've said all the issues of Liquid and how they can execute or how they can be pulled apart in a team fight. But
I think Liquid needs someone that helps them get into the fight. Because like T is saying, if the Zeus just gets to chill, I think you need this +1 momentum to really help DP get in the fight and force the Zeus to run away, force the Abba to run away. So anything that they feel like helps them do this with a solid lane would sell it for me.
It's like they either do it based on momentum and having a carry like the Monkey Slark that Tundra is going for, where it's like they have jump and early game itemization to go for the fight, or it's a hero that utilizes the chaos that Liquid's first four can create to eventually give yourself this amazing 1v1 matchup that X carry just destroys Abba late game because some Radiance buying Abba that jumps you is like, what are you doing, bro? I already have like Skadi Satanic Daedalus or something. I'm just a better core than you.
Okay.
Sure, there you go, Drow. It doesn't have that jump that we're mentioning. It's very much like, I feel like Liquid needs to go from lane to, we exo Roshan Aegis, we then fight, and then you never allow Tundra the motions to stall out a game and farm, and then like Abaddon's always chasing his next item, and then that's where Liquid's lineup will feel really good. So for Tundra, they just needed one more offlaner that like stalls the game, and then you'll have this matchup where Abba jumps Drow, could feel pretty good. What's the stalling hero for 33? A lot of his heroes have been banned out.
Tide is like one of the next ones that he would like a lot. Which is okay. You're playing into DP, so it's like not the most amazing, but for your draft, it's kind of fine. I feel like other than that, his Visage has been banned out. You have no Natures, you have no Brood.
There's no Beast.
I feel like he has to maybe jump into the rest. Okay.
I was going to say, when there's no Beast, I was like, maybe Lycan is the alternative.
Yeah.
Teams don't really seem to favor it too much, but it's picking up traction now.
I mean, again, for Tundra, this is going to be the old school Tundra of like concede a little bit of map, take the smart fights. Lycan, he'll be able to force Liquid to react backwards instead of only moving forwards with Exo. And then eventually you'll have this Lycan Ags timing on the Aber, so you won't have this disparity of Drow kiting away in the late game with 4-staffs and stuff. It's just, I wolf by my Aber, he always chases down the Drow.
He's going to be able to get on top of you.
Yeah, and Drow can't just stand and, click. So I actually like Tundra's lineup. If they can get to those 3-4 items that we're mentioning, they'll have a really fun game. But this is all on Liquid to think forwards and make sure every timing, every Exo is actually like breaking down.
So you feel that Liquid are on a little bit of a timer here, like they do have to be that aggressive Liquid we know and try and close out this game quite fast.
I'd argue like if they're not winning after like second Roshan, this game can get really difficult for them.
Okay, all right.
For me, it's actually pretty hard. I feel like you have a clash of like two ideas. Like both teams kind of got what they want.
Yep.
For me, Liquid, it has a lot to do with like the early game execution. They're definitely gonna have to nail that. There's still something about the Tundra lineup that's a bit offsetting for me. So honestly,
You mean team fight and stuns and...
yeah, it's just like I feel like I would feel better to play Liquid's draft. I don't know if it's better, but I would feel better playing it.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's how you feel. You don't have to necessarily have a draft advantage, but execution advantage is what we always want to see, as it is game one, Liquid up against Tundra with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, looking forward to this one. Fogged, what do you make of this? I mean, poor old 33 pretty much had his every hero banned out against him this game. Still gets the Lycan,
He does.
of course, one that he's super strong on. But do you think does it kind of make things awkward for Tundra, or do you think the Lycan still kind of fits the lineup, being sort of the last pick left for them available?
I mean, it gives them more vision. Right now, they're going to have like the Zeus, Mirana. They can stealth around, go for these plays to get on top of the Drow and stuff like that with Shapeshift. We have potential for some super fun late game stuff too with the Wolf Bite Abaddon, which I think I've seen a couple times. It's pretty damn good. So getting on top of the Drow can be important. But Liquid have a very fast-paced draft to be able to pressure these towers early with the DP, with the Jakiro and Drow, and backed up with the Kunkka. I'm leaning a little bit toward the side of Liquid, but Tundra, they have a very comfortable draft with themselves too, with that Mirana, with that Shaker, with the Zeus. A lot of different ways to poke and force damage and potentially get like these BKBs forced out. So
Sure.
I think we're in for a pretty fun game.
Sure. I mean, yeah, Snake King in particular out in the Mirana, he had a crazy game the other day.
Yes. And they have I mean, not exactly where they had like the DK plus the Mirana where they're constantly getting every setup, but he's got the Shaker, so see if he's able to get that setup. And let's see what Boxy's going to be able to do, because if you're looking at the potential for this Rubik, he's got some really nice spells to steal. From the two supports, versus Mirana Shaker, it's pretty nice. Versus Zeus, it's great. Versus Abaddon, you get shield pretty much every single time, so could be a big deal. Because as we've seen, especially in the last series, the rise of, but the 4-staff meta, right? It's becoming more and more prominent. So I'm looking at like potential this Rubik having like the Force and the Shard, plus a Abaddon shield. That could be quite a lot to get through to get on top of this Drow. Throw in a Rum. Could be some fun steals from Boxy. And let's see how it's going to play out.
Let's see. How do you reckon this mid match is going to end up here between Nisha and Nine? Can either Kunkka in return? Can Zeus sort of deal with the tie-bringer harassment that Nisha's going to be laying down on tonight?
Yeah, I think Nine should be able to. But we'll see, because this is also one of Nisha's most comfortable heroes. Even though I know a lot of people...
Get super farmed on this.
Yeah. Some people are kind of weird with the Kunkka overall right now. Just like a weird hero sometimes just doesn't really fit. I think Nine should be able to hold his own. Maybe Nisha comes out slightly ahead in the lane. Because he's just going to go for the stats, right? So he's going to have that super hard base damage. It'll come down to runes, probably. Like the rotations and stuff. He's got a Shaker on the side of 9, so should be able to secure those runes versus Nisha and should be able to farm. But we'll see.
Yeah, would you say there's any sort of concerning matchups in these side lanes? Anybody sort of set up to have a rough time in this laning stage?
Probably 33. They're just going to have to pull. He's playing versus Drow and Jakiro. Definitely can be a bit difficult. But Sox is just going to pull lane back, constantly pull the waves too with his boots. I don't think 33 probably has the hardest time. But at the moment, Zai looks like he's actually struggling a little bit in the first few levels versus the Snaking Mirana. It is a ton of damage that you do dish out with the Aphotic Shield plus the Starstorm.
Yeah, Snaking's going to be able to trade really well with both Boxy and Zai. Get a lot of damage done as the support Mirana.
And yeah, lane pull shenanigans. Saksa, he's got it behind the wave. Let's see if he gets it with like that just the range creeper half pull. Because you usually don't want to get the whole wave. You want to get a little bit of a half wave, and he gets it. Perfect. Very nice.
see if Zai is able to sort of disrupt the farming of this Abaddon at all, but seems unlikely.
Yeah, it feels pretty unlikely. But
Pretty much
Skeeter.
free farm in the safe lane. Skeeter.
Both sides, right? Both sides should just have absolute free farm, so that always indicates for a little bit of a fun mid-game, fun matchups. Insania taking quite a beating here. He might... Oh, goodness, Insania has to be careful top. One more hit, and I think a fissure, and he'll just die.
And honestly, yeah, this sort of play bottom, just snaking with the shield on him, it's almost like kind of too much for Liquid. They're taking so much damage. I mean, they will manage to get Snaking low in return, but it's kind of it just one against the two of them. You know, Snaking steps up with the shield, and as you said, the Starstorm, Zai, and Boxy, they lose pretty much all their HP.
Oh, it's so close to someone. Someone's going to die down here any second. They have no regen on the side of Liquid. They have the Spirit Siphon, of course, on Zai, but no regen between the two of them at the moment. I believe it's, what, is it coming on the Courier? Yeah, they've got a Salve and Tangos coming out for Boxy. Boxy wants Snaking.
What?
It's Fairy Fire!
And he's got a leap. So he'll be fine. He'll be able to grab the 3-minute bounty, Snaking.
He might have... Could die.
Oh, yeah, I think he might die. Who's got the movement
They're
advantage?
the same. They're the same. Boxy gets the hit!
He's got him. All right, so he may have got the bounty rune, but Boxy will get first blood.
I love it. And Boxy... He's one of the few players, I mean, one of the players that always does this, right? He suicides to neutrals instead of giving any extra gold. Sure, you don't get a TP, but you don't give any gold to the other side, so it's kind of cool.
Sure. And you are dead a little bit longer, right?
Yes, of course. Zai.
They're going to go straight on him.
He's got level 2 Siphon. Do they have enough?
I mean, that was the last Siphon, but they won't continue diving. I mean, they're happy kind of just putting him at this low, right?
Yeah, but now...
Triple spot for him to be, and he didn't get any regen coming out there, just the boots and the raindrop.
Boxy's going to TP in, and he gave him a salve.
There we go.
He did drop one, so... It is a full efficient salve, too, so it's coming from Zai, and he's going to backpack those stat items, so should be able to heal right back up.
Yeah, what we got going on elsewhere? Top lane, Mickey free farm, top CS right now in the game. And yeah, mid lane, dead even. 22 for 3, 21 for 2. Nisha and 9 getting just as much out of that lane as each other.
Water Runes. Sux is going to get the top bounty rune. Water Runes will be 1 for 1. Nisha being kept kind of low. Of course has the wand charges, but you see he scans behind himself because there's the chance that like a Shaker comes in, a Fissure, and just the nukes could just get him before the wand, so is being careful. Mickey pulling just a little bit ahead, though, of the Abaddon. Skeeter, only 20 last hits. I mean, because they went for that aggressive potential to go for like the kill. Has missed a couple. Snag.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I love watching these couriers suicide. Literally just walked right through the top lane. Insane, just killed it for free.
I mean, and how much do you sort of foresee this Drow being a problem? Like, do Tundra have decent ways to set up onto a Drow that's had a good start? Like,
yeah, they'll have the Lycan, right? The Lycan shapeshift and stuff like that, but
get in.
There is definitely... Ooh, Snaking. He's got no leaps. He'll just be dead. They do have ways to get on top, but as I was mentioned before, there's good ways for Liquid to peel them off of him.
Yeah.
Right? They'll have the Rum, they'll eventually have 4 staves, they'll have the Rubik Shard, and Rubik, as I was saying, he has great spells to steal. If he gets like a Fissure, he's able to deter a lot of aggression. If he gets Shield, which you almost always will, you got extra heal. So they can get on him, but will they be able to bring him down is going to be the question. It could be difficult. Because I think also, like... Ooh, so that should be fine. The Jakiro pick, this hero is not really picked too often at the moment, but when you're playing versus summons, it's actually quite nice. You know, ice path coverage to protect these type of heroes too. So maybe that's something that Liquid was kind of prepping for.
Sure, because they were like, well, 33 he's gonna only have a couple of heroes really left, considering how many of the bans were targeted around the off lane.
Oop, they get a haste rune. Insania probably just gonna be killed here. Might not even have to use the haste.
Quick deny to neutrals. Not gonna be able to. Easy for Tundra there. They take him down. Nice little kill for 9.
They're probably anticipating there's a ward somewhere around here. You see Insania's like, he put a sentry down to check, but it's actually a deep sneaky ward that Soxa did end up placing up there. So it does actually spot him out. And yeah, 9, he kept ult and he kept haste rune. So definitely potential on these side lanes. If anyone drops low, could be a TP or that Wrath of God. Or Thunder God's Wrath. Yeah, they're trying to get Zai low. Zai?
No, Zai's just going to turn on him with the siphons.
Skeeter also dropping very low now.
Yeah, out of regen.
Uh-oh.
Block him into the trees. He's got another shield, but when Nisha coming in from the side, Skeeter and Snaking, they're in trouble.
They sure are.
Skeeter's taken down, and Nisha able to drag back Snaking into that combo. Look at the two of them. Same time, 9 was able to take out Boxy. The old Thunder God's Wrath gets the job done.
But a big move, really. Liquid.
And he also wants to come up and see if he can get a bit more of a cleanup with this haste rune. 9 making his way towards top. Mickey and Sania trying to push towards
They see him.
Saxa.
They have the ward up. But they might be able to get Mickey anyway. The haste.
They're kind of low. 9 he's got a little bit of mana left for another round of spells. And with the Fisher setup, it will be enough. Great aggressive play there for 9.
Nicely done.
Straight to the top lane with that haste.
I love that he hung on to it. Skeeter, though, he's back bottom. He's only 5. He is dead.
I mean, the ghosts are up from Zai.
He is very dead.
He's trying his best. Well, he's trying his best with the Dukes, but as you say, telekinesis is still there. Boxy could drag him back.
Oh, that's a big deal.
His game is getting massively hurt. He's the lowest farm right now out of the cores. By a decent amount as well, down there at 2,600 net worth. This has been a rough start in the safe lane for Tundra.
Absolutely, and Snaking might just go down. One more hit. He's got a leap. Can he get the cleave? Doesn't even try for it.
Dire's top tower is
Oh, that's massive, though. They get the kill on the Abaddon. Top, Insania will go down, but huge stuff. Did he trap him in with the tree? I think he did.
Was either history or was Jakiro trying to block him away?
I don't know. Maybe that was 33. I mean,
think
it
it might
would
have
be a
been
very
Insania's.
typical 33 move,
But
but
no,
it could have been.
Surely it was Insania trying to push him away. I
Maybe.
think you're right, because he got trapped in by it.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll be able to get a replay on that one.
Maybe. But this is massive anyway, right? Zai, they get the kill on the Abaddon, and this tower's dead. So this mech is going to come out really fast for Zai, and they have a great momentum-based lineup for Liquid. 2K lead about at this moment, jumping between 1 and 2K.
How easy is it for sort of safe lane Abaddon to catch up in farm?
It's not that easy at all.
Yeah.
No. Especially with the way that they're going to be able to like just pressure these towers early. Like even the Kunkka rotating early, Abaddon, you're stuck if you get caught from this X. No way to prevent anything. Yeah, Skeeter doesn't. It looks like he's like, where am I supposed to go right
He's going
now?
to go triangle, I guess.
This is awkward. The Lycan is having a good game, so is the Zeus, but this Abaddon's going to have a struggle to come back.
I mean, they've got a stack up for him, but it was just sort of the AoE damage of a level 2 Aphotic Shield. It's going to take a long time to clear.
Oh, man, I was about to point out, I was like, Nisha's got Radiance queued, but he switched it to BKB. I was like, oh, thank God.
Was he thinking about it?
He was thinking of, I mean, it's much more sensible to go BKB, but maybe there's potential that he does go for it later or something. It would be a very strange build. Usually we see him just do his usual. Sometimes he throws in his Blade Mail, but doesn't need it this game. Yeah, Liquid set up for success at the moment. 3K lead off of these lanes.
Yeah, top 3 net worth right now amongst the cores.
And Snaking, he's spotted under a ward right here. They're just running right at him. Snake, this time around, not having the game that you were talking about before.
I mean,
he's really struggling.
First few waves look kind of good. You know, he's trading well with the two of them, but the deaths that came in on that bottom lane really set Tundra behind, and Skeeter just wasn't able to hit the creeps. Now Snaking getting caught. Liquid continuing to rack up the kills. Top lane, Tundra, they'll be able to block in Insania. 33 sends the Wolves in.
But it's a shapeshift that they commit to just kill a 5 Jakiro. I don't think it's too fast. I mean, in Tundra, want to get some type of kills racked up, but using that shapeshift not to kill one of these big cores, in particular the Drow, I think it's probably pretty happy. Yeah, Mech, I believe that's done there for Zai.
And I guess the thing is as well, when you're playing a batting carry, if you have a slow start, it's not really like you can go for a different build, right?
No.
You have to do the Radiance into the Manta, and it's going to take time.
Sure will.
And you know, one of the reasons why it is as good as it is because, you know, if you have a decent lane and you get it at that quick timing, it's very, very tough for the enemy to deal with. Highly likely, though, by the time that this Abaddon's online, Liquid, they'll probably have the tools to deal with Skeeter because he's having such a slow start.
Yeah, they'll have all the different like reset mechanics to like, you know, 4 stabs and stuff like that to position Mickey. This could be a tough game for Tundra to really reestablish.
So if they can get the catch here, they can. Nisha, he's got him with the X mark, drags him back. It does feel like things are potentially getting a bit out of control for Tundra.
Yep, and Nisha, he does have BKB Radiance queued. I mean, playing versus the summons, his own Radiance can definitely be really valuable to protect the Rum, the Radiance Mist and stuff like that to keep this Drow alive.
Yeah.
All these 4 stabs that are going to come out the mech.
I mean, the thing, at this pace as well, he might have the BKB and the Radiance the same time that Skeeter just has the Radiance.
Definitely. I mean, look at what he's gone. He's gone Gloves of Haste.
Oh, he's changed the build. I mean, I said you can't really change the build, but it's drastic circumstances for Skeeter.
I mean, this is desperation.
He has to do something different, and the only way is Midas in these sort of situations.
Oh, man. It's going to be such a slow one, though. This is big concerns. He really doesn't have a place to farm safely. They lose their bottom tower. They lose their mid tower already. top isn't a place that he wants to go, really, versus this Drow and Jakiro and stuff like that. Yeah, where does Skeeter go? This is going to be a very slow Midas.
And then, do you then go Midas into the Radiance? Like, what is the recovery plan?
I mean, you have to. You can't. I don't think you can deviate, but it's going to come so slow, Owen.
This is rough.
Sure
I feel
is.
like I haven't seen sort of Skeeter have this sort of tough start in a while.
No. Agreed.
Yeah, Liquid just setting up that bottom lane in a way that wasn't able to farm.
The TP back bottom, the secondary one, right? When he's level 5 and the DP 6, that was the one that just completely crippled his game.
Mm-hmm.
And now Snay, I mean, he's farming the bottom lane, but immediately they just run right at him. And Tundra, they can't really deter much of anything. Can they get Zai here? 33's coming in. He has, like, 33 has to do so much work to bring them back here.
Liquid, they're trying to get over to Ward's side to help him out.
It's pretty tanky.
I mean, it's taken a lot of hits for Skeeter to attempt to bring down Zai, and he can't. He's going to get grabbed by the X-Mark. 33 will head in, but Mikkei's turned up. So 33 has to step away. He cannot stay on top of any of these heroes of fear of the damage that comes out from this Drow.
And Insania even surviving, and they might be able to set up for 9. Uh-oh.
Mikkei.
9 got baited.
He's up here. He's going to try for the TP out, but they've got him. I mean, big moves there from Mikkei. I mean, understandable for 9. He didn't expect that at all. You know, he sort of hears that the Drow's turned up bottom. Next thing you know, they're the Drow's back top. 9 wasn't ready for that.
And they just find snaking again. Looks like it. Uh-oh.
Killing spree here for Boxy. It is getting rough for Tundra. Just 13 minutes in.
There's Greaves already on Zai now, too, so they couldn't even kill him pre-Greaves.
They're definitely not getting him now.
Nope.
Even if sort of the Lycan's on top, if he gets a couple of siphons off before the Curse of Avernus Silence kicks in, it's going to be fine.
When is he going to even get the might? I mean, he has 57 last hits on this Abaddon. He might not even get Radiance. This game,
Right.
the way that it's all going, I mean, this is looking rough.
About it, unless something crazy happens.
Didn't really point out the build from Insania. A bit different than we've seen most of the times. He's maxing the Ice Path. I mean, he's playing the 5 position. The cooldown's very nice when you do go over this style build. I like it. Feels very nice versus the summons. Arrow does connect. Do they have follow-up?
There's no way they can do anything about that. I mean, Zai just, after the stun ends, Zai just starts running at them.
Yep.
He's like, all right, you want to fight? We'll give it you.
Snaking. Is he going to get caught again? Looks like it.
Timing's there from Nisha. He's not messing that one up. Easy kill. Hurricane Pike's done for Mikkei.
It's already finished. These are insane timings. Roche soon on the menu.
Yeah, 7,600 net worth on Mikkei compared to the 4,600 of Skeeter at the moment. 3K difference between the carries at just 14 minutes in.
Good God. Yeah, man, honestly, 33 has one of the harder games it feels like for him, and it isn't really even the easiest Lycan game. Sure, versus the Drow, when you can get on top of her, but all the different things that we've mentioned to be able to deter this Lycan. Yeah, this is going to be... It's going to be really tough. Getting outside of the map, too, with the way that Liquid's playing, it's not easy. BKB's done for Nisha. And he even does a little cheeky play there. Nisha walks up and blocks the hard camp. So, I mean, Skeeter might walk over to farm it, and he's like, where's the camp? There's a ward here or something. Yeah, they're preventing pretty much any recovery outlets from Tundra right now.
The Midas is nearly there.
Oh, but... So, is he going to even get Radiance?
I mean, without, like I said, Nisha, unless something crazy happens in this game, Nisha will get his Radiance on top of the BKB way before him. Skeeter has his.
Absolutely. And Liquid, they've got Exo up. Do they want to pop it for bottom tower? They do. How is Soxa doing? I think he goes for the... does he? Oh, no.
Nisha? Not really too much you can throw down onto the Abaddon. Yeah, he won't even bother.
But the Midas.
He needs to get out and be able to use it, but he can't really get into this area of the map, into the jungle at least.
Soxa's got Shard.
He'll be able to grab something for the creep wave.
Okay. And a nice
creep as well. It's a good one.
Yeah. Zuzul. There's a big wraparound coming. The Moonlight Shadow. Can 33 find an angle with this dragon to get much or anything?
I mean, they're just
like
tanky, right? Nisha with the BKB, Zai with the Greaves and the Hood.
He's got BKB. Stands there. 33.
33's trying to go on Boxy, but he gets caught in the Ice Path with the macro by a fair bit of damage. 33 has to consider stepping away from. The Summons still continue to be able to take down Boxy. 33 thinking about getting back in on this. The Fish is down. Looks like it might just end up in the Ancient Black Dragon dying here. Oh, there's a get him with the Tidebringer. 250 gold for Nisha.
Good fight. I mean, good mini little fight there for Liquid again.
They still want to try and go.
Can they get Nisha?
Good stun control, even dropping the Echo there just to sort of prop the after shot to make sure that he goes down.
They need any kill they can get at this point, even if they have to commit some echo like that. Playing around their ward vision. It is known now. Liquid completely aware of that ward. I believe they also killed the courier. Insania had his 4-staff finished.
Saxa.
They got another one.
More. Ooh, didn't quite get the angle with the arrow. Saxa trying to do his best here to set up some opportunities for Tundra to get themselves back in on this one.
Liquid defensively postured around their mid tower. Mickey's just so farmed. I feel like this has happened so many times for Mickey recently. Just absolutely massive. 10,000 net worth pre-20 minutes. It's like the absolute dream for a Drow Ranger. Shard's been done. He's got Hurricane Pike. He's got Blink queued. All about positioning for him. And yeah, what's the 4-staff situation already looking like? Like I said, Insania, I believe his is already done on the courier. And they have that Hurricane Pike too. So yeah, they're going to have ways to keep this Tundra lineup off of this Drow. Zai? Can they go for him?
Oh, it's difficult. I mean, Hood, Greaves, and the fact that Ghosts are going to be back up. If he steps too far out, though, maybe. TP's coming in. He gets the Hood off. He'll get the Greaves off as well.
Oh, my God.
Perfect angle there with the Ice Bar, catching on to the two of them. Zai healing up with the Siphons. He'll be able to walk this one off.
Big deal that he gets the Hood off. That's pretty exactly what saves him. And Tundra, that was a lot of time spent. 4 heroes down bottom.
Nice Zai straight into the pit.
Is that level 2 Ghost? I think it is. Okay, I was gonna say, yeah, you want level 2 Exorcism before you usually go for this Roshan. They're gonna just get this for free.
I mean, they know that Tundra had to sort of make that, very much heavy resourceful move down bottom with the 4 heroes. So unlikely that they're able to make the move back over towards this pit in time.
They already used Zeus ult. Their big burst is gone. I mean, that's a huge play, really, from Liquid. Zai surviving the 4-man gank and then immediately gets top with level 12. Gets the Rosh. Mickey. Now he's got an Aegis to comfort himself as well, too. Tundra in a very problematic situation here. And Liquid, they want to kick the pace up. They're looking for aggression. 9, this is a hard game for the Zeus, too, because of the X. Sometimes your Zeus can be a little bit more greedy with their build because they can keep their distance, but X, you get caught, you're just dead. I think 9 might have to itemize for, like, BKB at some point pretty early just to be able to survive all the catch that they have for him, too. It's a tough game. Even 33, he knows how hard the game is. We saw him go Midas after the Helm.
Oh, he did as well.
Yep.
All right, a couple of Midases.
They're like, we got to get to this super late game. We need the Wolf Bite, AC, etc. We need to get super late. But Liquid doesn't feel like they're going to be giving them that option here. With the way they're playing, the way they're warding too, super aggressive. And they know. They found him. What?
What?
What the?
How did he know? How did that was? I mean, Nisha, he knew that someone was in the trees. He ends up getting him bang on with the torrent.
Wow. And his Midas is up too. Painful. How the hell did it? How does it? Guess the spidey senses were tingling.
I mean, they knew that. I think there's maybe a chance that they were searching for Saxa because obviously Saxa was there earlier, right?
Yeah.
Clearing out the waves with the Fisher. So maybe they felt that Saxa was hovering around, looking for another wave cut. But of course, they get something bigger. They find that 33 actually was hanging around in the trees as well.
And they just get a tier 2 for free now. Outposts available. Tundra has what? They have what, 1 ward on the map at the moment. They have no vision whatsoever to play around. Or they placed 1 more, right? Okay, they just placed another one. So 2 wards now placed. But yeah, very limited vision. Liquid continuing to just control the map. 8k lead already. And they buy a gem. So now versus the Wolves and stuff like that, Tundra, if they try to get any vision with that, the answers are ready for Liquid. And a full BK. 13,000 net worth. My God. This has to be one of the higher net worth Drow Rangers. When you're only 1-1, it's not like he has all these kills.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Skeeter, probably one of the lower net worths. You'll see it. They've been on a Carabad, and he's having a tough game.
Sure is. He's
trying to recover. He's got 3k gold into the relic at the moment.
I mean, even when he gets it, though, look at his HP pool. This is the most fragile Abaddon in the world. He has 1,400 health. The supports, he's pretty much the same tankiness as the supports at this point.
Gold for my chest.
Tundra, the recovery outlet is just hoping for overextensions, hoping that Sox is able to farm this Blink Dagger and just, yeah, slow pace the game down to the point where they have to wait so long to be able to fight versus Liquid.
Saxa.
They poke the Aegis. No.
Set up there, but yeah, Mikkei's going to be able to get forced to the side.
And I believe someone's been digging. I think some shovels, so he gets past 2 salves immediately. So gets poked. He's going to be able to heal right back up to full on Mickey.
Full pipe coming out for Zai.
I thought you said pike. I was like, oh, he went what the?
I mean, you said you like 4-star.
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing. They're
the pipes out and
they're gonna go for racks here.
I mean, what's going to stop them?
Radiant structures are fortified.
So someone's got to try here on Tundra. Saxa trying his best to slow them down a little bit.
Now they pass off the south to Zai, so a little bit of buddy syndrome coming out here. But they will be able to deter completely from bottom. Maybe an overzealous push there from Liquid. They do force a lot back, but we see 33 is actually getting a lot of space from it up top. Cutting the creep wave, getting significant tower damage.
Mid.
Holy.
Boxy's just able to get in with the grab and the takedown and snaking.
It's gone Blink Dagger.
Right.
Oh, cool. Still 1 minute left on that Aegis.
Dire are scared. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nisha's switched the build a little bit. He still has the Radiance queued for the potential.
He does. I think he really wants it, but
Yeah.
maybe he's feeling that the other items are going to do him a bit better.
I mean,
so get in this blink instead first.
And the shard too, right? I actually really like this tidal wave because then it's not a force staff, but it's another outlet of like, good luck getting on my drow. I can just push you away. I can control constantly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But he does want that Radiance. It is good. I will say it definitely is cool versus the summons and stuff like that. This Liquid. They're just going to be reclaimed, but they've done significant damage with it. Saxa, still no blink, but they want to get aggressive. Can they find Mickey?
That would be the huge kill here. So surely Mickey's gonna suspect that they'll go for him at this timing, but
oh, the creep!
A neutral blocks the arrow, and that will mean there's no chance of setting up onto Mickey as perfectly as they need to in these sort of situations.
And now they're all getting surrounded.
They're ready to turn Anisha. See who's able to grab. He's looking for 9.
He's got
and he'll get him. Straight up with the torrent. 9 surrounded. And Mickey, he's the one to claim the kill. Double kill for Mickey. The wave ready to get pushed in down bottom. I'll tell you, Skeeter did finally he got the Radiance.
He got the Radiance.
The Radiance is now online.
He's still so far
Yeah,
behind.
he can't turn up to fights though, of course. He's got to sort of just hope that his team can hold back Liquid for long enough that he's at least able to get this next time, get the Manta style after the Radiance. Because even then, it's not going to be easy.
No.
But he needs time. He needs a lot of it.
He sure does. And it's not easy either in the fact that Mickey, he's going to go Silver Edge this game, right? So the Silver Edge Gust combo, the fact that the Abaddon's game is so slow, he's not going to have Manta for that Dispel and stuff like that. They could just kill him. They could just focus fire him.
They will kill him if they catch him with that.
Yep.
As you say, he will die very quickly.
Which I think Mickey is going to... Like, he went to Shadow Blade, so I'd imagine he does finish it off for Silver Edge. It's such a good game for it. Yeah, they just continue controlling the map. Can they get Insania? They will. Do they find a ward too? I think they do. But uh-oh. Every time Snaking shows himself, Nisha's just there. Bullying poor Snaking.
Ready to get the boat down upon him. Got to push him back as well, up on the cliff. Well, there's another leap over the rim.
Okay, he does leap. This time Snay survived. Snay is 0 and 8, by the way. I mean, Nisha's really been just crippling his game completely.
Those early moves, he was going for snaking every time.
Yeah.
And not a bad call to make, right? We've seen what's happened when snaking hasn't been dealt with early. He can start running away with the game and support Mirana, so very important to focus him in the early game. Don't let him have that sort of start.
This could be a clever smoke here. Mickey. Did they see it immediately? Echo!
It's a good echo. Gust is there. I mean, Insania finally falls. It was not enough burst, of course, to threaten Zai straight up. 33 and Skitter are trying to chase him down. He's got Nisha by his side, Zai, and Zai with the siphons healing off the granite golem.
They're on Mickey.
It's going to be okay. They'll look to try and turn on to 33. They get the drag back here with the tidal wave. 33 still able to retreat up the high ground. Skitter pushing it under the tier 2 tower, but the gust is out from Mickey. Pushes them back. Boxy and Zai both getting relatively low. Nisha He's got vision here onto Saxa, trying to hide in the trees, maybe looking for a further setup. I mean, Liquid, they got pretty low there.
They did.
You know, it was close to Tundra being able to get some pretty big kills. Unfortunately for Tundra, just with the fact that Liquid are those fair few items ahead and such, it means that they don't go down. But if the game at this point was even just a little bit closer, it does show that Tundra, they still have potential with this lineup to take these fights. But as the state of the game is, unfortunately for them, not today.
Yeah, and I mean, Boxy gets a shield steal. We mentioned it multiple times. He's always going to get shield really from that Abaddon. I think they had Mickey if he didn't get that shield off on him.
It was close.
It was super close.
It was really close.
So, excellent steal from Boxy. And just, yeah, as we said, so many different forms to be able to protect each other.
Dire's middle tower is
Unfortunately, the arrow here, but won't be able to do much about that.
Mickey very upset about that one. Roche soon on the horizon, 45 seconds.
Sure. Nisha's already looking for some kills.
And he's got the relic.
Go for Skeeter. TPs are coming in. Has, of course, got the borrowed time, so they'll have to get for him a couple of times here. There goes the ult. See if the rest of Tundra can get in to help him out in time. Senki throws an arrow down, but doesn't connect onto anybody. Skeeter trying to retreat. Saxa, excellent Fisher. Make sure that Liquid won't be able to stay on top of Skeeter. The Abaddon gets out to safety.
That was so close. He almost got the Blink Tidal Wave to pull him back into his team. Good positioning from Saxa. Barely keeping Skeeter alive.
Yeah, I feel it's honestly, Saxa's been doing a lot this game. It's been a tough game for Tundra, but Saxa, both offensive and defensive plays, he's been holding the game together for Tundra.
Up top, Boxy, 33. Trying to poke him. He'll be all right. And yeah, Roche, very soon. I mean, Roche actually back up right now. So Liquid, they've got Exorcism. Go, go, go. Wolves to scout. They've got the gem, though, as we mentioned earlier on Nisha. Nisha, he's about to have, yeah, he pretty much has the Radiant stun, too. So even more protection potential for that Drow. A little bit of miss.
And do you like this E-Blade build that Zai's going for this game?
Cool. I mean, more protection. It's not a 4-step, but it's similar concept-wise.
Dire's middle tower.
Absolutely, definitely going to be able to make the saves there.
Yep. Pretty cool. That's Roche. Shard being giving to Zai. And Mickey now, he's got that extra little bit of blanket. Mickey also level 18. I mean, just, yeah, unbelievably farmed on all 3 cores.
Saxa trying to get the courier there, didn't quite get it. Would have been quite a nice snipe, considering that is the completed Radiance for Nisha.
Got a BKB now for 33, so I mean, easier for him to commit into the fights a bit, but as you said, you know, his summons, they do get controlled constantly in these fights, and there's, yeah, the Radiant's done, so that evasion's going to be great. And Skeeter's still far from the Manta, so yeah, there's definitely the potential for him just dying to a Silver Edge hit plus Gust.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under
There's the
attack.
bottom tier 1 Liquid, but I won't be too fussed about that with the fact that they're taking the tier 2s. So with 4 minutes of Aegis play, they definitely consider trying to go for more.
This is him in 60. Surprised Boxy didn't go for the Shard this game. I mean, wanted to have his own items first. The Blink and the Force Staff. It's very important. I mean, he's got such good spells, too. He can sit so far in the back, too, with this Eye of Vizier. Got crazy cast range on the Aphotic Shield. There's a reason that this spell has very small cast range, because it's very strong if you do have, of course, that cast range. 33.
It's got to run.
Oh, everyone, whoa, what the?
Whoa, don't unpause, hold
Whoa, 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 no.
Press the pause button, press the pause.
Wait, what happened, though?
What's going on?
The server, something, right? Because 5 people just gone.
That's, I think it was 6, wasn't it?
Oh, 6, yeah.
Yeah,
I can't
Sax has
count.
only just reconnected in.
Holy God.
Update? No. Whoa, everyone's back, though. But yeah, that was weird.
A scary moment. Everybody got to plan everything out now. They're like, okay, well,
It's strange as well. There's only 6 of the players.
Yeah.
That's really strange.
And we didn't get kicked out either, none of us.
No, I'm still here. Yeah, can confirm. Anyway, what's happening with this? Are they killing 33 here? I don't think so, right?
They can come.
He can
I mean, they can
BKB.
poke.
He's already got the shade. He can just BKB and run.
Yeah, they can force some stuff out of him, though.
Yeah, he's already got the ult off.
Yep. All right, let's see. Skeeter's below with a DD, but does not really want to walk into these fights, of course. Let's see what goes down. Yeah, he's just gone. They prioritize just farming. Mickey.
I mean, Tundra want to go back in on this.
Ooh, the fissure completely whiffs. Whoopsie.
Doesn't actually catch anyone at all.
Uh-oh.
Nisha's able to turn with the blink
The
of the
Silver
X-Mark, and there it is indeed, the combo, and it'll do it.
Oh, God.
The break into the silence, and with no dispel on the Abaddon, or being able to be provided by anyone else, there's nothing you can do to save yourself.
He needs the Manta, and it's just so slow from how underfarmed he is, and now Snae's also found. He should just... he just soloed him, actually.
Big catches there from Liquid.
Oh, man. I'm surprised Tundra actually went for this type of play.
I mean, they did. That was... Tundra completely signed up for that fight.
Yeah,
they went straight in.
And they whipped the fissure, and then Skeeter's like, oh my god, what am I doing here? And yeah, the Silver Edge combo, as we said, it's going to be a big factor. On to high ground. Boxy immediately, look, he knows what spell he wants now. He's like, whatever, I don't care about some fissures. Constantly shielding. It's the dream.
Yeah, actually goes into
Boxy, though.
Okay, Boxy. He wanted to go in for the setup, but ends up dying very quickly there to the damage from the Zeus.
They wanted to get a catch. They were doing the, what was it, the X marks play, right? I think they were trying to just like jump and try to get somebody off of it.
Yeah, he just got blown up.
A little over-aggressive.
Well, that'll put a stop to the push.
They did commit quite a bit there. The Zeus just drops all of his Nimbus and his ult on top of him, so big burst on the Boxy. .33, doing 33 things, killing runes, cutting waves.
There's Mickey around. They can go for round 2 onto Skeeter. Skeeter's not careful.
He needs to be very careful. He's very close to the Manta. I think just go finish it before you look to take anything. He needs this Dispel. But Liquid, it's level 18 now. Zai, up on the high ground.
Oh, Mickey's in. He's going to get caught by the Fissure under the Nimbus. So his first life here with the Aegis going to be close to being taken, but the heals of the Greaves are enough. So they'll protect Mickey here on his first life.
There's no glyph. Taking significant damage here.
That's the Fissure. That'll be the Aegis gone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Some good damage. And, oh, doesn't get the shield this time.
They do have to deal with the fact that 33 was going pretty heavy with the split push top.
He got pretty much the same, if not more damage onto the tower there. They actually forced a glyph.
Oh, actually gets a BKB out of him as well. I guess, yeah, had to do it with the TP out.
Mm-hmm. Not too bad when you're this far behind on Tundra.
Yeah, the kind of the little things keeping them in this long enough to allow Skeeter to get these items. The Manta now done. What's next will be the Blink. Imagine the Abyssal. Not too many surprises there, but of course this is coming at a lot slower of the timing that you'd normally hope for when you're playing the carry Abaddon.
Definitely. And no real realms on the horizon of the excitement that I was hoping for, you know, that Ags on the Lycan to bite this Abaddon. They're just too far behind. They've had to completely change the itemization. So the Scout, they're feeling a bit scared. And Mickey just, this is pretty ridiculous realms of farm. Almost 23,000 net worth, 33 minutes. Satanic now finished, another layer of survivability for Mickey. His Midas has been up for a while.
Dire's
There we go.
bottom tower is under attack.
And Liquid ready to hit. Exorcism back up in 40. Zai incredibly tanky in that front line.
Catch. I mean, Sax just trying to scout things out from the trees.
Oh, did Nine? I think Nine showed himself for a quick second there.
I mean, no Liquid's coming though. Boxy. Be able to get the grab onto Snaking, but the shield's there from Skeeter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
But they forced them. I mean, they can go on the high ground again. They're outside. They're out of the base. They're not going to be able to set up in time on Tundra. Uh-oh.
No fortification. Still on cooldown.
It's a tower.
Maybe more. I mean, Mickey.
Maybe more.
He's poking at the barracks.
33 is getting the split push going.
I mean, yeah, 33 is really doing his best job here to make sure that Liquid don't have an easy of a chance of, like, making the decision of committing fully for the high ground push.
And 9 is in the area, so they maybe can set up for a kill potentially on that side.
He's keeping this game open, 33.
Who said he had his work cut out for him. He's doing pretty okay, all things considered. What's the itemization for Nisha? Does he have the full refresher, or what do he end up go for?
I think so, yeah. Recipes on the card. Yeah, he's got the full
He's got
refresher.
the full oh my, yeah, I mean, his mana pool's a bit lacking.
Actually, wait, that is true, yeah. He's got a, how many mana boosts has he got on the team? I think what they've got the Greaves, is that it?
I think that's
Giving
actually
him a burst of mana.
Yeah, Insania doesn't have one, so. I mean, it's probably more so for, oh, Boxy got arrow. Uh-oh. It's a pretty amazing steal. It's probably more so for like the double BKB rather than the double boat and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely going to have to get pumped up a a bit from somebody else.
Actually, what neutrals he got at the moment? Because they did. Oh, I tell you what, you should swap that in for the status resistance one.
I think Mikke's using it, isn't he?
Oh, he is.
I would hope Mikke's using it. Yeah, Mikke's using Tiny Silver.
No, I don't mean the Titan Sliver. The what's it called? The big cloak that gives you mana. Yeah, the Jakiro. I think you take off the Jakiro, right? Give that to your Kunkka. Ceremonial robe.
I guess, yeah, you're right. Just for mana pool,
you know what I mean?
would be
250
nice.
mana.
Yeah,
It's
I mean, maybe
really nice.
they might pass that off at some point. Yeah.
Come on, Insania.
Nisha's squishy though. Nisha probably wants armor. He's 10 armor. So I mean, maybe he is just thinking like he wants.
I
armor.
guess for sure. Maybe still values the dragons here. But,
I mean, they could optimize
ceremonial
it
robe
better.
would definitely fix the.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to refresh it. This man needs his mana.
He's thinking about other things anyway. Push Zai. They're gonna try to set up onto him.
Ooh, but not able to get the sort of clean angle for the arrow to come in.
Skeeter.
What?
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Stolen arrow thrown out.
And now Boxy did go for Shard, by the way. So does have that extra. I mean, so many forms of save. Like Satanics, Boats, Rums, Tidal Waves to distance, to Ice Paths, Force Staves, Boots the Bearing. It's like all about keeping this Drow alive because she has this huge advantage. 10 seconds. Oh, it's a quick respawn. 10 seconds.
That's true.
Super fast one.
Is that quick enough for Tundra to do something about whilst they're around this area, or there's just no chance of them taking it anywhere quick enough?
They do kill it very fast with the Lycan, especially
Yeah.
with AC, but I don't know. That would be such a crazy call for them to make. It would be an amazing one if they did realize it right away, but I don't think they scouted it either. Liquid. All together. Smoked up. They're going to be the ones to scout.
Yeah, winner of this next fight, highly likely to get the Roshan. So Tundra in the position they're in, they really cannot afford to take a bad team fight here.
Roche is scouted. The Wolves. The Wolves will be seen also, though. Nisha. He's got that gem, as we pointed out from earlier. Oh, he's going to be seeing it. Tundra playing around mid. They see the lifesteal, though. So, and they should have seen the Midas as well, too. So they should know that Tundra's in the area here.
Okay, showing.
It's just too difficult for them to jump onto this Drow. They have to find some of these other squishy backliners, perhaps, but yeah, just very difficult for Tundra. And I think now with Ghosts, might just be able to walk into that pit.
I think they certainly can.
Arrow will stall it a little bit.
They'll still want to commit. They know that once the Ghosts are out, Tundra, their chances of fighting into this and coming out alive are very low.
Mm-hmm. They can poke.
Got to try and do a bit more than that. They want to push Liquid away from this Roshan.
Tundra's got to just try to commit. It's not easy.
I mean, 32's maybe going to look for a snipe, see if he can get in and grab it. This is getting low. Mickey had to put the BK.
They got it.
The boat coming in, and indeed Skeeter was able to walk in and take the Aegis. They also got the kill here, Tundra. So if they can take Skeeter out after his borrowed time comes to an end, he's going to be fine. Pops the Aphotic Shield, he's able to walk out.
Holy
Gets
moly.
in, they get the kill, they get the Aegis. What happened with the rest of it?
I did not even see. It was all picked up so quick.
There was an Aghanims, right? Who grabbed that?
Drow got it.
Drow got the Ags.
Yep.
Okay.
And Cheese was also picked up, I think.
Yes, Kunkka has the
From
cheese.
Kunkka or
All right,
from
so
Drow.
Nish got the cheese, Mickey got the Ags, but the Aegis and the kill goes to Tundra and Skeeter.
Imagine if they got the Ags.
I mean, that would have been...
That would have been massive.
Yeah, I mean, they have such fantastic Ags to use on their heroes.
I mean, yeah, if they got like the Lycan Ags, even the Abaddon Ags,
Exactly.
has a lot of value. That could have been massive.
That was... I mean, it
snake.
already, of course, it's not too great for Liquid. They're going to be feeling a little shaken up by that. You know, that... or at least in the sense that the next move for Liquid isn't going to be as simple. They don't have the Aegis to push with.
He knows. He knows 33's over here.
Oh,
Doesn't
close.
quite get the connection, though.
So these trees aren't safe when Nisha's around.
He saw the
He'll
lifesteal.
hunt for you.
Yeah, he saw the lifesteal off of the creep, so he knew that this Lycan was in the area. Tundra's still hanging on here, even though they're at a 19k deficit.
They really are. I think it's it's quite good fun to see. You know, a team that's this far behind on the gold, still very much showing that they can make these sort of moves. You know, walking into a Roche pit, taking the kill, taking the Aegis, against a team that's, as you say, as far as ahead of as they are right now, Liquid. Basher completed on Skeeter. Continue to get his items. And, you know, all things said and done, sure, he's still very far behind Mickey because Mickey's having such an insane game. But, you know, he's catching up with the rest of the cores. If he can keep this game going, Skeeter will have... He'll have the combo. You know, he'll have that potential to blink in and and lock down a certain hero with the bashes and the illusions. Curse of Avernus.
Yeah, not too bad. And Mickey top.
They're going to get the jump on him. Will get dragged out to the side there by Boxy. Good job the Boxy was around. I mean, if that save wasn't there, Mickey could have been in a whole lot of trouble. It's Tundra.
They want to go in.
If they can get more, they'll scout things out with the Thunder Ghost Wrath. They're looking towards Zai. Zai's very tanky with the Shiva's Guard. See if they can blow him up. They're in.
33's going in bottom, too.
They're surrounding him. And Zai, he's getting bashed up. He will be able to protect himself a little bit from the right clicks of Skeeter with the E-Blade. Again, Boxy doing his best to get Zai out of here, but Saxon jumps forward. The Silence catches onto the Shaker. The E-Blade's out here from 9. They're bursting Zai low.
How's he alive?
To heal up. Skeeter blinks in again aggressively over towards Zai, but the Siphons are there again for Zai. Healing him back, and the fear pushes Skeeter away. Zai will live.
They've got shield now for Boxy.
I mean, Nisha's going to continue to commit with the BKB.
Ghosts.
Towards Skeeter. They get the grab onto 33 instead. He'll have to BKB CP.
How? I cannot believe he's alive. That is ridiculous. They even used like he E-bladed himself, and if I'm not mistaken, Skeeter like almost instantly witch-baned it, but either way, somehow they're able to keep Zai alive, like the little flicker plays and stuff like that to distance himself, to dispel things. How the hell does Zai live on that?
He's a tricky hero to kill with these items.
I mean, the E-blade is very clever this game.
Now, see if they can try and go high ground. They're looking at it down this mid lane.
We'll see a DD top. Mickey's going to go pick that one up.
Full swift blink for Mickey done.
Almost 25 as well.
Overwhelming blink done for Nisha as well.
Don't need mana for that one. There you go.
Oh, quite a painful courier snipe there. That is 33's nullifier put to the sidelines for nearly 3 minutes with that relic being lost.
That nullifier could be the difference maker in some of those fights to actually full commit onto someone like Zai, or even onto Mickey, right? Prevent some of these force
Sure, I
lives.
mean, it's a saving grace that, as you mentioned, they do have that Witchbane. If they didn't have that, they wouldn't stand a chance at all.
Nisha.
They've got him in the silence combo. That is the Aegis.
Oh my lord.
And now Saxa will come in with the Echo Slam, trying to burst through Nisha, but Nisha forced out to the side 9. He's able to burst him.
He didn't pop cheese.
He didn't get it off in time. And that was what Gem on the floor. Insania will manage to recover it. A Tundra, they can look to chase this down. Skeeter jumps in. They'll be able to find Insania attempting to TP out in the trees. Lightning Bolt to cancel his escape, as they'll be able to take him out. And this will be the gem falling into the hands of Tundra. They're holding on.
He had time to get the cheese off. He just didn't click it. A little bit slow.
Because it wasn't in his inventory. Oh, no, I guess it was.
It
once he
was.
got the overwhelming blink finished. You're right.
It sure
was.
was.
In inventory all the time. But
he just didn't get it off.
Maybe I did the wrong hotkey. Kind of with the blink coming in. Maybe didn't switch it around as he hoped to press. But indeed, that's sort of... hesitant. Because Radiance
I think
is turned
did he click
off.
his Radiance
You know,
thinking it
that's
was
what
the
I'm
cheese
saying.
slot?
Maybe he had the slots the wrong way around.
Maybe something happened.
Because I mean, if you could turn off your Radiance before you die, you could definitely eat a piece of cheese.
Yep. I must have just been like some type of misclick there because they had the save on him. Tundra. For the first time, it feels like this game have found something going their way.
Yeah, they're down 21k, but
of course.
They're not playing like that. They're coming out with some big moves here, Tundra.
Yep.
Holding on very nicely, and a lot of it down to the fact that they, of course, did have that Aegis to move in with. You know, Skeeter able to go aggressive, start off the action. To the side, McKay, the two of them. The silence, but the leaps are up. They're away. McKay and Zai not able to punish them.
Mid tower. Finds himself an Ancient quickly, 33, trying to put some pressure on it. They're trying to get anything they could with that death from Nisha. Not really going to get too much. They're actually can he get the Ancient away? He actually can keep it alive. He tries to throw Mickey on top of it, but can't quite actually save it. All things considered, keeping this pretty competitive.
I think that the fact that Liquid are starting to show signs of struggling whilst 21k ahead, that's only going to say good things for Tundra.
Oh, but Skeeter, he might just be found here. They actually stopped. Nice play with the Nimbus.
Yeah, really good stuff there from 9.
Nice little mini stun.
Messes up the combo.
Ooh, the gem though.
Skeeter gets out. They will indeed manage to reclaim their gem.
Okay. Cool plays. I love when I see these little things, right? Like the Nimbus cancel, the nullifiers, the Witchbanes, etc. Those, nice little play to probably save Skeeter's life.
Okay, going for quite dangerous moves here. I guess knows that they're unlikely to have ward coverage around this area, but he is completely on his own.
9 also in a pretty aggressive position here. Full Octarine, so he's committed all his gold. They're gonna see Mickey. Hello!
9 did not expect it to be here. Mickey's gonna jump in and look for him. See the backup for Skeeter. He'll be able to E-blade himself. He's gonna try for the TP out. He's actually gonna get kept back here. As that's 9 gone. No buyback, as you mentioned.
And Skeeter, Oh, God.
I mean, coming over into this area of the map was always going to be a huge risk for them to take.
I mean, as soon as I saw the positioning from 9, I was a bit worried where he went to go buy his Octarine there. Just walks right into Mickey. Mickey, quick fingers. The quick Swift Blink to get that positioning, but he gets found, and it's almost 60 seconds. They can just go straight down mid.
A full minute. It's a lot of time.
All right, 33. It's time to make your magic happen, cutting some creep waves.
Yeah, he's done it before.
Sure has.
This game is multiple times really where there've been chances for Liquid to push down a lane. 33's made sure that they've had to think twice about it.
Mickey level 25 off of that kill. They see him top that ward that they placed.
What does he go for next? Well, because 33 incredibly rich this game.
I'm still thinking that Aghanim is along that line. I'm not sure what else is the best item choice, right?
Yeah, absolutely buffing up the Abaddon. Why not?
Oh, tanks the arrow. Zai. Blinks in front of it for Mickey. That is the Rex.
That's what will happen when you got 2 cores dead without buyback.
Two
No
sets.
chance of a defense.
2 sets, Boxy.
33's going to try and run him down.
Should have him.
I mean, can they go for anything more? They're back up now here on Skeeter and 9, so Liquid won't risk it. They'll settle for the 2 racks.
I mean, 33 is now... Look how much gold he gets for a Boxy
so
kill.
rich.
It's
What
almost
does he
7k
buy?
gold.
I mean, it's got to, any other things that you could be seeing in consideration of the Aghanims? Maybe getting himself like a Basher Abyssal?
Yeah, I guess you
If you
could
wanna
see
go
something
carry.
like that. Yeah, could be possible. Maybe he's like, move over, Skitter.
Yeah.
I'm just going to play for myself.
Or maybe some sort of blink. We're seeing a lot of upgraded blinks this game.
Yeah, we'll see.
He wants his own to sort of be able to jump in. He always got the rapier.
Oh, my... Okay.
I
I mean, maybe they are feeling like the game state is still... This Abaddon is still
I think
super underfarmed.
that's how 33's felt this whole game. He's like, okay, I've got to win this game for us. I'm buying a Midas. I'm
He
taking
changed
this
it.
lane. I'm getting a rapier. Oh.
He changed it to Revenant's Brooch,
Oh, hell
actually.
yeah.
So, I mean, still a very cool
Revenant's
one. Still a pretty cool one. Skitter?
The River, they catch him with a break of the silence. We'll be able to take it off and get the borrowed time off if still in this situation. Allows him to blink away.
It's a long spawn on the Roche.
Nearly 2 minutes. So, yeah, there we go. Revenant's Brooch on the Lycan. So what's he doing this for, Fog? What's the idea behind this one?
Going right through the armor, right? You just want to be able... That's probably the maximum, the most damage that you can get. It probably is more than even getting like a rapier or something versus that heavy drow armor. I mean, we'll see if it pays off.
Yep.
It's also, of course, good versus those like E-blades and stuff like that. So
Absolutely, yes.
We'll see.
Hits in onto Zai or whoever Zai tries to save with the E-blade.
Revenant's Brooch, Lycan coming to your pubs. Good luck, everyone. That's a 9th item or something. See if he can make the magic happen. How's the buybacks looking? Because that's going to be most important here for these next
I
few
imagine
things.
he spent up a lot of money there, right? 33.
Yeah.
So his buyback still, it's 2k short, 800 short on the Abaddon, and as for the Zeus, 500 short. So just a little bit of time needed for these cores to get the buybacks back up. As you can see over on the side of Liquid, it's just Zai and Boxy that are short, but only a few hundred gold on both of those. So overall, Liquid in a much better buyback situation.
And they're ready to fight. They're level 25 on multiple heroes. All 3 cores have now hit it, so 26 on Nisha, 25 on Zai, 25 on Mickey.
They know that this rush has to be up soon, but as we can see, still 30 seconds.
They were dropping the gem and doing some cheeky stuff, but they have to be careful how they do that.
So we're looking in for the setup. Zai.
Skitter.
Going to be able to jump in aggressively. They get the torrent set up onto Skeeter into the X mark, drag him back into the ice path.
He's in trouble.
See Nisha put the BKB refresher as well. He's able to jump across. They'll take out Sax, and now they turn over towards the Abaddon, trying to get into the tree. Skeeter, but the tidal wave pushes him back. Skeeter's caught in the ice path. They're taking him down.
They're on Mickey. Can they actually go for him though? 33.
Attempting his best to take down this drow. Really going in at Mickey, and I tell you what, he's nearly just about done it.
He's got him.
They get the kill. It will cost 33%. Is he actually able to? He's not getting away. Zai will end up clipping him with the ghost as Zai picks up the triple. There's been 2 buybacks that they've thrown into this fight here. Tundra
Skitter
on both 9 and Snaking.
Roche is back up.
Can they go on Zai like this? They've got the arrow. They're trying to go on this Death Prophet. Glimmer and the Force is there. They get Zai off the side, but Sax is able to get him with the dust. Nimbus laid down as well. Sax upon the Echo Slam to try and keep Zai stunned up by the Fissure.
How's he still alive?
He pops the E-Blade amongst himself, but he's still under the Nimbus, and he'll still fall. They take out Zai. Immediate buybacks now from Liquid. Zai and Mickey returning to the fight, knowing that this Roshan, they've got to fight for it.
It's almost everybody using their buybacks this game.
I mean, that was a full team buyback from Tundra.
Yep.
All 5 of them.
And they're smoked. They're looking for positioning. 33 has hit 25 as well. If he can make this magic happen, I mean, still BKB cooldown on this
drow.
drow.
We saw how much he did last fight there, 33. Like, if he gets in on top of you, you're not getting away from it.
Absolutely. And cooldowns are still there for Liquid for a moment. Nisha, he's going to shove bottom wave in a little bit more. Tundra does have a bit of an issue in this bottom lane. Double catapults coming in.
Well, yeah, this is a big wave.
Honestly scouting, they've got the high ground at the
Wrap around,
moment.
he's in, Skeeter. Try and jump in onto Insania. E-Blades there, and they'll be able to force Insania up to the side. 33 trying to wrap around onto this somehow, but Nisha's got eyes on him. He's watching the Lycan.
It's actually a pretty impactful steal that Boxy gets. Usually something you don't see. But how? Could be pretty huge attack damage reduction to protect his allies. And yeah, bottom wave starting to beat on tier 4s.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How much time on Exorcism? 15 seconds. They're jumping up to clear the area, get that vision, and they're going to start the Roche.
I think Tundra just have to let this one happen.
Yeah, I
but
think
the
so.
fact that they used all their buybacks, cannot afford to sort of take the head-on move into the pit. Once they know that Liquid started for this. So Liquid, they'll be able to clean this up.
No shapeshift or anything either, and no echo, so there's no real way for them to contest. Like 33 needs shapeshift to be able to try to go for Mickey. He does have the rapier queued up as well still, just to go for it next.
There we go, Ags on the Jakiro.
Ooh. And the refresher shard now on Zai too, so tons of different potential of saving himself now with this. Like, he's already been barely dying on Zai. He's died once. Now he's got like a full set of 5 more siphons, another set of E-blades, etc. So, and an arcane rune. Okay, he just pops Exorcism. He's in.
All right. I mean, Tundra, they lose anyone here, they're gone for good pretty much. 2 minutes around, you know, with the fact that none of them have buybacks available. I mean, it's already been kind of crazy that Tundra have managed to hold on this game as well as they have, considering how far behind they are. This next 5 minutes definitely the toughest, but they're going to play on the aggressive. They make the jump in onto Insania. They'll get it. The Jakiro down. See what they can go for as well. 33 trying to get in onto Zai, but he has to start retreating now. Zai pushing in as Insania's ready to back him up. TP's in, comes in with that buyback. Skeeter's able to flick off in time. 33 indeed getting blocked off by Zai. Zai trying his best to stop 33's escape. 33, he's going to get found. Zai takes him out. That's 33 and 9 gone.
That was sick play from Zai, just sticking right on top of him. He was even body blocking a Lycan. That was pretty cool. Boxy.
He's going to tap it down with a stun.
He wants to heal.
He's going in.
Oh, uh-oh.
He will die for that one. He's still got buyback as well. They're jumping in, trying to kill off Saxa in the fountain. Tier 4s are going down, though. Liquid, they'll be able to close this one up, though. 53 minutes in. Honestly, though, for a game that had one team as far as ahead as it was, very entertaining.
Yeah,
Tundra, fair play to them. They played very well from behind. Wasn't enough at the end of the day, but it does just go to show that if this was even just a little bit closer at the laning stage, Liquid might have struggled here.
Yeah, if this about it, and honestly, if Skeeter had a little bit of better lane, then I think this game could have been totally different. Some really good fight backs. Liquid still in the driver's seat the whole game.
Yeah.
But yeah, really cool plays. Really impressed, especially. I mean, 33 always tends to do these kind of things when he's playing
He really tried
his micro
to
stuff.
keep this one going, but because overall, you know, Liquid, they did have that advantage from the laning stage. They played the lanes in such a way that, yeah, that bottom lane, Skeeter, it was all recovery. This whole game, full recovery, was set so far behind. And as you say, Mickey, just, I don't know where he gets the money from. He's just
so rich,
so far ahead of everyone else this game. They itemize in a smart way as well. Good stuff from Zai this game. The sort of the E-Blade Shiva's Blink really worked out well for the Death Prophet.
He was a beast. He was 10-0 at one point. He died only the once in the game when they committed everything. How many times? I think, what, like 6 or 7 fights. They're just like throwing everything on Zai, and he lives with just a sliver of HP. Yeah, that was a really cool game. I'm looking forward to the next game. I think this series is hype.
Yeah, now the team's matching up well, but indeed, yeah, Liquid, they get the lead, and they make sure not to let it slip away from them. Able to shut the game down. Eventually, 52 minutes in, Team Liquid with this game 1 victory.
What a victory it was. Definitely well earned. Tundra put up a fight. They weren't going to roll over that easy. And I think the thing that I loved the most about this series was, one, how crazy it was. Sorry, this game was, one, how crazy it was.
Already.
But, I know,
one
sorry.
game and done. We're now best of one in the DPC.
But it's Tundra playing from behind. Like, that was, I think, one of the most exciting things about this. I wanted to see them come in with something different, something fresh, and I wasn't expecting it to be the fact of how they played when they were down, when they were 21k down and still being such an aggressive team.
Yeah, I mean, it's testament to the draft that they have. You know, imagine if the lanes went better, the early game went a bit better. This is the playstyle that they would have had in an ideal world, but I think Liquid did an incredible job at just shutting Tundra down, forcing out this like double Midas comeback style of gameplay, kind of like Tour 1 Tundra. And because of that, it felt like Tundra had to make these high risk, high reward plays where sometimes it worked, sometimes you die and then boom, you just lose 2 racks. But massive kudos to Tundra to making this game feel as competitive as it was.
Yeah, the high ground defense as well, because it was astronomical. The fact that they could hold it on for so long and really put up a fight.
I mean, I think Tundra are just one of the best teams, even whether they're ahead or losing, at understanding what needs to happen with your heroes on the map. Like you can see here, Liquid were ahead for like 10, 15, 20k, like the whole game.
You can just, yeah, the whole game.
And it's just really hard for them to play. I think maybe, you know, they could have, like usually when the way Dota works is when the enemy only has one option, which Tundra, their only option is really to split push for a long time. I would have liked Liquid's itemization to be a little different on Nisha. I don't think this refresher orb really did anything. So I think, you know, looking forward, you can maybe build items that when your enemy only has one option, you itemize against that. But Tundra themselves, they made this game really hard for Liquid. Probably way harder than any other team in Dota would have been able to do.
I just love the fact that, like, we finish a game and we're talking about the losing team. It feels kind of wrong, you know?
A little bit, but it was so good. Like, I think it's tough sometimes to talk about the losing team because it's really easy to point out flaws, and like that's what we harp on. But for this, yeah, there were flaws on both sides, but ultimately, like, I just loved the way Tundra looked. I mean, we can't talk about Liquid then T just for
there
you.
We go.
We can have a bit of a chat about them because the sustain coming out from the team, like, how do you even start itemizing or fighting around how much sustain they had?
I mean, it's the highlights that we're seeing right here, right? Zai, the first pick Death Prophet, finishing the game 11, 1, and 9. He, time and time again, Tundra, they didn't really have team fight in their lineup. As a lot of, you know, Sacks are kind of setting up the engagement, and if you don't 100-0 in that moment, then it's like, oh wait, they're kiting us out. And I feel like Zai, he just knew that throughout the entire game. He went for Sanjin Yasha as well. Of course, he goes for auras with Greaves and the pipe. Like, he knows a little bit of status resistance, a little bit of positioning, trust in the team, and he alone can make a potential comeback feel nearly impossible for Tundra just because he has itemized and played so beautifully. Yeah, Zai, it was a very nice game.
I mean, I think he played near flawless.
Oh, then he's MVP. I don't even have to ask you.
Oh, of course.
We just straight up give it
the big F word.
No,
So.
you can't do anything
flawless.
else.
Yeah.
No, like for reals. He did well in the lane. He took bottom tier 1 tower, then they go mid, take the mid tier 1 tower.
Yep.
Then they go top tier 1 with level 2 Exo, they take Roche. He was always the first one in the fight. He was holding gem. His items are perfect. Overall, just one of the most clean games I've seen from him. And yeah, I feel like lately, when it comes to Liquid, it's not only Nisha who's owning in these games. In the last series they played, it was Mickey who popped off twice. Now it's Zai. So I feel like this is also great because I feel Nisha, you know, he's finding his ground once again. For his standards, it's maybe, you know, he's not doing the best right now. Still better than 99% of any other Dota player.
And, in the world, yeah.
But then, you know, when your teammates can step up, that's what you need. This is amazing.
No, yeah. Again, I think for Zai, it's like you're getting this this Death Prophet pick from first phase, but then you go into lane and it's like, wait, they've drafted Abaddon into me. It's like, all right, sure. Like, this is Abaddon. It's like, he's never going to stop DP from farming. Never going to stop the DP from playing her game. This Abaddon pick was for the bigger picture of Tundra. And when you draft with that mindset, it just enables certain players to go, wait, I have some insane lane. If I just play the perfect game, I'm going to be able to punish them because they're never going to get that big picture idea in their draft.
But I feel like, so even when we go back to the draft, the Abba pick, it threw me off a little bit. I feel like it shows maybe a bit. Sure, if the game goes way better, it looks different.
Yes.
But what was really the idea, other than I'm going to maybe purge some dude from the combos? Like, if you want some Radiance Manta hero, I feel like there's other stuff.
Yeah, what impact did you feel for the Abba team?
The Abba came online when it was like Manta, Radiance, Blink, and then it was setting the pace of the fights. But the issue was, or at least the trade-off was, you give DP just 3 entries a game.
Yeah.
And you don't have a hero that can go, okay, DP's having a good time, let's TP kill him. It's a Zeus mid, it's a Lycan off lane. You basically need to do other things on the map. So I think for Tundra at least, like, the Abba was really nice against, I feel like in a stable game, Jakiru, Kunkka, and what was it, Rubik, against Abaddon, they do nothing.
Like, the combo break is cool. Yeah.
But it's like only the Death Prophet that can have a good time. And of course, Zai, he has a good time, so now the entire game feels like this clawing back in, this kind of, you know, catching back up. So I respect Tundra drafting this mindset, but it's a volatile way to draft, because if your opponents are just good in lanes, they'll shut you out the game. It happened against OT. It's happened again in game 1 against Liquid. With this drafting style, they can just keep taking L's against these teams that know how to punish it.
And I think also, like, you see the first pick DP, which I think Tundra didn't fully answer. It's not like it's unplayable, but at the same time, Liquid, they're like furthermore enabling it while you're not really answering it. They give it the Ram buff with their Kunkka. They give it the Drow aura with the bonus armor too. And then suddenly, Zai, easy time, just pop off.
Yeah, we got to see the game that we just saw.
I hope they're not too drunk for game 2 of all that run buff in game 1.
Oh, she didn't like that one. What
No,
happened?
she didn't. That's about to throw it to a break. That's all I'm saying. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, T
back. Yeah.
practically did it. We are going to be jumping to a break. It'll be game number 2 between Tundra and Liquid when we come back. Liquid versus Tundra. Game 1 was absolutely thrilling. We had a lot of fun here. And game number 2 should be set to deliver the same tea. But this Death Prophet, is it now going to be a first phase for either team? We don't worry about pick order. Are you just worried about that? No.
Just fully
not
review
at all.
pick order.
Yeah,
okay.
pick order is you actually will just pick all at once.
It's gone. Let me load up. Let me calibrate. I'm gonna say if Tundra's first pick, I would be a little bit surprised if they did go it themselves. But I could see Liquid going for like if their second pick going like DP +1.
Oh, so you think DP will get let through?
Potentially. Again, the other thing as well, these teams, of course, at this level, they respect each other quite a lot. So if DP wants to go through the bans, there's also like the mini meta at the best of 3 where it's like, Tundra's like, oh my god, don't give Zai Death Prophet. They just instantly grab it. So it really depends on the post-game 1 talk and if they want to shift away from the kind of the track record of their previous game.
I think also just to step in, it had a lot to do with the first phase bans that came out. Because Liquid first picked it, banning Beastmaster themselves. And Tundra, because they were second pick, they were forced to ban Nature's Prophet and Brute themselves as well, which now makes the DP a lot better. And I also agree with T. I feel like the team that's more likely to play it, Tundra do play it, but I feel like Liquid are happier playing Death Prophet as opposed to Tundra.
Tundra, and I've never said this before, but Tundra, they like to season their draft with these meta heroes. They don't like to force it as like the main course, if that makes sense. You know?
Yes. I do love myself.
Yes. Someone should understand that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Some salt bay or something. I don't know.
You see it. They don't really want it. Their first pick, and they're like, yeah, we don't really want this hero, but we don't want you to have it either.
There we go.
I mean, they wanted the Brood. That was the one that they more likely wanted to have in their pool. Sorry, I got so distracted by watching 3-3 drink tea. I don't know why.
I heckin'
You
love
just missed and put it down.
I heckin' love tea too.
So do I, T.
Yeah, I mean, it's feel like it's just a really good staple for any player to have. If they're
I think
playing.
so.
It's like there's a lot of variety. It's warming. It's like simple. You can also have non-caffeine versions, so if you are playing, you still get the satisfaction of that beverage, but without the need of staying
You'll
awake.
never have the same cup
So it's like
twice.
tea, mustache. What's like the triforce of what people
The
should have?
trifecta.
Tell me.
I mean, right now you just listed 2 things that T just loves.
I mean, he's got to give
Tea
me one
and
more.
mustaches.
Yeah, I
There's
know.
a couple answers, but I don't know if I can say them.
Alrighty then. We'll see how this draft is progressing because it was Doom and Brood banned out by Liquid. So the Beastmaster gets let through. It then does get snatched up by Liquid themselves. And Disruptor, I'm going to say that one's going to be slapped straight on Insania.
Yep, 100%. That's my vibe. But no, so for Liquid, you see first pick Mirana, it's going to be snaking. You already have Beastmaster in lane against it, Disruptor. If snaking's trying to use like pesky invasions, you've got now Glimpse from Kinetic, so you play really well against that. It sets up Liquid to pretty much pick anything now in the next 3 slots. You've got your push, you've got your catch, you've got your team fight. Now everything can just be fun. You can either lean into more skirmishing, you can lean into anything. This combo, at least from second pick, feels really good. So now it's Tundra's job to respond. It's like, do you want to go for like a Naga Siren in first phase to shut down the Beastmaster lane? Like, how? They go CK. Like, just go for like the big statement piece call. That's kind of what I wanted to see from first phase from Tundra.
I prefer this more to what they did in the last draft. Like, the enemy team, they show you something, you're supposed to answer it. And I feel like they're doing that right now because otherwise Liquid, they would ban these heroes. As I don't know exactly what they banned last game, but their bans were pretty spot on to like protect their DP. I think it was also like aggressive carries that they took out. But I feel like Liquid in this first phase, they should be very happy. These are heroes that first of all are very good, and I think they fit them very well, and they're very good against Tundra. This early aggression with Vision, with Zoo to also, you know, apply and deal with the map pressure. But Tundra, I feel like they're switching it up a little bit. It's a Skeeter CK, which is one of his best heroes. And Tundra, I mean, they're one of the best Beastmaster teams. They know what to do about this hero.
Does Liquid... Sorry, I was going to say, Liquid last time, they banned out like strong position 5 tier to secure Beastmaster's lane. But because it's Tundra and the Mirana, do they now try and go for different style of bans in their second phase? Or do they still respect like the potential Undying and then Mirana going to like a different role? Like the things that can maybe prevent Liquid hitting their early game motions?
I guess it must really just depend on what they feel. Like if they feel like Undying is like twice as good in lane, then you can probably spare a ban on that hero, sure, why not? But yeah, I would assume that it's probably just going to be a CK Mirana. So for Liquid, if we see them ban 5s, it just means that they feel like this lane isn't really good enough yet to deal with the beast, and they just want to secure it more. But for now, looks like they're just going to take out maybe some of the Saxa heroes, like the combos, some...
I feel like it is a pretty safe bet that like the Mirana
Probably,
yes.
yes.
I do have a question though. Like Disruptor being in the pool, why would you want to favor a Mirana over a Disruptor here in Tundra's position? Like this support does so much. We've seen an enormous amount of success across different teams for this hero, and yet we're still seeing Tundra like run this Mirana over and over again.
I think for wider map play, Mirana gives you the Moonlight Shadow and that aspect that they use quite a lot. So even if there's a bad game, you have ways to make moves happen. Whilst Disruptor, if game goes hard, it's wait for that one moment, wait for that stun play. So it could just be like a stylistic choice for Tundra to lean more towards the Mirana over Disruptor. And that'll always be the thing where it's like down the line after the tour, it's like, why didn't we play Disruptor? Skitter said, why didn't we play
Nature Prophet?
I'm sure in Tour 3.
He got the busted version of the fun toy.
Exactly, and Snade's going to probably have the same chat in Tour 3. Like,
Tour 3,
I played
maybe now.
Disruptor, you know? So it's just a Tundra thing to do.
Yeah, it's probably just like their own comfort. Maybe they're also like, we know there's a high chance of them going Beast, and we prefer to have Mirana in the lane against it, or more to just keep the draft more open. You know, maybe they feel like, you know, our picks on 8 feel a lot better with Mirana than Disruptor. It's more like this personal preference.
Yes,
indeed.
Yes, tell me more about
Good
this
to know.
personal preference.
Good to know that is that Tundra personal preference and not too much more for it. We see an Enigma, we see Pango, Naga, and Monkey King now banned out. So a bit more added to the pool. And Shaker. That's a big respect for a Saxa Shaker there.
In regards to hero pool and the melee hero pool, it's like only I guess Monkey's banned as well actually. So all his melee enabling heroes are currently banned out. So for Saxa at least, he's going to go to a new hero that might be like some Tusk or some clock-esque line, but it's not going to be the staples that we've seen Satsu playing, at least in this tour so far.
Is there anything you can do with like a range 4 where you pick maybe SD? Came to mind a little bit for me. You can save against Roar and the Disruptor. Sure, they just go with something else. I think that also Tundra are one of the best Tidehunter teams. And sure, there's always this like, oh, but they have Static Storm against Tide. But I think that's not enough. You need to back up the Static Storm with like a lot of damage. Oftentimes you just see Tides, they walk it off with their hood. Tide answers the Beastmaster very nicely. So I think here for Liquid, I kind of, again, you see a hero, I would like them to answer it in the game. It's maybe a strange suggestion, but a hero like Sven would work really well here. Anything that has overwhelming damage against Tide to kill him with the auras and the, and the stuns you have, and then you deal with the CK at the same time. Anything that fits this bill, I'm okay with.
Yep. I'm a bit scared for Liquid because they're going to go up against a Hoodwink Tide, and I think Hoodwink enables any offlaner to play because it's super high kill threat, but also if they're jumping you, you can disengage with Bushwhack. And now it's like Tide's there. So if you look at the flip side, it's like Disruptor, okay, Glimpse, not going to do a lot, it's going to be enabling.
Yeah.
The carry can't always farm. It's going to be 2v1, I feel like, most of the time. So I'm a bit worried that Liquid won't be able to get that perfect carry pick to survive the lane.
The Monkey ban was really good.
Yes,
they would have taken Monkey like on the spot right here.
Yeah, when I saw the Monkey, like, I know that you said, Saxa, that's like his comfort, but I was like, also Mickey, the way that he's been building it, like, that's been insane damage. I also like for Tundra, it feels they're going to have so much more sustain. Like, this game for them has been changed that they're like, oh, we saw how much sustain they had in game 1. Let's try and out-sustain them in game 2.
Dumb suggestion time.
Oh, yes.
Wasn't going to be okay. I mean, so in my head, I was thinking if you want to go dumb, you could do something like Razor option. Because I think Razor against Illusion Heroes is incredibly good. You can itemize for armor, so you brush off the damage. Initial thought was Ursa. I was just worried that, like, Ursa against Hoodwink, lane can be difficult. And then Ursa v CK, it can also, it's nice, but with your ult, right? But it can also feel really bad if CK is the one just dictating the game. Because you feel like every time you walk in, it's just like, whoa, there's overwhelming things happening in the fact that Ursa doesn't like to play into.
Mika's going to need to have a decent lane for sure. Like Ursa, if he's going to be like top net worth with Beastmaster backing him up, yeah, he's going to run this game over. But this lane is very volatile, and your 5s, they're not the strongest. Like, Disruptor is strong in lanes where you're going to run them over. That's not going to be the case with Ursa in this game. And then if they put Rubik there, kind of same story. We've seen this many times before from Tundra. Hoodwink, Tide, Blightstone, Gush, harass you, win the lane.
They need to ban DK, I think, if you're Liquid. Having some additional tanky hero, so it's like, there's a CK, there's a Tide, there's a Dragon Knight, there's eventual Manta Ags from DK, and then you have 2 little supports that on any setup, any stun, it's like instant arrow into more follow-up damage.
Yep.
I think Liquid will just run into a brick wall eventually of Tundra scaling, so I think you have to respect the DK.
Yep.
There's the ban.
Agreed. This is like one of the most Tundra lineups ever. Like, especially if you add the DK on top, it's like, go back 4 months, go watch some other games. Oh, Tundra had the same draft.
God.
All right. I mean, they're both looking for mid-tier. OD taken out. Dragon Knight now taken out. Team Liquid looking for a lot more damage coming from their mid compared to Tundra, right? Like, that's where we're going to see most of their damage right now be in the lineup for Liquid.
Honestly, I could see Liquid going for some, like, Quaswex Invoker, potentially. Just a little, like, you drain the mana of the tanky frontliner, you get a little bit annoying. You can go for your hammer build if you want to, just to progress the map a little bit. Obviously, I'd like to see that Invoker maybe not go hammer and Midas, maybe just go hammer into then some additional fight. But I think something to be disruptive would be really helpful for Liquid. And they do have last pick, so they are going to be able to see Tundra's carry to also help with that choice for mid lane. So Tundra, what do... Yeah, they need a mid lane themselves, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's both just mid laners at this point.
Puck ban.
What's the playmakers now for Tundra in that regard?
Ember?
I mean, they could also just bang out another Zeus, to be fair. Like, when I see how sturdy Tundra's lineup looks, I feel like any hero can go into mid lane and they'll feel happy. Like, if they want to go for some squishy backliner, it will slot in. If they want to go for another tanky hero, they'll be too strong for Liquid to kill. So they're in a really comfortable position in regards to Tundra's overall playstyle.
I think Zeus could work. Just their bans don't really scream Zeus to me, at least in terms of now.
Yep.
Maybe they want this type of playmaker. Because I feel like both teams with their last picks, it would be really nice if you have this hero that can help you like break open the map.
Tusk again or something?
Sure, like something like that. Like you have this Hoodwink Tide, they're going to be harassing, but they need like a +1 to then open up the game.
Sure.
Beastmaster at some point, he's probably not going to own the lane very hard. So again, eventually you want like your mid-tier to be able to angle, go off the map, maybe put this threat on Skeeter to leave the lane. So I think anything that really just helps like combine the heroes is good. Because for now, Tundra, if Skeeter doesn't have a good game, their supports, they feel a bit loose between like minute 8 and 15. They don't really have anyone to go with.
Yeah, you know, I think I lean more towards Tusk than the... what was it? Tusk or Zeus. So I think if they want to make that playmaking style, I think Tusk sits quite well. If Ursa does have a good game, you then obviously have the Ags play style to lean on. But again, yeah, I think Tundra, they're in a quite a nice spot. It really depends on what 9 wants to contribute to the team. Yeah, they go for the Tusk.
I think that makes a lot of sense as well. With just what we talked about, Tusk, pretty cool, pretty clean, and still it's still the Tundra draft. The swap out DK, Tusk, same stuff. Different scaling later.
Yeah, same but different.
At least like in terms of how the early to mid game is played and what they want out of the hero, it's the same, but the scaling is definitely a lot worse to have Tusk compared to DK.
Okay.
I want Timbersaw.
You want Ooh.
Mid.
Yeah, I feel like Nisha would be better.
He's giggling. There, nice, high five. What an easy draft.
Good work.
Yeah, this draft was easy.
But the Timber, to give you some insight into it, what the value it has for this lineup.
I just think when you see these like strange mid heroes, you know, like these melee whatevers, like eventually Timber's gonna kick them out. He also has a lot of other matchups that he feels good about. You know, you have the Tide, you have the CK. You're eventually gonna give like, so it's not just Ursa who has to deal with the CK. Wherever you go, you have Static to lock people down. Suddenly you have this bonus damage to kill the Tide. And for Tundra, they can kill him, but they really need to do it clean. You need to like break him, 5-second arrow. Everyone else needs to be AFK on Liquid, so it's a good Timber pick.
Gives purpose to the aggression they want to bring, right? Like Ursa goes to Roshan, Timber's going to be standing up front to secure it. Beastmaster goes to a tower, Timber waddles over, this is our tower now. So I think it really does glue together Liquid's early needs in this lineup that will be able to allow them to thrive once again. I would be surprised if Tundra come out of lanes with a big lead. I feel like they'll be on the back foot, chasing for that opportunity to get into the game.
All right, so it feels like last pick definitely swayed you guys heavily on which team you like. 2-0 then, it feels like that's where the vibes are.
I mean...
T's got a butt.
I just remembered that. Wait, who was it that killed BZM Timbersaw in mid lane?
It was Quinn.
It was Quinn Dragon Knight.
So if 9 can act like Quinn and somehow solo kill a Timber as a melee strength hero, this could unpick everything. It's not happening.
Okay, all right, that's a lot on mid lane.
I would say that the Timber pick is really good. Liquid's draft is better, but if Tundra get to go with their lanes and then they play the map, they can win.
All right,
it's hard.
Yeah, well, we've seen Tundra do better playing from behind now, so it's not all just down to the laning phase. It's down to game number 2. It's Liquid Tundra with OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Matt. Looking forward to get. What are you doing?
You called it. I had to give you the credit.
I mean, this Timbersaw. I think half the viewers at home as well. They were calling for it as well. I mean, you see these strength heroes come out, and then a third core that's also a strength hero comes out. There's no hesitation. Timber's in the game.
I gotta give you the credit anyway, though. Come on, you called it before the Tusk and everything was picked, so come on.
I mean,
you're big brain.
But which just leads to the question to be: do you think Tundra were expecting this, or did they just simply forget about the fact that Nisha could play Timber here?
I mean, maybe they did just forget. Maybe they think that the hoodwink, the break, and stuff like that will be enough. But you can definitely look at their draft and be like, they could run into some severe damage issues. They're gonna have to throw so much to kill this Timber, and then that's where Ursa can just go crazy. This looks like it could be a hard one here for Tundra. The Disruptor, the Ursa versus the Tide, the Timber versus the Strength Cores. Let's see if Tundra can make some type of magic happen. This time they don't have 33 playing this type of split pushy monster, where if the game gets kind of weird, they have some type of recovery outlet. If the game gets weird, they have to try to win through fights straight up. And let's see if they can. Yeah, Liquid, looks like they've got pretty much everything covered for themselves again. And again, Boxy with some potential incredible steals. So we've seen him do time and time again on his Rubik. I think this is, what, like 4 games in a row that Boxy's played the Rubik? Something like that, maybe even more.
Yeah, he made some nice moves last game.
Sure did.
Some really good saves as well with the Shard.
Yep. Let's get here. I'm going to take a bit of a beating. It's going to take quite a lot of damage here, actually. The next set of axes, they're going to hurt.
I mean, didn't even get the rune there. Boxer was able to pick it up.
Yeah, they don't even throw the axes. Courier! Wait, what? Was that? Oh, okay. Because Boxy did the boot thing. So Boxy bought boots, ran out, did the ward thing, and then he brings his courier to bring his items afterwards. Snaking, he's like, oh, I got you. Goes over, and we'll be able to snag that one.
Let's have a look. Oh, 9. A little bit of an overblock there. We'll end up with the creep wave under his tower. Oh.
Just some lag, looks like.
Lag. Let's see. Because we have had some Timbers mess up in the mid, right?
Yes, we did have BZM, but come on, Nisha's not going to.
Well,
and it's also, that happened in a very specific instance. I don't want people flaming BZM.
Yeah, no,
come on,
BZM
was like 80
up
HP.
To lane at, Indeed.
He was literally 100 HP from the start of the lane, so come on. Don't bully PZ.
What about these side then? What we got going on there?
Is
it easy for the Ursa this game down bottom, or have Tundra ended up with a good duo to pressure him?
It's a very comfort lane that Tundra likes to play with. They didn't go the Blightstone this game though on Soxa, so I feel like Mikke, because of that, should be able to get some pretty good free farm down here. Cool how we see sometimes like he didn't even go stick or anything on Mikke either, right? Maybe he'll bring one eventually, but when you're playing versus like this Tidehunter spamming the Anchor Smash, sometimes it's very valuable. Just ends up going for like Wraith Band stat items instead. See if that maybe hurts him. This is, like we said though, this is literally like the most Tundra draft ever, right? This is what they white played with at TI multiple times, playing this like Naga Siren or CK in the safe lane with the Mirana support. They've got their Tide Hoodwink that they've played hundreds of times as well too, and they have 9 playing one of his super comfort heroes. But with what they're up against, it could be very difficult, especially because this last pick Timber. I'm maybe looking at mid. I don't know. Like some crazy stuff could happen.
Because it's these first few levels, right? Especially when Timber's sitting as low as he is, that maybe mistakes are made.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, I mean,
he's got the Fairy Fire. He's playing confident, very confident. Now he's got the bottle too. And 9 doesn't quite have his yet, so Amnesia might be able to like push him out and potentially get the runes.
And that's sort of the window in which maybe the Timber dies. It's past now. So the Timber, unless something insane happens, he's not dying. No. The lane is perfectly fine.
Yeah, if he gets like sharded and pulled into the tower range because of the shards and then snowballed, like some crazy stuff like that. But yeah, Nisha should have full freedom now in this lane. And my goodness.
Oh, Saxa!
God, they get him.
Very nicely played there. Able to take him out underneath the tower.
Even without Blightstone.
They can go for Insane as well. Yeah, they'll get the both of them.
Wow.
There we go. 33 and Saxa, as you said, sort of playing a tried and tested duo here for Tundra. Yeah, this is Timber and Hoodwink. Sorry, not Tidehunter and Hoodwink. They're getting these kills.
Yeah.
Big kills in that lane.
And Mikke, I honestly like going for the Wraith Band, not having a stick. I feel like stick is just so valuable when you're playing versus constant Anchor Smash spam.
Or will he get one next?
I don't think so. I think he's going to want to just try to rush his Ring of Health to the battle period. And Zai top.
Trying the body blocks here, Snaking. Zai. Ooh.
Nice dodge.
Snaking able to leap away just before those axes clip him.
But, I mean, look at top CS. This is 6 last hits for the CK. Skidder really struggling. 13 and 7 on Zai.
Indeed, that is mid.
Is it happening? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
On top lane, Skidder. As he said, may not be getting the CS, but we'll be able to get the kill on Zai.
He has no regen. They have a Tango running on each of them at the moment, but yeah, literally 0 regen right now on Skidder.
Yeah, a couple of really slow starts for lane Skidder in the series.
And Boxy went for a...
What? Again?
Oh my goodness.
A fight to the death?
Oh! Good God!
Oh! Just so clutch, these two, Nisha and 9.
Oh my God, playing around that armor. 9 has to be careful. The stacks of the Whirling Death is really painful.
Careful.
Oh. I mean, this is some high skill mid lane right here.
Well, I think 9 can do it.
No, he's got Raindrop now on Nisha.
Ah, okay, just come out.
Yeah, Nisha knows what to go for.
And yeah, once Nisha hits level 5, I don't think we'll see them get both this low again. Like, top lane Skidder.
Skidder? I mean, there's a full creep wave chasing him too.
Another axis in a few seconds will do it.
He's dead. Unless I whiff somehow.
I mean, if he missed those axes, yeah, I think he'd be out the team. He's not missing those. Zai gets the kill. Yeah, Skidder, it's just not been his day today.
No, definitely not. And Mikke now, okay, all things, didn't go for the stick build, but has the Ring of Health now, so he should be fine in this lane. So a good aggressive play coming up from Tundra, and they do have Blightstone now on 33 instead of actually on Soxa. Kind of cool. See that he goes for it there. But yeah, Skidder really struggling. And Boxy did do a bit of an interesting build too. He actually didn't get lift at level 2. If you saw that there. He did go for the Arcane Supremacy, just all about that damage to nuke onto the CK. And yeah, it's definitely hurt the CK quite a lot. And yeah, Nisha now really starting to run away with that mid lane.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, as I say, now it's very difficult for 9 to trade with him.
Yeah, he actually gets the point inside the Timber Chain. He was holding point forever on Nisha there. As soon as you get 6, that's where Tusk just gets completely pushed out of the lane too. So 9. We'll see what he looks to do in these next few moments. 3-1, but you see that gold lead. It's actually going in Liquid's favor. All those last hits, and especially how much this CK is struggling.
This is a good rotation. They needed this. They've got to make sure that one of these lanes they're truly crushing, and with that rotation, they'll indeed make sure that Mickey continues to not have a free time hitting the creeps out here as he gets sent back to base.
And he gets the last hit, really important for 9. Since he does want to make the moves, he doesn't want to play versus Nisha too much in mid. If he does make a move, he wants to get the last hit. Nisha 6 now. Catapult going to be cleared up, and Boxy now already making the move to play around the power rune too.
Interesting to see how Nisha wants to play the Timber from the mid lane in terms of build.
Yep.
You know, will he be a Meteor Hammer Timber fan?
No, I hope not.
Okay.
9.
Level 6 there for Nisha. We'll still be able to catch him with a bit the chakram damage.
Oh.
Timber Train won't hit him. 9 gets a DD. Nisha able to chase him down and slap him down with that last touch.
Did he accidentally place a... He just put a sentry down there. Oh well. Whoopsie. And Snaking, though, in the meantime, since he saw this like overwhelming pressure coming toward mid, he arrowed the catapult. Very important that he actually does that. Otherwise, this tower, it's probably already just going to be taken out almost full from that rotation that comes in. So good move from Snaking to reestablish things. I think he's like, I can't really help the CK top anymore anyway.
I mean, and someone's got to come mid because I don't think 9's going to want to come back here.
Yeah.
Right? 9 has to just look for plays on the side lanes.
He's got a DD, so he's got great ways to go for Zai. Good move. And he might be able to get Boxy too. Great shards.
Yeah, he's able to trap him in.
Oh,
wait, Boxy.
Oh, he bottled him.
My goodness, that was close there. Skeeter nearly lost his life.
Sick play from 9. Good rotation, and he bottles Skeeter between the auto attacks to keep him healed up.
Yeah, honestly, 9's doing a lot. He had a tough matchup mid. He still was able to farm in it, and now he's trying to make the magic happen in these side lanes. Because mid lane, there's nothing to be done. Nisha's already kind of got off the start here. He's level 7. Nobody can really touch this Timber.
And Mickey goes back for the stick. Yeah, I mean, it feels like that stick would have been pretty valuable, but whatever. So Tundra taking advantage of some of these rotations. Good stuff coming out from 9. Immediately goes back to mid. Gets a punch onto 9. Or I'm not punch onto Nisha, but now 9.
Ooh, nice sharp play, but the glimpse will still be there.
Okay. Well, he did a nice play. Snaking.
Nisha. A lot of damage, of course, here. Amount of burst Nisha can do.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It'll be okay. Nisha. Soul Ring. Gonna be finished up in a second. Top, the roar.
They're in with the roar. Pop the Phantasm in an attempt to fight back. But he's going down. Axes are back up. He's out of the game, and Phantasm on cooldown. See if 9 can get some kills in return. He's going to try and come in onto Zai. But Zai's got any other options? He hasn't. Well, we'll go down. Can 9 also get Boxy out of this?
Might be able to. There's a rotation coming in from Insania.
And 9 still wants to try and chase. He gets the shards onto Boxy.
Tries to tumble, but it's into the kinetic, so he can't actually tumble over that. Boxy, though, there's a snowball. There's a punch.
Oh! 9?
No way. Oh, he goes down.
I mean, he's really doing his best, 9, to hold this game together for Tundra.
He's making some pretty amazing moves.
Moves up and down, top and bottom of the map here, trying his best to get these kills.
And honestly, like, we're talking about Skeeter struggling. Mick is actually struggling more than him somehow. I mean, these rotations from 9 have actually done, honestly, God's work. Some pretty incredible stuff coming out from him there.
Hey, Saxa. I mean, if he catches Mickey's just dead. Oh. Won't be able to get him with the bushwhack.
That was close.
Yeah, it was. I mean, if he catches him there, he's absolutely dead.
Pretty hype. High-level supports coming out on the side of Liquid because they get that kill, right? I think the Disruptor now is about to hit level 6, so super early. But same thing for Snaking. He was sitting in the mid lane for so long, he's also hit 6 pretty early, so over-leveled supports. Snaking.
Still has a leap available there.
They're trying to defend this tower, but mid-tower, I mean, Nisha's just cut the wave for so long that, yeah, it's likely to fall. Then we see the stacks, of course, from Zai from the boar this whole time. Pretty dream start there for the Timber. 5k net worth pre-10 minutes. Looking to smoke. They'll run into 9.
They'll drop Static Storm for this one.
It's so early that he has it. Both level 6 on the supports. Those type of kills really matter when you get those, like, you get solo XP for a core kill. So Insania, because he got that core kill top when Boxy died, yeah, level 6 super early so they can get that easy kill. Yeah, not too shabby though. 33, farming very well. CK farming much better than theirs.
He's considering those first few minutes of laning stage, he was getting nothing out of the lane. Yeah, Skitter's managed to catch up much quicker than he was able to do in the first game of the series.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, getting those 2 kills, very important. He almost has armlet. Like, honestly, he's not really slowed down almost at all.
No, he's back on track.
Yep. Good stuff. And they will get the bottom tower, so 33 was able to get that big push going. He's rushing a Vlad's. Good stuff. Now we'll see Zai finishes up those Ancients. That is the Helmet Dominator finished, and he's got the Arcane Boots already too, so very farmed on Zai to be able to apply pressure early. Now let's see what Nine's able to do now, because he's had successful rotations, but his net worth is going to start getting influenced if he doesn't get continuous kills all over the place. And they can't quite grab Mickey.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They want to get the glimpse. Insania was trying. He's going to find Skeeter, but not a good one. And yeah, it looks like Nisha's just going to do standard build. I guess because it's Kaya Sanj and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe an eventual Lotus or something to deal with the break. But 6 to 8, less than 1k, pretty much there.
Equip. Top towers. I can continue to push this up to the tier 2. In Tundra, they want to try and find something here with this group up.
Okay. Nisha's queued up a pipe. It's not what I expected to come out from the mid laner, but... Yeah, they'll find Insania. Easy snag. Playing around Power Rune as well, too, so they'll get a haste rune. I mean, Nine's been getting quite a lot of them. Quite a lot of these runes. See if Skitter looks to get involved a bit more early. Sure, versus the Timber, it's always going to be a bit difficult, but him having this good timing on this armlet could allow him to play a bit aggressive versus the side of Liquid right now. Playing around his Tide, playing around his Hoodwink, and his Tusk, they could look to make some pretty aggressive moves.
As long as Nisha's around, Liquid should still have damage to deal with him.
They just got to avoid Nisha pretty much for a while. And, okay, Nisha switched it. I was like, pipe from mid lane. That's weird. He switched back to Kaya Sanj. I think they can just allow, you know, Zai to do his thing, where he just buys all those auras if he does feel the need to. Yeah, Zai. Or Nisha pushing them away. Moonlight Shadow.
And 9 and Saxa. Maybe if they get the Sharpshooter on... Actually,
they need more.
Yeah, even Sharpshooter and the combo of 9, it's probably not going to be enough to bring Nisha down.
With snaking, maybe, if they perfectly do it.
Sure.
With all the magic
with the
damage.
3 of them, they can go.
Yeah. But still not easy. I mean, even if you do get them, you might get turned on and lose something yourself, so... Let's see what they opt for. Insania, trying to get vision here. 9.
Saxa, be ready to try for the bushwhack from the trees. Wraith Factor done by 33. They're going to attempt to burst the Timber Saw.
There's the arrow.
There's the connection. And they'll do it there. The 3 of them there. I mean, Insane and Boxy were around, but nothing they could really do to help out. Boxy will be able to TP away. And indeed, that was the trio that we talked about, having the potential to take down the Timber.
Really nice. I mean, perfect. The ward that they had there on the left from Saxa actually sees the 2 supports kind of like backpedal for a second there, and then they immediate go. Really well played.
They can continue to make these sort of moves with the 3 of them and just honestly just keep killing the Timber Saw.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to shut down one of the stronger points of Liquid's draft.
9 is really making magic happen. It's 6, 4, and 2. It's just everywhere on the map.
Of course, low on the farm because of the amount of time that's been spent sort of running at heroes, but absolutely necessary to just sort of set the game into a position for his other cores to farm. Bottom, Skeeter.
Bottom.
This time round, it's going to be a bit more complicated going on to Nisha. As Nisha's able to turn.
Oh, and Skeeter.
They get the glimpse back. Excellent catch here from Insania. Will mean that Skeeter's going down. I mean, a bit ambitious there for Skeeter to try and set up onto the Timber. They didn't have the follow-up required this time, and they were sort of split on the targets that they were going for.
And it's so close to the tower, too, right? This time a bit of an overzealous one that they do go for with the supports right there. And Insania might get another grab.
And Nisha's able to head in, get the setup for the vision, for the drag back. Some big kills. So Nisha, that will be pretty much the Sanj Kaya done. And considering going actually just for the BKB next.
Don't blame him. will be pretty unkillable if he does have like the status resist, gets the BKB off. I mean, it's mostly magic damage until way later on the side of Tundra. 2K lead. Boxy trying to get the setup here. Now maybe he's leaped in too far though.
I was going to miss. 33 has got a Ravage if he wants to. But doesn't want to do it here.
And he's got Wraith Pact. The Roar. Up top, Zai. Is he solo kill? Oh my god. I mean, Zai played like such an absolute beast last game. Now he's literally playing the beast.
He's top net worth.
Yeah. Really cool stuff.
The Ancient Stack going as well.
Yep. Keeps that farm going. And he's got the Helm finished up now too, so gets himself that Granite Golem. They could just, I mean, they could potentially sneak some type of Roshan very soon here on the side of Liquid.
I mean,
I think they could right now.
Ravage is up, but even with a Ravage, it's not that easy for Tundra to take a fight head on, especially if Nisha's around.
No, they'll do this pretty much at full HP for the Ursa. And yeah, Nisha, he's just going to play the body in front of that Rosh, so...
They've scanned it, they know it's here, but...
It's already gone.
Yeah, getting into this pit, pretty much impossible.
They're going to give Nisha the Aegis.
All right.
So,
I mean, they know that Mickey, you know, he's working on his Battle Fury. He just wants to be hitting the creeps.
Yep.
He's not looking to get involved right now.
no, Nisha's the one who's just going to be running at heroes constantly to get all these glimpse plays at Snaking. Shows himself top. Has 2 leap charges. Nisha might force him to use both.
Actually managed to get the glimpse off here. Do they have detection? Not on Zaya or Nisha here. Senya head across now, and in fact, Snaking still he's hovering around.
Whoopsie.
And now he's going to get caught by the dust. He'll go for the TP out, but the Axes will catch him. And obviously, just not getting caught by the initial sort of detection as Zania wasn't quite there. I guess Snaking felt that he could hang around, but he couldn't. And Zania was still coming, and he was still going to lay down that sentry.
Super aggressive place. Now they're even going to look for top tower. With this Aegis, with this Helm of Overlord finished. See if Tundra's going to look to make any type of move. Maybe they look to try to find this Ursa instead, because they should know, obviously, that the Aegis is not on him. Mickey finishes up an Ancient Stack. He's also completely, almost recovered his game. The top tier is just gone. Very early one, 17 minutes.
It's taken out.
Structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What do we want to go for next here, Liquid, with this 4 minutes of Aegis?
Tundra getting some pretty good timings here. We do see the blink now coming out for 9. See if he's able to find much of anything, but still in a difficult position this game because of this Timber Saw. Their core is always going to struggle. And now we saw 33. His itemization. Wraith Pact to deal with that physical damage from the Beast, and then he's going BKB to deal with the Disruptor. 9.
Nisha's in on top of him, 33.
That's
They get caught in their Static Storm, and that will leave no chance for any sort of Ravage or anything in response immediately, and he won't even get a chance afterwards. They do have the damage from this Timber to kill him off. All the Static Storm comes to an end, and over in the river, Mickey, he cleans up Saxa.
Things starting to look rough for Tundra. They just can't deal with this overwhelming pressure that the Timber is really providing. Level 13, he's just walking at heroes, forcing things.
They'll try and go on him here. Of course, Nisha, he has the Aegis, so he'll be back for round 2, and already the rest of Liquid kind of sweeping him from the side. Zion not quite able to find a raw target straight away as Tundra ducked back into the trees.
They'll get out. Okay, pretty good kill. Don't end up losing anybody. I was really scared for them for a second there. The wraparound from Liquid looked good, but can't grab it. And Skater actually finds a courier kill. I think that was with his Phantasm. Finds eyes. But the CK, we see Skitter. He is going to start getting overpassed here from Mickey, who's just been farming and farming and farming after that tough lane. He is slowly pulling up. He's top 3 net worth now on this Ursa, this Battle Fury. Blink timing's going to be pretty good. And he's level 13, so still very high level.
Yeah.
He's keeping up with the Timber.
We're going to see Skitter try and get involved with the smoke.
He has to.
You know, he's got these kind of first 2 items. He's ready to fight as a CK.
They're trying to take any advantage of like the downtime, at least on Static Storm or something. But Static Storm's back up in 8 seconds.
And they want to try and get a chance to use the Ravage. You're still yet to see 33 be able to find that sort of opportunity this game.
They can't even get Zai. He's too quick to move away. Boxy been quietly farming up a Storm. He's got a Blink Dagger on the Rubik.
And when those Ravages come out, he's got to be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Boxy might get that steal.
Some really good spells he can steal, even like the Snowball. I mean, it's
Sure,
like
for the
tons
save.
of spells. Yeah, he could get like tons of saves and stuff like that versus a potential Ravage. Yeah, eyes on this Rubik. On the flip side, we did see, I think, Saxa got the Veil and stuff finished, so some damage jam.
30k?
It's a Ravage.
Gonna put the Ravage.
It's
try
stolen.
And get in on top of Insania. Is he even able to kill the Disruptor?
Oh, no
There's
way.
going to be the glimpse in time, and Sania's going to be able to walk away from him.
Oh, God, and now Boxy has Ravage for the fight, too.
May have indeed been better if we were sort of waiting to see a Ravage. Now that's the first one coming out from 33, it's definitely going to do more harm than good.
That is for damn sure. Liquid starting to really run away with things. Glyph not available now, too. They could look for a tier 2. They can set up this push. Boxy, I mean, they should know that he has this Ravage. Super hard for them to go for any type of play. I mean, Skeeter, if he jumps in, is just going to die.
I mean, GG, try and force high ground here if you're Liquid.
I
Are you
think you
feeling
can
that
poke.
confident?
I think you can maybe poke and force back, but they want to just sweep them out.
Okay. See if they can get the kill bottom.
They know how Tundra plays, so they're probably like, they're going to be playing in like the side. They're going to be playing in the trees and stuff like that, so they want to look for these pickoffs and just control map. I thought they might poke just to force someone back, but either way, they forced them back anyway with this type of move. Less risky.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Boxy, who wants to use this Ravage. Okay. Trying to find them in the trees, Saksa. Showed himself for a second. They bring the squad, even Nisha now TPing up, expecting more heroes.
He's going to go in.
I mean, look at the rotation. Liquid is sweeping it very quick. They ran bottom, pushed them out of the bottom lane, run immediately toward top. Tundra, after smoke to try to get some type of wrap around here. Ursa's now top net worth, though.
He's got the full bash,
Oh,
MK.
boy.
The recovery's been made massively. I mean, the cores of Tundra just have not been able to keep up.
No.
They're all sort of about 1.5k gold behind each of their counterparts. Tundra's just not being able to farm right now, and it's going to get harder for them to do so as well, because Insane, he's already picked up the gem, so the map's going to start getting shut down.
Absolutely, and they have Beastmaster, right? So the Hawk Vision's always going to be there to find the Tundra playstyle that a lot of people hate to watch, but this is they have to try to find something to recover, and Liquid's just going to chase them. They throw the Ravage.
We'll clip onto Snaking.
But he's just going to leap.
Oh, well,
Okay. He just wanted to use it.
Did he have long left on the Ravage?
Don't think so. I think it was very soon wearing off. Well, now if he the problem when that happens, though, is now if you do steal it again afterwards, it's going to be on cooldown, so.
That is true.
So it's a little bit of rough sometimes, but.
But I mean, I would imagine 33 is going to be extra careful to not let it get stolen, or at least try and get the jump on the Rubik.
Not going to be easy, though, without any blink to get the positioning.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Boxy's going to have all the time in the world to sort of assess how 33 is approaching the fight.
And he's got the Eye of Vizier, too. So he's got that super long cast range to get the spell steals. And he's level 12, so. And yeah, Mickey just completely caught back up and just massive now at this point. He can focus fire any targets, and he's going to go back for that BKB. Just very comfortable position that they've been able to put him in after a bit of a tough lane. And instantly, look at this. I mean, the sweep play. Liquid, they run bottom, force heroes out. TP top, they're ready to fight. They're expecting Tundra to be up here.
That's quick.
Very fast moves. What's the timing on all these BKBs looking like, too? It's getting pretty close to triple BKBs on the side of Liquid. Tundra, they'll have one finished. Almost having 33s as well. Does feel like Liquid's BKBs are going to be a bit more potent, especially versus this Ravage. They're smoked. They have perfect read exactly where Tundra is. Look at the circle drawn on the map. Mickey's like, yep, everyone's up there. And they're looking for a wraparound play here. They're still smoked on the side of Liquid. Trying to complete... Ooh. Okay, doesn't actually have anything on it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom
Tundra.
tower is under attack.
Zai, he just walks in with BKB.
And we'll get the roar off. Skeeter was able to put the BKB, stops any follow-up magical damage, but it's going to be the Ursa that gets in on top of him. They're having to back off. The static's on there, controlling 33, but put the BKB step in. It's out with the Ravage. Catches the Ursa, catches the Beastmaster. Skeeter, he'll still get cut down by Nisha, though. Zai, he's going to be protected as well, because Boxy was able to get the pushback off, holding 33 back. Zai's able to throw out another set of axes. He'll finally fall. They've taken out 2 Tundra. They'll also find Boxy. They'll take out the 3 of them. Boxy buys back, as he knows that Nisha's still going to be strong for this fight. So Tundra, they get 3 kills. And if they can get out of this with the rest of them, they'll probably be all right with this one. Nisha trying to get the vision here.
How close on the glimpse?
Catch that glimpse onto 33. And slows there with the chakra.
It's so close.
I mean, another connection, and it should be
He's
enough,
got him.
and there it is. The chase of Nisha, able to make sure that Insania can get that glimpse off. And all in all, Liquid, they will still end up being the side coming out on top there. A decent punch from Tundra. You know, this time around, a good Ravage, setting up for the 2 core kills.
Yep.
But overall, Liquid, they're still the ones cleaning up. And of course, Nisha, still very much a problem that Tundra don't seem to have an answer for.
They have to commit so much to kill. I mean, they have to either commit everything to kill the Timber or commit everything to kill the Ursa. This time it's the Ursa. A good fight, though, overall, I would say, from Tundra. I think the BKB maybe caught them off guard on the side of Liquid because they static storm the Tidehunter, then he pops BKB and gets a good positioning on top of the Ursa. But when you're at this deficit, you know, I think for Tundra, you're probably okay with that fight.
It's certainly something.
Yeah, certainly something. And now I think that gives 9, especially now, too, a BKB. So they will have triple BKB timing on Tundra as well, too. Oh, no, not bad, but it is now a Roshan.
Yeah, Roche is up.
Yeah,
And without the Ravage, not likely that Tundra's going to be able to put anything together around the Roche pit.
Tundra needs their cooldowns a lot more than Liquid does in this game at the moment. And yeah, this is going to be that shard as well, too. A pretty big one for Mikke. That can potentially cover him versus that big explosion that'll happen in the fights. And now they'll give him the Aegis also.
Yeah, he's fighting with the lads now.
Snaking, buys himself a gem. Oh, 9.
Oh.
Has to pop BKB.
Oh, we'll force that BKB out.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Tundra need to get split push going a little bit here until... I mean, Ravage back up in 15, but playing into this Aegis now is going to make things a lot more complicated for the next 5 minutes. And 9, he has to be very careful with positioning now for the next, about 70 seconds or so. If he gets caught inside of a kinetic field static storm, likely dust to drop. And they're actually pinging out Skitter down bottom. They have this blurry vision right on top of him.
Mikke can just go.
He's just waiting for his teammates to get a little bit closer, but yeah.
Especially after he sees the Phantasm getting split. He knows it's very, very safe to go and take him down. And they get him, and he also did pop the BKB moments before he died there, so another charge down the drain for Skeeter.
And Boxy, he's looking for more.
If anything, yeah, he's able to get the blink out after the snowball there.
That was close.
9. Should be safe. No chance for any vision to drag him back either. So in terms of the delivery, Nisha gets his next item done. The Aghanims is out.
Yeah, huge. And the Ursa, I believe that's BKB now for Mikke, so unlikely that they can do what they did last time to burst this Ursa. He's just going to be able to pop that BKB. And look at this, they're setting up for top. They see 33, the shenanigans he's doing with the creep pulls and stuff like that.
Should be able to TP
He didn't
out.
BKB.
That was
whoopsie.
Very greedy of him to try and attempt it without the BKB being pressed.
He's gonna kill Insania for it. He's like, all right, you stop my TP, I'll make you pay for it.
But he's a TP down, a BKB down, a Ravage down, and a life down. He's out for 50 seconds.
You were so happy with that as Insania. I mean, you just made magic happen.
Yeah, you just got everything out of the Tide.
I mean, they read him so well, right? The wards that they placed, they saw him going for this like cutting and all these weird shenanigans. 33 did not expect the Disruptor to be there.
He thought it was just going to be the one of them.
Yep.
So, of course, still at this point of the game, you know, they're still like that tier 1 tower top. So Liquid, they have pretty easy access to their triangle.
And they're literally just playing like the sweep game. They're just like, okay, good luck trying to get away from us. They keep just looking for all these moves.
And we'll see it again here. Did indeed just... it was crossing his fingers, 33, hoping that it was just Nisha, but it was not.
Look at him smiling and saying, he's like, he's actually going to ravage me. Like, oh my God.
He's saying he's having a great time there.
He's got the biggest smile. Of course, I mean, you hear 5 position baiting a ravage.
He got everything out of 33.
Like now Tundra cannot fight, right? They're desperately needing ravage for any type of chances in fights. 80 seconds, they got to just run away from Liquid anytime they see anyone. And 9. Can he get away? Cute little blink. He does actually distance himself. Okay.
Yeah, actually sort of goes off in a direction that I think Liquid weren't quite expecting. Not able to search for him.
Yeah, no, well done. Because he was just very likely to... I mean, he thinks at the Roar at least or something like that. So, yeah, he'll be able to get away. Roar back up now. Skitter, he is seen again. Oh, God.
He's pretty deep.
He is... I mean, they're surrounding him.
He can't BKB
cannot
TP. There's a Roar.
Oh, boy. See you later.
Very much sort of shows the state of the game. You know, he's feeling that he has to go out in these dangerous spots, Skeeter.
This has to be one of the rougher series I've seen for him. I mean, they're putting all the pressure onto him. They're chasing him constantly, but he just keeps getting caught.
Top lane. Nine's going to be there to back him up. We'll be able to take out Insania. Mickey's taken out Saxon. He's going to be ready to try and chase for more. See if they can close in upon 9. They can. They're in with the bash. 9 will put the BKB. Won't save him from the Ursa. Double kill. Sorry, triple kill for Mickey, in fact. As, yeah, these kills continue to roll in. Mickey once again having a game where he's just at the top, and there's no stopping him, it feels.
And he had a tough start, right? Like, he got killed 2 times very early in the game, but they have set him up for success afterwards with all these rotations, just giving him full free farm with how aggressive they've really played on the side of Nisha. And Nisha's only died the once, 9-1. And look at this, they have the ward bottom, they see the Tidehunter before he even gets to the wave. They're immediately running at him. I mean, Tundra is just...
I mean, nobody
they
can
can't
get
do
away
anything.
from this Ursa. Yeah, especially Ursa with the DD. Okay, but with the Moonlight Shadow.
Fair enough.
There you go. Snaking, able to help from across the map. That's the one way you live against this Ursa, looking for these solo moves.
But Tundra, they've got no space on the map whatsoever. You can tell how desperate they are to try to find any type of farm. And Liquid, they're playing the sweep game. They're just sending the Hawk to one side. They're clearing out people out of the bottom lane, then running top, clearing the rats out of the top lane too. It's just continuous pressure. And Zai, all 3 cores are just so farmed. Zai has a full Assault Cuirass already.
See top lane, who's going to show? Abyssal Blade finished on Mickey.
Good lord.
They're going to come out with the smoke. They really want to try and strike with the surprise, the Ravage, but
do they have the damage? I think they have damage maybe to kill one of the cores.
They could blow up one hero.
But
Ravage
that's about
into
it.
Sort of Sharpshooter and Skinner getting on top of them with a Phantasm. They're maybe getting 1 kill.
They need like literally the most perfect fight ever to bring down more than 1 core.
I mean, I don't think that kill will ever be Nisha.
No, I don't think so.
I think you're past the point of dealing with this Timber.
Absolutely. And Nisha's just going to waltz right into them.
He just goes in.
They have the Hawk vision of everybody. And they get the glimpse.
Now 33 will put the BKB.
Okay, Mickey also used his BKB and jumped in a little early.
Yeah, not a bad disengage there from Tundra.
Yeah, not too shabby.
33 gets out.
But it's literally just them having to run away. And it doesn't... I'm trying to think of a point where it starts to feel a little bit better, where they're actually able to take any of these fights, but they're just falling so far behind the Tusk, as we know for this hero as a mid lane. Even though 9 has done... Honestly, he did some really good work with his rotations. He is really falling further and further behind. And he didn't go... He, of course, couldn't go for the Deso build, so his damage is very lackluster.
They just don't have the heroes this game to be able to fight as well as they did from behind last game.
Yeah.
You know, last game they had the means to sort of keep the game going. 33 with the split push plays and the itemization, the fact that he could really sort of transition into this carry himself. It's so much harder to do that with the draft that they have this time, Tundra. Playing from behind feels pretty helpless in this game.
And the CK, right? It's just overall the game for the CK, especially when an Ursa's big and you're playing versus Timber, when are you going to be able to actually utilize Phantasm? When are you actually going to be able to kind of do anything on the CK? Mid lane, starting to get pushed very hard from Zai.
This moment we've been here from the back of the Moonlight Shadow. They will be able to jump in and burst Insane here.
Okay.
Ravage as well. On to Mickey. Surround the bear, and Mickey never get the ults off, and the BKB's just come back off cooldown.
Oh, God.
So Mickey able to stand his ground and turn a little bit. He'll look towards 33. 33 having to retreat with his own BKB.
Skeeter. He's found.
I mean, they went for him there. It was kind of the only opportunity they've had, really, to go for Mickey in those sort of circumstances. That they were close. They were so close. But he's able to get the ult off. The BKB comes back off cooldown. And the kill's just not happening anymore.
And Boxy, that's the gem. Do they even pick it up? Yeah, they will. And yeah, mid-racks, it's going down. I think that's game. Cannot focus fire much of anybody. Nisha, he's in. Wants Saksa. Can't finish him off, but 2 sets, very likely to go down.
Yeah, push of Zai. I'll be able to take these buildings in no time. Now, this game too, it just... I would be really interested to know, if they did sort of just overlook the Timbersaw chance.
Yeah, I feel like it's... Oh my god, Insania's found 33.
There's very much been many other issues other than the Timber, but it really was sort of the nail in the coffin.
Absolutely agree. I mean, Insania's just been an absolute menace also this game. He's died a bunch, but well worth it. He's got 6 deaths, but he's just toying with them. I mean, look at him. Just playing with 33. Meanwhile, the Megas soon to be grabbed up. Yeah, 33 can't get back to base.
Insania's just teasing him.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower.
What's your next move?
Nine
I mean,
jumps in.
Yeah, I mean,
Farewell.
whilst Insania's playing around with 33 and D back in the base, the rest of Tundra, they've got no hope here.
Yeah,
It's over. GG is cool. Liquid, they'll take this game 2, and the series, it's theirs 2-0. And yeah, this game 2, this one really did feel over for quite some time.
And look at 33 rates, nice feed to Insania, but we all know who actually won the battle this time around. Insania, all smiles across on Liquid. Yeah, like you said, I mean, you called it from the draft too, especially even before we saw the pick. This Timbersaw was the absolute perfect answer, and they made all the space. Sure, Mickey, first like 10 minutes, 12 minutes or something like that, he did struggle, but they made so much space. Zai and Nisha just completely dominated the whole game. And Insania, maybe he actually deserves an MVP for his tricky little footwork on this Disruptor, forcing like ravages and stuff on him.
Yeah, he was really having fun messing around with 33 this game. I mean, yeah. No, yeah, looking very, very clean. And as I say, I think, yeah, Tundra are probably going to look back at some of sort of the way that draft played out, because they really sort of did end up in a tricky position. Try to make those moves. Skid honestly recovered a little bit better than in the abandoning game, at least for the mid game, but then there was that sort of point where you were just never going to be able to keep up with Mickey once you sort of hit stride.
And you're versus this Timber that when are you actually going to be able to do much in the game, right? It's like even if, let's say, Skidder gets all this farm, Phantasm's always cleared. They're never going to be able to kill Nisha when he gets to this fat point too. And yeah, really well played from Liquid. I mean, time and time again, they've shown the dominance of the way they're able to just constrict teams in their base. And yeah, it's a treat to watch always.
It really was. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. No doubt about it. Liquid coming out as the strongest squad to date. They take the series 2-0 against Tundra.
Game 2, a little bit more of a dominant fashion from Liquid there. Oh, he's a cute little corner.
And he's gone.
Okay. Well, we can talk about this, Timber. You guys predicted the mid pick. You predicted it coming out.
Yep.
And you talked about just how good that pick was going to be. And I mean, we saw it play out the way it was. This Timber was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, he could just take over the whole map. He had one death at the end of the game. You know, doesn't really matter, but 12-1, top net worth. He's probably at the top of the damage chart as well. I feel like Tundra didn't really have, you know, the best heroes to really be equipped with dealing with the hero. So yeah, I think overall Liquid, they're just domination apart from their safe lane. But even then, Mickey, he gets to recover, you know, chill, lay back, farm some creeps, have your team kind of ramp over everyone.
Yeah, I mean, Zai on Beast was insane. He was, top of net worth for quite some time. He just had a fantastic lane for himself and everything out of it too.
Yeah, I think for Liquid at least, this is the perfect demonstration of how to play a second pick Beastmaster. You pick it, sure they go for some counters, but you make sure you utilize your final 2 reactive picks to make a statement on the game, so that when they make their statement, you know you have the covering of tower damage with Beast. Like this Timber pick, sure we're going to harp on it for a long time, but it's like Timber crushes mid, or at least forces us to make moves. I think 9 did a pretty good job just making moves in the early game, but it's that fundamental timing where Liquid will always be able to group up. As soon as the Helm of Overlord comes in, Timber plus Beastmaster, you will break the map. And for Tundra, you're always chasing that next item. You're always chasing for that moment where Liquid isn't in position. And there was a couple times Timbersaw wasn't perfectly hugging his team, so a couple of kills happened. But as soon as Liquid go, wait a second, let's just group back up again, it did feel like this game was this impossible uphill battle for Tundra. And yeah, beautiful draft from Liquid, beautiful play. I'm happy that Insane had a lot of fun, even at the very end, just teasing 33 with the glimpses, the Thunder Strikes just being a thorn in his side.
I mean, look, like if you're Tundra and you're losing the early game to these heroes, I'm not sure there's a comeback, especially when the Timber has a good game. Like you're running away from a Disruptor, you're running away from a Beastmaster who's gonna take over your map, give you vision, this insane Timbersaw running over, whereas Mickey eventually chills, then they take Roche and they just keep taking more and more of the map. I think 9 played really well. You know, the things he tried, he's like, yeah, there's a Timber mid, so I'm just gonna go gank my side lanes. He tried to make Mickey's game really hard, and there were actually a lot of high skill plays going on from like minute 5 to 7 from both teams, with protecting your mid tower, arrowing it, ganking bottom, and like trying to make stuff happen, but eventually it's just too hard.
What was it about this Tundra lineup that couldn't delay the game in the same way, despite 9 moving so much over the map, despite him trying to help his side lanes?
I would say that you just have more staticky heroes. Like you don't have this Radiance Manta on your safe laner. You don't have a Zeus who's just zapping out waves. You don't have this offlane Lycan who's running down lanes with his summons. You have Tide, kind of slow, CK, a bit of chill.
Yep.
Yeah, the two mid laners looking at this scoreboard here are the ones that stand out for both teams. I'm going to say Nisha for MVP. Are you guys bold enough to go against me here?
No, I really think that Insania should get the MVP for the confidence that he exuded in this. No, it should be.
For the smiles he gave me.
Yeah, he gave me joy with the smiles, with the player cam.
But gameplay, okay. Nisha can have it.
No, it should be Nisha. I feel like that's the type of last pick where you look toward your mid laner, and there's probably a couple suggestions, and he's just like, give me Timber.
Timber.
And maybe it didn't happen, but either way, the fact that Timber within the team environment got called out, got picked up, and then they played around it, it's like, you just have to give him the MVP. It's like, done. It's over.
Oh, they gave it to Insania. Wait, what?
Oh, he can have it. He can have it.
Oh, no.
We were baiting production.
No,
keep it.
He's the people's MVP. The
Okay.
people's MVP. No, it
Yeah,
should be Nisha.
production wanted Insania.
He shaved off his mustache. Okay,
That's actually why they gave it to him.
One reason for
That's why they gave it to him. MVP for shaving off the mustache.
He did that. He gave us smiles. The way he used his voice signs in the game was beautiful. Then he kept showing us 3-3, like, I don't know, just in despair.
Dan, because it could pump up anyone.
Oh,
You're
I
a
can.
nice hype man.
You're literally just lying through your teeth. If anything, he should get nothing. He should not get anywhere near MVP for removing his mustache. That's like
Here
that
we
was
go,
his
biased.
identity.
Are you telling me he's not biased just because?
Look,
I only go for people who have mustaches.
I mean, this is not a mustache, this is a beard, but still, you just removed your mustache for.
Well, you know what? Hold it in, T, because we have Insania for a winner's
course we do.
interview.
Of
You
course.
can say it to his face.
Say it.
Insania, this man has some slander for your mustache here.
Mate, you were looking mad fine with that mustache. What happened? Where's it gone? Why are you looking like a 17-year-old again?
Oh no, he's muted.
He's muted. Exactly.
No, I'm muted. Sorry,
Okay.
my bad.
Oh,
It's not production.
Okay.
It's me.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't
okay.
production. This one was on
Okay.
me.
Whoa,
Yeah.
come on, Insania.
I had to leave my apartment, and then I couldn't go out looking like that.
Dare to
All
go
the people with kids would be scared. What do you mean?
Bro.
Like what?
Massive
there's
L.
no way.
Massive
Okay,
L.
maybe next time. To be fair, all right, next time, maybe grow out the sides a bit. Maybe keep the chin bit. Why did you only go for the upper lip?
Bro, did you see Sumail? I just followed in his footsteps.
No, but
That's all.
Idol.
He inspired it.
yeah, but he did it in a different way. He grew the mustache, started losing, shaved it off, started winning. You were winning,
Shaved it off and won,
shaved
yeah.
it off and continue winning. Like there's no logic behind it now. I'm confused.
I see. I mean, I'm trying to lose. If you watch my gameplay, you can clearly tell. But my team is just too good.
That's fair.
I can't be enough of an anchor for this team.
What was the best comparison you had when you were wearing the mustache that you told you looked like?
I mean, my family they call me Super Mario. I don't know. They call me all kinds of things. I saw a couple of Pedro Pascal's. People are very nice. I appreciate that one, but I don't think it's accurate. I don't know. I think I just look like kind of a pervert.
Oh God.
Fair.
We don't want that. That's for sure.
Yeah, I said you looked like Mario as well, but let's talk about some gameplay moving aside from the mustache. Game 1, what were the communications and vibes like? Because Tundra were doing really well. They were doing a lot to stay in this game. So how are you guys maneuvering yourselves around that and to close out the game as you did?
I mean, I think they played that part of the game extremely well. I think better than any other team in the world, and it's really kind of frustrating to play against. So, I don't know. Comms are maybe a little bit too hectic. We're just trying to figure out how to solve the problems. But I think overall, it's felt like it's like you're kind of coping. You're hoping that you can split push for long enough that we mess up and we do something wrong. So as long as we don't do that, we should be fine. And I know we used to struggle with this a lot. This was our number one biggest problem in the past. That's something we've worked on a lot and try to figure out how to deal with this.
Yeah, that must have been an extra satisfying win for you guys then for game 1.
Yeah, for sure. For me at least. I don't know about the others, but yeah, it felt good to know that we're getting better at it, dealing with this.
That's awesome to hear.
All right. Hello, Aiden. Nice to see you. I have 2 questions for you. First of all, did the Abaddon pick surprise you in game 1? I feel like that was not the best pick they could have gone for on 18.
We were speculating if maybe they're gonna put it off lane.
Okay.
We didn't really see how the Abba carry was gonna work. But I'm not really sure what the idea was. Maybe I don't know. They thought the lanes would go better. I'm not exactly sure what they were thinking. So yeah, quite surprised.
Okay, and then to go off, the same game as well. I would agree with Nat. Tundra made it pretty hard to, for you to close out the game, which is one of their specialties, of course. And you will most likely eventually will win the game. But when it comes to itemization, don't you? So the way I view items is, if the enemy team can only do one thing, which is split push, you can try to nullify that by buying items by either A, your push becomes so fast that their split push becomes worthless, or B, you build items that make it hard for them to split the map. So I was a bit curious and surprised that Nisha bought a refresher instead of maybe he can buy Boots of Travels or an Abyssal Blade or some shit like that. What do you think?
I think Nisha is the best player in the world.
That is very true.
No thoughts on his items. He buys what he wants. But no, I mean, yeah, maybe some booster travels would have been nice. I haven't. I mean, I'm gonna go rewatch the replay and see what we could have done better. I think I can't really recall. Maybe we had some idea that we could like go high ground, and the refresher made sense for that kind of play. But I can't recall exactly when he bought it. So.
Okay, and when you say that you struggle sometimes, or you used to, when people, you know, like split the map or whatever, what would you say is like the biggest thing that you need to like work on, or that you have worked on to make it better? It's like vision, communication.
I think we were. No, I think we were just bitch made. So we ran as 5 like a lot. We just like, even though you know they're never gonna fight us, we know they're just split pushing. We would still just play as 5. So I think Boxy like brought out the whip and he like
that's good.
Got us to like split up and run after people, and actually make some moves and try to like be smarter. And I think JRX was really good about it too. Like I think something really simple that a lot of people could benefit from hearing is, you know, don't move to where the heroes are, move to the heroes where the heroes are going to be. Kind of starting to think a bit more like that. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
All right, game 2. Very good Timbersaw game. Could you maybe give us some insight on, was it a certain player calling for it? Was it Nisha, you know, making his mark with it? Like, again, it was an incredible pick that just felt like it carried you through that second game.
Better be all of you.
Yeah, everyone. Just spell it out letter by letter.
Who said it? I don't even know who said it. I know a lot of us were like, because we were kind of mapping out the bans, and we were like, okay, if they do this, we do that. If they do that, then we do this.
Yeah.
And Timber came up, so we had it in mind, like in terms of if, you know, set matchups show up, then we Timber them. So I can't really recall who said it, but it was kind of planned out before we did the bans even. So
sure.
We kind of knew we were gonna pick it if it looked good.
Yeah, fair. And in regards to draft as well, like this Ursa pick, picking it into, say, like Tide and Hoodwink, it doesn't feel like the best matchup for winning the lane. Like Hoodwink's able to kind of keep that one going. Were you picking it for the lane, or were you picking it for like the bigger picture where it's like, we just want this Ursa v CK matchup? Like, how do you decide when to concede lane over like the bigger picture of the game in regards to draft, I guess?
I mean, since we lost the lane, I'll say we picked it exclusively. We knew we were going to lose the lane, and yeah, it was only for the game. So that was all intended, guys. We were supposed to feed, and our coach did not immediately flame us when we like jumped back to our Discord about that. Like Blitz didn't say anything about it. Right. We were not told to go play pubs or anything like that. So
wow. Okay.
yeah, all according to plan.
Okay, that's fair. That's all I wanted to hear. So all according to plan, perfectly fine. Ursa pick was great. Laning phase was. Again, great for Liquid standards.
It went as expected.
No, I mean, you got MVP, boss, so clearly the lane must have gone amazing.
Wait, I got MVP?
All right,
yeah, did you not hear?
All right, okay, so what happened was...
Why?
All right, we can say why.
How?
Okay, we were hyping up Nisha. Timbersaw was going to get it. Then we jovially said that you might have got it for annoying 33. Remember in top lane when you were high-fiving and thunderstriking and glimpsing? That was pretty funny. And then production may have instantly jumped on that heartiness of Dota, gave it to you, cheated Nisha from an MVP, and now suddenly you're the best player on Liquid time and time again. So congrats.
Congrats.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No worries.
I'm good.
No more questions?
I've literally nothing else. I'm really reaching here.
Okay. I have one non-Dota question. I feel like last time we spoke, you were saying you were watching Naruto. Have you finished it? Are you onto any new anime at the moment?
I finished it.
Okay.
Before Peru. Before Peru, like a month before. So.
Oh wow.
No, not really. I'm rewatching like some old stuff. I'm watching House. I don't know if anyone's old enough to know that show.
I don't know it. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm watching old TV.
Okay. All right.
I do have one question. I remember, I think like a couple tours ago. Why are you already laughing? Come on.
Just keep him here forever. It's fine.
I don't know.
So how many tours until the mustache comes back? No.
No. No, because remember last time you used to say that you had your morning pubs where you'd queue into Collapse and you'd have these like hearty exchanges where you had these enjoyable games. Do you have anyone now, a different pro player that in your morning games you like have to sync up? It's like, good old Collapse back again with his, pub shenanigans?
I've been super degenerate. I'm waking up like right before we play, so no morning pubs for me, my friend.
Late night pubs.
No worries.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no, not really. I don't really have not anyone I've been running into, especially much recently.
Okay. No worries. Sorry. Right. Degenerate. Fair enough.
But I'll let you know if I do.
No, thank you. That'd be great.
Keep you up to date. All right, Insania, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on this 2-0 and the improvement that's come out from Liquid over this last little bit.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, it's nice to hear. Get a little bit of insight what he's watching these days. Also, my brain is just Like, it was really slow. It's been,
Yeah.
like, super slow this morning, so I do apologize. I've just caught on to what show he was referring to, and I do know.
I was panicking that interview because after the mustache shenanigans.
Again, you get caught flaming the interviewee, T.
No,
Yeah. What can you do?
Flaming, I was more like constructively saying that facial hair can,
Make you win
level
Dota, yeah.
up someone's ability. And I do agree that a mustache alone isn't the strongest thing, but if you complement it with other...
Do you think it's because, like, each Dota player has, like, some nervous thing, like, a lot, like, bite their nails, and when they get the mustache, it's, like, touching it instead?
Exactly.
And that's what Skeeter was doing, so I don't know, maybe.
It's true.
Maybe
What
that's
happens.
Yeah, and it's also nice to hear about Liquid and how they deal with the split push, what they've been
Just in a good position. Yeah.
It's really nice. Esportsbet.io, though, that's my segue here because they are our sponsor for Western Europe. Right now, they have their new Watch to Earn platform where you guys can get 3,000 free tokens. And that's roughly $3 USD per hour. All you have to do is head on over to esportsbet.io, create an account, and start watching your favorite Dota 2 games. You don't even have to place a bet to start earning these tokens. You can head on over to their website or their Discord. Their link is below in the panels. And with that, our second series is done.
Are they still called warp tokens?
I don't know. We might have to call up our sponsor and ask them.
We'll ask them and
what the
then
token
let them know.
name is, what the official name of the token is.
Because warp token is a pretty base name.
Yeah, bring back the Vorp tokens. We'll get them on the line. We'll ask them in our break because our second series is done and dusted. We have our third series. It's OG up against Enigma Galaxy. You guys don't want to miss this one. You don't want to go too far because we will be back after a short break.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Good evening, everybody. We have a banger series to close out our Monday night here. It is OG up against Enigma Galaxy, and to help me with this series, I do have two lovely people next to me. It is going to be
one animal.
and one animal. How could I forget? It is going to be Syndron, our platypus friend, and Lizard down the end there. Lizard, I've already seen you today.
Two animals.
Yeah, two. Yeah, sorry.
Three.
One person, two animals. Yeah, I've already seen you today, Lizard. But Sind, how are you? You were over doing NA. You had the Lizard treatment. Now you're here in Western Europe.
Yeah, it's like a short jail sentence that we all have to that we all get. But we're back. It's good. I mean, it's different. It's different styles. It's different pacing. It's different overall. I would say fair to say level for the most teams. But always happy to work on EU as well.
Yeah. Well, you have an exciting series, OG Enigma Galaxy. If you haven't really been paying attention, then I'll catch everyone up to speed. OG aren't looking too great right now. The only series they've won is against Ooredoo Thunders, and they've already played 5 series. So to play 5, you only are going to be playing 7 in Division 1 DPC within a tour. So the fact that you've already got 5 and you only have 1 win is very worrying, Lizard.
Yes, OG definitely didn't look that great so far. Like I was doing NA, I was in the same jail that Sind was in for the first week, for the first 10 days, so I didn't really catch most of their games. When I came here, I was like, okay, come on, it's OG. Of course they're gonna take a win. And then, yeah, they just didn't look that hot. I don't know what it is, but the team doesn't look like they have an idea. They're looking extremely tilted. Like, their drafts aren't that bad. It's just that when you look at them, the way they're moving across the map, the moves that they're making, it's like a pub. I don't know what's happening, but there are definitely some morale issues within the team.
It's kind of, it seems indicative of just a classic slump, right? There's plenty of teams that have had this. Some of the greats have had them. And the thing that it takes to be a world-class team is that when you have those slumps, you try to minimize their impact, or, you know, you're going to have a bad season and you're going to overcome it. The unfortunate circumstances are, however, that as things are looking for OG, they might get relegated.
Yeah.
Today's series is extremely important. If they survive this one, they have a really good shot. If they don't, it's pretty much almost over,
It's not set in stone. There is still a realm in which they could go to tiebreakers to escape relegation.
With a 2-5?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not fully over if they do lose this series, but you're right. It's not putting them in a good position. And we talk about these slumps. We talk about some of the greatest having slumps. And Enigma Galaxy is one of those teams. They had that slump. They had that last year. But now, with Amar coming on and having that time over last tour, it feels like this team has finally found a recipe for success. And they've been finding that recently in the past few series.
What's the recipe, though? Because they don't know.
Confidence and randomness.
Okay, confidence.
Never let them know your next move, including yourself.
Reminding me of that, what's that cartoon? Is it Dexter? Where they mix all the stuff in the start, and then they added some of this, and with Enigma, it's just they just added some chaos. And it just
more
worked,
and more and more.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is working. And I mean, now it's Amar running mid, Smail on the carry. He jokingly said, we had him for an interview, he jokingly said, who knows, might be playing Pos 5 next game.
It's possible. Didn't we even see Mind Control Spectre so far?
Yeah, we saw Mind Control as
So-
carry. We saw Mind Control Nature's Prophet mid as well.
You don't even know what to expect from them.
Yeah.
Like, really. In Enigma right now, you could say that they're definitely playing better than in Season 1.
Yeah.
But it's still not a stable team. It's just, they kind of embrace the chaos and they are going with it. So far, in some series, it has worked out. But yeah, they still have to step it up to win versus OG, I believe.
And it was still a bit of a slow start, right? So even though they are kicking it into gear now, unfortunately for them, unless they keep rolling with W's pretty much the way out, they might end up not being in contention for the top 4. Actually, maybe they could drop one more game and still get a tie for 4th. I think that is possible.
I haven't done the maths. Normally I wait until we're halfway through this final week and I'll start pulling out the maths for results and things like that. But admittedly, they did come up against Tundra and Liquid at the start as well, so you do have to factor in who they've already played when you do look at this record. But very quickly, our sponsor, esportsbet.io. If you guys didn't know, they are our official sponsor here in Western Europe DPC. They have launched a new Watch to Earn platform where you can get 3,000 free tokens, which is roughly $3 USD per hour. All you have to do is create an account with esportsbet.io and you can earn these tokens just by watching. You don't even need to place a bet. We got our purple little platypus as well doing...
He's high-fiving it.
High-fiving it. He's all for it. So yes, that's our sponsor, esportsbet.io, and we can chat about OG, Enigma Galaxy. I think both of them have learnt a lot. When we interviewed OG, they were saying something that they learnt from their Liquid series was to put Tiger on more of these mobile playmaky sort of pos 4s, and I will say their games have been going better. I know they haven't won a series off of that, but they at least look a lot better. Maybe not as lost as we had seen them in the past.
Yeah, it's definitely important to put your 4 on a hero that he's comfortable with, or the play style that he's comfortable with. It completely can change the game early on, what you're doing, what moves you're making. So if Taiga is comfortable, the early game, those movements can look a little bit more fluid as well, because so far in the series that I watched from them, there wasn't a plan. Like there are no even simple rotations, like around minute 10, go take that tier 1 safe lane tower on the enemy side. Not even that was happening. It was just a mess. Like they were constantly on the responding side, just completely responsive to whatever enemy is doing. And if that's happening, like, okay, you don't have a game plan. You're just playing the game.
I think I mean, this is a bit speculative, right? But I actually think OG's biggest improvement they can make from series to series does not come from inside the game. I think it's all in here that the problems are right now, because this is a team with young players that have already experienced greatness, but they haven't, I would say they haven't really experienced a slump to this extent yet, right? In previous seasons where they maybe barely made the major or didn't quite make it, it's not been like this poor. So at this point, this is where you need some experienced players to step up, or a coach, or whatever it's going to take for them to kind of get back on track.
That is true,
and get that trust back, right? Because if Blizzard is saying they're struggling to make moves in the game, a lot of the times that is a symptom of poor communication. It's like they maybe don't have that same thirst, hunger, and will to just execute in the game.
You've been there, right? Like it happens.
It happens to every team.
You go on a slump, every consecutive loss just hits you worse and worse. It's really hard to get out of that.
And I mean, it's hard. The moment that you're talking about where they could have made the major and they ended up unfortunately just missing out was that 3-way tiebreaker that ended up going for 3 iterations. So it's like you have this massive marathon, you guys just fall short of this target you want, then you have another roster change on top of that. So you're already like kind of mentally struggling with like just missing out, and now there's a change that you have to adapt to as well, and I'm sure a lot of other things that are going on for them. But Enigma Galaxy, their boot camping spirits seem to be pretty high for themselves there. They got their new coach as well, March, and look, I don't know what I was expecting with March coming on, but I am liking what has happened now after 2 weeks of them sort of mixing together.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's really helpful to get a new perspective, but I think it's always, it takes 2 to tango, right? And the coach brings whatever he has to the table, but the team also needs to, first of all, buy into the ideas he has, but they also need to, it's symbiotic. Both play together.
I feel like this is maybe the most important thing. Like, March is a renowned coach, obviously, and when you bring him, it's not that hard for even players that have 1 TIs to trust in him and his ideas, and it brings some refreshments to the team. So even
saying he's a water boy.
He's maybe
bringing refreshments.
Here's a drink. Do you guys want a tea? A coffee at all? Anything else? Orange juice?
As a coach, like it has happened before. Man's gotta do what man's gotta do. But
the unsaid things in the job description.
Of course. But yeah, like any new addition to the team that everyone is on board with, that everyone likes, is obviously going to raise the morale and confidence, and you can see it in Enigma.
Last time these guys faced up against each other, it was last tour, and this series went all 3 games. It was a really close one. Did eventually end up going the way of OG, but if I can, production, I'd love to have a look at the most picked heroes for these 2 teams. I want to see if there's any overlap, what sort of heroes they like to play with, and how it impacts their playstyle. So Disruptor's a bit of an overlap.
7
pickups. They love Disruptor on Enigma Galaxy here, and then the Monkey King as well for OG there, and the Coddle being played in a number of roles for them.
I think if you put me on the spot right now, I'd say the single best 5 in the game is probably Disruptor and Undying, right? So I'm not surprised to see Enigma running that with some success. They also flex it, right? I think both Kuro and GH have played this for them, so that's like an added benefit for them strategically. It just makes for a wonderful first pick that they're not going to get.
I was going to say, and that's why when we see our draft, Nature's Prophet and Disruptor banned out for OG, leaves Enigma Galaxy in a situation where do they let through Nature's Prophet? Do they let through Death Prophet? Which one would you rather come up against here?
Let's see what's... Okay, so they are going to ban the DP.
Sorry, the Nature's Prophet is already banned.
Yeah, OG banned that. So first pick Rubik.
I mean, you mentioned the best position 5 right now. Rubik as well is up there for me. Position 4, that is, like the hero. As a support, yeah, he is losing favor of some of the teams that are in the league, but I still think that Rubik is top tier material. If you have a good Rubik player, I think you pick it up.
Yeah, it feels like you go back 1 month and this hero was just first picked every game. As a part of it was like flat out Lina protection, right? In a lot of those series that we had last season. But I think now with how much it's fallen out of favor, I don't want to like overthink this too much, but OG first picking this hero, I don't know if it's just like, they just consider this open-ended, let's see what happens and go from there. But I think other teams are rating it a little bit lower because they want to see something good to steal. At this point, maybe the laning doesn't quite cover enough, but
I feel like even if you don't have anything good to steal, you still can just buy your shard and you're useful within. Like you buy you steal some small spells, you buy the shard, you have the saving capabilities. By the way, OG, they went with Rubik Beast. In Chinese region, it's almost always Enchantress Beast. Like, you cover the Beastmaster, like, you don't let that go through.
Yeah.
You don't want Beast to play versus 5-inch. And then you're just so strong within the game. Like, early on, in the lane, afterwards, the pressure is immense. But they just banned it out.
Yep. And I do think, I mean, if Nigma Galaxy were expecting this is definitely a hero that they could have picked, right? The Ench, but I don't think you pick that until you know your matchup. Like, the hero isn't good enough to really justify that, I would say. So it makes sense that OG still ban it because it is a Kuro, you know, old school Kuro hero. He's played it 100 times in Pro Dota probably. And he's played almost every hero in Pro Dota already. So
Was there a patch where he actually played every single one in Captain's mode? I think there was, right?
Yes, maybe he has again. What was the latest edition in Captain's mode? That was Primal Beast, right? I think he's played Primal once as well. I think Kuro has played every hero at least once in Pro Dota. As the only player in the world. He makes, I mean, at this point, they're making a point out of it. Every time there's a new hero coming out, Kuro has to play
As soon as it comes into Captain's mode, yeah, we're picking it.
I mean, maybe not the first game, but... Yeah,
Once he retires, every time a new hero comes out, he'll come out of retirement, play it once, go back.
Yeah, the Snapfire Tiny. I want to pick your brains. Do you guys think this is their support combo here? Because I'm trying to rack my brain of how many times have I really seen Nigma Galaxy run this Tiny before over this patch and the last one?
I think that's what makes this opening so good, is that they've definitely got OG guessing as well, right? Like, this could be, these two heroes both play... I would say on Nigma Galaxy's team probably played 2+ roles, right? The Tiny could be GH, it could be Sumail, it could, I don't know if Amar plays Tiny mid, but that's technically possible.
Maybe he plays it as 5.
Yeah, maybe Kuro plays 5 Tiny, or Amar plays 5
Amar
Tiny. Oh yeah, of course. And the Snapfire could easily be either GH, it could be Kuro, it could be MC.
Yeah, well, we've seen the Snap on GH and Kuro, definitely.
Yeah, so
and MC, actually, yeah.
Yeah, and I think most importantly about these kind of heroes that this is something that I've been missing in some other teams that might not have been performing so well this season, not EU specifically, but just in other regions, is these heroes that just play nicely in tandem and are open-ended in the beginning of the draft, right? Like Tiny and Snapfire, you can go together, you can kill in any lane, you can even lane together if you want to. It offers you catch, it has displacement, which is really powerful. So it's just very well-rounded to build
If
around.
we saw them in the same lane, would you like the Snap to be the
Probably
off lane more than the...
Probably, most of the time, yes.
But one interesting thing, though, he's saying what this tandem brings, but all the things that you talked about are mostly the Tiny. He's the one that brings burst, initiation, displacement, I guess the cookie as well, right? But I feel like Tiny, you combo him with anything and you have a kill potential, right? Like, it's just the nature of the hero.
It's I guess,
Not every single.
But to elaborate a little bit, I think the thing that makes Snapfire such a nice pairing with this hero in the first phase is that these two play together, but most of the time, whatever you're going to pick later in the game will also synergize with the Snap, right? So she will have multiple friends in the game, and if there's anything Grandma loves, it's just to make cookies for everyone. So, you know, not just one little rock man that probably can't even taste anything. Probably better to get some humanoids on the team as well.
Yeah, you got
for
to
morale.
Share it around. Ban-wise,
Oh, Undying made through.
yeah, I was going to say
know?
the ones that stand out to me were the Pango and the Undying. I think are the two making it through this ban phase that are the biggest question marks. Like, we know that now Amar can play Pango mid. That's something he likes to pull out, but also definitely something OG wants to run.
Yeah, I feel like picking Pango right now for OG isn't particularly appealing. Like, it's not, I wouldn't say the hero is exceptionally good against anything it's facing right now, and the only core that he knows for a fact he's playing against is any of these three. It's not even out of the question that Undying is a 3.
And you didn't really prepare with the bans for him, right? Like, you didn't ban out any Bloodseeker.
Whoa, what's
like
this?
What is this, actually? Like,
Who is
Carry
what now?
Marcy?
I would say
suppose?
Marcy.
I would say Carry Marcy, right? Maybe mid. Obviously, it's mid.
I think
or
it's
carry.
either carry Marcy or a mid Rubik, and I feel like with the changes to Rubik, you wouldn't want to run a mid right now. He wasn't even that good last patch with a mid Rubik, and that's when he was stronger.
I'll say this much. This does not spark joy, I think, when I look at this. It sparks concern.
What are those concerns?
So...
It is different. I'll give you that.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not that different is worse, right? It's always interesting to see teams play creative stuff, and sometimes it looks amazing, sometimes it doesn't. But the main struggle I have when I look at OGs right now is seeing the red thread. I don't see the team fight. I don't think their lanes are particularly strong. You basically have single target only, right? Marcy hits one guy. Beastmaster hits one guy. You can roar and just kill someone. Absolutely. But the
But there's
problem...
still 4 other heroes.
There's other heroes, and you can itemize against this, right? It's very single target. It's very directional, so you can itemize around it by buying like Force Staffs, Glimmer Cape. This might even be a game where something like Solar Crest, I almost feel like I'm breaking some rule by naming that item. But even
it was
that would be
purchased in NA, I think.
It has
might
been,
have witnessed
I've
it.
been tainted.
Yeah.
And the other thing is you counter it strategically, right? That was just the items aspect, but what if you just pick heroes that are really good at dealing with single target damage? Timbersaw, perfect for Amar, and it's almost poetic that he's going to play Timber in his game against OG, isn't it? Like just
give him the best.
They, if anyone, they would know what they're up against.
Yeah.
So let's see if these tools work. But I like what I'm seeing from Nigma so far, I have to say overall.
I feel like Timber is probably now the biggest issue because it's a problem. It's a 4th pick from Nigma, and it's giving OG this problem that they can't last pick whatever they wanted to. It's not like, okay, OG, they had a plan. Let's say these 4 are pre-planned, something like that, right? Let's say, because Marcy doesn't strike me like a hero that you didn't already think through what you want around her, right? And now you have this Timber to worry about. Like this, he needs to be addressed.
Yeah. So looking at OG's lineup a little bit more, some of the positives to look at as well is with this Marcy pick, they have really good ways of destroying Tombstone. They have Marcy with her ulti, they have Beastmaster Aura, they have Mirana with Leap that can get in there and get some hits in. So that's definitely something that they did cover with these picks. Now I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, is there something we're missing here? Could this Marcy play a different role? Could it be mid? Is there any merit to that? I think she's just going to get eaten alive by Timber, right?
Yeah.
So you can't really put her there.
I feel like it's still just look at Nigma and look at their bans. OD, Storm.
Yeah, OD is a great ban.
They're
here.
pretty much expecting something on the mid lane, some playmaker that's also pretty damn decent versus Timber.
Yeah.
Sometimes 4 picks don't look that great until, okay, with the 5th pick everything makes sense. Maybe that will be the case here.
I think to answer what you're saying, Sin, the only other place I see a Marcy is in a support, which means the Mirana or the Rubik would then have to become a core.
Yeah, but where would they be a core? Because Beastmaster's offlane, right? And that's like the one core role that I would put either of these heroes in if you had to, probably. I mean, Rubik can technically go mid, but I don't think this game
The
is good
return of
enough
mid
for it.
Mirana.
Yeah.
It's been years, but finally.
It's been years for a reason. I don't know. I wouldn't be sold on that. I'm thinking OG staples here, and the best hero that comes to mind is Invoker. I think it's pretty greedy, but they have really good setups for Exort. They have Beastmaster War, they have Marcy with the, arguably with a catch, right? All right, this is another similar logic to an extent, right? You have this heavy artillery from range that can take advantage of their stuns. They have some pretty good damage now to kill the Timber once he gets the shard on Zeus. He can also kill the Tiny and the Undying pretty well. I think it's all right, and I guess he's expecting to lane against Timber, which should probably just be a wash.
Right now, if you're Nigma, I feel like you lack an ability to get easily on top of Zeus. Maybe that's something that you can address with your last pick.
Spectre?
Spectre is instantly what comes to my mind.
It's also, I think Spectre is pretty good against these heroes, right? Like, sure, they have single target damage, but she has a lot of good protection from Undying, from the Tiny being able to cover for her with Avalanche and toss her away, cookies. They inherently want to buy Force Staff. I guess otherwise, if you want to take a more aggressive approach, maybe something like Ursa could work in this game as well. You know, you have a really strong lane with Undying. No,
Spectre.
It's the Spectre. Yep. It's pretty straightforward, pretty standard.
You see Zeus, you don't have any ways of getting on top of him. I think Spectre is like the instant answer.
Wait, it's carry Mirana.
Carry Mirana.
It's carry Mirana.
Yeah.
Carry Mirana.
I was like joking about the mid Mirana because I really didn't think that we would ever see a core Mirana. But
Now
it's
I'm
a 5
intrigued.
Marcy, carry Mirana.
I'm intrigued. I feel like OG have tried. I mean, you don't just pick something like this.
No,
I want to play carry Mirana today, guys.
But
Like,
what's the
they've experimented
hypothetical build when I carry Mirana?
That's why I want to watch this game, because I don't know what you buy.
Perfect. I like that you don't have an answer.
I have absolutely no idea.
I guess you go Treads Maelstrom at least. Like, you have to get Maelstrom, right?
Maelstrom for farm.
Yeah, but
Okay.
I don't know.
We're trying to look past that, though. Have faith that OG have their reasons. They've tried. They've tested this one out. Where do you sit with it? Are you like Nigma Galaxy? This is going to be it? Wins all 3 lanes and just runs over the game?
I feel that way.
Do you think they win all 3 lanes?
I'm not sure if they win all 3 lanes, but eventually if Sumail gets his items, I'm not afraid of a Mirana core, position 1.
Yes, that's very true. I feel like they don't solve Spectre. They're on a timer. Like, this late game Spectre is just not countered by the OG lineup. So I think that's like pretty safe. From Nigma's perspective, if the game slows down, they're good. But yeah, as far as the lanes go, I think probably going to be pretty even, honestly. Maybe, I think the Timber mid versus Zeus, both heroes just farm. The Nigma safe lane's kind of slow with Undying Spectre. Beastmaster can probably find a foothold there.
Creep skip with Rubik.
Yeah.
Well, look, there's a lot of questions. What is Mirana going to build? How is a carry Mirana going to work out? And who is going to win this game number 1? It's Nigma Galaxy up against OG with Lyrical and Kezu.
Thank you so much, Nat, you wonderful panel out there. Kezu, we got a weird one. We
do.
A carry. We both thought that it was going to be Marcy carry too, but it ends up being a little bit of a different look. Obviously, in this matchup, everything on the line for both of these teams, trying to avoid what could be some crazy tiebreakers, and OG just trying to get a win. Do you think that they've come out with something special here? Is it going to work?
Honestly, I don't mind the switch up of it going to carry once I see this Timber swap pick. Also, you have Sidekick, you have the Beast Aura, so, I'm kind of vibing with it. That's true. Playing his Marcy, feel like they're the only team to actually play it as a 5. But OG have the potential in this early game to, I feel like kind of track over some of these lanes. You have Beastmaster in the offlane, you're going to have Zeus ult. Feel like this only question mark is definitely the Mirana. I think he's going to have to buy the Thunder Lightning item to farm it up.
The Maelstrom time.
Indeed.
And of course, that wonderful shard gets a bonus leap charge. You gotta love it.
Yeah, you gotta love the Coney slow with the damage. They have double lightning. They have Zeus plus Maelstrom. How can you lose? How can you lose?
Well, once they get the Maelstrom, then they can't lose.
Exactly. Until then, can lose.
MC trying to force back a little bit here, and it looks like
combo.
Runes, 2 apiece. Oh, 3 for OG.
Yep, game's over.
Love it, love it. So yeah, Taiga's going to be forced back a little. They're playing on the Rubik together with DM. I think that for, a lot of this, we've seen the esportsbet.io odds. OG has kind of been down in the dumps right now, the bottom of the pack. But because everything is so close right now in Western Europe between these teams, they could still hypothetically make it to the major, I think. There's some crazy shenanigans that can happen with all of, the trade out in terms of stuff, but they need to get a win. And for Nigma, they're in a really strong position. It looks like playing again with this Amar Timbersaw. We've been seeing him really just break out of his shell and look absolutely superb on it.
It's just by far his best hero, right? The Timber and the Razor have some harass on top. Also, Amar and BZM, they played in the same team 1 or 1.5 years ago before they both got recruited to OG. So I think them matching up in the mid lane against each other in an actual Div 1 game 2 years later is actually pretty hilarious to me.
You know what's interesting, though, is that you can kind of already tell at the beginning, not that much in terms of the all chat going forward between these teams at all. There was a couple tips that were going on as MC gets brought somewhat low by Chu, but feels like they got their game faces on. Yeah, as they should, right? They had a couple days break to now kind of, work around some things and try to be like, okay, this is what we need to do. But I feel like for OG, even though their draft looks a little wonky, maybe, I can see some of the ideas behind it, and I feel like that DM should be having a good time. If he gets a couple levels, Spectre Undying, what do you really do? I think eventually Nigma might have to do some lane swapping where Amar goes bottom, Spectre goes mid. Taiga taking a bit of a beating from the good old zombie man who doesn't love Undying. No, they tried to do some lane pulls and it is just not going to work out that well. It does mean that it's going to be a 1v1 Sumail versus DM, and right now Sumail definitely getting the better end of that. So far 7-1 versus the 3-1, with the creep wave actually going into Sumail a little bit as well, it looks like. It's in a pretty good position for him. Oh, it's a double rage. Okay, never mind.
Never mind, just lying a little bit, but it's okay. As DM, yeah, I feel like he should be set up for success, double wave coming into him. So, yeah, I'm just kind of looking at this Beastmaster to do well, speed up the game, and then you have the Zeus ult with that too. So, yeah, I think OG, if they can, they kind of need to hit those timings though.
Right. A lot of jumping around in this lane. You got the dispose, you got the rebound, you got the leaps,
the cookie.
The toss.
Actually, the quad bouncy, it's a bing bong lane. I like that.
The Z axis is never going to recover. But yeah, it looks like Taiga again going to try and go over there and disrupt things. At the very least, it is keeping that Undying off of his Beastmaster, which is helpful. But yeah, this is just annoying to play against Kuro doing this constantly.
Yeah, it's definitely good for OG. I would say that they prefer the lane being 2 1v1s instead of 1 2v2, because now that DM has hit level 3 with this 2 levels in Boar, he should start not only out CSing Sumail, but also now they can go and actually force a dual lane. So I like that Taiga is coming back again, because this is the timing for Beast to actually be a hero in the lane.
Right. needs to get those couple of levels up early and has that level 3 now. Kuro's still trying to contest against him, but you can see all that pressure that's being put on. He basically just has to expend his mana pool to try and survive here.
Yeah. And once they have double board, they're very strong. I do like that Sumail has a Ring of Basi to not only help himself with the spam, but also Kuro with the mana. We've seen it more and more on the carries, and it just goes to show you, Dota is a team game. You're just going to win the lane on your own, get that mana for you and your bro, spam your spells, and maybe you can win. Or maybe you die.
Keeping vision on him.
There's a Hawk too.
Trying to get him. The pullback and the Fade Bolt, but they already have the Tombstone down. Taiga tries to take it down. DM leaves the kill over for his position 3. But in the meantime, I think they did kill one of those boars at the very least.
Okay. Kuro does get to live. Did run out of tangles now, though, so he's at least a bit low. And yeah, just to go back to the Mirana, I mean, we never really see this hero, but when you have some buffs, some sidekicks, suddenly some heroes can turn from mediocre to, yeah, pretty damn strong.
Right, and decent, like, stat gain for her, too. 3.1 on the Agi. Feels pretty freaking good. As Sumail's still trying to struggle with it there, but you can see that right now, she's doing quite well. All 3 of the lanes going into the favor of OG.
Yeah, I mean, they should be pretty happy, especially because, so Beast already does well from level 3 on, so DM's going to have a fine time. He's going to hit this level 4, level 5, and once he gets, like, this Dominator, I really feel like Sumail's going to be in a lot of trouble. So perhaps there's some natural lane swap. You hit level 6, you haunt, you get a kill. Now you stay top, and then Amar goes bottom. Because this Beast, if they don't address him very well, I think DM will pop this game right open.
That Beastmaster, it can definitely just take over the entire game. Now, because he's sort of using this boar constantly in the lane, it does mean that he doesn't have that stockpile of gold that we've been seeing these beasts go back to in the Ancients.
Yeah.
And on the other side, there is some stacking going on, at least the beginnings of it, for Nigma, GH running back there and trying to build up an Ancient stack. So that could be something to look for, an injection of gold for Amar later on, or potentially even a Spectre Blade Mail later.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at least the one thing for DM is that he doesn't really need it as top. Hello, Bing Bong.
Yeah?
Oh,
okay,
one.
They're out of there. God, it's so crazy, the, like, escape that Marcy still has.
I kind of like this lane. I've played this one a few times, and if you have at least a little bit of synergy, you jump on top, then you just need to make sure you have the rebound or the dispose and align with the arrow, and you can go for some plays. You pop out this lifesteal.
You've played Mirana
Marcy?
Marcy, yeah.
Yo, I've played this lane
What
like
the hell?
half a year ago.
With Mirana carry?
I played some Mirana core and Marcy core, and every now and then, you do some role swaps. It did happen. No cap.
Right, that's
no
crazy.
cap. No cap.
Good stuff. I thought this was the first time this had played.
In competitive, maybe.
Okay, fair enough. Sumail still trying to stay there in lane, but now Amar hitting level 6, going to chase down BZM a bit, who did manage to sneak away an Arcane Rune. So if anybody gets too low, Kuro needs to be a little bit careful. They have the Thunder God's Wrath ready to go, as those Chakrams just get spammed out, and he's keeping him off the lane entirely.
I mean, Amar, he's played so many of these matchups where you're Timbersaw and maybe the first few levels don't really go your way, but then you get level 6 and you can slowly chip people out of their lane, and as you said, BZM, he's waiting with his ult.
Jumps, trying to trade
MC's
hits.
still fine.
They've got a good cookie in there too, but MC's starting to be brought lower and lower. The toss back, Yuragi gets out of harm's way there, but nobody low enough to go for the Thunder God's Wrath. Does have another leap with 3 points in Starstorm if they wanted to go in for it, but it'd be pretty crazy.
That'd be quite the psycho play, maybe it depends how bad BZM is feeling. Is he like yelling, bro, go? Oh. He found them on the map.
Yep. Scouting. Sumail does get brought somewhat low down bottom after that Thunder God's Wrath, but he's just going to have those treads finished off and still sitting pretty here.
It was at the very last second of his Arcane Rune, I think, and he was checking also where Kuro was going to maybe find a ward, so okay, it was good. It was good. It's going to have it up again in 1 minute. I mean, why hold it if no one's dropping low HP anyway, at least for now.
No, it's fair.
Yeah.
Does sort of free up Nigma to play slightly less afraid, though.
Yeah. Kuro bottom. Whoopsie.
Down low, and that's actually going to be the first blood. So DM making that move.
Nice
we talked about the Dominator and how strong this was going to be, and it's a double.
Well, that's an easy double. Just right-click with your summons and leave the screen. Suddenly, both heroes are dead. Into the tower push with a siege.
Yeah, this is big. This is exactly what they needed out of DM right now, and they can, if they want to, even maybe make another Dominator takeover to secure that they get this tower. I mean, do you even come back to lane at this point if you're Spectre? It feels scary.
I mean, Kuro is pinging for it. They didn't even use Roar. So, yeah, they're going to do a lane swap where Amar goes bot. I do think that this makes your map the easiest to play. So Sumail's gonna go mid, sure, and then they're gonna wait for the haunt and do that. But there's also ways where now as Beastmaster, you don't need to force a tower. You can keep farming. You can also maybe eventually go mid if Amar stays bottom. So there's ways to play around it.
The toss back, Yuragi trying to get away from him here. Now the jump in, things
Side
getting
kick.
weird. The cookie, or excuse me, the arrow, GH. Yuragi doesn't want to go in for any more. A little bit too scary with Kuro making the move over. Now, like Shadow to run away.
Okay, it's gonna be okay. Dagger. Boop. Well,
Didn't
I mean,
quite have mana for the Zeus ulti.
yeah, and now it shouldn't be quite enough damage. It has nice way of stacking the Ancients. Haven't seen that one before. Just pops back to base, drops a quick avalanche. Nice, nice.
But yeah, across the board, OG looking pretty good. DM makes the move. Finds Sumail. You want to leave the lane? I'm not going to let you. Bring the beast to you. And now with a troll creep. Oh, this is really good pressure.
Okay, DM is pogging right now. So, like, sure, you defend my tower. You know, these Tide Hunters, these Timbers also try to put a stop to you. I mean, I can just go somewhere else. Are you going to TP again? Nope, you can't. It's on CD, goes mid, roar, kill. What, mid tower? All right, let's go.
Yeah, he just now, Amar was able to bring on out a TP to himself. It's a back off cooldown now, but as you said, the push comes too quickly. And if they want to, I mean, you can even sort of keep pressuring out this jungle, farming it up, it feels like. A lot of different options for him on DM.
Yeah, they're doing great. Now they can take over the enemy woods. Suddenly now, Amar doesn't feel too nice around bottom. Lost his mid tower, doesn't really see where the Zeus is. So, yeah, very nice. Like, the last couple of minutes for OG were amazing.
Well, there is still this sort of looming threat of a Spectre coming online, but if you can shut him down pretty well like that, oh, BZM might be in trouble. Chakram, everything thrown out. Yeah, he's in a world of hurt. Needed that haste rune for himself, but instead, they turn now, try and bring down Amar. But it's not going to work. Taiga can't stop it, and in fact, Amar still chasing for this Rubik. Bringing him lower and lower, but won't be able to get the kill. That does free up space for MC to die up top.
Yeah, I mean, you have all this super high attack speed with the sidekick, so Yuragi is actually dealing damage as a Mirana. You don't see it too often, but Amar with the fast fingers gets himself a haste into a pretty well-needed kill on BZM here.
Right. Now, that space did free up DM to take the bottom tier 1 tower, so that one already claimed, and now back in the jungle, continuing to farm up, and he's the top net worth in the game. You said that he could pop off in this one. He's definitely doing that.
Oh, he is delivering right now for sure. And if we look at Yuragi, he's having a good game too. He's barely below top net worth. Once he has Maelstrom, you know, he can join his team, he can farm fast, and they have all these auras. So, you know, Mirana isn't as slow of a hero if she gets buffed up by others. And, well, we're going to watch that in this game, I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, and, well, Sumail, he might get dove underneath the tower here. Thought about the roar, but instead Kuro came on in and was able to interrupt the smoke that was heading in from BZM and Taiga. They will kill him off. And in this meantime, DM's still pushing bottom. There has not been any rotation to deal with this.
He's trying to force Glyph, I feel. Let's see, Enigma seems like smart enough not to pop it for now. Taiga is chilling on top of MC.
Oh, the arrow from downtown. Yuragi catches him. And that's going to be an easy kill. So they take down MC. OG, they are absolutely cooking here.
They're really doing it. Now also Yuragi, he sees that there's an Ancient stack. I guess Nigma want to farm this somewhat soon with the Timber. I feel like he's I mean, Sumail can maybe do it with like 2 Blade Mill usages and also the Possessed Mask. So we'll see how they want to go about that. But yeah, I feel like Nigma should think about those kind of soon.
Because it definitely can get stolen. I mean, I guess it's a little bit weird. Like you're saying, there's no Axes build really on the Beastmaster, just 1 point in it. So it might be a little bit tougher for them to do that right away. But DM's going to come back with this Troll again. And they do have Glyph this round, as Amar is going to take out that Ancient stack.
Yeah, I think it's good for them to take it just to like pump some net worth into their heroes. Then maybe in like 2-3 minutes you can fight, as they're also eyeing Sumail in the mid lane right now. But do they want to go?
Thinking about it. Chu got close, but calls it off. I mean, with that level 3 Scatter Blast, it's a pretty nice window for them to make some stuff happen. But they're just whittling down this bottom tower.
I mean, if they're going to get a tier 2 at this timing, that is very concerning for Nigma. Perhaps Amar should look to go down bottom and defend it, but maybe he feels too scared. He doesn't see the rest of them on the map. So yeah, this is just a tier 2 at 13 minutes.
This is crazy. DM doing everything that his team needs him to. They are going to actually move in towards mid now. And as soon as the TPs start to come out, everybody runs away. At the same time, Yuragi comes back up top. So the sort of setup that they had there was to try and pressure the tower, maybe to get a kill. They don't find anybody, and they have already lost the tier 2.
That was... Yeah, I mean, OG are just doing nice things around the map right now. Sometimes the best way to defend your tower is by going somewhere else. They go mid, you bait 2 TPs, now the top pushes over, Uragi goes back top, chills a bit. So, yeah, I mean, for Enigma, they're gonna need to make space for Sumail. He's gotta become the big boy in this game, so I guess for them... I mean, if I'm MC, I would really want to use my ult. I don't think we've seen the Morty's Kisses in this game yet. So maybe it feels hard. You don't like have a blink. You don't have any clear initiation. But they're going to go for a smoke up. And I think they're really looking to, sync up their spells and, get something going.
I mean, it feels like a lot of it where it needs to be done through. They're not really lacking for damage if Amar is there.
Yeah.
But there is that chance of, like, maybe a tiny blink dagger eventually. He's still a long ways away from it. Jumps forward onto Taiga, and Lift tries to get him away. Not going to happen. So a second kill on the board for Nigma.
Well, that's at least a lot of damage. Amar sure knows how to press his buttons. What, Rubik next to 8 trees with Max Whirling Death Kaya? Yep. See you later, Taiga. But still, the map is all in OG's favor. They're farming some ancient stacks. They took over the enemy outpost. Yeah, overall just being chilling. 4K gold lead at 14 minutes.
They're doing absolutely everything that they need to. This definitely looks like a sort of revitalized OG team. Playing around DM, getting a really good start. He's got the big golem now. And if they want to, you can run on in. They've retaken the outpost, obviously, on Radiant. But could make some type of a play to kick them out of this area. But they don't have that many heroes. It's just DM and Taiga.
Well, looks like that's enough. Like, him just posturing aggressively is forcing them all to go out. Yeah. At least Amar, he got to push in the lane all the way. His net worth is still very high. And Nigma, they just need more time. It looks like that it feels awkward for them to play the map. There's no clear initiator as BZM up top. Poking a little bit more. Choose coming as well.
They know that there's no TPs available, so they're just going to take them. An easy kill, and Sumail wanting to find somebody here. There's just no opening. Chu backs away.
1 second for rebound, my friends.
Nothing else there, though. Doesn't have anybody nearby to jump onto.
No friends, Saj, just like me. Can't go anywhere.
No. Uragi able to get the leap away, but now the smoke coming from behind. They're bringing in a couple of heroes ready to chase. If they could kill Amar, this would be tremendous for them.
Here.
Can they get in range? The arrow comes in afterwards, but the cookie, and then it's actually going to be blocked off by a zombie. The zombie spawns, keeping him alive. MC just barely keeping Amar alive there.
Kuro, the MVP. I'm pretty sure that arrow would have still connected on the cookie. They were like in the same line.
Yeah.
But then Tombstone spawns a random zombie to just soak it up. All right.
I mean, they still need to be careful. Chakram is stolen right now for Taiga.
They honestly, OG are not lacking damage at all.
Okay, that's fine. Don't worry.
Money shot, but no follow-up. Okay.
Well, the gold lead keeps on building. And again, 16 minutes, 5K gold.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, and they're just going to head right on into the pit.
I also like the item build coming out from Chu. I feel like the way to make support Marcy work is with the sidekick and then the drums. I think that's very cool. Like, now you have Beast Aura, drums, and sidekick. So Nigma, can they contest? Maybe you just snap ult, you try to force them out. Looks like they're just too late.
I mean, they showed Amar down bottom on that outpost, and now Stolen Kisses throws it back the other way onto MC. They're going to be able to break it, but MC should go down right afterwards. The Moonlight Shadow saves Taiga's life. And another victory for OG here.
Damn, he didn't even die. He's going to be able to hold the kisses for like one more fight. Yeah, so I think if you're Enigma, you can feel that it's not easy for you to play the map. Let's wait for GH to get his blink and then make some space on the map with, blink combo. You get the snap ult, the haunt on top, because for Enigma, they need more time. They are not strong enough to fight into OG's ball right now.
Yeah, and you can take a look. This win probably at 77%. And on top of that, like, when you do end up trying to show up or find these pickoff plays, it just doesn't look like it's worked out. Chu making a very aggressive move with Uragi. Do they have the damage to bring him down? With the Avalanche, doesn't quite look like it, but still showing Amar that nowhere's really safe for him.
I'm just seeing more confidence coming out from OG as in any of the other series. Like, even if you don't kill these heroes like these Embers and Timbers that are running down lanes, you're stopping them. Like, look, Amar, instead of running down the lane, he has to back off, find a new place to farm, and now him and Sumail, they're holding hands walking to the top lane. So at least now they're going to have to split, because you don't actually want to steal each other's farm.
I mean, you'd think so.
You think so?
We'll see. But yeah, the Creep's starting to take this tier 2 tower in the mid lane. They do bring back one. It's Amar. After he takes a camp, realizes he's needed back mid. It just, everything's feeling a little bit disconnected for Nigma right now. And OG taking full advantage of this. They jump in again with a bunch of heroes nearby. A DD rune on Mirana, and that gives enough pause to Nigma to not want to go in for the fight.
Well, looks like the tier 2 is just gonna get chipped down for now. Can't really stop it. It's just Summon's hitting it. Sumail up top is being pinged out by OG. I wonder if they want to do anything to him.
I mean, just look at how small this area is that they're allowed to play in right now. It's just this, like, 2 camps here, and then Sumail a little bit up on the top side, while the entire rest of the map is OG.
I mean, you don't really have to be scared at all. Like, now maybe it's like, okay, it's hit 18 minutes. Last time we saw GH, he didn't have Blink yet, but maybe now he does. And he does indeed. So now you need to be a bit careful. Or maybe Amar has to be careful.
Amar in trouble, and with the kisses and the Zeus ulti, it's going to be enough to bring him down. Spectre TP's out, but now just set up to go down another lane. I mean, they have 2 heroes at 10k net worth at 19 minutes.
Yeah, and if you wait 30 seconds, they've got a third.
Yeah, they are absolutely destroying this game right now, it feels like. And yeah, Chu playing this position 5 Marcy, he's making it work. I think it's really cool together with the Mirana, like you're talking about, this sort of setup that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Mirana has a lot of attack speed, but she lacks the damage. And you always lose a lot of HP with Mirana, but you don't really want to buy Lifesteal, you don't want to buy Linken's. But then this sidekick, yeah, honestly, it just looks really cool. And not only that, you have the Beast with you too. It's not very often at 20 minutes you say that we've got a top net with Mirana in our game.
No, she's really having a good one. Yuragi knowing what to do with this hero, and OG maybe finding some new life.
Another tier 2? How about they're about to have killed every outer tier tower at 20 minutes?
Dude, this is crazy.
It's been a while.
I'm just thinking about Western Europe, like the standings now. We're going to have to take a look
at
it
later. I don't want to
know. Because it was already like 4 teams tied at 2-3.
Yeah.
OG was at 1-4 or something. And now, like, there's going to be so many tiebreakers if this keeps on going like this. I mean, Nigma can definitely still pull it back. You've got a Spectre that's looking towards late game. Almost got the Aghanim Scepter done.
It's still... So Sumail on spec, he can do a lot in this game, but I wonder if this Axe is the right choice. So Axe is usually the one that is like gonna tempo up the game, help you join, but when you're down 8k, maybe he's banking on that once he gets it, they're gonna win a couple fights, and they definitely need to.
Right. Well, everybody down here on the south side of the map, they have Spectre, the only hero that's not smoked. Well, Zeus is not smoked for OG. And they might run into each other here as they head on in towards this side. Yuragi, Moonlight Shadow not up, but the Avalanche, the toss back. This is not the hero you want to kill first. 40 seconds still on that Aegis. Yuragi looks like he is going to retreat, and Chu also able to get out of harm's way. Atos. And now the arrow follow-up does manage to connect onto him. Yuragi thinking about going in right now. The Aghanim Scepter done. They can maybe go for a snipe onto Yuragi if they wanted to.
They're on the
to the side. They find him. DM, he's gone. Oh, just like that.
That's
he
a big
stepped
deal.
a little ways away. And yeah, you lose that hero. All that attack speed gone. The auras, all the goodness.
And 250 for, I think it was, MC who got the last hit. So yeah, he's got the mech, the pipe. Pretty good fight for Nigma. I mean, if they can take out DM at the start of the fight, to be fair, this is probably the only time they can do it because he's very close to his BKB, but that was very crucial for them.
Right, and that is sort of, I think, a huge part of the difference making for these fights here, right? Snapfire MC, he's gone for more of these, like, team fight-oriented auras. The pipe, the mech, they're in a really good position, and it's Helm of the Overlord, which is solid for Beastmaster, but it's not that, like, survivability things.
Yeah, he definitely wants to finish up his BKB, then he can play more in the front. The downfall perhaps for Nigma a little bit. I mean, they are behind in the game, obviously, but when you have all these teamfight auras and it's not easy for you to take fights, it can start feeling really bad.
Yeah.
But I feel like Amar, who's working through this BKB, he might just have to feel like he has to take over the game the next 10-15 minutes because Sumail, he needs more time.
Yeah, he's not going to be there right away. But, you know, you get to the Manta, then suddenly you're in a much better position. We hadn't really talked about it that much. We've talked about both these heroes a lot, but the Mirana versus Spectre dynamic feels a little bit weirder than like other ranged auras against Spectre, I think.
I mean, Mirana has ways to like get away, right? You can always just leap. I would still say it's not... I mean, Spectre just kind of owns every range hero in the game, but out of all the range heroes, Mirana should be pretty okay, especially with some of the lifesteal and the auras we've talked about. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like if Yuragi can stay ahead, then it won't actually be as bad as we may think.
Well, another smoke up coming from Nigma. They don't have Haunt, but they do have the Shadow Step, and Sumail, will they manage to find him? They find Yuragi, he's gone! Oh, that is maybe a sign of scary things to come. OG gonna need to clean up the gameplay a little bit if they want to come away with the victory here. It's still 7K gold lead, but I just see these kills happening against the Spectre, and I'm really concerned.
GH is making some big moves. I'm pretty, like in the last fight, they got the Beast. Now they just got the Potom toss into Ava. Yeah, this OG cannot let that happen a couple more times because Sumail, his farm is ramping up. Amar closing in on his BKB. And yeah, I mean, GH, he's putting in the work right now.
First tier 1 tower taken. First tower taken as they've already lost 6 for Nigma. But it is still not an easy victory here for OG. And for Nigma, they can keep up that type of momentum, keep buying space for Sumail to farm. It feels like they could be on the path to turn this.
Well, absolutely. Looks like maybe the Ags on Spectre was correct. He already has a Yasha now. He can always follow GH on the combos, as looks like he's reading the smoke here on Sumail. He gets it. No one is really showing on the map, so very nice read by him.
I mean, that's one of the benefits, at least for OG, is that you can make these moves with the Moonlight Shadow, don't have to invest in the smokes. But Roche capable of respawning 15 seconds away. And of course, they're also taking away farm from him too. The Gleipnir is the decision for Yuragi, and next going in to a Daedalus, not opting for a BKB.
He's just going to have to make sure that he doesn't get started on in the fight. I mean, I guess it makes sense to not go BKB because one way or the other, if the Tiny initiates on you, you're going to drop so low that you can't really fight anyway. So I think he wants to play on his high range, just wait to see Tiny, and then with all these auras, never mind, he swaps it to a BKB. I'm dumb.
You were just trying to make it sound good.
That's true.
Figure out a way why BKB would not be good here.
That's very true. Thank you, Yuragi. BKB is great. Let's go.
Well, it's going to be a relatively long Roche respawn here, 2.5 minutes.
Well, that's a lot of time for Nigma to just keep farming, right? They don't really have to change anything that they're doing. They have some pretty decent vision as well that's, deep in the enemy triangle, one in the mid lane too. So for now, they might just chill a bit, and in 1 minute, they may have to really just swap sides. You can already see it being drawn on the map from GH. They know that Roche can respawn soon. They need to get some type of vision there eventually to then later on contest the fight.
Well, Haunt is back up again, and now smoked up is 4. OG, they are not smoked up, not looking to go together yet, although it might be coming out just in a second here. But the wraparound coming, they don't have that ward up on the high ground. Kuro, ready to walk forward. The jump, Yuragi thought it was just one, but then the double leap away keeps him separated. But then the second round, the Shadow Step there, throws out the Gleipnir, trying to sniper from downtown, but Yuragi able to escape. The zombies were chasing him. And everything used, the roar to jump away. I cannot believe he lived right there.
He lived? This is illegal that this guy is not dead right now. What the froge? He jumps into 4 heroes as a Potom. I don't know what happened, but my friend lived somehow.
That's crazy.
Well, at least Nigma get to take over the area.
Yeah.
For now, as Sumail's going to have to TP away, but benefit, of the Ags. He's going to be able to rejoin at any point. Soon has Manta. Now OG. Hello. Bing bong.
Careful there. They catch him. Kuro gonna die.
He vanished.
Does not have long for this world. I mean, with no Shadow Step, with no Disruptor, or excuse me, Spectre ulti, it's pretty rough.
There's a Disruptor on your screen?
Don't stop it. Stop it. Why?
All good, all good. It happens. Roche is up soon. 40 seconds. I mean, OG, when they see that little Roche, it's going to die really quick.
Yeah.
You have Marcy ult, you have Sidekick, you're going to have Drums. Solar Crest about to be finished as well on Chu in like 200 gold. So just all in on these auras, because Marcy as a support, what do you really do? You buff up your range friend and you hope that he just claps everyone out of the game.
Now, the one thing that is a little bit tough about this, of course, is that it is going to be everything back up for Nigma.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that they're going to try and get together again and go for a contestation. And it's going to be just that. 4 together again. Will Yuragi jump into 4 of them?
Hopefully not.
Oh, that's Manta done, though, for Spectre, too.
Oh, I mean, eyes on GH. He's been delivering, and he may just do it again.
You see Roche. Oh, but the Hawk just disappeared as Nigma walk into the pit. I don't think they can take it themselves unless Sumail was there with the Manta.
Yeah. If Sumail was there, maybe they would think about it. But you're still playing against like, oh, hello.
Finding DM, BKB gets off, able to walk away, keeping himself alive, and then the Taiga lift. Amar, he's going to get roared. The jump forward, Yuragi doesn't have that much damage though through the BKB. He's still just trying to punch him. Then they back out at long duration, and Sumail having to back away too. Chu still looking for the chase here with GH. Arrow goes out. It's going to be long range, but not gonna connect for the kill. And DM, he's just gonna reset now.
Oh, another one.
Another. Pulls him. It's gonna be Taiga dead. Does have buyback. Might need to use it now. Yuragi finds enough to kill off GH. That's their team fighter. And the chase forward, not afraid of that much else in this game right now. Look at the sidekick damage coming from Yuragi. It's still not enough. The follow-up isn't there. Rooted for the moment on Kuro. After the buyback from Taiga, they would love to be able to get something from this. We'll see if they can actually take Roshan. Sumail still has Haunt.
Man, Sumail is top net worth right now in this game. OG should probably look to force something. There's no BKB on Timber. Tiny is dead and no snap kisses. Looks like they want to take over.
Is a really good ward, but the arrow going out first.
Lift.
Still, they got him there. MC starting to drop Kuro down low, and they bring him for the kill. And we'll try to find Sumail. Sumail,
he has no dagger.
There's nobody to escape to. Sumail jumps away for the moment, but they bring him down. They brought numbers on OG, and so they'll lose Taiga, but get the big kill, and Curl also dies.
Late near arrow?
Dude, these keep on dying. One after the other. The roar is there. Yuragi gets tossed forward. Amar tries to get away. No more leap charges, though, and that means as he gets one back, GH will be going down, but 4 dead, and that's Roche.
All right, anyone else want to die, or is it over now? That was a long, long fight. OG are gonna, that's just a free Roche. And here comes the sidekick. Yuragi just gonna be full HP. I mean, he has a Paladin sword as well. He is starting to hurt.
Yeah, Yuragi does some really good damage there. And, well, with all that stuff, the Solar Crest 2 on Chu, another rarely seen but much appreciated item.
Yep.
This is going to be the Aegis for Yuragi, and also gets the shard.
He took the shard.
Let's go.
The cone leap. I love it.
It's so dumb looking.
Can't wait to see it. They did buff it.
Right.
A little more damage and a little more wave distance.
Wave distance. Good. I'll also say that just the biggest thing about this to me is always the 4th leap charge.
Yeah.
Leipnir, arrow, and this is where things start to feel pretty bad. Sumail, wanting to go onto 1 there, realizes that he can't stick around any longer and jumps away from BZM.
Oh, another one. Hello, Kuro.
Kuro gone.
Okay. Look, OG back to dominating the map, and also this ward you mentioned earlier, it really helped them in this prior fight that they have laying there in the top lane. And now OG, 12k gold lead. You've got the Aegis. Maybe you invest in a gem, or maybe you count on BZM to kill every ward. You keep shrinking the map, and from then on, it is going to be very hard for Nigma to play on this map right now.
You can see the switch up that's occurred in the esportsbet.io odds. Now very much favoring OG after a good solid couple of minutes from them. I still can't help but feel like there's the danger of Sumail getting late game. But I'm less trepidatious about it now. Sumail's going in for that Hex. That could be a pretty good way to shut down this Yuragi business.
I mean, to be fair, the Sumail, like his scariness is coming in waves. Like 5 minutes ago, I was like, okay, they can actually do it. Now, I agree with you. It tapered down a little bit. I mean, let's look at their items. Amar has a blink now, trying to work on the Shivas. I feel like the next item timings aren't that scary. Like if I look at Nigma, it's like a Shivas on Timber. I feel like MC is kind of peaking, hoping to win some fights with his auras. It's gotta be Sumail, who just swapped his Quick Bite to a Radiance.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Doesn't impress me too much, as they're looking for a kill on him.
Well, this would be quite bad if they lose him right here. He's not going to be getting anything. So Sumail does get dropped, and, well, Force Staff keeps him alive. But, yeah, this is a serious problem when your Spectre's dying right there.
In front of your tier 3.
Yeah.
Not the place to die.
Wow. 16,000 gold lead now from OG, who, after a very disappointing season so far, looks like they've found somewhat of a groove here. And team's starting to work pretty well, all off the back of this DM Beastmaster, who sort of set the tempo early.
Yeah, things are really coming together. Some of them had like maybe 1 death in the mid game, but since then, very clean from all of their cores. And Nigma, how do you need to take fights? I feel like you need to try and go in with GH, get a combo off with the kisses, Shadow Step, maybe kill a hero and back off, or force a BKB with the Shadow Step and then go back and do it again as MC.
Well,
it's gonna be okay.
Or you can bait them into going in with no mana.
That helps. Or dive your fountain. That's the next step.
That would be pretty good for them.
They do have toss. Oh, they got the illusion. That's dead.
That 40 gold.
Oh, sick.
Value.
Who got it? Sumail? Nah, he was dead, so not him.
It was GH.
Wow, that's big.
Yellow
next
text.
item.
That's what you can watch for.
No, he's gonna get closer to the Shadow Amulet. Very big.
Oh, okay, in a good way. Exactly.
Actually, in a good way. We're not in your pubs,
Yeah,
Lyrical.
it's fine. It's all good. Sumail underneath the Hawk here. Still thinking about that Radiance, which, I mean, for what it's worth, I think that there is a pretty good amount of value of trying to, like, disrupt the initiations. But there aren't any Blink Daggers, really, either, so that's sort of weird.
So never mind.
Yeah, never mind.
Not a good point.
Yeah.
He is gonna cancel the future Blink Daggers that will come out that aren't out yet.
I like that.
I like that. Or he wants to burn them with fire.
That's true.
That's very good. Then they have double fire burn with the globs and the radiance burn.
Also,
and the flamethrower on Timber.
Oh my god, so much fire. It's beautiful. The other thing that they can do later on is disassemble to get the nullifier, and then you don't have sidekick.
That's actually not that bad. I mean, yeah, perhaps he wants that against the E-Blade from BZM later in the game, because I have seen that split a few times. If that's the reasoning behind it, then I'm actually on board.
Okay. We figured it out.
We figured it out. Just had to talk about some fire, flames, and go in circles.
Well, a smoke up gets Nigma out onto the map, and OG, with the Aegis about to expire, aren't going to be fully putting the pedal to the metal yet. But they will be going for a Moonlight Shadow play, seeing if they can catch anybody down bottom, and GH could be the target. Kuro, he is going to be found by DM. One punch, the root from the Hawk, and even going to use the Roar to take down the Undying.
He's got a chilly Octarine core, so 45-second cooldown on the Roar.
Are they going to try to go for a snipe here? GH, Avatos, Shadow Step?
Can Sumail get out? This guy's too tanky. Look at him. 2,400 HP on Marcy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see how impatient. Oh, they're doing it.
Yep. Ava, toss. No, he misses the toss and now in trouble. And Sumail's like, I'm out of here, guys.
Oh, I guess you got the trade.
He did get him, yeah. The Radiance, or not Radiance burn, I guess just the illusion damage. Or maybe Dispersion or something. I don't know. It got him, though.
I guess the... Yeah, Shadow Step, whatever. Somehow he still died. Pretty good. Manta illusion, perhaps. Yeah, honestly, a good trade. I didn't think they could kill him all that fast, but they can. Some bonus gold for your good old friend Sumail. Closing in on the Radiance now, 500.
Getting closer and closer for that. DM also getting close to level.
They saw him on a Hawk.
Can they catch him?
Nope.
Doesn't look like it yet. And Mar, Yuragi runs into him there.
You got a BKB, my friend.
Yeah, and just going to TP out. Wise decision.
Yeah. You can't blame Sumail there for not hitting him because Yuragi has 0 leap charges, but Sumail doesn't notice, also didn't have Manta. Either way, they kick him out of the triangle, force him back to base. He used his BKB. I must say that Nigma are doing a pretty good job at not losing too many heroes on the map overall. You're 17k go behind against the Zeus, Beast, and Moonlight Shadow.
Right.
And look at the vision OG have on the map. Like, they see you leave your lane at any point. Top, mid, bottom.
I mean, the thing that's super interesting about this is that this game is just in a weird state because you have what we know could become the biggest, strongest hero in the game with his Sumail, but they're down 17k gold. As Amar keeps on missing his Timber Chains, I think. It keeps on hitting onto weird creep.
It's eventually just going to blink out and be like, I've had enough of this.
But like, if you look at the graph, this is sort of a testament to what we're talking about here, the win percentage one. Over the last couple of minutes, even though this net worth lead has exploded, it's been a win percentage increase for Nigma during that same period of time.
Yeah, it's trickling up, and honestly, it's just kind of true. Sumail is just still, scaling, as is Amar. I do think, like, you're far ahead, but Nigma, GH is looking, Yuragi.
Trying to find him, in trouble, leaps to get away, and able to find enough to escape from there.
Okay, Arcane Rune on Mr. BZM.
GH, he's in some trouble now. Stuck around a bit too long and gets punished, but Taiga also goes down.
Wait, what?
you got brought down by just a quick little jump from those illusions. So Haunt used to find a snipe on the Rubik.
Interesting. Right, these illusions are just too damn good. Omar, it's gonna be okay. I mean, even though OG are so far ahead, when you play against these lineups that Tundra often have, or now we see it on Nigma, they have this very threatening kill combo on the map, right? Your net worth doesn't matter when a Tiny is comboing you with the Spectre coming in, suddenly you just die.
And look at this, on a ward again, Amar spots that they're there and almost able to catch him. I mean, if he didn't have like freaking vision down right then with the gem, that very easily could have turned into a death.
Yeah, I'm very happy to see this gem on Nigma. Usually when you're very far ahead or even very far behind, you need this gem. Like, you cannot run through vision suddenly. You're just gonna die. So, I mean, I'm surprised Nigma are the ones to pick it up first, but, you know, credit to them.
Right. Well, and now getting vision in the pit, they see that Roche is up. BZM going to go for a refill on the mana, while MC takes out that Hawk. So taking away some of the vision. Got to be careful with this. I mean, we've seen so many games get thrown by fights in these Roche pits.
Yeah.
If they are not careful, this could all go downhill for them on the side of OG. For Nigma, they're positioned around to defend it, but it drops really quickly on this Roche.
Honestly, they might just look for a steal. You have the Snap ult to give you vision. You're going to have the Shadow Step to just go in, try and snatch it and get out. So OG, they need to be on point with this one.
And as soon as they do it, the Zeus ulti comes out. They're going to be able to get away. Amar, he's going to get rooted by the bird off to the side. But in the end, it is going to be Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard.
Okay, perhaps it was a little too spooky, you know, for Nigma to try it. So OG just going to grab a free Aegis. I mean, let's see what they can do with this one, because the last Aegises, they didn't do all that much. It's now Moonlight Shadow.
Yeah, it's weird because they started off in such a strong position early that it felt like they were just going to be able to keep the snowball rolling.
Yeah.
But now this to me feels like this third round with the items that they're getting, almost a BKB done on Marcy. Like, this needs to be, if not a game ender, at the very least massive structural damage.
Yeah, I mean, you're up 21k, and Sumail is still, you know, continuing to scale. And yeah, I must say that Nigma are doing a good job in this game. I would like to see OG try and shrink the map more and more, as they are hunting for Sumail. They know he's somewhere. They saw him run through the Hawk.
Yeah, but they won't quite get him there.
That Hawk is spooky.
Is he really chill? The Hawk's walking right by him. And yeah, they see some illusions. Oh, what? That shouldn't work like that. How did that really works like that?
Wait, what did I miss?
The Hawk hit an illusion and then it triggered onto Sumail, I think?
What, he used it on him, right? Or am I dumb?
He used it on him, but the Hawk actually hit onto an illusion. I think we'll get a replay of that later as Sumail gets brought lower and lower. It's
he's dead?
It is enough for the kill. Refresher Shard passed over and an easy snipe there from Zeus. I want to see a replay of that if we can, because I think that's what happened. The Hawk hit an illusion, but then it was Sumail that got rooted.
I don't know if I'm dumb. So I thought he manted, and then they saw him on the other Hawk, and then they rooted him. As people are dying in the base.
Chu dropping down lower. Kuro gets low. Sumail buyback. But Chu, the position 5, strong enough to just get out of harm's way.
Just runs it off. That's huge. They killed Sumail and forced his buyback. I mean, that's one way to start using your first, 2 minutes of the Aegis. OG have got to be very happy with that one.
Big plays. 24,000 gold lead now, and yeah, I mean, I guess you don't need structural damage done if you can force those buybacks out of a carry.
Absolutely. I mean, now also you have a higher sidekick Lysu talent. I mean, you've had that for a while, but overall, yeah, Yuragi, he's just being pumped out with all the more buffs and buffs, closing in on a Silver Edge as well. Added break against the Timber and the Spectre, most notably. So, yeah, things are definitely coming together.
They're going to start to, again, beat away at this one. They do have a Shiva's done on Amar to help deal with that lifesteal, but as we saw in the last fight, it's sort of a weird dynamic where, I mean, if he gets that BKB off and starts punching, feels like it's just way too much damage, but Snapple, Chu manages to get out of there. Oh, but does finally die. Sumail able to bring him down. Now the roar onto Sumail. Blade Mail out, though, and they buy back on GH. Retreating out from here. Mar thinking about chasing Yuragi. Needs to get away from him there for the moment. But the damage is out. The arrow's not going to quite connect. GH another round of the Avalanche. DM chasing and trying to back away now. They find Kuro. The zombie is doing some good damage and keeping them low. Sumail jumps into everybody. A toss from Taiga. Yuragi has to back away. Still has that Aegis, still has the BKB. Amar
He's out of leap
claims
charges.
the first round of it. What more can they do? A jump away from BZM, but Yuragi, he didn't get his BKB off. And as you said, no leap charges. He needs to do this all alone. Although the crit damage comes out, takes down one. Can he take down another? No. The TP out will not be successful either. So just like that, OG, they are going to lose what looks like 4. Although Chu wants to get one bring down onto MC, it's not going to be enough in time.
Oh, Lee Basado. That's a big fight for Nigma. Oh, damn. Like, a few minutes ago, Sumail just died and bought back.
Yeah.
Now he has 5k gold on him. Amar really popped off in this fight. Next fight that's about to come up, he's going to have a Blink Hex. People need to be very careful now on the OG side. Blink, Hex, all the burst damage with follow-up kisses, Avalanche, Shadow Step. You will die in 1 second if you're out of position.
And we're getting closer and closer for MC to start becoming a core 2. We'll take a look at this replay here, just of that last fight and how it all went down. And, you know, you can see they're covering each other really well. All these force staffs, the cookies, and that tombstone down in the midst of it all.
I mean, Amar, I like that he initiated the fight, but he didn't chain all the way into the team, but upwards. Like, enough to bait them to stay around, but for him to still be able to go back and then come back in once again now. This is just some beautiful team fighting from him. Also, the spell usage here. So, yeah, honestly, Nigma are putting up a great fight.
Yeah. Even down 23,000 net worth. And it does sort of become all the difference if you can manage to bring down Yuragi and find that sort of first initial pickoff at the start of this fight. But time will tell. We'll see. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned for OG and for Nigma. It's all coming together now. Each fight might start to become a little bit easier than the last.
Well, smoke up. You're not wrong. Amar and Sumail are still scaling a shit ton, really. As there's a roar.
It's only on Kuro, though. So they won't find anything after. Well, Amar misses a chain. Wait. Okay, now
BKB forced.
BKB and looks to be getting out. So
Okay.
Amar able to escape.
Still pretty good. Should allow OG to take over more of the map. I mean, Roche is still a while away. As Sumail, he skipped going BKB to buy this Hex. And honestly, I'm a fan. Like, having this aggressive mindset right now to just keep punching out onto OG and try to go for one of these 1-2 quick jumps and plays, it can really change the game within 1 or 2 minutes.
All right, the BZM also has a Hex completed, so a couple of those late game items really becoming, you know, a problem for these heroes. We'll have to see, though, if they can find that initiation or if it's going to be Nigma that get picked off. I mean, Sumail obviously can always start a fight in really good terms if you can quickly identify who to go on. But you know, it's gonna be an interesting couple of minutes here. The game definitely feels like it's taking a turn.
Yeah, OG need to make sure that they fight on vision and don't allow to fight somewhere against Nigma where they can just clearly see them. As Amar sitting on a ward.
And Chakra Mao down, no BKB available, dead in a moment. Kuroki just gonna get demolished there. The couple last arrows going out wasn't enough to bring him down. But it is the gem stolen away, which is a pretty huge victory for OG.
Ooh, very big kill. Just great ward. It shows Amar still didn't have his BKB. Taiga going in with the lift. And I mean, yeah, when the map just kind of gets held in this way, it's just kind of, I mean, Nigma did way too good of a job earlier to not bleed any kills against all this aggressive vision and jumps and hogs. So yeah, Amar's going to fall. New gem picked up by Kuro.
Now back to a 25,000 gold lead and ready to maybe knock on the front door. Roche, 40 seconds till it's capable of respawning. Can Nigma hold on at this point? They're going to take away that vision from the Hawk, but still beating away at this from range. OG, they're getting a lot done. The Hawk, it's going to land there, able to get taken out before it lands onto him. Taiga hiding through to the side, as they will manage to get the D ward there.
Well, it's just a 450 damage Marana with 20 billion buffs hitting a rack. So yeah, kind of free for OG as Amar's dead. Doesn't really want to buy back. It's a bit of a sussy fight. And Haunt, yeah, 1 more minute. Perhaps then, you know, Nigma might look to make an aggressive move. Or perhaps for the Roche respawn, which is in, 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Yuck.
Yeah, it's a long time.
It's definitely a long one.
Interesting. So next couple of minutes here, we've talked about what they need to do, at least in terms of, you know, Sumail trying to find one of these key targets. For OG, do you think that they want to keep playing aggressive on the map? It feels like there's moments where they could get picked off if they're kind of spread.
As long as they play in groups, they can stay together. As Nigma, they don't want to wait at all. They're going to 5-man smoke it up right now.
The multi-shot arrow. Ragi. Oh, no, it's Taiga that's going to be the first one found. What? The blink to the side. Amar didn't see him. DM pops
Tombstone.
that BKB very early. And with the tombstone down, that's going to give a lot of vision. They find Chu right at the start, but able to be kept alive. Oh, the save was there from Taiga. So much damage out means Amar's already at half HP. To start this fight, Yuragi, he's found Sumail. But they won't be able to chase him down anymore. A couple more hits, and it is a double crit to take down that zombie man. Chu turns the fight there onto GH, and Sumail trying to get on top of anybody. They can't find a target.
Ooh. I mean, when OG stay as a ball, there's just so much damage coming out, and they can all save each other. At some point, I was just looking at the Zeus ult, which took like, what, 35% of Amar's HP? He's a 4k HP Timbersaw.
It's too much. And, you know, thinking that there could have been a Roche respawn, it's not going to be up for a while, as we said. Look at the damage that Spectre and the Zeus have done in this game. Mirana, you know, not too shabby either.
Honestly, these damage numbers are really high. If there's no Zeus Spectre in this game, I think Yuragi would be topping off these damage numbers right now. But yeah, Nigma, this next Roche fight, I feel like you need to contest it. I think if you give up the next one, you're going to be down like 30k gold, and it's going to be really hard. Maybe talk about, how do we take this next fight? I want to save buyback, or I'm going to buy out my BKB, and that's how we fight. Because this, what is it, 4th Roche?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big one.
It's huge. And we're getting closer and closer towards like some of those maybe 60-minute items.
Oh, here we go again.
Is there a chance? Who knows? No, but it feels like so much is going to be decided right here. BZM's Courier is actually going to get taken out, which had the Refresher Orb recipe on it. So a long period of time without that. They did get a Refresher done on the Beastmaster as we were looking at that. So lots of control with double Roar and then, of course, the double BKB.
Lots of scaling going on for sure. Yuragi holding this DD rune. MC, you know, trying to scale as well. Has a Tome queued up for the 50-minute. Wants to get us level 25 with the multi-shot, has the talents. Also has a Daedalus, so, you know, he's quietly been scaling away.
Yeah, he is still very, very strong. And, you know, can make up the difference here in terms of damage numbers potentially. But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get here in time to come and contest for this Roche. So lots of items to be given away. Who's going to be getting the Aghanims? Is it Taiga?
I mean, they're asking themselves the same question.
All right.
All right, Taiga it is.
Some good spells to steal in this one.
Time to steal Chakram. Let's go.
I mean, he still might just die at the start of the fight if they decide to focus him.
Kuro.
Yep, there it is.
As well.
Oh, but the cheese eaten. Okay, Kuro's dead. Now tries to run away. Amar, BKB out and going to TP away. But already MC is dead too, and DM was there for the roar. They bring down Amar. OG, after getting that Aegis, ready to try and run down a lane.
Ooh, 40k gold lead? Yeah, 40k gold lead with 3 heroes dead. I think you can start running down a couple lanes. First buyback, second buyback.
No buyback available for 5 minutes on the Undying. But Yuragi throws out those arrows. They're going to have to play a little bit of dodge games, but the tier 3 tower is going to drop. And for the side of Nigma, is it going to be enough? The Hex was there, but Sumail finding that backline, trying to take down BZM, but the Glimmer Kick comes out, and that's going to be enough to keep him alive for the moment. Yuragi still dropping low, and Satanic to heal back up. They bought back on the Zeus now. Taiga is going to die, does have buyback, using it now. Arrow follow onto Sumail. Yuragi beating into him. The Spectre will get cookied to safety for the moment. And they managed to kill off Chu, but yeah. MC is just going to get dropped, and with Nigma losing all of their heroes and, well, a creep wave getting away, it's just going to be run it down again.
Okay, I mean, Nigma probably have another fight in them. You know, GH has buyback as Chu is like, okay, bros, I'm coming. Let's 5v4 this one. And yeah, next Rax coming up.
See if they can do it. They don't have Haunt, but they do have Shadow Step. Need to find a good target there. With a lot of buybacks used, it's only on Mirana and Beastmaster now for the side of OG. They want to come on in and defend this. Sumail jumps in, finds a couple, but is hexed immediately. Amar trying to go for the backline. The Force Staff to get him out of harm's way. Sumail, low. Sumail, there's the detection. They don't have it. The arrow is going to connect. Yuragi finds his man and will kill off Sumail, but he has a buyback. and he is the only one left alive. I think that they can handle him here as they turn their sights on
Don't do it, Lyrical.
the tier 4 towers. And, well, Sumail, I think did he sell his blade mail, or no, he rebought or something that went on over there.
Some buying and selling stuff to try and 1v5. Not quite sure how he can hold it. Roar.
Roar is out. Still has his BKB ready to go, but the Hex is there. They're going to die. GG is called, and OG come in as the bottom seed, take the game, trying to keep their hopes alive of staying in Division 1.
Yeah, what up now, Mirana haters? Honestly, this draft looked pretty damn solid. You have this Marcy support helping your Mirana. You have DM on the Beastmaster who really popped off. He just had an insane game.
Yeah, DM, I think, definitely was the standout for me in terms of like that early going, how stuff was looking. Chu also, I feel like a lot of it was individual play too, because like that's a hero where I feel like it's pretty easy to feed.
Yeah, it is. It really is. So them like having some of the combos, him being in the right position, and again, I like the items, you know, getting more buffs to furthermore enable your team. And then everyone just having good positioning. You know, maybe in the next game, Nigma want to pick a slightly more, maybe you need to answer this Beastmaster hero more. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Last pick Spectre and giving him such a good game is, sure, you're trading some stuff away, but it is quite greedy.
No, the Zoo heroes that, and I think the Rubik also for Taiga, it looked pretty solid. There were a lot of moments where it was like, okay, they can still die to Spectre, the big Haunt in, Shadow Step, and all the rest of it. But when they were sort of setting the tempo and being the ones playing aggressively, it all looked good. And it started from just an amazing laning stage, it felt like.
Absolutely. The laning stage, and you have the Zeus. They also did very well in the lane with the Marcy Mirana. Right. So yeah, overall, I just feel like OG's draft and their play, it all came together.
Well, it all came together. We'll see if they can make it happen again and end out the day with the victory. That'd be huge for them. But for now, we're going to head on back to the panel, get ready for it.
You guys have a perfect segue for me. This game number 1, OG, we're looking great throughout it. I have to say, DM on Beastmaster, we might have found a hero that works for him in this OG roster. We found something that works for them all together now as a 5-stack. So yeah, DM Beastmaster, I loved what was happening for him in lane throughout the game.
In the lane, in the game, goes on the offlane, dominates it, takes the tower. What was it, like a Timber TP is in to try and defend? He goes straight mid, takes mid tier 1, kills the hero as well. Like overall, yeah, Beastmaster had a pretty solid game, but in general, OG overperformed, in my opinion at least, with what they had. I didn't see this draft working. It worked out extremely well. Nigma, however, I feel that they were a little bit too bloodthirsty, too happy taking every single engagement. Every single fight before the Spectre was online.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see stuff like this, right? We talked about, oh, this carry Mirana, is it really gonna, I mean, this is pretty uncharacteristic, right? But something that's very noticeable about OG's lineup in this game is it plays exceptionally well with momentum. You have Moonlight Shadow, you have the vision from the Hawks, you have the Zeus ult to really just pinpoint targets and get the job done. And along with that 5 Marcy as a steroid for the Mirana, she became a true hyper carry actually in this game, which is, you know, not a common sight. I'm still curious as to why. That would be cool if we could ask them after game number 1 in an interview, like what makes Mirana good in this game over other carries, right? Because you would think usually this Marcy 5 plus carry X that uses sidekick isn't like a new invention, but with Mirana it's pretty rare. I wonder what the mentality they have that made this good for this game is, but they look great doing it. And you gotta say, you gotta be impressed with OG bouncing back after a rough couple of weeks like we talked about, or it's been a week and a half.
Maybe this is.
It's been 2 weeks. It's been 2 full weeks.
This could be the start of a comeback to save them in this Div 1.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about this lineup needs momentum. So for them to have this confidence to go, it's okay. Like we're gonna win lanes. Like this is a new slate for themselves, and they still go for a draft that has to be built off of that is great. Let's talk about this Mirana carry a little bit more because the itemization. We didn't know what she was gonna go. We saw just before in one of the highlight reels that she had a 6-time kill streak. She ended up losing it. Yuragi unfortunately did die, but at the end of the day, he made a carry Mirana shine, and that's what I really want to focus on here.
Yeah, he had a couple of crazy moments in which he jumps into 4 heroes around the pit. He still survives, leaps out a couple of times. I have a feeling he was always playing on the edge, that he was surviving. And I guess that's the point, right? Like, he's playing Mirana and he's really pushing the boundaries of the hero. He gets in real close and personal, gets out with 5% HP. Later on with the Satanic, obviously, he could afford that. But until that point, I feel like he's always on the brink. Like one small mistake, one second of over-aggressiveness and he will die. But obviously, saving that one leap to get out of problems. The itemization itself, I don't think was necessarily innovative or crazy. Like just a couple of crits paired with Maelstrom that goes into Gleipnir. This is literally, and a Dragonlance, this is literally what you want to see on a Mirana. I think on a core Mirana, that's position 1 definitely. So
yeah, I think it's a good point that they were playing on the edge, right? Because you got to remember what lineup they're up against. I think it's really important for OG's success in this game that it doesn't look even minute 25, right? Like they actually had to be ahead. We also talked about that. Like they're kind of racing against the clock. That didn't mean they can't win late game, which they obviously did. But if this game was even minute 25, I just don't think OG would have had it in them, right? The fights were very close when they were 20k up. So kudos to them on a very well played. I think early mid game was the most impressive for me, rather than the later portions of the game where the teams were kind of, it got a little bit scrappier, which Dota generally does.
You said it was the most impressive bit. What about it was so impressive though? Like what was being done that ensured even when a Spectre gets online, we are far enough ahead and we are far enough that this Spectre still doesn't really win out a game or hard carry a 1v9?
I mean, I think it's a lot of it is what Lizard was pinpointing with the Beastmaster's early pressure, right? Getting the towers, getting the map control, and then playing with vision, playing with advantage, and keeping on accelerating, getting the Roshan, you know, all of these like stepping stones that you want to have as a team that's playing from ahead. They checked all the boxes and they just didn't throw any key fight away to let Nigma back into the game.
And I feel like the advantage that they got from all of that wasn't necessarily only on the Mirana. Like Zeus had an outstanding game.
That's true.
And the two supports literally looked like cores. Chu, like he was unkillable. He had 2.6k HP or something. So.
And reasonably tanky +5, let's just put it that way. MVP though, I want to give it to Yuragi, but I think a bit of it is because he made this +1 Mirana look good. Obviously BZM had a fantastic game too, so for you guys, what do you want to really give that MVP?
I feel like you could definitely make a case for DM, to be honest. Because it's like all 3 cores played really, really well, but what was like the most integral part of them winning the game for me was them getting ahead. And I think DM really spearheaded getting them into the winning position and not dropping it after. So I would pick him probably.
Well, it's going to go DM on his Beastmaster. Like I said, we've seen him sort of have some heroes that I wouldn't really put as DM heroes, but this one, Beastmaster, is definitely one we've seen him pop off before in other teams that he's played for, so it's nice for him to get his hands on.
I feel bad for Yuragi though. Like this guy just pulls off a Mirana position 1.
Goes 14-14 on a post 1.
No one believed in him. Like we were like, yeah, maybe, but Mirana is crazy, and you're playing into a Spectre.
This and then we give it to a DM Beastmaster.
Never mind, DM. Take the easiest hero currently in the meta, win with it, dominate the lanes. You got the MVP, bro.
I mean, he goes 6-1-23, and I don't think it can be said any more times, but just how much space he made for the team throughout that earlier part of the game.
I mean, you could make a case for all 3 of them, honestly. And I mean, there was nobody in OG, and I think that was also really good to see in this game. I felt like it was a cohesive unit, and everybody did their job, and everybody was like, you know, they felt a little bit reinvigorated compared to some of the previous games we've seen from them. They were just like lost, right? Losing 15 minutes, the lanes just completely fall apart. Today, everybody was, you know, coming in hot, and that's what you want to see. So I can't really put a finger on anyone's performance in this game, and that's pretty rare for OG as of late that everybody steps up to this level. So that's very good.
A tough MVP to give, but a fantastic game from OG here. We will have game number 2 between Nigma Galaxy and OG after the break. in the middle of our final series for today, OG up against Enigma Galaxy. And OG took game one, a really strong OG, an OG that has stepped up to the plate when it matters. But now, can they be consistent? Are they going to be able to pull it out again in game number 2? That's the real question, because you can win a game. That's all fun in games, but you really have to win 2 here to take this series and to have this position that you're not going to be relegated, because let's be real, that's what they're facing right now.
Yep, it's they're not out of the woods yet, and even a win here is still not fully out of the woods, because as we talked about, they could still be tied for relegation, even with a win. So, yeah, getting warmed up now is a very good time to start hitting a hot streak, and yeah, that was a great first game. Let's see them reproduce it here, and let's see if Nigma are going to change things up, and they will. They banned the Beastmaster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the draft order has changed as well. We're going to have it there on the lower third. So OG are going to have second pick this time round, and so the Beast taken out, Rubik also taken out, so that's complete ban change-ups for Enigma Galaxy, and OG here themselves, they want to ban out the Brood because they don't want to allow this free pick for Enigma Galaxy.
A ton of things left in the pool. The Prophet, okay, he goes out. Now you have the Disruptor opener.
And the other Prophet.
And yeah, the
Prophet opener, yeah. Like you have the Tiny as well. I think Disruptor or DP, that has to be it. And if you're OG, now the question is, do you snatch up the Disruptor or do you just go with your own crazy ideas that you had in the last game? Because what I really liked about OG in that last game is how invigorated they were by the playstyle as well. Like they just had to play constantly aggressive early on. They didn't have a true core. I mean, Mirana was, but not something that you are waiting for. She's constantly fighting. And I believe that helped them a bit.
If they want to take that approach, then Disruptor is a great 5 pick. Right?
Sure.
Or 4 for that matter. Like both Taiga and Chu can play that hero, and that's tempo right there. But you've got to be a little bit cautious with falling into the trap of, hell yeah, this was fun last game, let's just run at them again. But this time the conditions are obviously different, right? There's already a Death Prophet that you didn't face the last time, and you could end up into this precarious position where you have a lot of skirmishing heroes, but what if Enigma Galaxy just have an impenetrable 5-hero wall with DP, right? So they're going to first phase Doom.
Into a DP as well. Like already there's one core, one hero that doesn't really care that much about Doom. You pop that Exo. Obviously, if you get Doom before it's a problem, but usually that's not how it goes.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd be seeing any team other than Tundra being confident enough to first phase a Doom.
Yeah, it's definitely a specialty of theirs. OG as a team have played this quite a lot in the past. There's been like times when Taiga has played it. We've seen DM play it off lane. We've even seen BZM mid Doom if we dig deep enough back into our memories. But I think for the most part, this hero is just a core right now. But I mean, do we dare say it after last game? Could it be safe lane carry? Like, it's not out of the question. Oh, we forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
Or forgot to think about it. I was like, oh yeah, look at all these meta heroes. Enigma just got IO. That's
a really nice pickup.
You want to test if you're back, you give IO and DP to Enigma. If you're back and you beat them, you're back. So
they're just playing it on hard mode now.
Yes.
Yeah. Because they're facing the abyss of Division 2. Best idea. Best time to give someone DP and IO.
I mean, we've seen Enigma Galaxy lose with their IO Lesh combo before. That was up against Entity in week 1. So it isn't unbeatable. We have seen it happen before, but it is going to be a really tall ask for OG.
Especially because I think this IO is actually a very good hero against Doom, in my opinion. Doom is a lot about, sustained damage over time against a specific core, and IO can just relocate them either to Fountain or just a little bit outside the fight and just heal them up a little bit. You have the Glimpse to try to counteract it, but it doesn't really work for the defensive relocates. It works mainly for the offensive ones. So unless you time it like very perfectly as they're leaving with the reload, then maybe you could get the core to stay. But
look at OG. Now that they've first phased the Doom, their aim is literally to ban out all the core one-to-one matchups in the lane. Like they banned out the Slark, the Ursa as well. I believe Monkey King should probably go too.
Yeah.
If that's the way you're rolling about it. But with these bans, you're also kind of making a statement that DM should be playing the Doom, right? Yeah. This isn't some crazy carry Mirana. Like, it's not going to happen.
We're back to stock standard, Yeah. Everything's within the box again, the norm. Bans AA and Naga coming out here, as well as Puck. So definitely a mix and a match of all of that for protection.
I mean, I'm just thinking if this is all smoke and mirrors from OG and they're banning these cores to try to get Nigma to go in a specific direction, and then the Doom is actually not even
Carry,
moving.
yeah.
Like, I genuinely still think that's a possibility here. Because, I mean, otherwise, if you're first phasing the Doom, you have to think this hero is really good against DP, right? Because otherwise there's no way of justifying first phasing a hero into double protection banning for it. Like, they're effectively building their entire lineup around this Doom, but it does look like it is just going to be an offlane unless this is a BZM morph.
I was going to say, you're just going to stop putting them all in
like
random.
I feel like it's a really
positions.
nice morphing game regardless because of all the bans that went through, right? Like the Ancient Apparition, the Naga, the Puck, the AM, Ursa, and the Slark, like all of them, well, not all. Ursa perhaps isn't the greatest, but even he later on scales
be good
well.
against
He can
Morph.
be good too.
Yeah.
So yeah, they snatch up the Morphling, and the Morphling is also very flexible. Like looking at OG,
Yeah, Sin wants it to go mid. Doom safe
It
lane.
can.
it went mid yesterday, I believe, right? So it's possible.
It's very possible.
I guess part of the benefit to Morphling as well is that I guess it's one of the safe lane carriers that does the best against Death Prophet. Just the overall constant harassment, you can kind of offset it with attribute shift. And I don't know if you win that lane if it's like with a very strong 4 now, but maybe you're like forcing Nigma's hand a little bit with what they're going to run.
Let's think about what Enigma Galaxy want to get for themselves, though. They're going to be picking up another support here. And then what sort of core do they want to reveal? Which one are you more likely to reveal? Take away the flexibility of Death Prophet and pick up your mid or your off?
You can't already see the matchups, right? Like you see the position 1 and the 3. So picking a carry here wouldn't be that out of the option. They get themselves to the draw, probably one of the best left remaining versus Morph. Like Morph can get on top of her. At the same time, your ulti you can break his armor, so it's pretty solid.
The one thing that's a bit dangerous about Nigma's lineup here now is that if they, like now they have these triple ranged heroes, which isn't a bad thing. It's good to have ranged heroes, but I think they need to have some reliable sort of front line that isn't only the DP, and they also have absolutely no setup whatsoever. Now they have a bit of setup with a Fissure now coming in. Probably going to be a 5 shaker for Kuro as it looks, because it's always GH playing IO for this team, always. So interesting to see. We've seen Tundra play 4 shaker or 5 shaker.
Maybe
sorry.
that's the trick. You know? It was always IO played by GH before, always
Now it's
shaker
not.
by Kuro.
Yeah, and it's
Now
a
they
5
switch it
morph.
up.
So there's a couple of things to unpack here, right? Because first of all, you chose this over Undying, and that goes to show that Nigma are identifying, okay, we need stun.
Yeah.
We need some way of catching the morph off guard and bursting him, setting up our draw for success. But also the fact that you're willing to pick Shaker into morph, right? That's also a little bit, dangerous at the same time. And maybe the morph pick itself also dissuaded them from picking Undying because morph could have turned into Undying. So this morph pick started to have actually more and more value as we see how the teams adapt. So OG maybe are a little bit of a step ahead here. With what
For OG, maybe it's a little bit easier now. They just need the position 4 here.
Well,
if the disruptor isn't it.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, you were making me think about, like, is there a way in which you could downgrade this Doom to be more of a support and then they pick up a different offlane for themselves? But it is, going to be most likely now Chu again on the Marcy and Tiger on Disruptor. But with them being ranged, I know a lot of teams favor Marcy into ranged heroes. That's actually the preferred matchup people favor for her.
Yeah, the other thing is this is the classic lane I think of with 5 Marcy is Marcy Morph, because what ends up happening in this lane is Morph gets harassed, gets low on health, you give him sidekick, he hits 5 times and has full HP, right? So you can very much navigate this Death Prophet lane that you're expecting to play against now. It worked for you last game. There's obviously some morale going into that. This was a successful strategy in the first game around. And you have the X factor of, well, if Marcy does get as farmed as in the last game, she's actually a real threat for the Drow. So she can jump in, she can set up the fight, get something started. And as soon as Nigma Galaxy's lineup is on the back foot and they start retreating, you have Glimpse. So you really want your lineup to force the enemy team to play defensive. That's when Disruptor shines the most. So I like it.
Yeah, it looks like OG worried a little bit about DP being mid. And
they
have seen Sumail play mid, play a mean DP mid, so it is possible.
Absolutely.
Not that surprising. I wouldn't mind seeing even something like a DK or a Storm on the mid lane. Like both do well. For Nigma.
For Nigma.
Yeah. Both do well with the Drow. Like, gets you some instant disable as well versus the Morphling.
Amar does play DK. I don't know if he plays Storm.
That's true. Yeah.
I
don't think they could go for that, could they?
It is hard to like look at traditional mid lanes.
Storm is more for OG overall, right? Like BZM is the one that likes to pick it up.
It does look kind of promising for OG in this game because of the IO and Storm or IO and Drow matchups, but obviously the Drow matchup gets really good once you get the BKB. Until then it can be a bit dodgy.
Nah, scratch that Storm idea. Like, if
put it in the bin.
for Nigma maybe, but they don't play it. So.
Yep. You do have me questioning. You know, is it still then definitely going to be Smail with the Drow and the mind control on Death Prophet, and now they do look at the more off laney or the safe lane heroes to be able to be put mid. So Dragon.
Yeah, that was the other.
Nice. I mean, good call. I think it would have been a great pick for Enigma here. So good ban there. So what would Amar usually play with something like this? He'd probably love to play Viper because Viper with Drow is perfect for him, right? As a player.
Are you afraid of another Toxin used against you, maybe? Or
he doesn't know his matchup. I think that's the biggest problem, right? Like Viper is a lane dominator, and it's not like you can't pick Viper blindly because you can. Okay, I mean, this is the other one. I didn't even want to.
Razor.
I didn't even want to suggest it.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how good it is here. To
Guys,
run the Razor, but I mean,
whenever you think it's bad,
comfort.
whenever you think it's bad for Razor as a hero, you have to add the factor that it's Amar Razor,
It is.
and then you go, hey, maybe this matchup is pretty good.
the matchup is still not pretty good.
He's good against Doom,
but yeah,
right?
and
at least that's
it is his full comfort zone. So there's that.
Yes, it very much is. Now OG knowing that.
Like Samirana mid now into the Razor. Good old times.
Quaswex Invoker maybe. Is that? Stretch. It's too greedy probably anyway to play Invoker here.
I was trying to think if you still run Razor mid, and you really would. Just looking at their other heroes, I feel like that is the only lane that you could run it.
If Razor or DP go mid, Quap might be alright. Like, gives you a ton of burst. Can blink out of the static link if that's the problem.
All right.
Not sure. Maybe they look at it in a different way.
Looking outside of just hero-to-hero matchups in lane, looking at the bigger picture, what else does this mid laner need? What does BZM have to provide for the team?
See, that's what I was looking at. I would love for his hero to set up Doom, and that's why Puck would have been perfect, but it's obviously banned here by Nigma. They know what makes Doom tick. It is the Invoker. Okay, I mean, I was thinking it's kind of greedy, and this time you don't have the best Sunstrike setups, and BZM will almost always play Exort on this hero. Quaswex is, I mean, both builds of Invoker really are risky in each of their own ways, right? The Quaswex Invoker, you feel like you kind of have to get quite a bit done, and if you play Exort, you're not as much of a ganking factor from the mid lane as other heroes are. But then at the same time, you look over to Enigma Galaxy, and it's either Death Prophet or Razor mid, so it's not going to be like some sort of hyper-ganking mid matchup that you're playing against.
Are you doing the Meteor Hammer here? Are you doing the Stormer Meteor Hammer?
BZM would not do that, would he? He plays carry Invoker, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely comfort. That's for sure for both teams. Razor and Invoker as the last picks. I can't say with full confidence that I feel like it's the single best heroes available like in the entire hero pool, but for the teams, they've definitely got something they know how to play with.
Alrighty, and for you, Lizard now, we see these. We know who's playing what. It is very nice, stock standard, which you sometimes like to see. Where do you favor? Is it a 2-0 or is it going to be going 1-1?
I'm hoping it goes 1-1. I would like to see game 3. Like, I'm not sure when it comes to these two drafts. Like Sin said, both got the comfort zone.
Yep.
I see the weaknesses on both sides. On one side, you have Drow Morph. Like, Drow can scale well into that matchup. But
it's not even just not knowing what the drafts are going to be doing. It's the execution as well. How are these two teams going to be coming into game number 2? It's OG up against Enigma Galaxy with Lyrical and Kazu.
Thank you so much. And a crazy one indeed that we got.
Another one.
I know. So the thing I was looking at, it's only been Tundra so far in EU that's played Doom. But taking it in the first two, we saw it a lot more when we've been watching China.
Yep.
YBB have even run the same combo of like Disruptor, Doom together.
It's scary.
It's really scary. But do you like it in this game? Do you like what they've decided to go for?
I'm not always a big fan of the first two Doom, like when you pick it that early, but I feel like they're kind of set up for a decent lane. You know, I'm a little bit worried for Nigma's bottom lane with the Drow and what is it, Kuro on Shaker? So it's a Shaker 5.
Yeah.
If you ever have to run away from Doom Disruptor, they're very happy, and Drow Shaker don't protect each other that well. Last pick Razor, it is Amar. I do get that. But their draft, if things don't start out well in the early game, they're in for a lot of trouble, as GH might be in some trouble as well.
Oh, they're going to see that he dropped the
they
ward.
see the king.
They got him. Sumail. Oh, multi-shots turn that, but then they break it, and Sumail, in a world of hurt, going to go down. Yuragi gets the first blood. Taiga, Fairy Fire, living. They can't bring him down. Oh, man. Okay.
Good start for OG.
Yeah, absolutely. Sumail going down first is not great for Nigma. They're still chasing kind of here, too, though. Got to be careful with that one. See if they get the D ward also. They should be able to.
They should be able to. This Yuragi is going to get clapped just once. And last game, right, we had the bottom carry with a couple buffs. It looked pretty good. Now you have an actual carry hero in Morphling who's going to have an Alacrity and a sidekick, at least later down in the game.
Oh,
4
Kuro.
runes?
Yeah, they're going to get 4. Kuro, Fissure, not happening. Oh, he's even going to punch him one time first.
Yeah, he knows.
Easy.
So they're putting Io bottom. Okay. Okay, keeping the Drow topped off and just wanting to keep them at high HP and keep hitting them. Okay, I like this support swap from Nigma.
What do you think about the BZM going for the Meteor Hammer? You know, everybody talks about him playing it his carry role, but maybe he's switching things up a little bit with the new and improved Meteor Hammer.
I can see that. A little cold snap into the high 5. I feel like Amar should do very well in this lane until like couple minutes, and it gets a bit annoying. You get this EMP tornado combo all the time. And once he has Meteor Hammer, I feel like it's going to be very annoying for Amar. Like BZM, I think he just wants to stall the game. Make some moves, delay some towers, let Yuragi and DM get fat. Because they're the actual carries, and he's just going to help them to get there.
Okay, so trying to play a little bit less greedy of a style than he normally does, and sort of maneuvering with his team to make sure that he's in a good position. Okay, I like it. As Amar has a big wave coming in towards him right now, and so far looking pretty good against BZM. And former teammates facing off against each other in the mid lane. As Kuro going to do the normal thing, try and pull creep waves, but Chu's going to keep that pressure onto him a bit.
Yeah, should be okay. Good wave pull by Kuro, but... So I'm just going to look at... Yeah, so I feel like Yuragi should have a good time top. Both cores should have a decent time mid, but yeah, the swingy situation for me is definitely this bottom lane. There's a lot of volatility for both sides, but as I said before, I like the IO being here with Sumail. Like, just keeping him at full HP, so it's just harder to, like, be ran down as well.
Right, and these little plays like this, as you're seeing, Yuragi actually go on to MC a bit. But when you have these moments where, you know, Drow is having to farm underneath the tower or what have you, that extra little bit of regen helps a lot.
Yeah.
With his ability to make sure that he's, you know, still CSing and all the good stuff.
Like, having that with a little bit of move speed bonus from the IO can be very good for them, as long as they can keep an okay lane positioning. Taiga with a bit of a glimpse.
Nice, just whatever damage you can do. Kinetic field is down as Sumail doesn't have an easy way to get away. DM keeps that pressure onto him.
Oh, that was... I just realized now what they did. There was a Harpy creep, so GH called Sumail over to just kill it right away, because look at DM. He leveled Devour, which usually you wouldn't do in this lane. So really nice. Honestly, they escaped GG just now.
Yeah, that's one of those things. We've seen them do such good bullying with Doom.
Yeah.
You managed to get that creep. Okay, so a little bit of a save coming out from Nigma.
Absolutely. Very important one. It's top. A lot of creeps here in the tower on MC.
Fissure going to be used. Chu trying to trade aggro off of himself is going to still be able to mess around with MC a bit. Stun does not connect this time. And even redraws a little bit of aggro. And after failed stun, just going to back away.
Okay. You know, so both sides have a bit of pressure. Mid is just people throwing spells at each other, trying to... Amar should be able to outlast hit over time with the Link. As, yeah, top lane, another bing bong.
Kuro, getting brought down somewhat low. Has waveform ready, but doesn't want to go for the all-in play. A little bit too scary. Yeah, so this time, I mean, if we think about what happened last game, it was a lot of early momentum going into the favor of OG as Taiga's still chasing that courier down their bottom and BZM trying to create some separation. This time around, it's definitely Nigma with a slightly better start to the lanes.
For sure. They're doing very well. Like, top lane is like the most even one. Bottom, they're winning pretty nicely. And Amar is also doing a very nice job in mid, getting as much as possible out of these links to outlast hit BZM, who was forced into boots, so his Meteor Hammer won't come out as fast as maybe he would like. And yeah, I mean, they don't have this Inferno Blade in this bottom lane on this Doom, which I feel like they would really love to have as mid. Slightly off on the Fissure.
Can't quite connect onto that one. Don't know if it would have really made that much difference either way.
Probably not.
But does also secure that rune up top side for Amar, which is what you want to see. And level 4 so far on this Invoker, who is just a little bit behind the Razor in lane, as we might expect.
Yeah, he's... If you win this lane as Crossvex Invoker, you must be some actual miracle. No cap.
Drains a little bit of damage, then backs out. So, wave pushing in. Amar going to be confident, just holding steady. As MC, trading hits with Yuragi, still has some extra survivability coming in with all that lifesteal. Wave forms away. Chu going to get that stun. Spirit Siphon runs out. MC keeps himself a little bit of distance away from Yuragi and Chu, but then the pullback's there. Now Kuro's starting to drop. Everybody just very low up top.
There's just a lot of trading going on, right? Like, they all know how tanky they are. There's the Psychic with the Morph. Yeah. As the panel was mentioning, you have MC, double Wraith Band, Raindrop, and our beloved spell, Spirit Siphon, Ice Frog, please. This spell still needs a little tweaking, just a little more.
And he can just respam again, use right clicks to heal back up. But gets the wave under him, 20 and 10 right now versus the 17 and 6. So after getting a couple of those levels, things starting to look a little bit better. And Sumail, he's even putting some good punishment onto DM. Yeah, this lane has actually worked out very well for Nigma over the last couple of minutes. I think that steal away of the Harpy creep has changed so much.
It really did. They're doing very, very well down there. MC as well, just gonna man up with his double Wraith Band. Okay, rebound, sidekicks.
Couple more hits. MC, very low. Can they have enough? They need 2 more hits, it looks like, and we'll be able to get him there. Chu cleans up the kill.
Oh, big kill. Where was... So, oh, Kuro had died prior, huh? Suicided to a neutral creep.
They did it again. They got it and denied it. This happened before. I saw that also.
I saw it last time too.
Oh my god, I can't believe that happened.
This frame-perfect sync.
Radiant's top tower is under
Not too bad. You're like, yes, I denied it. And you click him, you're like, no. He's got it. Ooh, okay. TP to the tower with no HP. Yeah, honestly, Enigma's bottom lane is going very well. Mid lane is somewhat even in net worth, actually. Perhaps Amar had to spend some money on a little bit of regen.
Right.
So yeah, BZM doing pretty well in that lane, but Sumail, yeah, he is quite upset from last game, I think, and he's definitely showing it in this laning stage.
Yeah, they're beating him down. This one has looked very good from GH and Sumail playing together. I think a wise decision to send Kuro up there to the top side of the map. There are still a good amount of heroes that can get on top of him as this game goes later and later, of course, but we've seen Drowse absolutely take over throughout this DPC. It feels like one of the strongest carries in the entire game right now.
Drowse is just so nice. Like, it's not just a good hero for you. Your supports love to play it. You have all this damage. You can play on high range. And DP, Razor, I mean, they definitely love to have a Drow on their team too. Pump yourselves up with some agility, get that attack speed, get the armor. The only thing I'm looking at, like when Nigma sometimes have these drafts where Amar is playing, I don't know, second carry, especially from mid, if BZM finds a movement to go down bottom and run at Sumail, I feel like, again, they don't have the best answer to really TP. Sure, level 1 Fissure, maybe they overdive and Amar can come, but I feel like BZM has a lot of options to like really open up this game once he has his Meteor Hammer.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of walking away from Nigma heroes that happens.
I think so.
They have one hero that can stun in the entire game, and that's Kuro, who's probably, let's be real, not going to get a ton of farm. This could be one of those games where you're sort of really struggling to finish people off.
Yeah, like Kuro's farm, his space will have to come from his cores owning the game and opening it up for him, where maybe MC, they take the tower and he can farm a bit, because Kuro, maybe he's going to be too poor to get a blink, but maybe around the 12-13 minute mark as Amar going for a big play.
Go for an all-in play. BZM trying to fog him out, see if he can get away from Arm and Chu. The pullback, good damage. Amar, he went in too far. Gets brought down. BZM is going to die in the end. The ring comes back through for the finish.
Okay, he got the couple of tips with the alt chat. Why not? I mean, he got the kill plus 2 TPs. That's pretty worth for me.
And, a couple of tips from both sides. I wonder if Taiga sticks around there to try and glimpse him back. I feel like that could be a play.
That sounds like a pretty cool play. Any wards? He is pinging him. Let's see if Amar eats it.
Well, not TPing back in yet. Is actually just walking. Dude, he's standing there. He's the sentinel.
He should tip Tiger.
Dude, he's walking back.
Interesting. So he wants to... I mean, first of all, it's for the glimpse, and perhaps he also wants to keep the TP open, like, for later.
Right, okay.
To, like, help out on the map. So I kind of respect it, that he didn't just straight up TP out.
Yeah.
Places himself a ward, because, I mean, look. They're just waiting to murder him.
Are they going to be able to do this?
1k HP. Let's see. Who has TPs? Nick might have TPs on all the heroes.
This feels like a dangerous moment, but of course with that Meteor Hammer being done, it is an opening. And Amar, it's kind of hard for him to walk up into the lane when nobody else shows up. So when the Meteor Hammer spam comes out, that gives him the signal that he's going to be safe. Does lose all of his mana instantly.
He did a great job there at evading that gank and just killing the whole wave. As top. Just a little combo. Really nicely done by Chu. A perfect layering.
And MC, he might be in trouble also. They're going to have Glimpse ready for him.
Oh, he's pinging.
MC pulled back in. Spirit Siphon to try and stay alive, but with BZM making the movement over too, he's in trouble. Mar shows up for a moment. Taiga immediately just going to TP out, but doesn't manage to make the escape happen. BZM staying pretty far back in a good tornado, able to separate them again. And again, Amar has no mana.
Unlucky. Well, wherever he goes, there's BZM.
Yeah.
Pretty much just taking out his mana. As 1-for-1 trade for OG, but 2 TPs forced as well. Like Amar was forced to TP top, GH was forced to go top from bottom as well. So that now leaves Sumail a lot more vulnerable on this map. Like there's a very high chance that BZM is gonna, you know, just angle towards bottom. Because who can help him?
Yeah, there's really nobody that can get down there quickly enough. I mean, IO only level 4 at this point. They are going to block off this DD rune from being picked up. And that sets up actually for just Kuro to take it away.
He can farm his blink now with the DD. No problem.
Don't worry, Amar. You didn't want that anyway.
Still the creeps, Kuro. Come on, you have DD.
Meteor Hammer onto mid again with Catapult. And BZM, all of the cores right now from OG looking pretty solid. And they're actually going to smoke up, and it looks like they are going to make that play you're talking about. Try and head down bottom and see if they can catch Sumail.
Okay, let's see if GH will be able to break that one. He is in a very good position right now. He knows that Sumail is the king in this game, top net worth. You definitely want to protect him. So GH, at least for now, in a pretty good position.
Has Doom ready on DM, but heading out.
They're trying to dodge it.
Oh, they dodge him. GH, he's back over there. They spot Sumail. Going to go instead for the easier kill on a GH here. So bringing him down, the Glimpse pulls him back in. There is going to be a fissure to make sure that Taiga goes down. And in fact, BZM actually gets gusted, has to TP out immediately, but Kuro in range to break it. Oh, wow. That is such a huge turnaround. With the Mars showing up, 3 go down.
That was really nicely done by Nigma. GH with the perfect positioning, just baiting a lot and, you know, just breaking the smoke. Kuro with the TP also getting to cancel the TP out from BZM. And I mean, look at Sumail. His net worth is...
Yeah.
It's definitely up there.
And he has, I mean, we talked about sort of the amplification of damage from the Marcy. The IO's the original. This hero giving attack speed, giving damage, you know, well, not damage, but damage by staying alive. Feels very good.
He just evaded another smoke.
Yeah.
But Yuragi and Chu were smoking to mid, trying, you know, catch Sumail while he's hitting the tower. But what do you know? He's just chipping it 3-4 times. He was like, okay, they're probably coming. Backs off. Really, really nice map awareness right now coming out from the king.
What more can they do now? Amar is here. There's a lot of heroes in the area. And BZM, Tornado to start with the Meteor Hammer. Easy setup, but the miss. Ooh.
Easy setup. For who? Not for himself, apparently.
Oh, apparently. I don't know, man. A weird one.
MC looking to pressure. I mean, Nigma doing a nice job. They're pressuring top and mid. BZM.
Static Storm down, connects onto 2, but BZM,
Sentry.
he's linked up. They go for the Glimpse back to try and get
he tried to dodge it.
And it is going to be enough for the moment. Sumail still chasing. They've got illusions on BZM, keeping eyes on him. But the tornado goes out, and now it's enough to back away. Oh, that shot quite going to connect. The fissure was there, but they don't have enough for the kill. So as we said, a lot of walking away, and he snipes him! Takes out Kuro with the Glimpse. Taiga able to get a pick off there.
Okay, I mean, at least there's a lot of action in this game. You can't complain about people being AFK because they're definitely not.
Yeah, a lot of battles.
DM is getting to recover at least a little bit down bottom. He's been left alone, has his Midas, Max Devour. Creeps are hitting some tower. But yeah, I like what Nigma are doing. Top tier 1 is being pressured by MC. Could soon be in a bit of trouble though. In the meantime, they were chipping down mid as Chu is just waiting for more people to arrive.
Scan connects.
Oh,
and
he did him dirty.
Going to get out of harm's way. Nicely played.
Very nicely done with the Tumbler's Toy into TP, forcing some more, reactions on the map. Yeah, I would right now Nigma are definitely out moving OG on this map.
Yeah, they're getting everything that they need. There is still a lot of farming going on from these heroes.
Yeah.
You look at Morphling, you look at Doom. They've basically been absent from this game in a lot of ways, it feels like. Well, a lot of the other action's been going on with the Invoker. Now a smoke up coming from Drow and Io, who are going to spot DM. Want to try and find him for the kill, but no way to break that one. Kuro already used Fissure.
Oh, okay. Fissure on CD outside. Oh, that's an interesting TP. But yeah, he's just gonna TP out. He's fine. Now taking some turns. OG gonna go and take the top tier 1. Yeah, I mean, I guess a bit of farming going on until we reach one of the next items. So OG want to invade the triangle.
Mar spots Yuragi. They think about going in, but the wave form out. Chu in trouble. They're gonna glimpse away one. So that means that Drow will not be helped out anymore. But Taiga getting low. Does he have enough to get away? No.
Nope.
A double for Amar.
I'm surprised this game is so not have BZM blocked off too.
Needs to be careful about this. The silence is out. DM is nearby. Does drop the Doom immediately on to that Earthshaker. Tornado backs away. Good damage out. BZM is going to get chased down the Ghost Walk. The multi-shot's going to be enough. Yuragi trying to bring down Sumail now. This Gus doing a lot of work.
Silence.
The second round of silence. Can they kill him off in time? Yuragi turns to fight as DM wants to stay on a hero, but the silence is there. And then the stomp, and then the connection. A couple more hits from the glimpse. It's down. Chu is there, and they're going to find Sumail. What a huge win. OG pull a fight out of nowhere.
Oh, that was actually just beautiful spell usage. First, Kuro, he's looking for the Echo.
Echo Slam? No. Okay.
No.
What is a Fissure?
That would have been very cool, but no. Yuragi has to TP out. First with the Doom to make more time. I mean, is the fight even over yet? BZM is coming for another round.
Dun, 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 dun. And a glimpse back. Wasn't able to get him all the way to base on Amar, but just back to the tier 2. Still, the mid tower goes down.
That was huge for OG. Suddenly they're up 3k gold because, Doom is kind of shitting out money. Now he has a BKB, Nigma with a slight overplay and a Morphling. Attribute shift, and he turns into DP, sucks a few people, and gets like 3k HP in 2 seconds.
Right, and Taiga coming back at that perfect
Super
moment
clutch
to make sure that he was able to get that static storm off. Yeah, I mean, that fight basically started in the Radiant Ancients, and it just continued all the way back. As you're going to see the Catapult start to do some good damage along with the Meteor Hammer down bottom. So in the space of a couple of minutes, it's going to be Nigma that will have lost all of their tier 1 towers.
Ooh. Yeah, these last couple minutes, wow. I cannot stress enough how much of a disaster they have been. They were so close to taking the mid tower and the top tier 1, but now look at MC's net worth. He has fallen behind so much in this game.
And these DPs, when you see them start to get blown up a couple of times, the mech isn't enough, because you're the central target in these engagements. Maybe it's going to be Razor this time. We'll sort of have to see how the fights unfold, but they're really going to need those saves coming from the IO.
Yeah. Amar is going to have to help his team a lot, especially MC. Death Prophet relies on running in and continuing to do so. So now that his net worth is so low, Amar is going to have to take over. It's true. Good silence.
Does have a lot of armor with that medallion. Able to take away the Observer Ward, actually, there.
Okay. I mean, they're getting to hold their own jungle. They're going to wait for Amar's BKB, and then they're actually going to be pretty strong. As there's a Vessel on BZM, I really like this item build. A lot of other Invokers I've seen, they just go this Meteor Hammer into Midas, but look at his heroes. He's not the real carry, as now they're TPing top. MC might just be getting another death.
Yeah, no way to get out of this one. I mean, he'll get the tower, but it costs him a lot. So BZM is actually the one that gets the last hit with the Meteor Hammer damage. But yeah, that is not what you want to see. You are an Enigma fan. Okay. Although they will likely also lose the mid-tier 1 tower. So a lot of buildings falling down.
Absolutely. And I must say, there's a lot of things happening for OG right now that I like a lot. First of all, the Vessel against DP and against IO, super good. It's also great that you're not greeting up because you already have the Doom Morph. And Chu, he's going for a Solar Crest, not the drums. Why? Because it's Morph who's playing against a Drow Ranger. You want to feed armor to your teammates, so really nice switch up there too. Like, once again, things are coming together for OG.
At that. You can see esportsbet.io 1-4 odds right now, feeling pretty good about themselves. And yeah, the extra armor, he built it later, but it was the first item drums for Chu in the last game. So definitely swapping it up and feeling good about his situation right now. The other thing that you might end up seeing later on could be even like an AC maybe out of the Doom.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to help your teammates out with the armor from now. As Nigma are holding the net worth, you know, for now, between 3 and 4K, but these next couple minutes and potentially the first Roche is crucial. Nigma have finished up a couple items, Holy Locket on Io, the Pike on Sumail with the Shard, and Amar's BKB. Like, this next fight, Amar can be a really big nuisance.
We'll see if he can actually get where he needs to be. Now, he does show on this lane here for a second. If he goes for the next creep wave, oh, Amar, does he get greedy? They're all over here. He is going to show, and OG going to gladly be willing to take this one. As the Stomp comes out, the Meteor Hammer is there. They're trying to bring in and turn this around. BKB used at very low HP, but it might be enough to turn this. DM, he's just going to TP out.
Okay.
So that's the BKB used with the Haste Rune. Not enough to kill off Amar.
BKB trades, I'll say that's somewhat okay, as I haven't checked out Taiga in a while, but he's halfway to an Aghanim.
He's been having a really good game so far. Made that clutch save in the mid lane, getting a lot of gold for himself, and if you can get this Disruptor off to a hot start, he is definitely going to take it to the house. I mean, we always think about Taiga Black Hole, right? Now he's just going to be able to buy it on another hero.
Yeah, not a win condition where you get stopped by it and you're just like, okay, I can't do anything. I'm just going to wait for 5 seconds.
Yes, I'll die.
Hope I live. Oh, I'm dead.
That was Kuro, though, having the shard completed, too. He's still trying to get to the Blink Dagger. These games feel so hard to play for Nigma when they just don't really have, like, that great of initiators.
What do you mean? They have Fisher.
I know, but
on their +5.
It's, you know, this is not great.
Well, I do like the swap up that he goes for the shard, right, with the Fisher, because Blink, I mean, let's face it, he's not getting it for another, like, 15 minutes if they get to hold the game that long. Because now OG up 5k gold, smoking around, and yeah, I just feel like for Sumail, it must be really hard right now to play the game. You are top net worth, yes, but it feels incredibly hard to fight into OG.
3, 2, 1, Static Storm back up. Sumail, he's going to get caught, going to get brought down by
Relocate still on
afterwards. And that is going to be an easy kill, I think. Yes.
Yep.
BKB afterwards. DM's there, has the Doom ready. Doesn't want to drop it, though. Backing away, finally throws it. And Amar, he's going to have a lot of damage, but will it be enough to get him out? No. So they take down 3. MC trying to escape. Iragi switched into that Razor form, getting the damage out. And having him caught, MC also going to die. 4 heroes dead. The last one alive is Kuro, who is eventually going to get chased down. The full team wipe for only the Doom. What a huge win for OG.
Oh my god, OG are back or what? They just need to like play some weird stuff, you know, bust out some Mirana carry with Marcy 5, 2 games in a row. I love how they're moving around the map, their itemization. You know, it looks like an actual team.
Right. Well, and the thing about it, too, is if, you know, it's interesting because this is what I was saying about Nigma the entire first start of the tour.
Yeah.
We never doubted these players' talent. The thing that we doubted was if they're going to sort of work together in concert. And maybe we're finally starting to see that from OG as well. This is obviously a star-studded lineup, and they're playing their heroes just about perfectly in this game. It's so crazy that it's happening right towards the end of the tour, though.
You never know what to expect. Like, sometimes it just happens at this magical moment right now where they need it. This is like a do-or-die moment for them.
Yeah.
They're showing up. Yeah. Sumail is getting closer to his BKB, but I'm just struggling to see how they want to fight in a nice way. Like, a lot of the time, I'm just trying to map it out in my head, and it feels awkward.
Right.
You're working around one stun. One single Fisher.
It does definitely feel bad in that way. And, I mean, the other thing is that the other way I could see these fights going well is maybe MC's like out in front with Exorcism going, presenting a target onto a tower or something, and then they can go for like a counterplay. But this lineup doesn't really counterplay either. it's like there's so many heroes that I feel like want to do similar things.
Yeah, they might have to look to attack first. Like maybe go around, get on the supports. That's usually one of the best things as MC. On a ward?
Oh no, the catch there onto 2. GH trying to get away. The BKB is out from DM, and MC, he's going to be the first one to go down. Can they find more? Can these heroes get out of there? Stumail TP's away. Do they have anything else for a catch? Glimpses up, but no vision. Kuro, he's going to get away.
Okay, I guess they only lost MC for now.
Those deaths hurt, though. It feels terrible.
They really do. I think that MC is not coming back into this game. He's for now, he's going to be a Greaves. He has to rely on Amar going in for him with this Drow Aura, and he's going to have to hope that that's enough. But you have to do that against a Morphling with a Sidekick, a Solar Crest, and Alacrity. DM.
No BKB for him, although they're going to glimpse Amar still running in with the BKB.
Can he get out?
That's eventually going to wear off, my man. And indeed, it's going to wear off right now. Sumail also may be in some trouble. He doesn't have a BKB. Chu jumps forward right on top of him. But do they have anything else? The Echo, Yuragi still living through that. And Taiga, with a glimpse, can pull him back in if they get some good vision. Sumail thinks about turning, ready to fight. GH aggressively whipping them, running on in, thinking about using their one stun.
Nice field.
But can't do anything.
You can tell how badly GH wanted to go in there. If he had any aggressive spell, he would have blinked right on top of all of them.
Dude, the spirits.
Yeah. Where are they?
Yeah, he's just got to level them, and then he'll be ready.
Yeah. They're coming soon.
Echo Slam down right now. Kuro, he's getting close to his Blink Dagger, but they're going to see this Spirit running on in, and that's going to pull off any hopes of trying to sneak a Roach.
How sad. Like, they were probably debating to sneak it, and then this little pesky dumbass runs in there and sees you.
Dude, they would. I think absolutely they would have gone for it.
Okay, they're smoking around. They see Taiga.
Caught for a moment. Somewhat tanky.
Right,
not tanky enough.
Does have buyback.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Would love to not have to use that if possible. He's been building towards this Aghanim Scepter. And of course, if they do want to come and contest this, they're going to need to make it happen soon. Although it looks like they're actually... Wait,
they're really giving it up? Where's the tornadoes, bros?
Oh, nobody was looking at the pit, and then they saw it die late.
Oh.
Disruptor buys back into the game. DM thinking about jumping, but they're not able to do it. Chu, he's into the pit. Chu trying to take it.
Oh, they
steal it away. Yuragi takes it from him. Chu just almost solo killed MC himself. And now the turn onto Amar. Yuragi living through it. When it goes from bad to worst, it's pretty rough, and Drow going to get caught, killed off. GH, the last one alive. It was a bold attempt, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
They baited them. I'm sure OG were like, wait another second, wait another second. Now we go. Chu just chatting it up, goes in, gives vision. Yuragi comes in with the waveform, snatches the Aegis, and yeah, I mean, if things weren't already bad, now they're very bad.
Dude, I think Chu is really making Marcy look like a good 5.
Yeah, he's making it look like a good hero.
I was fully ready to come on in here and flame this, but last game he played really well. I thought it was just like, okay with the Mirana, but now, like, being able to go in, be like this super tanky hero, 2,000 HP with like basically no items, just chilling.
Marcy 5 reminds me of heroes like Disruptor. They look very good when you can keep going in, you have people to play off of, you can jump in, pull people into you, play an aggressive laning phase, and most importantly, make use of the sidekick and build the Solar Crest or drums. Because you don't really have a different item build. And they're showing this perfectly in these drafts.
Yeah, they've picked it in the second phase each time. Maybe there'll be a chance that other teams are going to have to ban it out. But for now, Nigma heading in towards bottom, wanting to retake their jungle and get some farm on these heroes. They need this BKB desperately on MC. And to be honest, now that Drow has it, I don't know if that makes it significantly better. They're also going to need a Linkens on top of it.
It's just a problem. Like, Sumail, his net worth is still good when we consider the situation he's in and, you know, what's happening in the game, but your BKB doesn't do that much when you have 2-3 other heroes who also need their next item, and then they need their next item, because you want to fight, but they don't. Now you're down 17k gold, and you're like, okay, I guess we just need to split the map and wait.
All right. No, it feels bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this a full BKB coming out for Marcy? Yes, it is.
Oh, he's chilling.
And 30 gold, 130 gold away from the Disruptor Ags, too. Yeah, that's going to be coming off of this tower.
I mean, OG have, like, all of the heroes can do so much in a fight. Like, if Chu has a good initiation, pops his ult with the BKB, he can just kill one of the subs. or force BKBs on the course. Then there's a static. Yeah, there's a lot of problems that are being thrown Enigma's way.
And right now, they're trying to come on in and pressure bottom tower, but it's OG that are knocking on their front door down here. And Yuragi almost takes it just by himself. Alacrity, sidekick, everything.
That's a pretty strong morph.
God, I mean, it's just the attack speed right now, too. Obviously, not that many points in the Exort for the Invoker. Oh, he has, he's maxed out. Never mind. It just wasn't updating for me. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, and he's already top net worth. The amount of gold he's getting. Okay, that's true. Goes in. Fisher.
And just getting ripped apart.
Unlucky.
Caster Curse, he's playing so well. But they do get the racks. So, giving up the life for the racks.
Yeah, unlucky. He didn't have to jump in, but he got fished at the same time. Nigma, they want to try to use this timing. They do have a DD on Amar as well, leading the charge.
They hit it immediately.
Yep, they know. Who are we putting in front? Maybe Mr. Aegis Man would be a good choice.
Wow. It looks like Nigmar just going to back.
Nigmar just smoking away from their problems, I see. Yeah. That makes sense.
Just get away. Creeps in our base, who cares? Maybe they're going to push mid.
Base race?
Yeah, why not?
Let's go, guys. You'll win it for sure.
What could go wrong?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
They do have the creeps in their base, though, and, well, TP's in mass
Rainbow
down bottom.
TP bottom. Okay.
4 heroes. And can they catch him? Amar.
The Titan. The neutral item.
Oh, the neutral item. It's going to go away. Who picks it up? Oh, that feels bad.
At least Amar pinged it out before he died. Guys, go. Go pick it up.
That one hurts.
It really does.
And Taiga looking for a glimpse target. Can they get vision of anybody? Chasing. BZM on their heels.
They see him.
Turn, walked into it. BZM in some trouble now, but DM shows up, gets it down immediately. And now with the Doom and, well, the other form of Doom, she is going to die. The relocate also means that they're likely going to get this IO kill.
What bonus kills? Yeah, again, just a lot, like when you're down this much and the enemies are buying good items, BZM with the Witchblade and the Pike, Vessel, like all these random attributes and HP items so he gets to live through. Suddenly, the bros are here, 3 dead. Yeah, 21k lead. Nigmar are going to have to pull out something insane in order to come back in this game.
What an exceptional performance from OG.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think, not just the fact that, they're coming in, they're looking good, they're winning these games, but considering where they were, I think that it shows a lot of fortitude for a team to be able to sort of come back from being down bottom of the region and make this type of a play happen.
Absolutely, and they're looking great. So they definitely had a good talk after their most recent loss.
Yeah. Wait for him. Draghi is going to be able to dodge that.
They're toying with Amar up top.
Well, DM. Oh my god, that item.
Styling on him with the Ogre Seal.
The Ogre Seal totem is so insane. And Amar, he's going to be in some trouble now. Catches him right there, and Chu comes in for the finish with BZM. Kills his courier too, and your little dog too.
Damn.
Yuragi?
He's chilling. That's Satanic.
You do see how much damage the Drow does when there isn't that extra armor on him. But as long as they're nearby, not easy to go for the kill. And MC finally using that BKB charge. They will get a fissure. Chu in again. DM now chasing. Their stun is dead. No way to get out of that one as, well, Tornado just going to be a little bit a ways from it. Sumail pops his BKB as he saw Tiger running up. A little bit afraid of that Aghanim Scepter, although he did not drop it yet. And now the glimpse after the BKB was used from Sumail. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, but the relo out keeps him alive.
Okay, still holding for now. People are starting to respond.
There are creeps hitting tier 4 towers, but it's also a Morphling hitting your racks, and that is going to be a second one most likely done. There's also a really good ward inside the base. So if they want to step a bit far in, they can do that too. But no, they're not going to stick around for the melee. We'll just retreat.
I mean, Sumail would love to just stand his ground and hit Yuragi, but the moment Yuragi just looks at him and punches him once, Sumail is like, yeah, I don't want any of this. Pops his BKB, has to run away. Yeah, this is not the Drow Morph matchup the way that you kind of want it to be. You're so far behind.
He's playing with one hand right now. He's thinking about what he needs to do.
Maybe it helps him think this way. And standing still.
He's scratching his beard a little.
It is hard. I don't know if when you're when you're down 26k gold, I don't know if helping, if it helps to play with one hand. Maybe it's new tech I don't know about.
Possibly. Midas back up for DM, but he's got death on the mind, and it's MC that's going to be likely giving it to him. Jump in, finds him immediately, but he gets the BKB off. Okay, MC living, now the turn. The stun is pretty good for Yuragi. The Echo Slam afterwards, but the turn, it's a lot worse for them. Another stun, this time onto MC as Amar. And then on the backside of it, they weren't able to find any kills, and with the Curl buyback, they are going to retreat.
Okay, buyback forced, couple of BKBs. We're chilling. Roche can be up soon.
Let's see what that timer ends up being. 1:20. And so that does buy enough time for EXO to be back up, I think. No, not quite. No, it's 2 minutes.
Not quite indeed. As OG now, I mean, they can basically do whatever they want. They can be in a semi-aggressive position if they ever see Nigma leave the base and just kill them. If none of those, are, if nothing comes up, you can wait for Roche, kill it in 1 minute, pick up the shard, pick up the Aegis, and then eventually look to high ground because you are up so much gold. You have a lot of, like buffering.
Yeah, no, they are absolutely in control of this game. I mean, right now, 7,000 gold ahead of the Drow is the Morphling.
Yeah.
And with, Satanic and all these other things, it's just really feeling impossible to try and kill Yuragi. He's going in for an Agams next, but in the meantime, they also find Amar.
They found him.
No BKB ready, and he is going to drop. I mean, you just take one step outside and you're just dead.
Yeah, like maybe you're at the stage where you should start relocating like outside to, I don't know, farm some waves, or maybe you relocate to pick up the DD as they are doing now into the buyback.
All right.
So Sumail TP's back himself. They won't know what happened. They don't know he has a DD.
Yeah, this is an
now
interesting one. They've got to get something done here. But they don't have any control for this team. They can't do it. They can't pick the fight.
Well, they can only fight if OG allows them to, and OG are like, no. You brought back. I don't want to be here anymore. Up, smoke up. Okay, let's go.
Right underneath the ward, and BZM laughing about it.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah.
No, all good, all good.
Run back in. BZM breaks the smoke. MC spotted. Yuragi, they jump in, find Amar. He gets the BKB off. Immediately, Yuragi gonna go for the Hurricane Pike back away. Gotta be careful. Taiga could have a big ulti here if it works out, but all the BKBs are already used. Now the Doom onto MC. Yuragi's still right there.
Echo Slam
onto both of them. Yuragi, but he's living.
Nope, Satanic.
He got it off at the last second. They're gonna take down Sumail. Gonna go for more kills. Kuro in trouble. Io nowhere left to go. That is everybody dead. Most without buyback. GG. OG come in and win the series, and DM very happy about it.
Well, rightfully so. They have not looked that good, and today they just show up and, yeah, they're back. This is the OG we all want to see. They come in, pick some Marcy, do some stuff. Looks amazing.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff from them. I think that, like, the combination of unorthodox picks playing together really well, it looked solid. For Nigma, I don't know what went wrong. It felt like there was issues maybe in the drafting or something. Like, it definitely felt like they targeted him in terms of their ban, and that last pick, Amar, for the Razor, as much as we've been hyping it up, they kind of put him into a box where it was like there wasn't a great pick left.
It's really, I mean, I feel like this Razor pick was not the one. Maybe it's just too hard to get something that you did want to have, but yeah, I'm just really happy to see OG actually perform because they have not looked like a team at all.
No. I haven't got to catch too many of their games completely all the way through, but at so many times it just felt disconnected, like it wasn't all coming together. Like I said earlier, you would love to have had this sort of come back online earlier in the season, but they're definitely not out of it. And as we talked about, this sets up for some craziness in terms of the setups. Like, tiebreakers, you ready?
I didn't even think about it, but now what? You have 4 or 5 teams at 2 and 3? I don't want to know. I don't want to see it.
Well, we'll go to some people that will break down all of the craziness that we're likely going to be seeing in just a few as we head on back to the panel.
That leaderboard will be spicy when we do jump to it, but this game number 2, OG were able to be consistent in this series. In fact, even more dominant in this game number 2. I loved seeing it so much. I mean, everywhere from the Chew on Marcy plus 5 there, obviously Yuragi on Morphling having a really great performance too. So it's a hard one for Nigma Galaxy, this loss for sure, but OG, they stepped up again when it really, really mattered for them.
Yeah, I think we should be really happy seeing OG back in it, right? Like actually managing to pull off a 2-0 against Nigma. I know a lot of you guys have doubted them, me myself included as well. But one thing that I really have to notice, they've been just outplaying Nigma throughout the game. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily only on the draft. Like the way they played around the mid game, around the tier 1 and tier 2 on the mid lane as well. It was literally just one outplay after another. Morphling going in, turning into the DP, siphoning out, like killing off the IO and Drow afterwards. Like they just took this game and ran away.
And you also have the answer to your question, Sind, of which comfort came out stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say, I feel like OG found a time machine, right? It's like they're back to a couple months ago when they looked like one of the best teams in the world, right? Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here and say, okay, they're fully back, you know, they're going to stomp everyone and everything is flowers again. But I'm just very, very impressed with them this series. I think it was a very clean series overall, great individual plays, and something that did not go into the time machine was actually BZM. He played Quas Wex with a Meteor Hammer. And I was theorizing it during the draft. Okay, wouldn't it be nice if the Invoker played faster? I just didn't think he was going to, but there's definitely a mix of, you know, comfort, but also being willing to adapt to what works and what's hot right now. And I think it was crucial for them that he went this build instead of Exort. That was one of the key differences in this game. One team had a mid lane Razor, the other had the Invoker. He was setting up plays, he was making moves. All of Amar's successes in the mid-early game was around TPing to defend allies rather than making his own plays, because it's a Razor. So.
And you didn't really have any objective taking capabilities, so having Meteor Hammer on Invoker obviously came in handy. Plus you have a Morphling, he's on the greedier side. If you have a mid laner that's able to move across the map, make stuff happen, that just makes your game so much easier.
Roche fight as well is insane. Like you see the supports both just sort of back off just with a sliver of health there. It was such a great jump in from Chu as well, and then picking up the Aegis on Morphling. It was a really, like they were already ahead, but I think this for me was that big turning point. I'm like, okay, there really is a massive uphill battle for Nigma Galaxy to even get a pinky in the door at this point.
And since you were talking about the time machine, they definitely took their gameplay back, like the way they're playing, their skill level. At the same time, I feel like they took the meta back. Chu is demolishing with this Marcy twice in a row now on PlayStation 5. Like in the first game, perhaps a little bit more utility-based. In the second game, he wasn't messing around. Basher, BKB, I'm going to solo this IO every single time.
DM's having a great time, apparently. Nice, that was a good clip.
Yeah. I have two more questions as well. One being around this Doom. We saw it picked up in the early phase, and we were saying that normally it's a hero you would pick up when you have, you know, a target in mind that you really want to Doom, that you know what you can shut down. And all they had seen so far was the Death Prophet. So in your eyes, where you are now comfortable with OG picking up Doom in the first phase, you stand behind the idea they had here?
I'm not fully convinced just how powerful that pick is, but clearly it worked for them this game, so we can't really, you know, question, be like, wow, that was a terrible idea. They just outplayed their horrible draft. You know, it's not like it works like that. But I do think it's really important for Doom to have decent laning conditions, and in this game he got that because Nigma ran a safe lane Drow. There were other carries potentially in the pool that could have been really scary, but obviously they covered their bases and banned them in the second phase. They were definitely anticipating that Nigma would pick either IO or the Undying to close out the first phase, and then you get to protect your Doom. So, yeah, it worked out pretty well.
He got gold, what Doom does the best. As one caster would say, he was shit in gold.
Like, who could have said that one, huh?
Could be anyway. Could be any
anyone, yeah.
Any Kezu, yeah.
Not gonna name any names, but yeah, he did that. It wasn't really a perfect Doom game from my perspective. Like, it wasn't like he had this one big target he needs to eliminate. He'd literally Doom anyone that came up close to him. If it's Razor, even if he already uses the link, he dooms him. If it's someone else, he gets doomed. Shaker gets doomed. Everyone gets doomed. Like, it doesn't really matter.
MVP, I saw it have a little graphic pop up, but who would you guys like to give it to?
I feel like it's actually really tough to choose in this game.
I'll put who I think would be a contender. I want to put Chu up there. I think he had an amazing
that's very reasonable.
I think it's his best performance since he's come into the team as a permanent POS 5. And it's not just this game, I think also last game. So I'm an advocate for Chu.
I would agree with that. I think that's fine.
You two go with Chu, I'll go with Uragi. Give it to Chu, but... This man won first game with Mirana. Second game has 0 deaths on Morphling. He goes 11-0-20 or something.
Yeah, but he got sidekick and alacrity. So was he really one hero?
He was like, here's the silver platter. Do you want the win?
He got Solar Crest. He got alacrity. He got
Yeah, he was enabled by True. That's it. That's what you're saying.
Would you like a drink? Yuragi, can I get you
Yeah,
anything?
where was those refreshments again? That's what we're talking about. Normally it's the coach. This time around it was
Nah, he
Q.
played great. Yeah. He did. I think this, very similarly to game number 1 for me, I just think everybody really pulled their weight from OG. For me, it's a good sign when I have a hard time choosing an MVP. I think that means that if you're playing against a good opponent, that means that everybody is really doing a solid job and you weren't relying on somebody to have a incredible standout performance in order to get your win. This was just a great team effort by everyone today, and you should be super happy with that.
I definitely agree with that sentiment because there's been times where we've seen teams win games or win series because there's been one player that really pops off, and you're like, if he had have been on any other hero, if he had have died maybe once or twice more, this game would have gone differently. And I honestly can't pinpoint if that had have happened for one player. Like if Yuragi had have died a couple more times,
I think they would have been fine.
And they would have been in a great position that they are there. So, have we convinced you? You come around to Chu as MVP, Lizard?
Choo.
I won't. Yeah, sure. Give it to Chu. That's fine.
All right. Well,
we already did.
Yeah, we already did. We don't care what you have to say anymore, but I do care what Tiger has to say. He's going to be joining us winners interview here. Tommy Tiger Lee, how are you? A great win for you guys today.
Hello. Thank you. I guess we feeling a lot better after the win. Finally, we won a series for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's been a bit tough for you guys, and I noticed that you're back at home here. So I do have a question. How come you guys were only boot camping for that first week? Was that a decision the whole team came to, and that was always the game plan, or did something else come up?
Yeah, we had it structured actually for our boot camp, and we know what we needed to do and what we wanted to do. We had a great plan coming into the season, but the boot camp itself was great. Unfortunately, it was my worst boot camp since I got very, very sick.
Oh no!
And I think it affected our performance a lot too, because you just change a new player, and there's a lot in the game that lacking in a way. That's strategy. We don't know what we do in the mid game. We have no clue. We're clueless. I also forgot a lot of things when I came back from the hospital. And it's I felt like myself. Something changed when I came back to play. It's I forgot about how to play Dota. I don't know what happened, but I just forgot how to play Dota. So that was upsetting.
Yeah.
This series.
I could imagine, but look, you definitely learned how to play Dota again. You had a fantastic series this time around. Hopefully you're feeling better as well. I do have one question. When we got to interview Chu, we asked about the Ogre 4 in that Liquid series, and he didn't really give us an answer. So I do want to know if you can remember all the way back there, whose idea was it for putting you on Ogre 4 there?
It was my idea, actually. I was like, guys, I was thinking, I was in the hospital a couple hours, just doing my infusion, and I came back from the hotel. From the hospital, I couldn't sleep because I was in pain. So I was just thinking about Dota. Maybe I should just play an Ogre Magi and just be a guy buffing. I don't feel like I can play Dota right now.
Right.
But I would try my best. I don't know. I just felt like Ogre was a great hero for me. So yeah, my bad.
Learning experience probably won't be happening anytime soon, Lizard.
Run around bloodlust people. It's one of those easier heroes to play. Tell me, what's the morale of the team right now? How are you guys after all the losses? How are you managing to keep it together? Are you maybe doing any talks or just screaming? What's the plan?
I think after losing to GG and Monaspa, we had great talks. We had actually very good, honest talk with each other. I was very honest about things. I feel like there are things we could work on better, and definitely we need to be more disciplined, and I'm proud that it seems to be working. I think everyone is more disciplined. Nobody's late for anything. Everyone at the same time, and everybody shows up with the great energy, good energy that they actually want to play to win. And that's good. It gives me the good vibes. When I have the good vibe, I feel like, okay, maybe I can actually play some Dota now. Bring me up, guys. Bring me up. There you have it.
Okay, you definitely did show up today with some good vibes, or at least it looked that way. What's up with Nirvana carry? That's my last question. Was it some fixed idea from the hospital as well, or did it just happen?
Nah, that one I gotta give credit to Artyom. I think Artyom was feeling sick one day. Everyone's getting sick during enough team. I don't know what's happening, but this season has been absolute disaster for us. So yeah, so Audio was feeling sick one day, and he was like, "I don't want to play this game, guys. I need to take a break." I was like, let's play, guys. Dude, we need some practice. Like, okay, I want to play Mirana. I will pick it. And they're like, oh, shit, this here is great, dude. Great job, dude. You're playing it well. And then that's the way it happened.
Okay, thank you. Unexpected.
All right, so the way you come up with new strategies is just getting sick. Then you
Just
pick
have a
poker,
fever
you pick
dream.
Mirana. Yeah, I guess so. Creativity is it's half insanity always, right? So that makes sense. So I like to ask people this when we have them on for interviews. This is a bit more about you personally as a player. What do you think is your single biggest strength, if you had to give one, as a player compared to other players that play your role? What's the thing that sets you apart? It doesn't have to be in the game. It can be anything.
I think usually I have a lot of ideas, like creativity, that I usually have in my mind when I'm in my, in the zone. I'm not in the hospital thinking about random stuff. So yeah. So I usually, the Helm of Dom, hobby scout thing, when it used to be pretty imba. That was something we used to abuse on the raid pack, of course. So it's like, a lot of these things, I thought about it, but they didn't really succeed or make it actually work into the meta. Also, I mean, of course, a lot of things that I come up with is also bad. For example, that Ogre Magi on me was like, okay, why am I disabling my own playstyle? That's not my type of hero. But sometimes when you don't get enough sleep and you're in pain, you start thinking about bad things and it doesn't work out.
Any other questions, Sid?
No, that's good.
All right, I do have one last one before we let you go. Is how is the chemistry with DM coming along? You guys have been together now for all of Tour 1, and now most of Tour 2 is over. So how would you guys say that you work as a laning duo now?
I think DM coming into a team is actually very helpful. I think there's like a lot of things of course, our team is not the same, and there are things we need to change, and some things we need to unlearn from the past team, and some things we need to learn, like to enable each other. I don't think DM was fully enabled on how we wanted to play. Like we will. So I think we have tried to enable him more and make sure he feels comfortable. And it's also a part of my responsibility to make sure that he feels comfortable playing with me on the lane, and not fuck up his lane. So try my best.
Yeah. Do you think he's enabled you in a different way as a POS4 as well, or you still have a pretty similar playstyle to before him?
I mean, he's enabling me with a lot, actually. He let me play my game. It's just a little bit unfortunate that I'm not in my top shape right now. Otherwise, I'll be crushing everyone in this season, but sadly. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Tiger, we will let you go. Thank you so much for all the honest and in-depth answers. Hopefully you're feeling better or will do soon. And thank you again. Congratulations on the tour.
Thank you. Have a nice day, guys.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, poor Tommy. I didn't know that he had been sick. So hopefully he's feeling better. Hopefully OG can overcome this and no one gets sick for their last week. We can see the full potential OG come out in full force.
And if they continue playing like this, I don't even think they need any meaningful improvement for their next series. I think they have a very good shot at taking that as well. And with another win, they should be safe to stay in Div 1, which considered a quote-unquote catastrophe season for them. He said they have had a really rough season with bad luck, right? And shit happens. It's unfortunate they get sick. If you can get through a season like that and keep your slot in the toughest Division 1 in the world, I think you should be pretty proud of that when there's so much adversity.
Yeah,
so.
kudos to him for even playing if he's that sick. Like, he comes out of hospital and he's like, yeah, just give me Ogre. I'll bloodlust him.
I love the fever dream. He's like, man, everyone's getting sick and they're coming up with some wacky ideas.
Some Mirana, some Ogres, why not?
A 50-50. One great success, one not so great success there for them. But let's have a look at today's result. Let's see what we have had all day today. It's been 2-0s. Gaming Gladiators got that one over Entity, Team Liquid over Tundra, and then OG over Enigma Galaxy. So
Team Left so
good.
good.
All our left-hand side teams here just cleaning the board up.
Just according to Keikaku, right? All the left side always wins. That's it. Just make sure that you're on the left side and you'll be taking games.
Yeah, we'll see if any talent had that insider knowledge. So I know we made some predictions at the start of the day here. So we're looking for someone that went for Gaming Gladiators and Liquid.
Oh, Scriff.
But then also OG, so...
Scriff, Lyrical, Sheep, Fogged.
B Cup?
B Cup?
Yes, B Cup, yeah.
All right, 5 people got it right.
That's amazing.
No,
That's
6. Lizard got it as well.
Yay!
Whoa!
Damn, all the way at the end there.
Yeah, that's very phenomenal.
How many did I get?
Kezu, though,
I got
Omega
2 out
Lol
of
went for
3.
Tundra.
I mean, it's only all or nothing. And sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I only
Well,
got
the
1.
three doesn't count.
Thinking back, I thought I picked Tundra, but I guess I snapped out of it and picked Liquid. So that was...
You finally found clarity there.
Oh.
So talent predictions, I like to see it. Leaderboard as well. Let's have a look at that because we've been talking about the odds of OG staying here in Division 1 despite their very struggles in here in
Man, this
2
is so close.
Yeah.
It was not this close last season.
Absolutely not. Gaming Gladiators, Liquid right now tied in first, 4 wins, 1 loss. Tundra closely behind with 3 wins, 2 losses. Entity 2 wins, 3 losses, same as Manaspa and Ooredoo Thunders there. And Enigma Galaxy and OG with 2 wins and 4 losses. So the fact that we have 5 teams right now on 2 wins is pretty insane. I know OG and Entity as well. That's a matchup that will happen. So right now we have someone sitting that looking to be going to the major is going to be coming up against someone that could be going down to relegation, and they really could swap spots.
They could.
Like, that's how close it is. A team right now that's sitting on the left-hand side, maybe going to the major, could still end up in relegation.
Yeah, the fact that the very same tiebreaker could be playing for relegation and major slot at the same time would be the first time ever, I think. That has not happened before. And obviously EU has 4 slots, right? So if there's like, let's say there's 2 bottom dogs and then a 4-way tie, they're playing for major slots and
relegation.
Or relegations. Like, there needs to be 1 bottom dog, obviously, for that to happen. But that really is a reality. That could very well happen in the next week.
Yeah.
Also worth mentioning with Liquid and Gaming Gladiators, with 4 wins, their next win will guarantee them in because
That's
5
good.
wins is enough. So they're very close, and that would be, according to Keikaku, it's expected in most talent's eyes that these 2 teams would be among the 4. So they're looking great.
And both of them are playing in 2 days' time as well. We can have a look at the schedule. It will be Wednesday that we see Western Europe once again. The day starts off with Entity up against Ooredoo Thunders. Gaming Gladiators obviously seeking this win over Tundra to get a major slot. And Team Liquid looking for a win over Manaspa for a major slot. So formidable foes for all of the teams here. I don't know who's going to be coming out on top, though. When you look at that, what's the series to watch for you?
Every single one of them is interesting. I guess if you look at like team-to-team matchup, maybe Gaming Gladiators versus Thunder is the most interesting one. Major champions versus TI champions, obviously, like the highest level of Dota should be right there. But these other 2 matchups are, like you just mentioned, very important at the same time and also very interesting. Like Ooredoo Thunder is doing really well in the division.
I would definitely say Entity Ooredoo Thunders is mine to watch because Ooredoo remind me of Entity last tour. They're this aggressive. They can sometimes overextend. They have upsets. They take games or series of people you're not expecting. Not only that, but Entity right now, like I said, depending on how their next few series play out, could also be in tiebreakers for relegation or down there near the bottom. So I think that actual opening series for me is the most important, but also going to be the most interesting one.
And I think, so correct me if I'm wrong, Ooredoo are 2 and 3, right? And the 2 wins they have are against big dogs, both of them, right?
It is Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. They got the wins off.
So I mean,
Kingslayers.
It's kind of funny that they win those series and they must have been over the moon, right? It's like you start smelling the major at that point, right? It's like, oh, we could actually do this, and then they just lose to everyone else so far. So
they've only won
if
against teams that have gone to the major.
Yeah, I mean, Entity have been to the major.
and
If they beat
Liquid as
Entity,
well.
they're 3 and 3, and that's very likely at least a tiebreaker for something. So
imagine starting that way and then dropping versus, I don't know, Monaspa and teams.
No, we can't look at that. We can't think
It's
about
rough.
that one too much.
It's rough. But yeah, they can continue. Maybe they can think about it. Yeah, we're only good versus good teams because we play on a bigger level. So you know, so they.
That's
play
what it
now-
is.
They play now versus Entity. They can take that match.
One takeaway that you guys have from today, everything that we watched today, especially you, Sin, because it was your first day back in Western Europe.
I mean, don't count anyone out, I think is my conclusion, right? It's just like you think you've kind of figured out the power level of the teams, and then they just flick a switch. And today was obviously, there were some expected results that came out, but in this final series in particular, the fact that OG not only won, but kind of crushed after having looked weak, and Nigma, who were on an upward trajectory, really took a
back
step
down.
down here, right? So, I mean, that just means this division is super exciting every series at this point. That's really nice to be able to say, because usually when you're at this point in a round robin, there's like 1 or 2 series where you're like, okay, kind of know how this is going to go, and this team is probably not going to make it. There's literally nothing that is set right now. the most likely thing is Liquid and Gaming Gladiators going to the major, but beyond that, for me, it's a complete toss-up.
I think the only things that are set in stone is tiebreakers.
Yep.
There will be
Yeah, that's
tiebreakers.
basically
We
a
cannot
given.
avoid tiebreakers. It's the only thing we know. But Lizard, your one takeaway?
Yeah, we see a lot of teams coming back. I think that's really nice. Like OG coming back, also Syndrome coming back to Western.
Ooh,
I'm
I'm
a
seeing a
team.
connection.
I'm a team.
You're a teammate. You're our teammate. Also, you bring pizza, so that's nice.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It
look
was
at
a
that
pretty good pizza.
wholesome.
Of course.
What a nice note to end on, wholesomeness here. We'll see you guys on Wednesday for some more Western Europe Div 1 Spring Tour action. But for now, enjoy your night, and you can head on over and watch some NA Dota if you'd like. PGL_Dota2 EN2.
Draw is me. Okay, coming.
I will
Get
clip
those
them.
No real, guys. No real.
Take it back, please.
Guys, help me. Come to me. To the right. Fuck Razor. I relocate. Cancel. Nice.
Glimpse him through. Glimpse him too. Give me vision. I glimpse him. I'm
No
silent.
dagger on Shaker. No dagger on Shaker.
I glimpse him.
No dagger on Shaker.
Nice.
No dagger.
Chase him,
Kill
guys.
Kura.
Chase him. What the
Kill
fuck?
Kura. Oh shit, August, my team is so good now. What the fuck?
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.